Dao, reborn in the grand era of the Qian, find himself exiled and awakening a formidable system of slaying enemies. Upon his return, he discovers his former love, now an empress, with her young daughter by her side. What path shall he tread? Chapter 1. The Death Row Camp, a surge of bloodshed. Lordly Dao of Anyuan, you have committed a grave offense against the crown. Your crimes are unforgivable. Were it not for the intervention of Her Highness the Princess, today would surely see you face the utmost penalty. Li Dao, do not hold me accountable. The princess has spared your life, yet the emperor remains resolute. Let the death row camp serve as your final resting place. 95:27. From this day forth, this shall be your designation. In this world, you shall possess no identity, merely a condemned soul awaiting death. In a haze of confusion, a multitude of fragmented memories flooded Li Dao's mind. After a sharp intake of breath, he abruptly sat upright, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His gaze traversed the dim surroundings, a murky space, a damp atmosphere, a wooden cage, and the nauseating stench permeating the air. He then glanced down at himself, hair disheveled, his body in a dismal state, adorned with several abrasions, clad solely in a tattered white garment. Emblazoned across the chest of the garment was the character for prisoner. Had one been able to see his back, they would find the character for death inscribed there as well. T.S. was his current identity, a condemned man. He was situated in the fabled death row camp, a place where human life was regarded as worthless. Peering through the dimness towards the shadowy corners of the cell, he could faintly discern the silhouettes of others, similarly attired as prisoners in this grim abode. Upon reaching this point, Li Dao could not help but mutter to himself, "It has been a month. It seems I have indeed been reborn." He was reluctant to accept this reality, yet facts remain immutable, regardless of his present thoughts. The reason for his current predicament could be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase. Intoxication leads to folly, and lust begets ruin. A month prior, the De Qian royal family hosted a grand banquet. In this life, Li Dao, as a third-class earl, was naturally among the invited. During the festivities, he was suddenly beset by a throbbing headache. However, with the emperor addressing the assembly, he dared not excuse himself. Instead, he resolved to alleviate his discomfort with wine. Yet as the banquet progressed, his headache persisted, and he found himself succumbing to inebriation. Thus, he rose to leave the table, seeking to sober himself. By a twist of fate, he stumbled into a palace chamber. Upon entering, he was utterly astounded. A pristine expanse of white greeted his gaze, and before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, her figure exquisitely graceful. In that moment, his headache vanished, but with it, the memories of his former life surged forth. Consequently, the combination of intoxication and the resurgence of memories rendered him momentarily incapable of self-control. In a fit of impulsiveness, he tarnished the maiden's purity. When he regained his senses, he found himself under the escort of palace guards, brought before the De Qian emperor. It was then that he learned the identity of the maiden he had wronged. Princess Mingyue, the most esteemed woman in the De Qian Dynasty, second only to the empress and the emperor's most cherished daughter. He now vaguely recalls the furious expression of the Great Qian Emperor upon learning that his most beloved daughter had her purity tarnished by a downtrodden, third-tier earl like himself. In a fit of rage, the emperor declared his intention to annihilate his entire lineage and subject him to the most excruciating of deaths. Yet, he had not anticipated that, in the end, it would be the very princess, the Moonlight Princess, whose virtue he had sullied, who would intercede on his behalf and spare his life. However, the Great Qian Emperor, still seething with wrath, sought to ensure his demise. Thus, while ostensibly adhering to his imperial decree, he found himself dragged from the confines of a celestial prison to this death row camp, awaiting his end. To guarantee that he would meet an untimely fate, arrangements had been made to transport him from the imperial capital to the death row camp situated in the northern frontier of the Great Qian Dynasty. This location, bordering the territories of the northern barbarians, was rife with conflict, and recent skirmishes had escalated, hinting at the brink of war. In such dire circumstances, even ordinary soldiers led precarious lives, let alone a condemned prisoner like him. Thus, Being confined here was tantamount to a death sentence. Awaiting death. Yet he had no desire to perish. What was he to do? Had he not already endured the anguish of rebirth once? Dinner is served. Dinner is served. A voice bellowed from beyond the cell door, breaking into his reverie. Moments of silence were shattered as the previously tranquil cell erupted into chaos. Feed me. I am famished. Let me have a bite. Step aside. Do not block the way. Get away from me, or I swear I will end you. Kill me. We are all condemned prisoners. Who fears whom? Before long, the sound of footsteps announced the arrival of several guards in military attire, each carrying a wooden bucket. Silence. Form a line, one at a time. Anyone who moves or continues to shout will forfeit their meal. As the dark, grimy hands reached through the gaps of the prison bars, the guards, visibly impatient, struck the cell door with their wooden spoons several times. Instantly, the inmates fell silent, for they understood the gravity of the situation. In ancient times, condemned prisoners were akin to those in Li Dao's previous life, individuals stripped of their political rights and condemned to death, devoid of any semblance of human rights. To say that missing a few meals was the worst of their plight would be an understatement. Even if one were to be beaten to death, no one would collect the body, and the soldier RESP. Onzable would face, at most, a day of confinement. Such punishment was comparable to the triviality of public urination, highlighting the utter disregard for life within the death row camp. Upon seeing the food bearer approach, Li Dao picked up his small bowl and joined the line. To avoid death, one must eat. Only by filling his belly could he hope to survive. As for how long he might endure, that was a matter to be discovered step by step. After all, a miserable existence was preferable to a swift demise. The queue inched forward, and soon it was Li Dao's turn. A ladle of clear water and a flat, grayish-yellow bread the size of a palm constituted the daily ration for a death row inmate. After a month, Li Dao had grown accustomed to this meager fare, accepting it and finding a vacant spot to sit down. Gazing at the rigid flatbread, he tested its texture, realizing that a single bite could easily shatter his teeth. As before, he submerged the bread in clear water, intending to wait until it softened a bit before consuming it. The soldier quickly departed after distributing the rations. Here, as Li Dao deemed the flatbread sufficiently soaked, he prepared to eat. At that moment, a towering figure suddenly cast a shadow over him. "Kid, hand over your food." Li Dao looked up to find a burly man standing before him, easily towering at least 1 meter and 90 centimeters. The man bore a long scar across his face, rendering him particularly fearsome. His eyes glowed with a fierce red, fixated greedily on the softening flatbread in Li Dao's bowl. For a man of his stature, even a palm-sized piece of flatbread was insufficient to satiate his hunger, let alone fill his stomach. What does one do when one's own meal is inadequate? Naturally, the choice is to seize the food of others to fill one's own belly. And Li Dao was the target of this hulking brute. In the man's eyes, this scrawny, delicate-looking youth appeared easy prey, surely too intimidated to resist him. Indeed, the situation unfolded as the brute anticipated. Li Dao did not fight back, but instead lowered his head in silence. "Ha ha, at least you know your place," the man chuckled, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he squatted down to grasp the bowl containing the flatbread. Within the confines of the cell, many witnesses observed this scene, yet none intervened, their expressions ranging from mockery to indifference, amusement, and beyond. In short, not a single soul felt pity for Li Dao. This was the grim reality of the death row camp, a brutal truth. In this world, the weak are devoured by the strong. Survival belongs to the fittest. This phrase is vividly illustrated in this context. These individuals harbor no pity for Li Dao. Instead, they envy the fact that the first to strike was the brawny man rather than themselves, for had they acted first, that morsel would have been theirs. As the brawny man picked up a bowl, he continued to utter taunts. "Kid, don't claim I'm bullying you. Given your perceptiveness, I'll ensure your safety in this cell from now on, but you must surrender half your food. Do you understand?" Noticing Li Dao remained silent, the brawny man felt his pride wounded and raised his hand, ready to deliver a slap. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. It was at that moment that Li Dao looked up. With his right hand grasping an unknown object, he swiftly thrust it toward the brawny man's face. A sickening thud echoed. First, there was silence, followed by a piercing scream that reverberated within the cell. As everyone regained their senses, they beheld the brawny man, who had already discarded the bowl on the ground, his hands trembling in the air as he let out cries of agony. To their horror, a sharp wooden stake had embedded itself in his left eye, blood streaming from the socket in grotesque rivulets. Yet the ordeal was far from over. After rendering one of the brawny man's eyes useless, Li Dao decisively looped the chains around the man's neck and yanked them back forcefully, causing the brawny man to collapse on the ground. Subsequently, Li Dao placed his feet upon the brawny man's shoulders, exerting all his strength to pull the chains once more. In that moment, the brawny man, disregarding the pain from his left eye, began to grapple with the constricting chains around his neck. The loss of his left eye was merely the sacrifice of a single orb, yet being ensnared by the neck could very well cost him his life. Despite the formidable man's desperate struggles, they proved futile. Above him, a frail youth exerted every ounce of strength to pull the chain, the veins on his arms bulging with effort. "Spare me, please." With death looming, the robust man chose to plead for mercy. Li Dao's expression remained impassive. He numbly tightened the chain, his body beginning to tremble from the exertion. Yet he offered the man no respite. He understood that should the strong man survive this encounter, it would ultimately be his own life at stake. He had no desire for death. It was the robust man who must perish. Time became an indistinct blur as the man's struggles weakened, his complexion shifting from red to an ominous purple. At last, the robust man could endure no longer, succumbing to death with a heart full of bitter resentment. He could never have fathomed that his demise would come at the hands of such a frail youth. On the other side, Li Dao did not relent even as the strong man's struggles ceased. Instead, he tightened the chain for another half-minute, ensuring that his opponent had truly Brea. Fed his last before finally releasing his grip. Li Dao exhaled deeply, reclining against the cold ground, gazing at the darkened ceiling as he murmured, "I never imagined that taking a life could be so exhausting." As for the revulsion commonly associated with murder, he felt none at this moment. As an adult, he had heard tales of prisons and had seen reports of death row inmates in his past life. He was all too aware of the depravity that lurked within, and he had always chosen to view others through the lens of their utmost malice. Thus, prior to his arrival at the death row camp, he had already mentally prepared himself for everything, including the grim necessity of taking a life. The month spent in the camp only confirmed that his preparations were prudent. He was not the first to have his sustenance forcibly taken from him. Over the course of that month, he had witnessed 7 or 8 fellow inmates succumb to starvation or weakness, having been deprived of food for too long. He was merely fortunated. He'll have endured a month before becoming a target himself. It was for this reason that when the burly man chose to seize his food, he was resolutely prepared to fight for his survival. As it stands, he emerged victorious, safeguarding his provisions while preserving his own life. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the burly man, Li Dao removed the chain from around its neck. The force of his grip had left a deep, purplish bruise on the man's thick neck. Rising to his feet, Li Dao approached the spot where the bowl had fallen. The bowl lay shattered, fresh water seeping into the ground, with only a damp piece of dough remaining amidst the dust. He showed no disdain, bending down to retrieve the dough, and after surveying his surroundings, he quietly made his way to a corner. The moment he sat down, the other inmates recoiled as if confronted by a malevolent spirit. Taking a life was a simple act. Most individuals in the death row camp had committed murder, and some had done so numerous times, for all who occupied this place were guilty of capital offenses. Yet, it is the silent killer, one who slays without uttering a word, that instills the deepest dread among others, because no one knows when such individuals might suddenly erupt into violence. In response to these individuals, Li Dao was quite pleased, as it seemed that, at least for the time being, no one would trouble him. Chapter 2. The enemy-killing attribute system. Leaning against the corner, Li Dao brushed off the dust from the flatbread he had taken out and brought it to his mouth. Suddenly, just as the flatbread was about to enter, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! First kill of an enemy completed. The enemy-killing attribute system has been activated. 1 enemy defeated. Attributes gained. 0, 2. First kill completed. Reward attributes. 1. In the next instant, Li Dao was confronted by a fleeting vision. as a panel reminiscent of a video game from his past materialized before him, accompanied by an introduction to this newfound system in his mind. Master, Li Dao Physique, 0. 8 available attributes. 1. 2. A system? A golden finger? Li Dao could hardly fathom that he possessed such a mechanism. Initially, when his memories had just resurfaced, he had pondered the existence of a system, yet despite his numerous attempts, no trace of it had ever appeared. He had never anticipated that activation would hinge upon taking a life. If he refrained from killing, would the system remain dormant indefinitely? Had he not traversed the death row camp, he would still be the debauched in Yuanbua, with no inkling of when the system might awaken. After a moment's reflection, Li Dao quelled the excitement bubbling within him. The arrival of the system, albeit delayed, was certainly preferable to its absence. He glanced at his system panel, which consisted of a mere 3 lines, astonishingly simplistic. He vowed that this was the most rudimentary panel he had ever encountered. Through the insights in his mind, he understood the system's functionality. It was straightforward yet brutal. By eliminating foes, he could acquire their attributes. The attributes obtained could then be allocated to enhance his own strength. But why is it that the only attribute that can be enhanced is physique? Comparing it to character panels from online games in my previous life, what about speed? What about spirit? What about strength? Why is there solely the physique attribute? Though perplexed, Li Dao decided to first test the system's specific effects. He gazed at the system panel, and with a mere thought, the physique attribute and available points underwent a transformation. Owner, Li Dao, physique, 1. Available points, 1. An increase occurred, but the effect. Before Li Dao could finish his contemplation, a surge of warmth suddenly manifested within him, swiftly coursing through his entire being, even bringing a faint stream of clarity to his mind. The warmth arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly, vanishing within mere breaths. Upon regaining his senses, Li Dao was left in a state of astonishment. He realized that his body had undergone a significant transformation compared to before. His emaciated form had gained some robustness, with muscle definition becoming more pronounced. Most astonishingly, his mind felt considerably clearer at that moment, as if he had been enhanced in every aspect. In that instant, he seemed to grasp why the attribute panel contained only the physique attribute. Because this single attribute encompassed his entire being, strength, speed, constitution, and spirit were all subsumed within physique. At that moment, Li Dao could only give a thumbs up to the system. He had not expected such simplicity to become the system's greatest advantage. According to the system's explanation, the average physique of an ordinary person is 1, which means his physique, after a single enhancement, had only just reached the average level of a common individual. It must be said that, as a pampered scion, his physical condition was even inferior to that of an ordinary person. Gazing at the system panel, Li Dao hesitated not for a moment, decisively allocating the remaining attribute points to his physique. In the next instant, a surge of heat, more potent than before, coursed through his body. Under the influence of this thermal flow, the physique concealed beneath his prison garb began to undergo remarkable transformation. His muscles expanded and contracted rhythmically, while even his internal organs felt an exhilarating stretch. His mind, invigorated by a refreshing current, became increasingly lucid, and many once vague memories began to resurface in his consciousness. This wave of warmth persisted for what felt like several breaths before gradually dissipating. As Li Dao looked down, he observed that after the enhancement of his physique, his body seemed to have undergone a second maturation, appearing considerably more robust. The previously loose prison attire now clung to him more snugly. Fortunately, the dimness of the cell concealed his transformation from prying eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power, staring at the handcuffs and shackles. He sensed an overwhelming urge to break free. Yet, he recognized this sensation as an illusion born from his sudden increase in strength. The iron chains, the thickness of a thumb, were far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to shatter. According to the system's description, vanquishing an enemy would yield 1/10 of their total attributes. Thus, considering that the burly man he had encountered possessed a physique already twice that of an average individual, it was clear that Li Dao could not achieve such a feat either. From his assessment, He concluded that in order to snap these chains, his physique would need to reach at least 5 points. According to the system's calculations, that would necessitate the demise of 50 ordinary foes. With this thought in mind, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the other occupants of the cell. However, he quickly abandoned this notion. He desires to grow stronger, yet he will not pursue strength blindly. If he were to resort to mindless killing for this reason, he would likely find himself enslaved by power, ultimately becoming no different from his current self. Moreover, the system is named the Enemy Elimination Attribute Explosion System. As the name suggests, one must eliminate foes to gain attributes. Although the individuals in the cell are all death row inmates, they bear no enmity towards him and cannot be deemed as enemies. Ultimately, such judgments must arise from his own discernment. Should he take a disliking to someone, even in the absence of grievance, that person would become his adversary. In essence, everything hinges upon Li Dao's intrinsic perceptions. Gurgle. Li Dao rubbed his stomach, a wave of hunger surging within him, more intense than before. Side effects? However, this should not be considered as such with his enhanced physique. His nutritional needs have naturally increased. Regrettably, he possessed only a piece of reconstituted flatbread, wholly insufficient to satiate his current hunger. After brushing off the dust from the flatbread, Li Dao stuffed it into his mouth. Yet, upon taking a bite, he felt nothing, as if he had merely filled a gap between his teeth. He began to understand why the burly man had resorted to stealing food. For those in robust health, such a meager portion was hardly sufficient. Time to sleep. Rest would help conserve energy. Li Dao leaned against the wall, slightly closing his eyes, his right hand gripping a sharpened wooden stake. Though his physique now surpassed that of an ordinary person by twofold, he remained mortal. Death could come swiftly, necessitating caution. It was uncertain how much time had passed. In a state of drowsiness, Li Dao was roused by a commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld 2 soldiers entering his cell, having unlocked the door. Ah, another one has met his demise, one soldier remarked nonchalantly, as if such occurrences were commonplace. The other soldier waved dismissively, responding, "It's all yours." The first soldier, displaying a cheerful demeanor, retrieved a small knife from his belt and crouched beside the deceased man. He expertly sliced the left ear from the corpse, blood spilling forth as he did so. Unfazed by the gruesome act, he cheerfully wrapped the severed ear in a rag and tucked it into his clothing. After surveying the cell, both soldiers dragged the body away. Observing this, Li Dao's expression remained stoic. He had grown accustomed to such sights. He understood the soldiers' motives for severing ears, for in the border regions, the left ear symbolized merit. The prosperity of the Qian Dynasty stemmed from a military system reminiscent of ancient Qin, where achievements in battle conferred noble ranks. A soldier could ascend the social ladder through valor on the battlefield, and the tally of victories was calculated by collecting the left ears of slain foes. After all, a man possesses but a single ear. Thus, the act of claiming a left ear signified the death of an enemy. Submitting the ear would ensure that the soldier's accomplishments were duly recorded, leading to potential promotions and raises. Consequently, the severed ear of the deceased would serve as a substitute for the soldier's claimed victories. Fortunately, the Ministry of War maintains stringent oversight over the management of death row inmates, permitting them to engage in combat amongst themselves, yet prohibiting soldiers from executing the condemned. Otherwise, these inmates would not only have to guard against perishing during their perilous tasks, but also against the threat posed by the lower-ranking soldiers. In essence, there exists a profound absence of human rights for the condemned within the confines of the death camp. Nevertheless, it cannot be said that hope is entirely extinguished for these prisoners. Since its inception, the Great Qian death camp has adhered to a particular rule. Any inmate who amasses a significant number of battle achievements may legitimately depart from the camp, assuming a new identity to re-enter society. At that moment, their crimes are expunged, allowing them to start anew with a clean slate. However, since the founding of the Great Qian Dynasty, countless inmates have languished within the confines of the death camp, yet only a minuscule handful have managed to escape its grasp. This is largely due to the formidable challenges that one must surmount to achieve liberation. To leave the camp, an inmate is required to earn approximately 500 battle merits. which translates to the necessity of slaying 500 enemies. What does this entail? For the majority of ordinary condemned prisoners, this is an utterly unattainable dream. The notion of killing 500 adversaries is akin to asking an individual to stand still and eliminate them. It would take an eternity, leaving one's hands weary, let alone accomplishing such feats on the battlefield. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that death row inmates are typically thrust into the most perilous front lines of combat, thereby significantly increasing their mortality rates. The vast majority of these condemned souls do not survive even their first mission, let alone succeed in claiming the required trophies of their enemies. In summary, this rule offers both hope and despair. Initially, Li Dao felt despondent upon learning of this regulation in the death row camp. However, his perspective has since shifted. Though 500 individuals is a considerable number, he is confident that, given the capabilities of the system, he can survive. Moreover, he aspires not only to escape the death row camp, but also to thrive in this world. He has experienced the comfort of waiting for others in this realm. Setting a modest goal, he intends to gather 500 enemies' left ears and depart from the death row camp. Li Dao mused silently. Chapter 3. The Death Row Mission. Selected time slowly passed, and soon a week had elapsed. On this day, Li Dao, as usual, squatted in the corner, consuming the rehydrated flatbread. Due to his display of authority a week prior, no one had dared to disturb him during this time. Likewise, others were left undisturbed. After all, no one could ascertain whether the person they might provoke was as adept at disguise as Li Dao. Should things go awry, they could meet a fate akin to that of the burly man, killed and dismembered, with their remains discarded in the wilderness to feed the beasts. Overall, the week had unfolded relatively peacefully. Before the advent of the system, this was precisely the outcome Li Dao had desired. Yet, now that the system was in play, he found himself regretting having instilled excessive fear in his fellow inmates. The absence of trouble meant that he was temporarily unable to leverage the system to grow stronger. Well, perhaps it is best to wait a little longer, he contemplated. It had only been a week. The death row camp was rife with individuals eager to stir up trouble. Wake up, everyone, wake up. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps resonated outside the prison door. The inmates lifted their heads in unison, only to behold a soldier clad in armor, evidently of a higher rank than the ordinary guards, approaching amidst a throng of wardens. One of the guards stepped forward and inquired, "Commander Liu, what brings you here today?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a raised hand from Commander Liu, who stated, "I have a mission that requires the procurement of 20 death row inmates from your facility." Though his voice was not loud, the condemned prisoners in the adjacent cells comprehended his words clearly. In an instant, panic spread across the faces of nearly all the death row inmates. The term procurement implied that they would likely be sent out to accompany regular soldiers on a military mission. In most military endeavors, the role of death row inmates is merely to serve as fodder, drawing the enemy's attention and ultimately meeting their demise. Typically, among the selected inmates, only 1 in 10 might return, and even that would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. The majority would never return. Thus, the mere mention of such a selection incited terror, for being chosen nearly equated to a sentence of death. Upon hearing this, the guard eagerly asked, "May I inquire what type of inmates you require, Commander Liu?" Liu replied, "I need a batch that is not too old, and any with disabilities are to be excluded. You may assist me in selecting them." Upon hearing this, the older inmates exhaled in relief, while those who met the criteria felt their anxiety mount, each silently beseeching deities to spare them from selection. The guard nodded in understanding, affirming, "I shall choose accordingly, whether by good fortune or ill." The first cell selected by the guard was that of Li Dao. 2 guards entered, their eyes scanning the surroundings, while the death row inmates instinctively averted their gazes. However, it did not take long for one among them to be chosen. "You, step forward," one of the guards commanded, pointing to a specific spot. After a brief silence, as no one responded, a cold smile crept across the guard's face. "Still trying to hide, are we?" Without hesitation, the guard approached the group and forcibly dragged one inmate out by his hair. "I don't want to leave. Please, I beg you." The inmate, realizing he had been selected, thrashed desperately on the ground. "Refusal means death," the guard declared, unsheathing his knife and pressing it against the inmate's throat. In an instant, the icy blade rendered the inmate motionless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With determination, he thrust his left thumb into his mouth. With a sharp crack, a muffled groan escaped him as he spat out his thumb, a twisted smile forming on his face. According to the laws of the Great Qian, a severed thumb renders one a cripple. If I am maimed, I cannot be taken away, can I? His words elicited laughter from the guards, their amusement palpable. The guard who had drawn his knife lowered it, a bemused expression crossing his features. Who would have thought a death row inmate would be familiar with the laws of the Great Qian? The inmate, momentarily reflecting on his past, allowed a hint of pride to surface, confidently proclaiming, "I was once an 8th rank official of the court, well versed in the classics since childhood." What does this matter? 8th rank official? The guard scoffed, a derisive smile appearing. Even if you were a 1st rank minister in this death row camp, it makes no difference. Having spoken, he withdrew the blade once more and, addressing the condemned man with a lack of courtesy, declared, "I now present you with 2 choices. Either render your right thumb useless or step forward." The condemned man glanced at his right hand, momentarily frozen in place. Losing the seldom used thumb of his left hand posed little consequence, but the loss of his right thumb would render him utterly incapacitated, unable to grasp anything at all. Should he find himself in such a predicament, it would essentially signify a slow demise within this merciless death camp, where he believed many inmates would not hesitate to exploit his vulnerability. Contemplating this, the 8th-tier condemned man's face flickered with a myriad of emotions, ultimately leading him to exhale a resigned sigh as he stepped outside. There remained a chance for his return. Yet the loss of his right thumb would obliterate any hope entirely. Observing this, the guard snickered derisively, turning his attention back to selecting from the condemned. Under the guard's scrutinizing gaze, all the inmates who fit the criteria endeavored to retreat into the shadows. However, the confines of the cell were limited, and there was little room for evasion. The inevitable outcome sought each qualified individual extracted from the throng, their faces betraying an expression of utter despair. "You appear to be in good health. Step forward." At that moment, Li Dao noticed the guard's finger pointing directly at him. As he was the sole occupant of that corner, it was evident he had been chosen. In contrast to the other condemned, Li Dao maintained an air of calmness. Rising with simplicity, he walked steadily towards the group of selected individuals, prompting the selecting guard to regard him with renewed interest. However, upon discovering that he was merely a superficial individual, they ceased to pay him any further attention. Such individuals may appear composed in the present, yet when confronted with the true horrors of battle, they would likely find themselves paralyzed with fear. At this moment, Li Dao maintained a facade of calmness. Inside, he was a tumult of excitement mingled with anxiety. The exhilaration stemmed from the fact that after more than a month, he would finally be liberated from the confines of the death row prison to witness the world beyond. The apprehension arose from the imminent death row mission. Although his unique ability required him to eliminate adversaries to gain strength, his previous success in dispatching a formidable foe was achieved only through meticulous preparation and a surprise attack. Now, venturing forth, he would potentially confront genuine foes in a life-or-death struggle, and such trepidation was only natural. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he could endure the first mission, the subsequent path would undoubtedly grow easier. Having selected insufficient cells, the guards added a few more prisoners. Ultimately, 20 death row inmates were assembled. Lu, the captain, cast a glance over the group and nodded to the guards, signaling his intent to escort them away. With that, he instructed his subordinates to lead the way and turned to depart. The guard behind him chorused, "Captain Lu, take care." Under Lu's guidance, Li Dao and his companions swiftly descended a set of stairs. Ascending those stairs, a faint glimmer of light could be seen. Upon sighting the steps, many felt their breaths quicken, for ascending these stairs would lead them to the world they had long yearned for. "Let's proceed," Lu remarked, glancing back to ensure everyone was following before leading them up the stairs. With a creak, the wooden door embedded in the ground was pushed open from both sides, allowing Lu and his entourage to step outside. One by one, the death row inmates followed through the wooden door. In an instant, The scorching sun cast its rays upon the crowd. At the sight of the sun in the sky, all the condemned prisoners instinctively inhaled deeply, as if they could scent the essence of freedom. However, when they noticed the shackles binding their wrists and ankles, their spirits sank, and the harsh reality dawned upon them. Among the throng, Li Dao gazed at the blazing sun, taking a deep breath while savoring the taste of the dusty air, his eyes surveying the surroundings. Numerous tents were pitched nearby, and soldiers moved to and fro along the path. Stay close to me if you wander off and are mistaken for escaping convicts. Don't blame me for not warning you, Lu the commander cautioned. Under his guidance, Li Dao and the others swiftly arrived at a tent. Inside, an array of uniforms, identical to those worn by the soldiers but somewhat tattered, lay before them. Put on the uniforms, and I shall brief you on tonight's mission, Lu the commander instructed, pointing to the garments. At his words, the prisoners could only nod numbly before searching for their attire. Li Dao selected a slightly cleaner outfit, shedding his prison garb in favor of it. Within minutes, everyone had changed. Observing the transformed appearance of the convicts, Lu the commander nodded approvingly. Now, I will explain your task, so pay attention. Tonight, your mission as condemned prisoners is to accompany us in launching a surprise attack on a small encampment of the northern barbarians. Although this mission will not absolve you of your status, it will earn you a commendation, allowing for a slightly better existence in the prison camp. Meanwhile, the captain can personally assure you that upon the completion of your task, a sumptuous feast replete with meat and wine shall be your reward. Perhaps some individuals are easily swayed. Upon hearing of the promise of food and drink, many condemned prisoners began to stir with excitement, and a few even drooled, as one can only wonder how long it has been since they last encountered such delights. Even Li Dao's own stomach audibly protested its emptiness. This was, after all, inevitable, as they subsisted on a mere biscuit each day, hardly sufficient to satiate one's hunger. Observing the prisoners' reactions, Captain Lu nodded and whispered to a nearby soldier. You will guard these prisoners here for now. As dusk approaches, prepare to escort them out of the city and arm them. Understood. Also, fetch them some flatbreads and water. Captain, is it truly necessary to be so extravagant? Are you foolish? Without a full stomach, how can they muster the strength to shield you from blades? Captain, you are indeed wise. Of course, otherwise, why would I be the captain and you merely a soldier? The night soon descended upon them. Li Dao and his companions were swiftly escorted by several soldiers to a grassy clearing outside the military camp. In that moment, they encountered Captain Lu once more. Distribute the weapons. With a single command, Captain Lu directed the soldiers, who retrieved a basket filled with an assortment of arms. Each condemned prisoner was allocated a weapon, one per person, according to their number. However, the quality appeared rather subpar. Some wielded long spears measuring a meter in length, while others grasped broken staffs. And there were even those whose weapons consisted of little more than a half-destroyed blade. Feeling that his weapon still resembled something of value, a rust-ridden blade, colloquially known as the tetanus blade. Regrettably, the edge was somewhat dull, resembling a mere arc with no hint of sharpness. Yet, he understood the rationale behind this. In the face of a horde of prisoners with minimal loyalty, it was improbable that they would be provided with quality arms. Otherwise, should the inmates turn against their captors, these weapons would merely serve as instruments of their own demise. Moreover, they were merely expendable pawns, rendering the provision of superior weapons a waste. Here, the death row inmates seemed to grasp the situation, as aside from a few muted complaints, none dared voice their discontent loudly. Naturally, even if there were dissenting opinions, it is likely that they would go unheeded. With clothing acquired and arms in hand, the group, under the leadership of Captain Lu, made their way into the night. A motley assembly of condemned souls mingling with over 100 soldiers, advancing toward the sprawling prairie. Chapter 4. The Onset of Battle. A frenzied slaughter. In the depths of night, amidst the vast expanse of the grassland, Li Dao and his companions had been walking for an indeterminate duration before finally halting. They had arrived. Upon hearing the command, Li Dao and the other prisoners followed Captain Lu's gaze. In the distance, a campfire flickered upon the prairie, surrounded by a multitude of individuals clad in an array of peculiar garments. Many quickly discerned that these were not subjects of the Qian Dynasty, but rather nomadic tribesmen from the northern barbarian steppes. Captain Lu turned to the prisoners, instructing them to stealthily approach alongside the soldiers. Their task was to storm the camp and ignite a conflagration, creating a diversion to attract the attention of the barbarians, allowing the soldiers to mount a surprise attack from the rear. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the condemned shifted dramatically. This group of individuals charged towards the northern barbarians' encampment. Even if they were but a small contingent, it was tantamount to courting death. After all, one side comprised a disciplined army, while the other was merely a rabble of death row inmates. Lu, the commander, seemed to sense the prisoners' trepidation and reassured them, "Rest assured, you shall not perish in vain. Your task is simply to create chaos by setting fires. Once we converge with you, your safety will be assured. At that point, all you need to do is hide. We do not expect you to slay the enemy." Hearing such earnest words, some of the prisoners felt a modicum of solace. They glanced at the over 100 soldiers accompanying Lu and then at the small contingent of northern barbarians not far away, nodding in agreement. With this affirmation, Lu gestured, and the 100 regular soldiers of the Dacian army dispersed into the night. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao followed the group to a location merely a few dozen meters from the northern barbarians' camp. Lu, accompanied by 2 soldiers, prepared to deal with the sentinels. At Lu's command, the 2 soldiers swiftly dashed into the darkness. Moments later, the sound of a partridge call pierced the night air. Hearing this, Lu nodded and turned to Li Dao and his companions, saying, "The sentinels ahead have been dealt with. The next phase relies on you. Await my signal and act upon it." The group of death row inmates exchanged glances, clutching their tattered weapons as they began to approach the northern barbarians' encampment. Li Dao silently held his blade, positioned in the midst of the ranks, neither advancing nor lagging behind, his right hand tightly gripping the rusted sword, as if seeking a semblance of security from it. Soon, as a group approached the encampment of the northern barbarians, a whistle pierced the stillness of the night. "Attack! Though I am but a condemned prisoner, I disdain the northern barbarians. Charge forth. If you wish to survive, hesitate not." With the sound of the whistle, the prisoners cast aside their doubts. There was no turning back now. Amidst the rallying cries, a throng of condemned men dispersed, racing toward the northern barbarian camp. The inhabitants of the camp reacted swiftly, seizing their weapons in response to the commotion. "An enemy assault. Arm yourselves. They are from the Great Qian Dynasty. Leave none alive. For the bear god, slay them." The fervent shouts of the northern soldiers filled the air, transforming the previously tranquil encampment into a cacophony of chaos. In one corner of the camp, Li Dao cautiously maneuvered with his rusted long knife. Upon encountering a tent, he deftly ignited a nearby fire pit to sow discord. "Do not kill me! Do not kill me!" Suddenly, a cry rang out. Li Dao turned to see, a mere 10 meters away, a fellow condemned man confronting a northern soldier. In an instant, the frail prisoner was knocked to the ground. Overcome by the terror of death, he began to plead for mercy. The northern soldier, showing no compassion for the weak, swiftly delivered a lethal blow, severing the prisoner's head and leaving a pool of blood in its wake. As fate would have it, Li Dao and the soldier locked eyes, their gazes meeting amidst the unfolding chaos. After slaying a death row inmate, the northern barbarian soldier seemed to have a sudden surge of confidence. Faced with the frail Li Dao, he did not call for assistance, but charged forward alone, brandishing his weapon. "Die, people of Qian!" As he approached Li Dao, the northern barbarian raised his long knife and swung it down with great force. In response, Li Dao decisively lifted his own long knife to parry the blow. With a resonant clang, the blades clashed, sending sparks flying as they locked in a stalemate midair. The northern barbarian, feeling the strength emanating from his opponent's blade, wore an expression of disbelief. How could this seemingly frail soldier withstand his assault? While the northern barbarian pondered this, Li Dao had no time for reflection. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Realizing that his adversary's strength was inferior, he exerted all his might to forcefully deflect the northern barbarian's long knife. With a swift motion, he swung his rusty blade with vigor, aiming for the soldier's neck. The knife met flesh with a sickening sound, and a spray of blood splattered onto Li Dao's cheek. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His strike failed to behead the northern barbarian, for the rusted blade was too dull and became lodged in the soldier's neck, sending a jolt of alarm through Li Dao's heart. The northern barbarian fell to the ground, howling in agony as blood gushed from his neck in frantic spurts. Witnessing this, Li Dao silently muttered an apology. It was not that he lacked the desire to deliver a fatal blow. Rather, it was the inadequacy of his weapon that thwarted him. Yet, he felt fortunate for his own strength. Otherwise, a typical individual wielding such a dull knife might not have managed to penetrate the flesh as he had. The rusted blade was taken away by the northern barbarian soldier, leaving Li Dao to grasp the sharp, long knife that had fallen to the ground. He weighed the knife in his hand and had to admit that such a fine blade provided a satisfying sensation. Faced with a northern barbarian soldier still writhing in agony on the ground, he did not hesitate, with decisive intent. He raised the blade to grant the soldier a swift end, while simultaneously severing his left ear. A life was taken, and he sought to earn his merit. In the next moment, the system's notification echoed in his ears. 1 enemy killed, attributes gained, 0/15. Upon seeing this message, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over Li Dao, for attributes bestowed upon him a sense of security. Without a moment's hesitation, seizing the opportunity before the enemy arrived, he allocated all the newly acquired attributes to his physique. A few breaths later, his physique was complete. As he gripped the long knife, he felt a newfound ease in handling it, likely due to the increase in his strength. Listening to the surrounding clamor, Li Dao resolutely continued to move with caution. Before long, he arrived at a northern barbarian tent. Just as he prepared to ignite a fire, he suddenly heard a commotion from within the tent. His eyes brightened, and he cautiously approached the tent's entrance, waiting. Indeed, mere seconds later, a figure emerged from the tent. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. 1 enemy killed, attributes gained, 0/12. This strike was flawless, and the system's notification soon followed. Ada, what is happening? A voice from inside the tent inquired, evidently alerted by the noise outside. At the sound, Li Dao took a deep breath and decisively plunged into the tent, knife in hand. You, a native of the Great Qian, why? In the next moment, a splash of crimson stained the white tent, and the sounds within fell abruptly silent. Inside the tent, upon witnessing the chaos and the foul odor permeating the air, Li Dao disdainfully kicked the lifeless body of a northern barbarian soldier on the ground, inwardly cursing the wretched fool. As the fallen soldier took his last breath, the system notification promptly arrived. 1 enemy killed, attribute gained, 0/15. Panel, Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 2/15 available attributes, 0/25. After merely casting a glance, Li Dao concentrated, allocating all available attributes to his physical strength, until he discerned whether the available attributes had any other purpose. Enhancing his physique was his sole option. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, rapidly augmenting his strength. Moments later, Master, Li Dao, physical strength, 2, for available attributes, 0. His physical prowess was nearing 2.5 times that of an average person, granting him a marginal capacity for self-preservation. Yet, this was insufficient. In Li Dao's perspective, to attain genuine security, he must first accumulate his attributes to 10. Hearing the escalating commotion outside the tent, Li Dao chose not to remain hidden within. Instead, he decisively exited after severing the left ears of 2 northern barbarian soldiers and wrapping them in cloth to stow away in his bosom. Meanwhile, as the condemned prisoners incited a ruckus within the northern barbarian camp, Captain Lu no longer hesitated. He resolutely blew the whistle, commanding his soldiers to assault the enemy encampment. In an instant, the northern barbarian camp descended further into chaos. The once formidable northern barbarians, brimming with aggression, found their fervor dissipating upon encountering the disciplined forces of the Qian army. No longer did they press forward to attack. Instead, they opted for a defensive stance. Within the northern barbarian encampment, Li Dao wielded his long blade with purpose, navigating the battlefield with agility. Whenever he encountered a solitary northern barbarian soldier, he would decisively engage in combat. With a physique surpassing that of ordinary men, he dispatched these foes swiftly, even without employing any intricate fighting techniques. As he continued his relentless assault, taking lives with increasing ease, his methods evolved from clumsy to razor-sharp efficiency. Eventually, the northern barbarians recognized this fierce warrior, prompting them to congregate in groups. The regular troops of the Qian Dynasty also took note of Li Dao's prowess and, acknowledging his formidable abilities, rallied under his command to cleanse the battlefield of the northern barbarians. In a moment of valor, Li Dao parried a northern barbarian strike, aiding a fellow De Qian soldier in fending off an attack, and swiftly retaliated, sending the enemy soldier to his demise. Grateful, the De Qian soldier expressed his thanks. But Li Dao remained oblivious, his focus solely on the system notification echoing in his mind. One enemy slain, attributes gained. This foe was an elite, nearly equivalent to 2 ordinary soldiers. Just as Li Dao savored his triumph, a sudden voice rang out, commanding, "Lay down your weapons and surrender, and you shall not be harmed." It was the voice of Captain Lu. Surrender and not kill? The unexpected proclamation caused Li Dao to bristle with anxiety. To deprive him of his rightful spoils was akin to slaying his own kin. Would he truly relent? Seizing the moment before the northern barbarian soldiers could reach a decision, Li Dao boldly grasped a dagger in his left hand, brandishing 2 blades as he charged alongside the soldiers of the Great Qian Dynasty toward their foes. Perhaps it was due to Li Dao's exceptionally fervent and reckless display that the already wavering resolve of the northern barbarians shattered completely. "I surrender, do not kill me. I surrender, I surrender." Faced with the ferocious Li Dao, the northern barbarian soldiers hastily cast down their weapons in capitulation. Li Dao's long blade came to rest against the neck of one of the northern soldiers. Noticing Li Dao's inaction, the soldier exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, as if sensing the unwillingness in Li Dao's eyes, the northern soldier dared to return a defiant gaze. In the next instant, with a swift, chilling sound, a severed head tumbled to the ground. "What have you done? Why did you kill him? He had already surrendered. You are committing murder against a prisoner. You are disregarding the rules." The northern soldiers began to vocally denounce Li Dao in outrage. In response, Li Dao merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Apologies. My hand slipped." Upon hearing this, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. However, it was not long before they erupted into a torrent of profanities, each more vulgar than the last. After all, who could claim that a mere slip of the hand could sever a head? With another swift motion, a second head fell to the ground amidst their curses. This time, the shocked silence returned, as all eyes turned toward Li Dao in disbelief. Even the soldiers of the Great Qian Dynasty stood in stunned silence. Once could be deemed an accident, but twice raised suspicions of deliberate intent. Li Dao cast his gaze upon the northern barbarians and said nonchalantly, "I apologize. My hand slipped once again." This time, not a single northern barbarian dared to utter a word of reproach. Instead, they could only look at Li Dao with expressions of terror, silently cursing him within their hearts. Chapter 5. Executing Captives. Enhancing Power. Who is executing captives? Do you wish to die? A voice emerged from the ranks of the Great Qian soldiers, and soon, Captain Lu squeezed his way through the crowd. Who is executing captives? Captain Lu asked coldly, surveying the area. In the next moment, all eyes turned in unison towards Li Dao. "What is your name?" Captain Lu inquired, locking his gaze on Li Dao. Li Dao casually discarded the knife in his hand and replied, 9527. 9527? Captain Lu was taken aback and suddenly looked up sharply. "Are you from the death row camp?" Upon hearing the phrase death row camp, everyone present, including the northern barbarians, fell into stunned silence. Li Dao did not deny his identity as a death row inmate. Such matters could not withstand scrutiny, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Gasp! At Li Dao's admission, everyone inhaled sharply. The death row inmates they had encountered on the battlefield were typically sent to their doom, or they merely cowered in unseen corners, trembling in fear. However, witnessing a death row inmate wielding dual blades and fighting on the front lines was a first for many. It was far rarer than even a national treasure. After calming himself, Captain Lu looked up and asked, "Why are you executing captives?" Li Dao replied, "My hand slipped." Captain Lu retorted, "Does your hand slip twice?" Li Dao clarified. The first time was my left hand slipping. The second time was my right. They are different. Captain Liu. The northern barbarian soldier, a sudden whoosh. A long knife abruptly sprang from the ground, piercing through the most vociferous northern barbarian soldier. In an instant, the entire area fell silent once more. Lu Fuzhang's face flushed with anger as he inquired, 9527. How do you explain this? Li Dao replied. I apologize. This time my left foot slipped. Lu Fuzhang, infuriated yet sardonic, retorted, does that mean your right foot will slip next? Li Dao shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? The northern barbarian soldiers were rendered speechless. Not only had they been compelled to surrender by a death row inmate, but now they faced the threat of execution as well. Utterly devoid of any semblance of human rights. Observing Li Dao's indifference, Liu Wu's hingus duty dissipated. After all, what could one truly argue with a condemned prisoner? Military law? A death row inmate is not a soldier. To kill him? He was already a man marked for death. Furthermore, had he been secretly executed earlier, it would have been a different matter, but now, how could Lu Fuzhang bring himself to do so? The success of this night raid was largely attributable to the efforts of the condemned prisoner, 9527. Moreover, the more formidable the death row inmate, the greater his potential impact on the battlefield, resulting in fewer casualties among the soldiers under his command. Consequently, Lu Fuzhang was even less inclined to execute him. In the end, he opted for a simple reprimand. Little did he know that Li Dao's audacity in slaying captives stemmed from his own reasoning. To Li Dao, he was already a dead man walking. So what was there to fear? Could he possibly face another death sentence? 9527. Due to your actions in killing captives, you shall not partake in the merits of this battle. Does the act of slaying enemies count towards one's accomplishments? How many foes have you vanquished? Li Dao remained silent, reaching into his bosom to retrieve a blood-stained cloth pouch. Upon opening it, it revealed an array of left ears belonging to northern barbarian soldiers. After a rough count, he raised his gaze and declared, 18 in total. Including the 3 on the ground, that makes 21. Captain Lu's expression darkened as he regarded the lifeless bodies of the 3 captives. These 3 do not count. If the killing of captives is to be considered as slaying enemies, then Li Dao would not be the sole one responsible for such actions. Li Dao did not contest this. He calmly replied, then it is 18. Ultimately, the attributes have been secured. The ears are of little consequence now. Nonetheless, the mere fact that these 18 have been claimed still left all present, the soldiers of Qian, in utter astonishment. For over a century, Qian and the northern barbarians have engaged in mutual conflict, each side experiencing victories and defeats, with casualty ratios typically hovering around 1 to 1.3. This implies that the life of a Qian soldier is roughly equivalent to that of a northern barbarian soldier. Given that today's engagement was a night raid, this ratio may not apply. At most, it could be 1 to 2, where 1 Qian soldier's life might equate to 2 northern barbarians' lives. Yet this individual, designated as 9527, had single-handedly slain 18 northern barbarian soldiers. This feat surpassed the total number of enemies killed by the majority of Qian's regular troops throughout their lifetimes. Captain Liu had not anticipated that the opponent could dispatch 18 northern barbarians. As he looked at the ears being presented to him, he inhaled deeply and finally spoke. As a penalty for the slaying of captives, your foundational military achievements for this mission shall be absolved. Should there be a next time, your enemy kills will also be forgiven. Upon hearing this, Li Dao revealed a faint smile. Thank you, Captain. Having realized the benefits of attribute points, he no longer placed excessive importance on military merit. After all, as long as one grows stronger, such accolades would come effortlessly. Lu Fuzhang let out a cold snort. Although he did not comprehend the reasons behind Li Dao's entry into the death row camp, he admonished him to cherish his abilities, cautioning against arrogance and any ulterior motives. Li Dao understood Lu Fuzhang's warning. It was a reminder not to entertain thoughts of escape simply because of his martial prowess. In truth, he was aware that had he wished to flee earlier, he could have easily done so. Yet what would have been the outcome? Upon entering the death row camp, his past had been obliterated, rendering him a persona non grata. Such individuals are invariably marginalized and targeted, and, if apprehended by the authorities, They might even be treated as fugitives. Even if he managed to escape the Great Qian Dynasty and sought refuge in another kingdom, the absence of identity would remain a profound obstacle. In this world, lacking an identity is akin to being without an identification card in a previous life. While one may evade scrutiny for a time, should someone conduct an inquiry, progress would become exceedingly difficult. Hence, Li Dao never entertained such notions. He aspired to escape the death row camp with dignity, seeking to obtain a new identity. The foremost reason for this ambition was the presence of his family in this life. To return to them, he needed a clean slate. The northern barbarians had surrendered, and the next step was to secure the battlefield. Typically, after a battle, the condemned would be confined separately as they needed to be escorted back. However, due to Li Dao's exceptional performance and his rescue of numerous Great Qian soldiers, no one raised concerns about this protocol. Moreover, after meticulous examination, it was discovered that among the 20 condemned prisoners brought forth this time, only one, numbered 9527, had survived, leaving no further room for discussion. Li Dao cast a glance around and approached a campfire, where a leg of lamb was being roasted. Without hesitation, he seized the leg and began to gnaw at it voraciously, indulging in the long-forgotten flavor. As he savored the first bite, a sense of relief washed over him. While consuming the lamb, Li Dao silently invoked the panel in his mind. In the next instant, the panel materialized before him. Master, Li Dao Physique, 3. 16. Available attributes, 1. 24. After the initial skirmishes, his physique had already reached 3 times that of an ordinary person. Due to the ferocity of the battles that ensued, he had not had the opportunity to allocate attributes, resulting in a significant accumulation. As he continued to devour the roasted leg, he concentrated his thoughts to channel all available attributes into his physique. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. The enhancement of his physical form brought about a certain strain, intensifying his hunger. With a crunch, Li Dao bit down, effortlessly crushing the lamb bone along with the meat. His physique, threefold that of an average individual, endowed him with extraordinary biting power, allowing him to shatter the bone and swallow it whole. After several breaths, the warmth subsided, and Li Dao's physical strength ascended to a new pinnacle. Master, Li Dao Physique 4. 40 available attributes. 0. A physique exceeding that of an ordinary person by more than 4 times. Li Dao felt that even with the initial rusty blade of tetanus, he could cleave a person in two. Had he possessed his current strength earlier, he would not have had to exercise such caution at the outset. He could have charged into the ranks of the northern barbarians and wreaked havoc without restraint. After all, possessing a physique 4 times that of an average person is a comprehensive advantage. 4-fold strength, 4-fold stamina, 4-fold recuperative ability, and extraordinary speed coupled with reflexes. Individually, any one of these attributes might not instill overwhelming intimidation. However, when combined, their effect becomes utterly terrifying. With 4-fold strength, even a mere iron rod could transform into an invincible weapon. With 4-fold stamina, he would be akin to a perpetual motion machine, able to wield his blade tirelessly throughout the night. With extraordinary speed, his strikes would be lethal, leaving no ordinary soldier capable of evading his onslaught. With superhuman reflexes, the movements of a typical person would appear as if in slow motion, allowing him to react swiftly and counter effectively, especially on the ancient battlefield of cold weapons. His combat prowess would be magnified infinitely, and this was merely the beginning. After all, it had only been a week since he acquired the system, having engaged in a single skirmish. As he continued to develop, his power would inevitably grow exponentially, much like a snowball gathering size as it rolls down a hill. The battlefield was cleared swiftly, as it was merely a small detachment of northern barbarians, lacking any significant supplies. Here, Li Dao also enjoyed a hearty feast, though the flavors did not compare to the intricate delights of roasted meats from his past life, in contrast to the fare within the death row camp. This roasted meat was indeed a culinary delight. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, 9527. Upon turning back, he discovered that Lu Fuzhong had unexpectedly arrived at his side, leading a chestnut horse. "Can you ride?" Lu Fuzhong inquired, patting the horse. "Indeed," Li Dao replied. For how could he not know how to ride? When he inherited the title of Earl, a third-class military honor, he had been rigorously tested in equestrian skills. Even if he had relied on bribery and connections to pass, the basic art of riding was something he had mastered. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Fuzhong said, "Then you shall ride with us back." He added a final caution. "With your abilities, it is not impossible to leave the death row camp openly. Do not make a misguided decision." Understood. Since they had arrived on foot under the cover of night, their return would be on horseback. And soon Li Dao found himself following Lu Fuzhong's troops back to Changgu town, the site where this army was stationed along the border. "Take this," Lu Fuzhong said as Li Dao dismounted. He approached Li Dao and handed him a pair of handcuffs and leg shackles. Recognizing the familiar equipment, Li Dao accepted them with composure and proceeded to put them on. Once a shackle that confined him, these shackles now represented merely a transitional phase for him. He would soon cast them aside. Before long, Li Dao returned to the familiar confines of the death row cells. As he pushed open the door, the inmates within the cell were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. They had not anticipated that Li Dao would return alive. The sight of his solitary return only reinforced their belief that he was not to be trifled with. Li Dao paid no heed to the reactions of those around him and chose to sit in a corner. After the previous fervent skirmishes, the exhilaration had dulled, leaving him only with a sense of drowsiness. In a state of semi-consciousness, he succumbed to sleep. This time, his hands bore no wooden thorns, for he had acquired a power far surpassing them. He harbored no concerns about potential ambushes, as his physique, for times stronger than that of an ordinary person, granted him acute perceptiveness. He could detect even the slightest approach of another. Thus, he was untroubled by such worries. Chapter 6. A New Task. Establishing authority through death in this slumber, Li Dao slept soundly for a full 8 hours, gradually awakening around noon the following day. He felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Stretching his limbs, he heard a series of satisfying cracks throughout his body. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. Meat? Was there meat nearby? Indeed, the scent of meat was unmistakable. He yearned for it. There was also the fragrance of wine. Would someone be so kind as to grant him a sip? Just a morsel of meat and a taste of wine, and he would willingly embrace death at that very moment. The alluring scent soon permeated the confines of the cell, driving the condemned prisoners into a frenzy, particularly those who had languished in confinement for an extended period. They longed for even a single bite of meat or a sip of wine. Pressing against the bars, the inmates caught sight of a guard approaching with a wooden tray. Upon the tray rested a roasted chicken and a jug of wine. Witnessing this scene, the prisoners became even more frenzied. Some, desperate and parched, leaned against the bars, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of the meat and wine, closing their eyes as if to conjure the taste into existence. The prison guard halted outside the cell where Li Dao was confined. Unlocking the door, he brought in food. "Who is number 9527? The guard inquired, addressing the many condemned inmates in the cell. Li Dao rose and approached the guard, declaring, "I am number 9527. Upon hearing this, the guard chuckled lightly. "Number 9527, you performed admirably on your last mission. This is a special reward from Captain Liu." Li Dao accepted the meat and wine, responding with a faint smile, "Please convey my gratitude to Captain Liu." "Of course," the guard replied, perhaps sensing something. His demeanor towards Li Dao was markedly more amiable than that typically reserved for ordinary death row inmates. Before departing, the guard patted Li Dao on the shoulder, imparting a cryptic remark, "You'd best eat quickly." Once the guard left, Li Dao leaned against the wall with his food and wine. He tore into a chicken leg without hesitation, taking a hearty bite, and then uncorked the wine to take a swig. The surrounding condemned men watched this scene, their throats constricting as they fixated on the meat and wine in Li Dao's possession. Suddenly, one man could no longer contain himself and stood up, approaching Li Dao. "Brother, might you spare me a bite? Just one bite. I promise I won't ask for more." Displaying a hint of concern about his appearance, he wiped his face, revealing a countenance that appeared kindly and benevolent. Li Dao glanced over, his gaze lingering on the man's face for a moment before he slowly inquired, "Do you have teeth?" At this, the man's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly replied, "No, I am wronged. I'm a ninth-rank official of the court. A ninth-rank official? Really? Then can you read this character? Li Dao casually inscribed a character on the ground with his grease-stained hand. This character. It's an unfamiliar one. It took a moment for him to grasp the realization. Upon hearing this, Li Dao revealed a sardonic smile. My apologies, I misread it. This is not an unfamiliar character. The other person's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, which quickly morphed into a visage of fury. Are you mocking me? And if I am, I will kill you. Suddenly, the elderly man's demeanor transformed into one of ferocity as his right hand lunged toward Li Dao's face. Li Dao swiftly noticed that the man was wielding something. A wooden spike? It appeared he had attempted to mimic a prior encounter. Had this been the initial confrontation, he might have been caught off guard and faced some repercussions. However, with his quadrupled reflexes, the old man's actions seemed to unfold in slow motion. Li Dao decisively seized the man's wrist. With a sharp crack, the old man's wrist was bent at an unnatural angle. The elderly man's scream echoed. Yet Li Dao remained unfazed, instead offering a faint smile. You, old fool, don't even recognize the character for death, yet you hold an official position? In response to the pain, the old man, now frightened, hastily pleaded, Please don't kill me. I won't eat anymore. Just spare my life. Your teeth deserve to be smashed. Li Dao retorted before delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the old man was sent hurtling backward as if a painting hung upon a wall, only to fall after a moment, blood streaming from the back of his head. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. After eliminating an enemy, attribute gained 009. Upon receiving the system notification, Li Dao was rather taken aback. He had not anticipated that this elderly man with a head full of white hair would possess such vitality. However, reflecting upon the man's profession enlightened him. A trafficker, known as a Yazi in ancient times, would undoubtedly require a robust physique to survive. Otherwise, he would have long since fallen victim to violence. These traffickers often exploited the trust of others, particularly women or the elderly, using their inherent qualities to deceive. The moment the old man revealed a kind expression, Li Dao deduced his true identity. After all, it was inconceivable for an elderly individual to endure in a death row prison without possessing some cunning. Moreover, the manner in which he spoke bore an uncanny resemblance to the smiles he had seen in photographs of elderly traffickers from his previous life. Such a smile might be innocuous outside, but in a death row setting, it was an affront to his intelligence. After dispatching the old man, Li Dao resumed his meal as though nothing had transpired. Perhaps due to the ruthlessness he had just exhibited, he disrupted the schemes of others around him, leaving them too intimidated to approach. Witnessing this, Li Dao felt a pang of regret. It was unfortunate that the old man's profession was that of a trafficker. Under normal circumstances, he might have exercised some patience with ordinary criminals, but he had none for those who engaged in the vile trade of human trafficking. A few minutes later, having satisfied his hunger, Li Dao leaned against the wall. The surrounding death row inmates gazed at him in disappointment. Having observed him devour even the bones of the chicken, they had hoped to savor the remnants, only to find that not a single feather remained. Li Dao paid no heed to their reactions, silently allocating the attributes he had just acquired to enhance his physical prowess. Master, Li Dao, Physique 4. 49. Available attributes. 0. I have exerted myself so diligently that I have grown even stronger. Gazing at the chains in his hands, Li Dao felt that they could no longer bind him. However, while the chains might fail to restrain him, his identity as a condemned prisoner could still do so, necessitating further patience. Time continued its relentless march. Soon, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Li Dao spent his time in the death row, either sleeping or in quiet contemplation. Yet, he felt no urgency in his heart. Had he not revealed his capabilities, it might have been easier. However, now that he had displayed his strength, he was certain that Lu Fuzhong and the others in the military camp would not overlook such a valuable asset. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A jailer appeared at the threshold, calling into the cell, 9527, step outside. Li Dao rose, stretched leisurely, and, dragging his shackles, made his way to the door. Along the way, he noticed several inmates casting glances of schadenfreude in his direction. They believed that Li Dao's survival after his initial mission as a condemned inmate was merely a stroke of luck, and they were certain he would meet his demise on this second venture. Upon stepping out of the cell, he soon encountered a familiar face, Lu Fuzhong. 9527. I have not spoken falsely, have I? Lu Fuzhong greeted him warmly upon seeing Li Dao. Li Dao smiled faintly. The meat is delectable, and the wine is exquisite. Perhaps due to their previous interactions, Captain Lu displayed a sense of familiarity as he approached Li Dao, gently patting him on the shoulder with a light laugh. If we manage to accomplish this mission, I shall double your reward. At these words, Li Dao raised an eyebrow, remarking, Captain Lu, it seems this task is anything but simple. Upon hearing this, Captain Lu's expression sobered, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Indeed, this mission poses some difficulties. We must ambush a cavalry unit from the northern barbarians. The mention of the northern barbarians sent a shiver down Li Dao's spine. He thought to himself that this was not merely challenging. For an ordinary condemned prisoner, it was akin to a hellish ordeal. His apprehension stemmed from the fact that the northern barbarians were renowned for their cavalry. As a dynasty composed of numerous nomadic tribes, their expertise lay in training both horses and riders. It could be said that even a 3-year-old child from the northern barbarian kingdom could master excellent equestrian skills, making the cavalry they selected from their vast population truly formidable. Coupled with the high mobility of cavalry units, they were notoriously difficult to confront. Nevertheless, Li Dao felt no trace of fear within him. On the contrary, the capabilities bestowed by the system transformed his trepidation into exhilaration. When faced with the prospect of battle, he experienced a thrill rather than dread. Of course, the factor of his newfound strength played a role. Had he still been in his previous weakened state, he would have fled at the mere thought of confrontation. Are we to take the lead once again? Li Dao noticed that while he conversed with Captain Lu, several guards were leading various condemned prisoners toward them. Captain Lu did not respond directly to the question. Instead, he merely winked and glanced at Li Dao's attire. This should be regarded as an implicit acknowledgement. Subsequently, the process closely mirrored previous tasks. Li Dao and his companions were escorted away from their grim prison to a military tent, where they changed into fresh attire, after which Captain Lu elucidated their assignment. Upon learning that their task was to ambush a band of northern barbarians on horseback, the condemned prisoners exhibited expressions of reluctance. However, upon witnessing the soldiers of the Great Qian brandishing their blades, none dared to voice dissent. The prospect of a desperate gamble offered a sliver of hope for survival. To act rashly would surely lead to their demise here and now. Perhaps due to the urgency of the mission, Captain Lu hastily distributed weapons following his briefing. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, when the weapons reached Li Dao, they were not the tattered remnants of old, but rather two pristine, gleaming long knives. This spectacle incited a sense of injustice among the other condemned prisoners who had received inferior weapons. I refuse to accept this. Why should we, the same wretched souls, be given such decrepit tools while his weapons are so new? We too deserve new arms. Why is he treated differently when we are all condemned? You are demonstrating favoritism. A mere pretty face does not warrant such fine weapons. The discontent among the prisoners swiftly manifested in vocal protests. Silence. Suddenly, a commanding voice silenced all dissent. Captain Lu regarded the assembly of prisoners with a cold demeanor, stating, "If you desire weapons akin to those of Jiwu, 527, you may procure them from the hands of the northern soldiers. Go forth and plunder. Should you succeed, they will be yours." "And what of him?" Lu Fuzhong chuckled softly, gazing at the speaker. It was rather embarrassing. Those two blades had been seized from the hands of a northern barbarian soldier during his previous mission. Upon hearing this, a group of death row inmates exhibited expressions of disbelief. Perhaps due to the significance of this mission, the selected inmates appeared notably robust. Although Li Dao had undergone several enhancements, his physique remained largely unchanged from an external perspective, still appearing somewhat emaciated, which rendered him comparatively petite among the burly inmates. This disparity inevitably aroused suspicion among many. Observing this, Lu Fuzhong smiled and turned his gaze toward Li Dao, encouraging him, 9527, you might attempt to persuade them. In response, Li Dao nodded, casting a faint smile at the group of death row inmates. Whoever dares to challenge me, step forward. If you defeat me, these 2 blades shall belong to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a towering figure emerged from the ranks of the inmates. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was broad and muscular, exuding an intimidating presence. Witnessing this, many of the inmates who had hesitated now felt a pang of regret. Had they known that the young man was so easily provoked, they would have stepped forward sooner. The burly man seemed aware of his advantage, sporting a broad grin as he taunted Li Dao. Pretty boy, if you willingly hand over those 2 blades, I might consider going easy on you. Otherwise, I might inadvertently kill you. With a swift motion, a gleaming blade landed before the burly man. Li Dao raised his hand, beckoning him with a flick of his fingers. Enough with the chatter. You're courting death. Confronted by the audacious provocation of a young dandy, the robust black man decisively seized his long blade, aiming a lethal strike directly at Li Dao's face. It seemed he had resolved to deliver a fatal blow. In response, Li Dao merely elevated his own weapon and swung it with determination. As onlookers braced for the moment they believed would herald Li Dao's demise beneath the black man's attack. A sharp crack resounded, the blade shattered. When the crowd regained their composure and turned their gaze to Li Dao and the black man, they were astonished to find Li Dao's weapon intact, while the black man clutched only the remaining half of his. Suddenly, a tearing sound pierced the air, followed by a fissure that extended from the black man's brow down to his abdomen. In an instant, a torrent of crimson surged forth from the gash, and the black man collapsed to the ground. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 0. 22. The system notification sparked a glimmer of excitement in Li Dao's eyes. The hefty black man had not wasted his formidable physique, bestowing upon him a significant attribute boost. Chapter 7. The Northern Barbarians' cavalry breaks through the corpse of the black man fell to the ground, seemingly crashing down upon the hearts of the many condemned prisoners present. Initially, some of the inmates felt a sense of loss, but that sentiment swiftly dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief that they had not hastily opted for their own demise. Lu, the captain, surveyed the assembled prisoners. "Do any of you have objections?" he inquired. At his words, the prisoners hastily shook their heads. The body of the previously dissenting inmate still lay warm, and they dared not voice further complaints. If there are no objections, prepare to depart. 2 hours later, after a period of travel, the group arrived at the designated ambush location, situated at the confluence of 2 mountain peaks. An ancient path wound through the center, flanked by wild woods and hills on either side. The task entrusted to Li Dao and his companions was to intercept the Northern Barbarians' cavalry as soon as they arrived, coordinating with Captain Lu and his soldiers to encircle the enemy right here. "You shall wait here for a moment," instructed Lu as he arranged positions for the condemned prisoners, sending 2 scouts to ascertain the arrival of the Northern Barbarian cavalry. Li Dao, gripping his long blade, leaned against a tree and methodically sharpened his knife with a stone. Despite his considerable strength, efficiency was paramount in the art of killing. A weapon, rather than bare hands, could swiftly dispatch foes, thus maintaining one's arms was of utmost importance. Simultaneously, he allocated the attributes previously acquired from the fallen dark-skinned man into his physical prowess. Master, Li Dao, physical strength 4. 71. Available attributes 0. He had nearly quintupled his physical strength compared to an ordinary person, yet he wondered if this enhancement could continue indefinitely. If it could, it would indeed be exceedingly formidable. Meanwhile, not long after, the scouts sent by Captain Lu returned. "Captain, the Northern Barbarian cavalry is approaching." The scout hurriedly reported the situation to Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu immediately rose and addressed the condemned prisoners. "Quickly take your positions. At the sound of my whistle, we shall charge forth to intercept these Northern Barbarians. We must not allow a single one to escape." Li Dao picked up his long knife, silently moving to the position he had chosen. Having faced this scenario before, the initial tension had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable exhilaration within him. As time gradually passed, at last, after the burning of a stick of incense, shadows of the northern barbarian cavalry emerged along the distant mountain path. In an instant, Li Dao's keen senses detected the palpable tension among the death row inmates, including the regular troops of the Great Qian Dynasty, as their breaths grew labored. This was only to be expected, for the reputation of the northern barbarians' cavalry was formidable, forged through their ruthless prowess in battle, naturally inciting trepidation. The northern barbarians advanced slowly towards the ambush site, while Commander Lu had already positioned his hand at his mouth, poised to issue the command at any moment. Finally, as the northern barbarians stepped into the trap, a signal horn resounded. In the next heartbeat, the concealed Great Qian soldiers unleashed a barrage of cold arrows aimed at the northern cavalry. In that fleeting moment, the arrows cascaded down like a torrential rain upon the northern horsemen. Just as everyone anticipated that this ambush would bear fruit, no one noticed the slight, sinister smile curling at the lips of the leading northern barbarian. Counter. Suddenly, a voice rang out among the northern cavalry. In unison, they swiftly drew iron shields from their saddlebags to defend themselves. As the rain of arrows descended, most were deflected by the shields, with only a few striking the steeds beneath them. Yet, this was of little consequence, for as long as the riders remained unharmed. Meanwhile, Commander Lu sensed something amiss. The northern barbarians' response was alarmingly swift, almost instinctive, as if they had been forewarned. However, there was no time left for him to ponder further. At the sound of his whistle, the death row inmates surged forward recklessly. Li Dao initially recognized that something was awry, but, after a moment's hesitation, he too charged alongside the inmates. He was acutely aware of one fundamental truth. With his current physique, he could certainly test the waters, and should the situation prove unfavorable, he could easily retreat. In any case, he would not foolishly sacrifice his life here. As the executioners charged forward, Lu Fuzhong's mind raced with calculations. Finally, gritting his teeth, he commanded, all together, charge forth and attack. At that moment, as the condemned prisoners surged down the hillside, the northern barbarians' cavalry seemed well prepared. The cavalrymen on either side swiftly brandished their 3-meter-long spears, aiming directly at the advancing prisoners. In just one wave, half of the prisoners were impaled on the spot, while the remaining ones were left paralyzed with fear. They were caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to charge or retreat. However, Li Dao was undeterred. He decisively wielded his sword and charged forward. While the spears could thwart an ordinary individual, they were no match for someone with nearly 5 times the strength of an average person. The northern barbarians soon detected Li Dao's approach. Just as he was about to breach their ranks, several spears shot out from behind the front line, aimed straight at him. These spears did not strike randomly. Each was precisely targeted at vital points on his body. For an ordinary person, such a sudden assault would likely result in chaos and certain death. Yet with unwavering focus, Li Dao is gaze sharpend. To him, the spears appeared to move in slow motion. Utilizing his formidable physique, he skillfully maneuvered through the gaps between the spears, plunging directly into the heart of the northern barbarians' formation. This astonishing display left the surrounding cavalrymen utterly astounded. They could never have imagined that someone would evade their flawless ambush in such a manner. Yet at this moment, Li Dao would not grant them the luxury of surprise. Observing the armored northern barbarian cavalry, Li Dao swung his sword with determination. With a resounding crack, his powerful strike shattered the armor of one of the northern barbarian riders, sending the unfortunate warrior tumbling from his steed. Without hesitation, Li Dao delivered a finishing blow, his blade piercing through the face of the fallen cavalryman. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 0. 21. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Dao mused to himself, truly, the northern barbarian cavalry possesses physical prowess that far exceeds that of ordinary northern barbarian soldiers. At that moment, Li Dao's actions jolted the surrounding northern barbarian cavalry into awareness. The first rank of cavalry continued to fend off attacks with their spears, while the second rank drew their sabers, charging at Li Dao with fierce intent. In response, Li Dao swiftly mounted the horse of a northern barbarian he had just defeated, retaliating with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, the northern barbarian cavalry's defenses were seemingly impenetrable against the ambush from the Great Qian soldiers. However, No one anticipated the presence of the anomaly, Li Dao, who managed to breach their defenses. This unforeseen development caused a significant gap in the formation of the northern barbarian cavalry. Lu Fuzhong, having a keen military insight that earned him the rank of centurion, quickly recognized the unexpected opportunity presented by the position of 9,527. He immediately commanded those on the right flank advance towards the position of 9,527. This order alleviated much of the pressure Li Dao faced from the northern barbarian cavalry. Indeed, his physique, formidable as it was, nearly 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary man, was not sufficient to navigate the ranks of well-trained northern barbarian cavalry. Confronted with the indiscriminate violence of blades, his mortal frame found it arduous to withstand. Encircled by a cohesive formation of northern barbarian horsemen, his mere survival was already a commendable feat. However, upon the arrival of Captain Lu's support, the beleaguered Li Dao finally found the opportunity to unleash his prowess. Mounted upon his steed, he brandished his sword and surged forward with unrestrained ferocity. Wherever he passed, even the most mundane of creatures would feel the bite of his blade. His strikes, delivered with formidable force, caused several northern barbarian riders to be unseated, while others, less fortunate, fell victim to a fatal blow aimed at the vulnerable points of their armor. In essence, wherever Li Dao tread, chaos ensued. Captain Lu observed Li Dao's remarkable performance with a sense of relief, grateful that among the condemned souls he had summoned was the extraordinary figure of 9,527. Without his presence, not only would an ambush against the northern barbarians have been improbable, but the very prospect of returning alive would have been a grave concern. Contemplating this, he resolutely plunged into the escalating fray. Meanwhile, amidst his reckless assault, Li Dao soon realized that he had surged too far ahead, finding himself outside the encirclement of the northern barbarian cavalry. Witnessing the carnage he had wrought upon the enemy, his heart ached at the sight of his attributes being so ruthlessly extinguished. Promptly, he turned his steed around, spurred it onward with a swift strike of his sword upon its flank, and once more plunged into the battlefield. This time, Li Daoxue exhibited remarkable wisdom, deliberately targeting the Northman cavalry that could be dispatched with a single blow. Consequently, the system's melodious notifications echoed in his ears. Eliminated 1 enemy, acquired attribute, 0. 22. Eliminated 1 enemy, acquired attribute, 0. 20. Eliminated 1 enemy, acquired attribute, 0. 19. Eliminated 1 enemy. The available attributes on Li Dao's panel began to increase steadily. Cursed be it, due to Li Dao's conspicuous performance, he soon attracted the attention of the Northman cavalry leader. From a moment their cavalry formation was disrupted, he had taken note of this individual from the Great Qian. Initially, he assumed it was merely a stroke of luck on the opponent's part and paid little heed, believing the Northman cavalry could easily dispatch all the Great Qian soldiers. However, as this Great Qian individual continued to evade death while ruthlessly slaughtering their cavalry, he finally recognized that this adversary was far from ordinary. At that moment, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the opponent. Meanwhile, Li Dao was thoroughly relishing the acquisition of attribute points when he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. To perish. In the next instant, a voice accompanied by the rush of wind surged from behind him. Instinctively, he bent forward, and a glint of steel grazed the back of his head. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out along Li Dao's spine. It was the first time since his rebirth that he had been so close to death. Yet, the ordeal was not over. The long blade, having missed its first strike, swiftly came at him again. This time, Li Dao was prepared and raised his own blade to parry. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the blade, a power that had previously been invincible, now rendered ineffective in that critical moment. Yet soon, Li Dao snapped back to reality, realizing this was a battlefield where even a moment's distraction could cost him his life. "Kid, you no longer have the luxury of arrogance," he thought as he observed the fallen Li Dao. The leader of the North barbarians revealed a sinister grin, raising his blade to strike once more. The speed of this blow was astonishing, arriving before Li Dao in the blink of an eye. With a resounding clash, before Li Dao could evade, a knife suddenly thrust in from the side, intercepting the attack from the North Barbarian leader. It was only then that Li Dao noticed Lu Fuzhong had appeared beside him. Lu Fuzhong cast a glance at Li Dao before turning to face the North Barbarian leader. You, a formidable postnatal martial artist, bullying an ordinary person is rather unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree? Postnatal martial artist? Li Dao was momentarily taken aback by the term, as a fragment of childhood memory resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 8. Recollections of the Past, Slaying the North Barbarian Leader. At that time, Li Dao's memories had yet to awaken. He was not yet in Yuanbua, for his father in this lifetime was. He was not as grown as he was now, merely 7 years old. He recalled that he was not alone. 2 little girls accompanied him. One was his sister, and the other. As this recollection unfolded, Li Dao found himself momentarily dazed, realizing that the other girl was, in fact, his fiancée. However, such matters seemed trivial now. In his memory, his father had invited a venerable Taoist priest clad in robes, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. Given that his current mental fortitude was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, he distinctly recalled the conversation between his father and the robed elder. Esteemed Taoist, I must trouble you today. It is no trouble at all. The assessment of talent is indeed within my purview. Please proceed. After conversing with the Taoist priest, my father recalled that the priest gently placed his hand upon the wrist of my younger sister Li. After a few breaths, the priest withdrew his hand. My father promptly inquired, Master, how does my daughter fare in terms of talent? The priest, with a smile gracing his features, nodded affirmatively, declaring her aptitude to be commendable, thus suitable for cultivation. Upon hearing this, my father's countenance brightened with joy. Having talent is indeed a blessing. Subsequently, the priest placed his hand upon the wrist of my fiancée. This time, he maintained his hold for a considerable span of several breaths, his expression shifting continually, culminating in a look of astonishment. To think that I would encounter the legendary exceptional talent today. The priest glanced at my fiancée, shaking his head in lamentation. What a pity that she is of the female persuasion. My father, taken aback by the revelation concerning my fiancée's talent, quickly regained his composure and could not help but ask, Master, why is it a pity regarding Yuer? Is there something amiss with her physique? The priest, shaking his head with a wry smile, replied, Dear sir, you misunderstand. My lamentation is for my own Taoist temple, which cannot accept female disciples. Exceptional talent is a rarity encountered once in a century. How regrettable it is to miss the opportunity for such a disciple. My father then asked, What shall become of Yuer? The priest reassured him, Do not fret, dear sir. Although my temple, Baiyun Temple, cannot admit female disciples, I am acquainted with a sect that exclusively accepts female practitioners. It is called Yaoqian, is undoubtedly the most suitable place for her. Upon gaining a thorough understanding, the father nodded and finally fixed his gaze upon his young son, beseeching the Taoist priest to assess his aptitude once more. Naturally, the Taoist placed his hand back upon the boy's wrist. After a few breaths, the Taoist's expression shifted again, though this time not in astonishment, but rather with an air of complexity. Releasing his grip, the Taoist shook his head and sighed deeply. Revered elder, your son's aptitude. Noting the Taoist's unusual demeanor, the father felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. The Taoist shook his head, stating, My apologies, esteemed sir, but I must speak plainly. Your son is born with a congenital disability, rendering him incapable of cultivation. A congenital disability? To pursue cultivation, one must possess channels within the body that allow the flow of vital energy, referred to as meridians by practitioners. However, according to my examination, your son lacks these meridians, and thus he cannot cultivate. I see. The father sighed deeply, yet he soon accepted this reality with composure. If cultivation was not meant to be, then so be it. When the time comes for him to inherit my title, living as an ordinary person would suffice. As Li Dao's recollection continued, he remembered that shortly thereafter, his betrothed was whisked away by a mysterious woman, draped in veils and exuding an ethereal aura. Additionally, his younger sister was taken under the wing of a formidable woman clad in armor to embark on her own path of cultivation. From that point onward, his parents ceased their stringent discipline, seemingly allowing him the freedom to live as he pleased. This period of memory persisted until the untimely demise of his parents in this life. It was from that moment on, unbound by authority, he further indulged in a life of reckless abandon, embodying the archetype of a debauched heir. In the end, it all came down to his drunken revelry at the palace banquet, the resurgence of memories that tarnished his innocence, leading to his confinement in the death row camp. It suggests that Li Dao had been exposed to the path of cultivation since the tender age of 7, yet due to his limited potential, he could not formally pursue it. Thus, the existence of so-called innate martial artists is indeed a reality. At this moment, Li Dao's emotions were tumultuous. He had initially believed that with the aid of his system, he could swiftly become invincible in the ancient era of cold weaponry. Instead, he now found himself confronted with the existence of cultivators. Although he was unaware of the precise might of these practitioners, the prowess demonstrated by the leader of the northern barbarians was undeniably formidable. His physique, nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, found it somewhat challenging to contend with these so-called innate martial artists. Yet, Li Dao quickly recalibrated his mindset. After all, they were merely cultivators, and with his system at his disposal, even if it solely enhanced his physicality, his future would undoubtedly rival that of these practitioners. All he needed to do now was to steadily grow stronger, little by little. As for matters beyond that, he would address them in due course. In Li Dao's mind, it felt as though centuries had passed, though in reality, only a fleeting moment had elapsed. Before him, Lu Fuzhong clashed with the leader of the northern barbarians, each wielding their weapons in a direct confrontation, a fierce battle of kings. Furious wind blade technique. The northern barbarian leader bellowed, his long knife slicing through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, aimed directly at Lu Fuzhong's face, accompanied by a gusting wind. In response to this spectacle, Lu Fuzhong was not slow to react. His own long knife danced with equal fervor, as the two engaged in a flurry of strikes that ignited countless sparks in the air. Their confrontation resembled a tempest, causing those around them to hesitate, deterred from drawing near. With a physique 5 times that of an ordinary person, Li Dao felt a subtle, tingling sensation on his skin as he stood too close. Is it true energy? Li Dao pondered while observing the surge of energy erupting between the two individuals. He soon regained his focus. This was not the time for hesitation. He needed to grow stronger swiftly. Master, Li Dao, physique, 471, available attributes, 213. Gazing at the available attributes on the panel, Li Dao decisively allocated all points to his physique. Master, Li Dao, physique, 684, available attributes, 0. In the next moment, a familiar warmth surged within him. Due to the excessive points allocated at once, a crimson hue spread across his skin, a manifestation of the turbulent energy coursing through his veins. Simultaneously, a terrifying sense of power emanated from deep within Li Dao. This sudden overflow of strength ignited an impulse within him to unleash it fully. At that moment, a northern barbarian cavalryman noticed Li Dao's unusual state, believing he had found an opportunity, and charged forward with a blade aimed at him. However, a flash of light from blade reached him even faster. With a swift slicing sound, the cavalryman's armor shattered, and a crimson ripple spread into the air. Enemy killed, 1. Attributes gained, 0. 24. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Li Dao swiftly mounted his horse, gripping his sword tightly, and plunged back into the melee. With the northern barbarian leader no longer obstructing him, chaos ensued among the enemy cavalry. Following his recent enhancement, no one on the battlefield, apart from Lu Fuzhong and the northern barbarian leader, could stand against him. They were all mere fodder in his path. Consequently, his rate of attribute acquisition accelerated exponentially. Slaying 1 enemy, gaining attributes, 0. 21. Slaying 1 enemy, gaining attributes, 0. 18. Slaying 1 enemy, gaining attributes, 0. 23. Slaying 1 enemy. The formidable display of Li Dao captivated numerous soldiers of the Great Qian. They began to rally spontaneously behind him, charging into battle. In a brief moment, the North Barbarian cavalry, who had previously held a slight advantage with their cavalry, were swiftly dispersed and fell victim to the encirclement and slaughter by the soldiers of Great Qian. The commotion soon captured the attention of the North barbarian leader and Captain Liu. Captain Liu, catching sight of the unfolding scene, could hardly contain his excitement. In stark contrast, the North barbarian leader's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom how the battlefield had devolved to such a state despite his commendable efforts. Captain Liu deflected a strike and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The situation is settled. You barbarian, why do you not surrender promptly?" "Surrender?" The North barbarian leader retorted through gritted teeth. "Our North barbarian cavalry will never yield." With a thunderous shout, the leader's momentum surged dramatically. This sudden shift startled Captain Liu, who could not help but scold. "You dishonorable scoundrel, resorting to underhanded tactics at a whim." Upon hearing this, the North barbarian leader paused, momentarily taken aback. However, sensing the transformation within himself, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "The bear god blesses me. I have broken through to the 5th tier of the acquired stage." His gaze turned icy as he looked at Captain Liu, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Let us see how you withstand my might this time." Once more, the North barbarian leader engaged in a fierce struggle with Captain Liu. This time, having achieved his breakthrough, his strikes were not only heavier but also swifter than before. With a sudden crack, Lu Fuzhong's long sword abruptly snapped in two, and his complexion instantly changed. The leader of the northern barbarians laughed heartily, swinging his sword down with the intent to cleave Lu Fuzhong in half. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fuzhong's pupils constricted, revealing an expression of impending doom. Just then, a long sword was thrust between the two, intercepting the lethal blow, and Lu Fuzhong was pulled out of the leader's range of attack. "Who?" The northern barbarian leader bellowed furiously upon realizing that his plans had once again been thwarted. However, when he discerned the identity of the interloper, his anger intensified. For the rescuer was none other than the very individual who had disrupted his intentions. Li Dao, looking at Lu Fuzhong whom he had saved, chuckled lightly. "Lu Fuzhong, you saved me once. I saved you once. We are even now." Lu Fuzhong, regaining his composure, laughed heartily. "Not quite even. You still had the strength to evade earlier. I was merely waiting for death, so I owe you one." With that, he cast a glance at the northern barbarian leader, who appeared ravenous for blood. "However, if you wish for repayment, we must first deal with this fellow." "Leave it to me," Li Dao replied decisively. "Leave it to you?" Lu Fuzhong was taken aback. He had intended for them to confront the enemy together, never anticipating that this Jiwu 527 would choose to face the foe alone. Li Dao nodded, assuring him, "Just leave it to me. I have no desire to let you claim all the glory." In truth, the accolades were of little concern to him. He was primarily worried about having the kill snatched away. Lu Fuzhong could only stare in disbelief. He had seen many fight for glory, but never had he encountered someone so fervently seeking it, as if they valued merit over life itself. Upon witnessing Li Dao's decision, Lu Fuzhong could utter little more than a cautionary remark, advising him to take care. Meanwhile, the leader of the northern barbarians was acutely aware that he had a new opponent to contend with, yet he felt no trepidation. In his estimation, this dandy was even weaker than the previous adversary, having previously vanquished opponents who had not yet broken through to the 5th rank of the postnatal stage. He was confident that this time would be no different, if not easier. With a fierce battle cry, the northern barbarian leader charged at Li Dao, weapon drawn. Li Dao, gripping his long saber with resolve, met the charge head-on. With a swift clash, the two blades collided, and in that fleeting moment, both warriors were momentarily taken aback, acutely aware of the enhanced strength each possessed compared to before. Yet, the distraction was but a brief lapse. They soon resumed their fierce close-quarters combat. Not far away, Lu Fuzhong observed Li Dao's ferocity, momentarily stunned. How could this man, designated as 9527, exhibit such escalating prowess? After a period of intense skirmishing, both Li Dao and the northern barbarian leader exchanged blows. Suddenly, after a forceful collision, they instinctively separated. The northern barbarian leader, one hand gripping his blade and the other holding his steed, sneered, "If this is all you can muster, your demise is imminent." Li Dao replied with a calm smile. "Then let us see." With that, the northern barbarian leader charged once more. As he closed the distance to Li Dao, his movements underwent a sudden transformation. Whirlwind de blade technique. In this instance, the leader's blade carved through the air, leaving a multitude of afterimages. Its speed and weight exponentially increased. A triumphant grin spread across the northern barbarian leader's face. He had long prepared this maneuver to catch his foe off guard. Li Dao observed that the leader of the northern barbarians had altered his stance, yet he awaited this very moment. With a surge of determination, he directed all previously harvested attribute points into his physique. In an instant, an explosive force enveloped him. Harnessing this newfound power, Li Dao executed a strike with astonishing swiftness, so rapid that it appeared in the blink of an eye. The clash of weapons resounded with a resounding clang. As Li Dao and the northern barbarian leader's figures intertwined, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Suddenly, a gash opened on Li Dao's right arm, blood oozing forth from the wound. With a crack, the blade shattered, not Li Dao's, but that of the northern barbarian leader. At that moment, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, I have lost." The next moment, his armor split from neck to waist, gushing torrents of blood from the fissures. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Li Dao's mind. Chapitre 9, temps fort de physique. Martial prowess unleashed, kill one enemy, gain attribute, 069. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Li Dao was taken aback. Calculating the drop rate of attributes at 1/10 for each enemy slain, the northern barbarian leader's overall attributes must have been at least 7 times that of an ordinary person. However, Li Dao had previously noted that the leader's physical strength was not particularly high, perhaps only 2 or 3 times that of a regular individual. The substantial attributes he possessed were likely due to his status as a practitioner, endowed with qualities beyond those of an ordinary person, such as true energy. With a flicker of thought, Li Dao assimilated the attributes that had fallen from the northern barbarian leader into his own being. In the next moment, a familiar surge of heat enveloped him. However, unlike before, the sensation was not as intense, possibly due to his physique having acclimated to such an enhancement. The panel displayed, Master, Li Dao, Physique, 938, Available Attributes, 0. Upon seeing this, Li Dao revealed a faint smile. With a physique nearly tenfold that of an ordinary person, he was close to achieving his initial goal. Yet, it was time to elevate his aspirations. After all, if everyone were merely ordinary, a physique 10 times greater would suffice for him to wield tremendous power in this age of cold weapons. However, when it comes to practitioners, that would hardly suffice. Without a physique in the several hundreds, he would find it difficult to feel secure. Meanwhile, after the northern barbarian leader was slain by Li Dao, the observing Lu Fuzhong was momentarily taken aback. He had expected that 9,527 would manage to contest with the northern barbarian leader for a good number of rounds. But he never anticipated that 9,527 could actually defeat him. Following his astonishment came exhilaration. Upon witnessing the northern barbarian leader's lifeless body on the ground, he immediately called out to those around him, urging, "Your leader is dead. Why do you not surrender swiftly?" The leader is dead? Upon hearing this, the remaining northern barbarian cavalry turned their gazes towards him. The armor worn by the northern barbarian leader was distinct from that of the ordinary cavalry, and it quickly drew attention. As they beheld the fallen leader, the morale of the northern barbarian cavalry plummeted, their combat effectiveness waning rapidly, unable even to maintain their formation. The death of their leader signified that their chances of victory were almost non-existent. At last, a northern barbarian cavalryman, unable to withstand the terror of death, discarded his weapon and dismounted to surrender. With the first surrender came the second and the third. Soon, the remaining northern barbarian cavalrymen also dismounted, capitulating one after another. Witnessing this, Li Dao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have prioritized dealing with the northern barbarian cavalrymen before confronting their leader. However, reflecting on it, he realized that had he refrained from intervening, Commander Lu would undoubtedly have perished at the hands of the northern barbarian chieftain, resulting in an exceedingly grim spectacle. It was likely that the soldiers of the Great Qian Dynasty would then follow suit, surrendering in a similar manner to the northern barbarian cavalrymen upon witnessing the death of their commander. Ultimately, it hardly mattered. In the grand scheme, the spoils of this encounter were already quite commendable. When he had set out, his physical prowess scarcely reached 5 points, yet now it had nearly doubled, approaching 10 points. Suddenly, Li Dao's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight. The fractured armor of the deceased northern barbarian leader seemed to conceal something. Intrigued, he approached and crouched down to inspect it, discovering a blood-stained yellow cloth lodged within the crevice of the armor. Retrieving the cloth, he found it wrapped around an object. Upon unfolding it, 2 books came into view. One was entitled the Yellow Sun Technique, while the other was named the Gale Blade Technique. Li Dao paused in astonishment. He had stumbled upon a cultivation technique and a swordsmanship manual, evidently the very practices of the northern barbarian chieftain. 9527. Fortune smiles upon you. A voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Commander Lu. Upon reflection, as the northern barbarian cavalry surrendered, the remaining soldiers of the Great Qian had commenced binding the captives and clearing the battlefield, just as they had previously. Is this something that needs to be submitted? Li Dao inquired, gesturing towards the items in his possession. He had no intention of concealing the 2 books he had discovered, nor could he, for once the condemned returned. They would be stripped of their garments for cleansing, donning only thin prison attire, leaving no place to hide anything. Unless that particular method, which Li Dao was resolutely unwilling to accept. Casting a glance, Lu the captain replied candidly, logically, all spoils acquired on the battlefield must be surrendered. However, he then turned away, clearing his throat softly and murmuring, yet sometimes exceptions do arise. Keep this to yourself. I shall pretend I have not seen it. With that, he turned and departed. Observing Lu's retreating figure, Li Dao chuckled softly and shook his head. It appeared that his conduct during these 2 encounters had garnered him a measure of trust from his captain. Truth be told, Li Dao held a certain admiration for the captain, especially since he had proactively intervened to assist him, placing the 2 books within his cloak. He intended to take them home that evening to practice. Despite the old Taoist-esque assertion during his youth that he was inherently incapable of cultivation, one could not dismiss the possibility that the old man's eyes had grown dim with age. After all, there were many charlatans in this world. Half an hour later, the battlefield had finally been cleared. All personnel had gathered together. Lu the captain turned to the soldier beside him and asked, "How is the count progressing?" The soldier nodded, confirming the tally was complete. "Read it out to me," Lu commanded. The soldier nodded and retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom, reciting, "In this battle, the death row camp dispatched 55 individuals, of whom 54 perished, leaving only 1 survivor." At this juncture, all the remaining soldiers of the Great Qian Dynasty cast their gazes towards Li Dao, who was leaning against a tree in the distance. For some of these Great Qian soldiers, it was their first encounter with Li Dao, while others had seen him once before. Regardless of the number of encounters, Li Dao had left an indelible impression on them. Upon hearing that he was the sole survivor, Li Dao's expression remained largely unchanged, or perhaps he had anticipated this outcome all along. After all, even he had nearly succumbed to the blade of the northern barbarian leader, let alone a group of ordinary death row inmates. The soldier's report continued, and, as the final tally was announced, it became evident that this ambush against the northern barbarian cavalry could only be described as a Pyrrhic victory. The northern barbarian leader was slain, and over 80% of the cavalry, numbering more than 100, had perished, leaving merely 20 or so northern barbarian riders. On the side of the Great Qian soldiers, including those from the death row camp, nearly 200 had been mobilized, yet only a little over 50 remained. What else could it be called if not a tragic victory? Upon hearing this, Captain Lu let out a deep sigh. Although he was aware of the significant casualties on his side, the news still weighed heavily on his heart, especially as he witnessed his soldiers fading one by one under his command. Yet, this was the reality of war. This was merely a minor skirmish between the Great Qian Dynasty and the Northern Barbarian Dynasty at the border. If they were to face a large-scale battlefield, It was likely that their contribution would be negligible, merely a ripple in the vast expanse. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Captain Liu gestured for them to finish their arrangements, and they set off to return. Not long after, Li Dao rejoined the procession led by Captain Liu, returning once more to Chengdu town. Unlike his previous visit, this time he was escorted specifically by Captain Liu to the death row, solely to prevent the discovery of the two books he held closely. I shall leave you here. You saved my life. Should you require anything, feel free to have the guards notify me. I will assist you as long as it does not pose a burden. Captain Liu whispered in his ear before ushering him inside. Li Dao nodded and stepped back into the familiar confines of the death cell. As before, upon his return, his former cellmates displayed expressions of astonishment, surprised that he had managed to return for a second time. He found a corner once again, settling down as he had in days past. Before long, the familiar aroma filled the air of the death cell once more. The cell door creaked open, and a guard entered, carrying a platter of roasted chicken and a bottle of wine. 9527. This is from Captain Liu for you. Perhaps due to Captain Liu's specific instructions, the guard treated Li Dao, the condemned prisoner, with greater courtesy. Thank you, Li Dao replied. No need for thanks. It is merely a task for Captain Liu. Then take care. Enjoy your meal, and call me if you need anything. I appreciate your kindness. After bidding the guard farewell, Li Dao settled back in his corner, savoring the roasted chicken and wine. This time, no unruly souls dared to disturb him. Clearly, his interaction with the guard had instilled a sense of respect among the other inmates, and no one dared to offend him lightly, allowing him a moment of tranquility. After partaking of his meal and feeling pleasantly tipsy from the wine, Li Dao closed his eyes in contentment. As dusk gradually descended, a profound silence enveloped the confines of the prison cell. Li Dao opened his eyes, and upon noticing that the other inmates were sound asleep, he retrieved two books previously confiscated from the leader of the northern barbarians. He first opened the tome titled The Yellow Sun Technique. To his astonishment, it contained methods of cultivation, instructing how to refine one's true energy. With an intellect far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, Li Dao swiftly committed the entire text to memory. Afterward, he returned the Yellow Sun Technique to his bosom, settled into a cross-legged position, and endeavored to practice. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and uttered two words softly, utter rubbish. Despite the passage of time, he had not managed to cultivate even a single strand of energy. According to the teachings of the Yellow Sun Technique, he needed to immerse his spirit and perceive the hidden meridians within his body. Yet, after half an hour of concentration, he had sensed nothing at all. It seemed the old Taoist had spoken true. A naturally severed meridian was indeed a naturally severed meridian. There was simply no trace of any. Otherwise, with Li Dao's formidable mental prowess, he surely would have detected the so-called meridians with ease. Furthermore, given that his physical constitution was 10 times that of an ordinary person, if he possessed even the slightest trace of those meridians, they would have manifested under such enhancement. However, the absence of any such manifestation only confirmed a mathematical principle. If something is zero, no matter how many times it is multiplied, it will remain zero and will never transform into anything else. He lacked meridians. Thus, even if his physique were enhanced to 1 billion times that of an ordinary individual, he would still be unable to cultivate. Oh well, he had merely intended to experiment. The inability to cultivate left him with a flicker of disappointment in his heart. Ultimately, his system's primary capability lies in the development of his own physique. Even if he possesses the ability to cultivate, it is improbable that he would forsake the shortcut provided by the system in favor of arduous and monotonous seclusion for training. What significance does exceptional cultivation hold if his physique is insufficient? If 10 points of physique are inadequate, then let it be 100. If 100 is still lacking, then 1,000. Should 1,000 points prove insufficient, then 110,000, or even 100,000, or 1,000,000. He firmly believes that when he can shatter cities and annihilate nations with a single punch, there will be no one left to discuss the merits of cultivation with him. If the cultivation techniques fail him, Li Dao swiftly draws forth the Gale Blade technique. Uncertain of its efficacy in the absence of true energy, he contemplates its potential. Chapter 10. Extraordinary Comprehension. The Commander's Invitation. Li Dao opens the Gale Blade technique, discovering that its contents differ from those of cultivation methods, being a combination of imagery and text. As before, he relies on his memory to rapidly imprint the entire text into his mind. Once he has committed it to memory, he returns the manual to his bosom. Lacking a blade to practice with, Li Dao can only simulate the Gale Blade technique within his imagination. Perhaps due to the comprehensive enhancement of his physique, he has attained a mental acuity tenfold that of an ordinary individual. Even merely rehearsing in his mind, he can vividly replicate the moves outlined in the Gale Blade technique. After half an hour, Li Dao opens his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. He gazes at his hands, feeling an inexplicable sensation. It is as though, with a blade in hand, he could flawlessly execute the Gale Blade technique. Furthermore, recalling his previous encounter with the northern barbarian leader, he senses an uncanny ability to effortlessly discern the intricacies of his opponent's swordplay. If the leader of the northern barbarians were to appear before him once more, he felt confident that he could suppress their wind blade technique with his own, even without relying on sheer physical strength, thus leading to his victory. Could this be considered a newfound skill acquired through his formidable physique? Li Dao initially believed that the enhancement of his physical prowess necessitated a path of brute force, overcoming all techniques. However, he had not anticipated that the reinforcement of his body would elevate his mental acuity to such a degree that he could swiftly master a sword technique. Although the wind blade technique is relatively simple, the ability to grasp it perfectly after just a fleeting glance and a brief mental rehearsal is indeed extraordinary. He pondered whether the combination of brute strength, overcoming myriad techniques, and mastering a singular skill could yield fruitful results. It should, in fact, be promising. With a body that transcends the ordinary, paired with unparalleled lethal techniques, who could possibly stand in his way? As long as his physicality could dominate his opponent, it would merely be a matter of time before he could slay them. Contemplating this, he no longer regarded his inability to cultivate as a significant concern. Furthermore, if one were to consider the matter deeply, his infinitely enhanced physique could also be classified as a form of cultivation, albeit one that diverged from the traditional path of refining vital energy. This unique approach to cultivation might be aptly termed horizontal training. As time gradually flowed by, perhaps due to the heavy casualties suffered by Lu Fuchong's subordinates during the last mission, a week passed without Li Dao receiving any new death row assignments. Within the confines of his cell, he could only idly doze off or delve into the study of the wind blade technique, exploring whether he could, with a mind tenfold that of the average person, modify this technique to better suit his own style. Remarkably, after 7 days of diligent research, Li Dao indeed made some intriguing discoveries. Through incessant mental rehearsals and deconstructions, he truly succeeded in streamlining the Gale Blade technique. He eliminated several maneuvers that required the intricate flow of true energy, substituting them with techniques more suited to his physical form. In summary, the reformed Gale Blade technique is now far more appropriate for him to reap the lives of his adversaries on the battlefield. Another day passed. Li Dao was resting with his eyes closed in a corner of his cell when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. He immediately opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Before long, the face of Chief Lu appeared at the cell's entrance. 9527. Step out for a moment. The jailer unlocked the cell door and called to Li Dao inside. Li Dao stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and exited the cell. Another mission? He inquired directly, gazing at Chief Lu. Lu shook his head, indicating that there was no task at hand. Instead, he sought Li Dao for a different matter. What is it? Li Dao asked with a curious expression, as he believed that, given the value he had demonstrated, his purpose lay solely in taking lives. At Lu's gesture, the jailer unlocked the handcuffs and shackles binding Li Dao. Follow me, and you will understand, Lu instructed before striding deeper into the prison. Li Dao rubbed his wrists and slowly followed Lu's retreating figure. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, with many cells devoid of any inmates. Is there no one here? Li Dao queried. Lu glanced at the empty cells and calmly replied, recently, there have been numerous border skirmishes, leading to a rapid depletion of death row inmates. From the tone, It is evident that the death row inmates here are regarded not as humans, but merely as expendable commodities. After speaking, Lu Fuzhong discreetly observed Li Dao's expression, noting his lack of reaction. He then reassured him, "Do not worry. You are different from them. Your value is greater, hence you will not be treated as expendable." Li Dao nodded, indifferent to the term expendable. To him, it seemed perfectly reasonable for those who deserve to die to be viewed as such. After all, they were already meant to be dead. If one were to be more ruthless, some might even find it difficult to be dead at all. As the two continued deeper, a door soon appeared before them. Li Dao turned to ask, "Lu Fuzhong, where is this?" Lu Fuzhong explained, "This is the place I wanted to bring you to. Once you enter, you will understand the purpose of my visit. But rest assured, it is certainly not a bad thing. In fact, it could be quite beneficial. The specifics, however, will depend on your own discernment." After leaving this enigmatic statement, Lu Fuzhong opened the door and gestured for him to enter. "Good thing?" Li Dao shook his head. Having come this far, he resolved to take it one step at a time. Upon stepping through the door, a dimly lit corridor unfolded before him. At the end of the passage, a flicker of light beckoned. With a perception heightened tenfold, he sensed the presence of several living beings near the light. Li Dao walked slowly toward the glow, and as he drew near, a shift occurred in his gaze. As he discerned the breaths of those within the room, he realized they differed markedly from those of ordinary individuals, resembling more closely the breath of Lu Fuzhong and the leader of the northern barbarians from before. It was not difficult to surmise that they all belonged to the same ilk, namely, practitioners of cultivation. At long last, Li Dao reached the end of the passage, where a chamber unveiled itself before him. Simultaneously, he beheld the inhabitants of the room, 5 individuals in total, 4 of whom exhibited distinct characteristics. The one closest to Li Dao towered at an astonishing height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters, possessing a physique that was extraordinarily robust, akin to that of a diminutive giant. Merely standing there, motionless, he exuded an aura of formidable oppression. Most notably, the presence emanating from him imparted to Li Dao a sense reminiscent of a wild beast, perhaps due to the audacity reflected in Li Dao's gaze. The giant abruptly turned his head, their eyes locking in a moment of intense confrontation. In that instant, Li Dao felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fierce tiger. Seemingly oblivious to any disquiet, the giant eventually resumed his previous stance, leaning against the wall in a state of reverie. Next, Li Dao's attention shifted to a petite figure beside the giant. The term petite was not merely in reference to the comparison with the giant, but rather a description of the individual's inherent small stature. Standing at less than 1 meter and 20 centimeters, she was thin and disheveled, her hair unkempt. Yet, from this diminutive figure, Li Dao sensed an even more primal essence than that of the giant. It was not merely wildness, it was madness. Likewise, the small individual, sensing Li Dao's gaze, immediately turned to face him. With a hiss, she revealed the lower half of her face, directing a menacing expression towards him. Upon opening her mouth, rows of serrated teeth were unveiled within. In their eyes, there was a madness interspersed with clarity akin to that of a lunatic. Compared to the previous 2 figures, the next 2 appeared somewhat more ordinary. One was a lecherous middle-aged man, while the other was an old man muttering incoherently. The only individual who seemed normal among them was a middle-aged man standing in the center, adorned in armor reminiscent of the Qian military attire worn by Lu Fuzhong. Though of a higher rank, this man exuded an aura that marked him as the most formidable among the group. "You have finally arrived. We were merely awaiting your presence," the middle-aged man said, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Li Dao. "And you are?" Li Dao inquired, raising an eyebrow. The middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Wei Yun, the Grand Commander of the Weiwu camp." Taken aback, Li Dao contemplated the implication of this title. The Weiwu camp, if his memory served him correctly, was stationed in Changgu town, and the Grand Commander was the highest authority there, effectively Lu Fuzhong's superior. Pondering this, Li Dao surveyed the 4 other individuals present, wondering what business the commander had with an inconspicuous death row inmate like himself. Inconspicuous? Wei Yun chuckled softly, saying, "In just 2 brief missions as a death row inmate, You have managed to slay nearly 50 adversaries, including a commander of a northern barbarians' cavalry. I hardly consider that inconspicuous. Casting a glance at the other four, Li Dao found a spot to sit down, then said, "If there is something to discuss, please proceed." Wei Yun smiled lightly and remarked, "Now that everyone is here, I shall be forthright. The purpose of gathering you all today is to seek your assistance in uniting to resolve certain matters concerning the Weiwu camp." Upon hearing this, Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Before he could utter a word, someone unexpectedly interjected from aside. A middle-aged man, stout in stature, boldly proclaimed, "What nonsense is this? You want me, Shun San, to assist your court? I believe you are dreaming. Let me make this clear. Even if I perish here today, I, Shun San, shall never aid your court in any matter." Having said this, the middle-aged man named Shun San turned and strode towards the passage, seemingly intent on leaving. Despite Shun San's brazen demeanor, Wei Yun maintained a tranquil expression, even adorned with a faint smile. As he observed Shun San retreating further away, Wei Yun muttered to himself, "Very well then. I had initially considered enlisting your assistance for certain tasks, after which I would restore your household registration and grant you freedom." In the next moment, a gust of wind suddenly materialized. The onlookers soon realized that Shun San had, in the blink of an eye, reappeared before Wei Yun. "Is what you said true? You can grant me my household registration and return my freedom?" Shun San exclaimed, gripping Wei Yun's armor with palpable excitement. "Did you not claim you would refuse to assist the court? What does it mean to help the court? I'm merely acting out of goodwill. You also stated you would never alter your stance, did you not? The issue is I'm not dead yet." In response, Wei Yun smiled gently and said, "What I said is indeed true. So do you agree?" "Absolutely, I agree." Shun San nodded resolutely, illustrating to those present the essence of the true fragrance theory. "However, your consent alone holds little weight." Wei Yun glanced at Li Dao and the others, and continued, "You must also secure their agreement, as the task at hand may bear some peril. It necessitates the collaboration of all 5 of you." Upon hearing this, Shun San turned to look at Li Dao and his companions, clapping his hands and proclaiming loudly, "What are you four waiting for? This is freedom." Ahem. The only elder present cleared his throat, his voice gravelly as he remarked, "I will consent, but only if you, Fatty, serve as my apprentice in medicine for once." Shun San immediately leaped up, his expression one of indignation. "Why must I be your apprentice?" The term apprentice refers to one who is subjected to experimental treatments, typically employed by those skilled in medical arts. The elder retorted without hesitation, "Then I shall not agree. You may simply await your fate here in this death camp." You, Shun San, faced with the elder's obstinacy, was left with little choice but to relent, saying, "Your medicines won't be lethal, will they?" The elder chuckled coldly, exuding confidence. "In my entire medical career, I have never administered a potion that proved fatal." Observing the elder's unwavering assurance, Shun San displayed a look of cautious skepticism. At that moment, Wei Yun interjected, "Shun San, you can trust him. He has indeed never caused a death through his remedies." "Really?" "Indeed." "Very well, I shall trust you this once. But it is agreed that I will only partake in one trial." Upon hearing Fatty's acquiescence, Li Dao cast a glance at Wei Yun, feeling an unsettling suspicion towards the ever-smiling Wei Yun. Just then, Shun San approached him once more. "I must say, this somewhat handsome fellow, you would surely concur, given your youthful disposition. It would indeed be a great pity to perish in this death camp. Perhaps he has suffered losses at the hands of the elder, for here." Shun San has displayed an extraordinary degree of courtesy towards Li Dao. Li Dao cast a glance at Shun San before shifting his gaze to Wei Yun, stating, "I shall agree, but you must answer a few questions." Wei Yun responded with a faint smile, "Very well. The first inquiry, how many tasks do we need to accomplish for you?" Wei Yun raised an eyebrow and replied 10. Instantly, Li Dao's expression darkened. That was out of the question. If it were indeed 10, he would rather focus on accumulating military merit. It was evident that organizing 5 individuals for a singular mission would pose considerable challenges. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun shook his head in disappointment. "Then how many do you propose?" At this juncture, Shun San was taken aback. Was it truly negotiable? Had his earlier demeanor been in vain? In response to Wei Yun's query, Li Dao held up 3 fingers. 3 tasks. Sun San was left dumbfounded. Such negotiations were unheard of, far more severe than a swift execution. Just as he feared that Wei Yun might take offense and wish to intervene. Very well, 3 tasks it shall be. Wei Yun deliberated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Sun San nearly stumbled in shock. It appeared that 3 tasks could suffice. A proposition he would not even consider negotiating. Seeing Wei Yun's acquiescence, Li Dao proceeded to pose his second question. Will there be any missions that are certain to be fatal? Upon utterance of these words, both Sun San and the elderly man nearby were left in stunned silence. All eyes turned towards Wei Yun. Why do you ask that? Wei Yun inquired with raised brows, intrigued. Li Dao calmly recited a famous saying from a previous life. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the flying birds are gone, the fine bough is hidden. This has been a truth since ancient times. Wei Yun slowly articulated the phrase, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him, sensing the chill of departed companionship. Ultimately, he altered his previous demeanor and spoke solemnly. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Although the tasks I ask you to undertake are perilous, I would never intentionally harm you. Brother, your words are truly remarkable. It's a pity to see you here as a death row inmate. You should be striving for the top scholar title. With a bit of luck, you might even become a prince consort and sleep with a princess. Sun San remarked admiringly from aside. Unbeknownst to him, the very person he praised, despite not becoming a prince consort, had already shared the bed of a princess, the one of the highest status in the Great Qian Dynasty. Noticing the peculiar reactions of Wei Yun and Sun San, Li Dao recalled that this world was different from his previous one, and thus the course of history varied as well. Some elements that existed in his former life were absent here. If not for the affair with the princess and the absence of a system, he could have thrived in this world merely by relying on his ancient poetry skills. Alas, this life had yet to grant him the opportunity to become a literary ghostwriter. Instead, he first had to experience the thrill of a death row life. Is there any other question? Wei Yun inquired, regaining his composure. No, Li Dao shook his head, having already learned the most pressing question that lingered in his mind. Upon receiving Li Dao's consent, Sun San exhaled a sigh of relief, and then directed his gaze towards the remaining 2 individuals, a diminutive giant and a small madman. Taking a deep breath, Sun San resolved to first confront the seemingly more manageable small madman. Observing this, Wei Yun could not help but interject, Sun San, I advise you to exercise caution. Fear not. Merely a small fellow. He is easily dealt with, Sun San replied confidently. A mere incense stick's length later, the onlookers witnessed 2 figures darting swiftly about the room, their movements remarkably rapid. Sun San was fleeing, while the small madman pursued him, all the while emitting frenzied howls of desperation. Help me, brother, Sun San cried out, his attire tattered, with bite marks marring his backside and arms as he ran. The elderly man stood helplessly by, cognizant that at his age, intervening would likely lead to his own demise. Wei Yun also remarked that allowing Sun San to handle the situation alone was unreliable. Ultimately, Sun San's gaze fell upon Li Dao, who, at that moment, seemed to be his only possible ally. Brother, please save me, he pleaded. With that, he attempted to divert the madman's attention, sprinting towards Li Dao. However, Li Dao discerned the good intentions of the plump man immediately. As Sun San lunged towards him, Li Dao showed no hesitation, delivering a swift kick that sent Sun San sprawling to the side. In the wake of Sun San's flight, the small madman seized the opportunity to leap at Li Dao. With remarkable agility, Li Dao reached out and grasped the madman's neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The madman flailed helplessly, his short limbs unable to reach Li Dao as he howled in protest. Brother, you are being far too forceful. Sun San, rising from the ground, could not restrain his feelings of resentment upon witnessing the madman's subjugation. Li Dao merely cast a disdainful glance before turning his attention to the little madman in his hands. In his view, regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to subdue this little creature. Otherwise, their future collaborations would likely prove to be quite troublesome. Observing the little madman continue to flail about, attempting to bite, Li Dao revealed a faint smile and remarked to himself, "Let us give you a taste of the whirlwind." With that, he lifted the little madman and began to spin. 1 circle, 2 circles, 10 circles. As Li Dao increased his speed, the little madman initially twisted a few times, but once the rotations reached a certain threshold, he could no longer endure it. His previously frenzied gaze transformed into one of terror and confusion, culminating in sheer panic and bewilderment. Chapter 11. Shun San. You truly are inhuman. This spectacle left Shun San and his companions utterly astounded. They never anticipated that Li Dao would resort to such methods to deal with the little madman. Finally, sensing it was time, Li Dao came to a halt and released the little madman. With a thud, the little madman plopped onto the ground, his eyes blankly staring ahead, unable to regain his senses for a long while. In that moment, it seemed as if he had glimpsed his great-grandmother beckoning to him. After approximately 5 minutes, a spark of awareness gradually returned to the little madman's eyes, the madness slowly re-emerging. However, upon catching sight of Li Dao beside him, that spark of madness vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer panic. A cacophony of frantic cries erupted, and the little madman scrambled into a corner, peering cautiously at Li Dao from a distance, as if fearful of being seized for another round of the wild ride. Not far off, Shun San couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly know how to handle this." He then turned to Wei Yun and remarked, "This little madman has clearly been subdued by our friend. That should count as a victory, right?" Wei Yun, returning to his senses, nodded in agreement, marveling at Li Dao's method of dealing with the madman, feeling a sense of admiration welling up within him. Now, only the towering figure remained. As for the giant, Shun San cast a glance at the small colossus nearby, feeling a twinge of apprehension. If he couldn't manage the little madman, how could he confront someone who appeared so formidable? Although he wasn't without heft himself, the comparison between blubber and muscle was disheartening. In terms of quality, he simply fell short. Unable to restrain himself, he turned his gaze back to Li Dao, suggesting, "Brother, perhaps you should take the lead with him?" Li Dao shot a scornful look at the cowardly, hefty man. Yet, given the circumstances, without Wei Yun intervening, it seemed that only he could attempt to persuade the small giant. Suddenly, the previously dazed giant stirred. He turned to Li Dao, pointing to himself and muttering, "If you can overpower me, I will heed your commands." Upon hearing this, before Li Dao could respond, Shun San interjected in a hurry, "Hey, big guy, have you taken a good look at your own weight? Comparing your strength to this brother's is futile. Why not challenge that little fellow over there to see who is more agile?" He gestured towards the little madman cowering in the corner. The little madman caught sight of the bothersome fat man in the distance, baring his teeth and letting out a growl. However, upon noticing the person who had just spun him around nearby, he instinctively shrank back, suppressing his urge to retaliate. The towering giant paid no heed to Shun San, his gaze fixed on Li Dao. "Very well, I agree," Li Dao finally acquiesced. Although the giant exuded an aura of sheer strength, Li Dao was not to be underestimated either. His physique was nearly tenfold that of an ordinary man, a sight not merely for show. Simultaneously, he was eager to test the immense strength of the behemoth before him. "Foolishness," Shun San exclaimed, believing that Li Dao's contest of strength against this giant was tantamount to handing over his life. Wei Yun, however, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. "So, how shall we compete?" Li Dao inquired directly of the giant. "By this," the giant replied, extending a hand and placing it firmly on the solitary stone table in the room. Li Dao glanced at it and nodded, "All right." The two approached the stone table, placing their hands atop it simultaneously. Although Li Dao's hand was not small, it appeared somewhat delicate beside the giant's massive paw. Anyone with eyes could discern the disparity. "Brother, give it your all," Shun San encouraged, fully aware of the slim odds of victory, yet choosing to bolster Li Dao's spirits rather than undermine them. "I shall act as the referee," Wei Yun declared, stepping forward to grasp both their hands. "Begin." At the sound of the command, Li Dao and the giant exerted their strength in unison. In the next moment, Li Dao felt an overwhelming force surge from his wrist. In a mere instant, his hand was pressed to the opposite side. He took a deep breath, his muscles swelling suddenly, veins rising to the surface, his hands suspended in midair. The little giant exerted all his strength, yet could not overpower him, and Li Dao, too, found himself momentarily unable to counteract. The extraordinary physique, tenfold that of an average person, was no match for the little giant, revealing a remarkable innate strength. Thus, their hands remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to best the other. Perhaps due to the equilibrium of their forces, the pressure gradually transferred to the stone table beneath them. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the table began to tremble, fissures forming around the elbows of the two combatants. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the stone table shattered, prompting both to instinctively release their grip, leaving a scattering of debris in their wake. How shall we account for this? Sun Sin inquired of Wei Yun, bewildered. Wei Yun found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the little giant spoke up, casting a glance at Li Dao and murmuring, "You are formidable. I concede." With that, he turned and retreated to lean against the wall, lost in thought. Hearing this, Sun San's spirits lifted, and he remarked to Wei Yun, "Surely, this means all five of us are in agreement now." Li Dao shook his head, stepping aside without uttering a word. Wei Yun smiled gently at Sun San and said, "Did I not mention from the outset that our purpose today was to invite you all to assist us at the Weiwu camp? Why would I oppose?" "Wait." Sun San furrowed his brow. "If it is indeed your invitation, should it not be your task to persuade all five of us?" "Indeed. Then why has it come to us convincing ourselves?" "Who knows?" Sun San suddenly turned to look at Li Dao, his expression one of nonchalance, and asked, "Brother, did you guess it long ago?" In truth, from the moment Sun San returned, Li Dao had already surmised the situation. The play being enacted was merely that of a scheming leader toying with a lewd, middle-aged man. Sun San scratched his head, lamenting, "Then why didn't you inform us?" Li Dao gestured towards the little madman beside them, saying, "Did you give me a chance to explain properly?" At this, Sun San appeared quite embarrassed, as it seemed he had been the one causing chaos all along. As for Li Dao, he had grown indifferent to such matters. Since they were to collaborate, he felt it necessary to test the abilities of these teammates. With the situation clarified, Sun San, not being foolish, pondered for a moment before grasping the specifics. He turned to Wei Yun and remarked, "You are truly inhumane." After a short while, the five of them sat together. Sun San, the old man, and the little giant were quite calm, quietly taking their seats. It was the little madman who insisted on stirring up some trouble, but ultimately, it was quelled by a mere glance from Li Dao. Witnessing this scene, Wei Yun smiled slightly and said, "As I mentioned at the outset, I, Wei, request the assistance of the five in handling 3 matters concerning the Weiwu camp. There are no fatal tasks involved in these 3 matters, and upon their completion, I shall grant each of you your freedom. Is that agreeable to all?" "No." Sun Sin was about to say there was no problem, but suddenly recalled previous events. Hastily covering his mouth and casting a cautious glance at Li Dao. "I mean, brother, is this fellow's word trustworthy?" Li Dao glanced at Sun San and replied slowly, "No problem." Sighing, Wei Yun looked at Li Dao and couldn't help but exclaim, "If only you weren't so clever. Were it not for the presence of this formidable figure." 9527, the conditions he proposed would surely have been far more complex. Intrigued by this thought, he couldn't resist asking, 9527, "Could you enlighten me on how you discern that my bottom line was 3 matters? I have no idea. If that's the case, why did you say so?" At this, Li Dao shrugged. "Isn't this just normal bargaining? Who knew that when I mentioned 3 matters, you would readily agree?" I, faced with the earnest expression of 9527, Wei Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Ha ha ha, even you can be outsmarted." Sun Sin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once regaining his composure, Wei Yun took a deep breath and looked at Li Dao. "Are you deceiving me?" Li Dao smiled gently. "Please don't take offense, Commander Wei. I was merely jesting." Wei Yun was not angered. Instead, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It seemed Lu Fuzhong had indeed chosen wisely. "You are quite astute, and certainly fit to lead the 4 of them." He then retrieved a slim booklet from his pocket and presented it to Li Dao. "What is this?" "It's a registry. containing individual profiles of the four of them, though yours is not included. Why is there no record of me? Unlike them, your identity has been entirely erased. To the outside world, you are as good as dead. The four of them, due to their peculiar circumstances, have long been registered, and thus their information is retained. At this point, Wei Yun furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "To be honest, with your capabilities, you should have been documented as well. It is unusual for all your household registration to be obliterated. I wonder why not a single piece of information remains." Upon hearing this, Li Dao began to grasp the situation. Ordinary individuals, due to their commonality, have a minuscule chance of emerging from the death row camp, and their registration holds little significance. Therefore, the nullification of their household registration does not impact much, as the ultimate outcome is death followed by the cancellation of their registration. In contrast, individuals like Shun San possess extraordinary skills, marking them as rare. Although it is stated that entering the death row camp results in the erasure of household registration, a portion of their information tends to persist due to their uniqueness. As for him, it was purely incidental. Were it not for the system, he would likely have perished during his first assignment on death row and would naturally not be part of this exceptional quintet. He picked up the registration book and casually flipped to the first page, the contents revealing themselves before him. Name, Shun San. Gender, male. Age, 36. Crimes, theft, extortion, kidnapping. Cultivation level, 6th grade acquired. Details, proficient in lightness skills, concealed weapons, lock-picking, and mechanisms. Shun San, familiar with the surroundings, leaned in for a glance and could not help but exclaim, "Have you made an error? I am a master thief. When did I ever engage in kidnapping?" Wei Yin replied nonchalantly, "During your last theft, did you not kidnap a child?" Shun Sen widened his eyes, astonished that the child would appear. His intent was merely to bind him to prevent any outcry. How could this be deemed kidnapping? Wei Yin looked up with a smile and inquired, "Do you understand why a mere thief like yourself would find his way into this death row camp?" Shun Sen paused, surprised. Could it possibly be because of that child? Indeed, Wei Yin affirmed. That child is the emperor's uncle by marriage. Otherwise, a common pickpocket such as yourself would hardly warrant the attention of the genie Wei. The revelation that the child was the emperor's uncle sent Shun San's mind reeling. Meanwhile, Li Dao chose to ignore their exchange. He comprehended why Wei Yun had entrusted this matter to him. Evidently, as he had stated, he needed to take the lead among these 5 individuals. Casting a glance at the other 4, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the prospect of leading this peculiar group. Chapter 12. The Problematic Quintet. 1 bumbling giant, 1 eccentric old man, a little madcap, and lastly, a complete fool. Was such a combination truly reliable? Li Dao shook his head and opened the registration book in his hands, perusing the details of the remaining 3 individuals. Name, the mad youth. Gender, male. Age, 17. Crimes, assaulting the Imperial Guard, resisting arrest. Cultivation, none. Details, remarkably swift and agile, with a physique as resilient as steel and iron, adorned with sharp claws. Name, the old ghost. Gender, male. Age, 101. Crimes, trafficking in counterfeit medicine, possession of lethal toxins, practicing medicine without a license. Cultivation, postnatal 1st level. Details, proficient in medical arts and toxicology, with knowledge of health preservation. Name, Suhu. Gender, male. Age, 12. Crimes, resisting arrest, homicide. Cultivation, postnatal 9th level. Details, innately endowed with extraordinary strength. In addition to this information, the register contains specific annotations regarding the 3 individuals. According to the annotations, the mad youth was originally an ordinary child who was captured by a sorcerer and transformed into a goo child, resulting in a permanent physical alteration and mental instability due to the grotesque nature of the goo crafting process. His confinement here was a consequence of the sorcerer releasing him to confront the Imperial Guard of Qian, only to be slain by them in the ensuing chaos. Thereafter, he was apprehended without a master to guide him. Upon reading the notes regarding the old ghost, Li Dao was taken aback. The old ghost was initially a common disciple of the Medicine King Valley, whose obsession with complex human ailments grew after a singular act of heroism, leading him into a state of madness. The notes further elucidated his cultivation at the postnatal 1st level, revealing that he practiced a method from the Medicine King Valley that was easy to learn yet difficult to master. The method of cultivation does not endow one with formidable strength. Its primary purpose lies in enhancing physical fitness and prolonging life. Thus, even though he possesses the strength of a postnatal first-grade practitioner, he lacks substantial hard power, resorting only to the use of poison as a means to confront others. Furthermore, the old ghost harbors a detrimental habit of never employing poison to take a life. It is precisely due to his solitary nature and eccentric character that the authorities fear he might one day unleash a catastrophic event through his toxic arts. Additionally, after he inadvertently offended a prominent figure while healing a patient, he found himself captured and brought here. As for Su Hu, Li Dao scrutinized the name column and then glanced at the towering figure of Su Hu beside him. Could this truly be a 12-year-old? What family produces a child of 2.5 meters at that age? Yet, this information was obtained by the Jinyui, and such a gross oversight seemed implausible. Observing his physical attributes, it was evident that he was favored by fate. According to the accompanying notes, Su Hu was born an orphan. His mother perished during childbirth due to his extraordinary size, prompting his father to abandon him in the wilderness in a fit of rage. Instead of succumbing to the elements, Su Hu was miraculously rescued and raised by a tigress. His surname, Su, inspired his name, Su Hu. Perhaps it was the combination of his upbringing on tigress's milk and his innate gifts that bestowed upon him his current physique at the tender age of 12. His capture was a consequence of his adoptive mother, the tigress, being slain by a band of hunters. In a fit of rage, Su Hu avenged her by killing the hunters, which led to his apprehension by the Jinyui. His cultivation level was determined by the Jinyui's detection of a trace of true qi within him, classifying him as a postnatal martial artist. As for the cultivation of true energy, it remains an enigma to all. After perusing the registration book in his hands, Li Dao felt that aside from Shun San, the remainder comprised 3 problematic individuals. Yet, despite their troublesome nature, they were undeniably gifted. The little madman, though transformed into a puppet child and exhibiting some eccentricities, was fortunate enough to retain a modicum of intelligence. His fear of Li Dao was a testament to this. Furthermore, as a puppet child, his physique was astonishingly resilient, akin to steel, and his speed remarkable. Even without cultivation, Shun San, possessing only a 6th-grade proficiency, found it challenging to shake him off. Should he possess a commendable aptitude for cultivation, his future achievements would undoubtedly be formidable. As for the old ghost, there is little need for elaboration. Having lived for over a century, he would be deemed a venerable sage in any era. It is often said that wisdom deepens with age, and although he may seem eccentric, he undoubtedly possesses the most knowledge among those present. Lastly, Su Hu is another exceptional case. He is truly favored by the heavens, albeit lacking a noble background. Were Su Hu to have a more distinguished lineage, possessing such a physique at the age of 12, he would undoubtedly be a perfect warrior on the battlefield. If he had even a hint of innate talent for cultivation, he would be an indisputable harbinger of destruction on the front lines. Coupled with his extraordinary abilities, Li Dao found himself momentarily in awe of Wei Yun for orchestrating such a remarkable ensemble. Indeed, Che Guevara was not mistaken. This prison teems with talent. As for Shun San, Li Dao cast a glance at the fool still grappling with existential doubts and shook his head. No matter how one viewed it, he resembled a mascot. However, with him around, it was anything but auspicious. He could only be considered a mere ornament. Enough, my friend. Rather than pondering why we were captured, it would be more prudent to contemplate our escape from this death camp. Old Ghost interjected, unable to restrain himself from offering a word of advice. Shun San, regaining his composure, cast a forlorn glance at Wei Yun, resigned to his misfortune. Li Dao set down the ledger and inquired, "Are there any current missions?" Wei Yun paused, taken aback. "You 5 have only just come together. Are you not going to at least practice a bit?" Li Dao glanced at Shun San and the others, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. "It is unnecessary. Rather than sharpening our skills here temporarily, we might as well proceed directly." "Very well." Wei Yun nodded. "I happen to have an urgent matter that requires your assistance." "What is it?" The assassination of the third prince of the Luoyuan tribe. Shortly thereafter, with Wei Yun's explanation, Li Dao and the others grasped the mission's essence. Although the Northern Barbarians are ostensibly a dynasty, their internal dynamics are exceedingly intricate, resembling a conglomerate of large and small tribes. Relationships between these tribes are varied, some amicable and others hostile. Currently, the primary threat to the Great Qian is the Tamu tribe, a significant faction within the Northern Barbarian dynasty. The rationale behind targeting the Great Qian stems from the impending winter. The Tamu tribe seeks to plunder resources from the Great Qian Dynasty. Additionally, due to the shared border between the Tamu tribe and the Great Qian, daily skirmishes have resulted in deep-seated grievances. The assassination of the third prince of the Luoyuan tribe is necessitated by intelligence indicating that the Tamu tribe intends to ally with the Luoyuan tribe against the Great Qian. The third prince of the Falling Cloud tribe is precisely the figure negotiating this collaboration. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, the Great Qian could not mobilize personnel in time, and thus had to select individuals from the border military camps. Additionally, to prevent the Falling Cloud tribe and the Tamu tribe from discovering that it was Great Qian's men who were sent to assassinate the third prince of Falling Cloud, personnel from a military camp could not take action. Consequently, the unique death row inmates became the alternative candidates to fulfill the task. Changgu Town is in close proximity to the location the third prince of Falling Cloud would traverse, and thus Wei Yun received this assignment. Falling Cloud, Wei Yun. Shun San chuckled. I must say, Commander Wei, this tribe is inherently your nemesis. Wei Yun paid no heed to the remark, directing his gaze towards Li Dao. What say you? Will you accept this task? What if I decline? Li Dao inquired. There would be no repercussions. As the sudden nature of this mission absolves me of blame, should I choose not to act. Conversely, should I proceed, there lies the potential for merit. Wei Yun replied nonchalantly. Do you have any knowledge regarding the escort accompanying the third prince of Falling Cloud? Li Dao casually asked. Indeed, Wei Yun nodded and elucidated. As the Falling Cloud tribe also made a sudden decision for this impromptu negotiation, it is likely that there are no formidable experts among them. Even if there are, they would not be of a high caliber. However, there should be numerous ordinary soldiers. I have ascertained that the third prince is accompanied by a retinue of at least 300 individuals. Not many experts, yet a retinue of at least 300? Li Dao was taken aback. Is this task essentially being delivered to us on a silver platter? For him, eliminating a few experts would be more challenging than dispatching a multitude of ordinary soldiers, while the latter would yield far greater rewards. If all of this is indeed true, then this mission is exceptionally suited for him. Is it challenging? However, it is understandable. Relying solely on the 5 of you to handle a group of 300 is undeniably difficult. Wei Yun observed Li Dao's silence and presumed he was contemplating withdrawal. Wait, we have accepted the mission, Li Dao suddenly declared. Really? You have accepted it? Wei Yun replied, somewhat perplexed. This involves 300 individuals, and there may be hidden experts among them. You are merely 5. He expressed his confusion. He had intended for Li Dao and his group to assist him, but not to risk their lives, especially since he had previously stated that he would not assign them to missions likely to result in death. In his view, even if they succeeded in assassinating Prince Luoyun from the 300, their chances of survival upon retreat were slim, and they could suffer significant losses. In response, Li Dao wore a faint smile and remarked, Surely, we must ensure you recoup your investment. Wei Yun felt an urge to counter that such a return was not achieved in this manner. Yet the other party had acquiesced so readily that he found himself at a loss for words. Regardless, whether this endeavor succeeded or failed bore no consequence for him. It remained true that they were all inmates from the death row, even those endowed with unique abilities. Ultimately, they were still prisoners. Their existence meant to generate surplus value for the Great Qian Dynasty. If they could not create value, they would not affect anything else. Very well, but aren't you going to inquire about the opinions of the others? Wei Yun asked, casting his gaze towards the remaining 4. While he had indeed appointed Li Dao as the leader of the 5, he was uncertain how to proceed if the others were unwilling to follow his lead. Is that necessary? Li Dao did not respond, but turned to look at the 4 individuals. Suhu muttered, I'll follow you. It's your call. The little madman. having developed a psychological shadow over Li Dao, naturally refrained from contradicting him. Old Ghost chuckled heartily, remarking that the youth always loved to act recklessly. Yet he found it amusing. 300 people? I used to have more than that number of apprentices for testing medicines. This time, I shall indulge you. In the end, only Shun San remained. He stammered, I. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the gaze of the others fixed upon him and could only murmur, since you have no objections, what can I possibly say? Upon hearing this, Li Dao turned to Wei Yun, who affirmed their consensus. Wei Yun gave a thumbs up and remarked, you five are truly well suited to be together. Since you all agree, this task is entrusted to you. If you need anything, feel free to ask now. After a short while, Shun San gazed at the equipment he had previously acquired, beaming with delight. Old Ghost, meanwhile, was cradling an assortment of vials and jars, muttering to himself in an enigmatic manner. The little madman and Su, who exhibited a tacit understanding as they huddled together, voraciously devouring a mountain of food, evidently having been starved in their confinement. What do you want? Wei Yin inquired, looking at the last remaining Li Dao. What do I want? Li Dao pondered briefly and replied, if you truly wish to grant me something, then provide me with a sword that can slay 300 men without dulling its edge. Wei Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to handle it all by yourself? Li Dao shrugged, contemplating the situation, uncertain whether he could accomplish it. You possess considerable talent, he remarked. Wei Yin unsheathed the sword from his waist and presented it before Li Dao. Forged from a century-old dark iron, I shall lend it to you for the time being. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, surprised by his generosity. Aren't you concerned that if I fail my mission, the people of the Falling Cloud tribe will seize this sword? Wei Yin chuckled. Initially, I thought you were mad, but upon reflection, I realized that a person as astute as you would not embark on an endeavor without assurance. Thus, I wager that you will return. If I lose, it is merely a sword. If you lose, it could cost you your life. Chapter 13. Discovered? Then eliminate them all. Grasping the dark iron sword offered by Wei Yun, Li Dao immediately sensed its weight. Although it appeared identical to a standard blade, it was 7 to 8 times heavier, likely a challenge for ordinary soldiers to wield. With a swift motion, Li Dao drew the blade, a sharp glint reflecting in his eyes, its formidable edge evident. What an exceptional weapon! Compared to the ordinary sword he had previously used, this dark iron blade was perfectly suited for him. A weapon designed for killing. When combined with the fierce wind blade technique he had developed, it ignited within him an eager anticipation. Li Dao looked up. When we set out, Wei Yin stated plainly, if you depart early, tonight would be the optimal time. Then what are you waiting for? Prepare the horses. Outside Changgu town, the 5 individuals gathered with Wei Yun. Why must I escort this little lunatic? Shun San sat upon his steed, with the little madman bound closely behind him. The madman incessantly bared his teeth and struggled, emitting a cacophony of ferocious growls that sent shivers down Shun San's spine. Wei Yun chuckled lightly. Because you are the most suitable. Upon hearing this, Shun San cast his gaze towards the other 4 companions. As for Li Dao, the leader, it was needless to say that the madman feared him the most after his previous lessons and dared not approach. On the other side, Su Hu sat astride a horse, his substantial weight causing the creature's back to sag under his bulk. He could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the struggling beast. And then there was the ancient ghost, over a century old, appearing as though a mere breeze could sweep him away. Could he withstand the little madman's antics? As he assessed the situation, Shun San surprisingly concluded that he was indeed the most fitting candidate for the task. Very well, so be it. Shun San had come to accept his fate of being the one to bear the burden. Wei Yin approached Li Dao's horse and remarked, I have marked the location for you. There is an 80% chance they will pass through there tonight. If you hurry, you should be able to intercept them before Prince Liyun's entourage. Understood. Then let's be off, Li Dao replied, turning to Shun San and the others with a hearty pat on the back. They set forth. Meanwhile, on an ancient path near the northern border, a contingent of several hundred riders advanced steadily in a singular direction. At the forefront rode a young man clad in resplendent attire upon a striking crimson steed. The person before us is indeed the 3rd prince of the Luoyun tribe, who has come to negotiate with the Tam tribe. Beside him stand a robust man clad in armor, the prince's dedicated chief guard. Third prince, must we rush so hastily? Are we not to inform his majesty? The chief guard expressed his concern to the young man beside him. The third prince waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "There is no need to specifically notify father. I can manage everything on my own. We shall simply return and report to him after the negotiations are concluded. However, the Tam tribe is close to the borders of Qian. Should Qian learn of our intent to ally with the Tam tribe, they may very well send someone to oppose us. What is there to fear? We, the Luoyan tribe, are also a significant tribe. I do not believe Qian would act against us without provocation." But the chief guard attempted to interject, but was swiftly interrupted. "No mobu. There is no need for such hesitations. We only need to negotiate with the Tam tribe and return home to report the distribution of subsequent benefits. It is quite simple." The third prince dismissed the guard's concerns entirely. At that moment, he could not suppress a yawn and turned to inquire, "Chief Guard Jin Sheng, what time is it now?" "Your Highness, it is half an hour until midnight." "Is it so late already?" "Have the caravan halt in half an hour to set up camp. I wish to rest." "Your Highness, I suggest it would be best not to stop, but to continue on to the Tam tribe. But I am tired." The third prince, Jin Sheng, wished to express more, yet was abruptly interrupted by the third prince of Luoyun, who raised his hand and inquired, "Jin Sheng, can you ensure my protection?" "Absolutely." Jin Sheng replied without hesitation. As the captain of the third prince's guards, it was his solemn duty to safeguard the prince. Should the prince perish, so too would he, for the prince's survival was intrinsically linked to his own. The third prince of Luoyun smiled. "Since you are so confident, what harm is there in me taking a moment's respite?" Jin Sheng found himself at a loss for words, realizing he could hardly contradict himself. Ultimately, he chose to bow his head in submission. Observing his acquiescence, the third prince beamed with satisfaction and promptly commanded, "Let us march for another half hour. Then we shall camp and rest." "Yes, Your Highness." The half hour swiftly passed. The entourage of the third prince of Luoyun halted precisely on schedule, commencing the process of kindling fires and setting up camp. It must be said that they truly embodied the spirit of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. In the span of merely a fragrant incense stick, the encampment was established. At this moment, not far from the camp of the third prince of Luoyun, 5 individuals gathered on a hillside. "Is this truly the foolproof trap you spoke of, Fatty?" Li Dao asked, casting a glance toward the distant camp of their target. Turning back to Shun San, he noted the latter's innocent expression. "I had no indication they would choose to halt and set up camp." Glaring at the camp of the third prince of Luoyun, which was less than 100 paces from his carefully laid trap, Li Dao could not suppress a curse under his breath. Why did they stop? Why not press on a few more steps? Old Gue grumbled from the side. "You little rascal, you've squandered my precious poisons for nothing." Regarding Li Dao Shun, it is difficult to articulate much, yet concerning the old ghost. His primary principle revolves around respect for the elderly. Wasting poison? What utter nonsense. Is there truly a poison that fails to claim a life? My poison is not intended for murder. If poison does not kill, can it still be deemed poison? Perhaps you should give it a try? As the two began to squabble, Li Dao delivered a swift kick to Shun San's rear, silencing him. Why did he not kick the old ghost? The elderly gentleman, over a century old, was someone Li Dao could not afford to offend. A careless misstep might result in dire consequences. The trap had lost its efficacy, so what should the leader propose now? They could not simply wait until dawn, as the likelihood of the trap being discovered would be excessively high. Ever since learning that Li Dao was the leader, Shun Sen had taken to calling him boss, despite being his senior in years. He was merely clinging to the stronger party. There would be no waiting until tomorrow. Instead, once they had rested, a night raid would be executed. Observing the twilight, Li Dao made an immediate decision. A night raid? Shun San could not help but voice his concerns. "Boss, we have a contingent of 300. We are unaware if there are any masters among them. Is a night raid truly dependable? What if we are discovered?" "Discovered?" Li Dao retorted resolutely. "Then we shall eliminate them all, and no one will be the wiser." Shun San, are you aware of what you are saying? Ultimately, they settled on the night raid plan. The old ghost would be responsible for administering the poison, while the madman and Su, who would create chaos in the event of discovery, with Li Dao directing the operation. As for Sun San, he would be tasked with the most pivotal mission, to assassinate the third prince of Luoyang. However, who could deny his unparalleled skill in lightness techniques? Of course, this was merely a facade. Li Dao's primary objective was to harness the attributes of these 300 northern barbarian soldiers. Boss, if I happen to be captured, you must rescue me. Upon learning that he was responsible for the assassination of Prince Luoyang San, Sun San felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and spoke earnestly. In response, Li Dao stepped forward and patted Sun San on the shoulder, stating, "Perseverance is the key to victory." As time gradually passed, the night deepened, and the camp where Prince Luoyang San resided fell into a hushed stillness, save for the flickering bonfires that continued to burn against the darkness. Li Dao and his small group of 4 stealthily approached the encampment. Due to their caution and agility, they went unnoticed for the time being. "Old Ghost, prepare some poison," Li Dao instructed, glancing back at the figure beside him. "What kind of poison do you require?" "I have." Old Ghost began rummaging through his collection of vials and jars, but was quickly interrupted by Li Dao. "Never mind the specifics. Any poison that could render these men unconscious will suffice." "Understood, you mean?" Old Ghost began to elaborate once more, but Li Dao decisively turned his gaze towards Sun San. "Once Old Ghost has administered the poison, you shall proceed with the assassination." "Boss, please don't leave me behind," Sun San pleaded. "I know, no more chatter." With that, Li Dao's attention shifted to Su Hu and the madman. Su Hu, for the time being, was in a state of compliance, lacking any independent thought. As for the madman, his mouth was tightly bound with a strip of cloth, and although he yearned to struggle, he fell silent at a single glance from Li Dao. "Su Hu, keep a close watch on the little madman. Do not allow him to create chaos." "Understood." Su Hu swiftly pulled the little madman over, perhaps due to their previous shared meal. The little madman felt less resistant towards Su Hu compared to his demeanor towards Sun San. Although somewhat awkward, he did not exhibit any aggression towards Su Hu. After a short while, the old ghost retrieved the concocted poison, reached out to test the night breeze, and then opened the vial. A faint yellow gas wafted towards the camp, carried by the wind. Moments later, the old ghost nodded, deeming it sufficient. Despite the hurried preparation, as long as no significant disturbance occurred, these individuals would remain oblivious for the time being. Li Dao nodded and turned to glance at Sun San. With a pained expression, nodded in return, and stealthily made his way into the camp under the cover of darkness. Remarkably, despite his corpulent figure, Sun San was quite agile, and with his lightness of foot, he soon vanished into the encampment. Seeing Sun San successfully depart, Li Dao contemplated allowing the 4 to leave after Sun San had completed the assassination of the third prince of Luoyang, while he himself could remain behind to create a commotion before his eventual departure. After all, accomplishing the assassination was crucial for him. However, enhancing his own power through the northern barbarian soldiers was even more significant. Though Wei Yun had professed he would not betray those who had served him, Li Dao was unwilling to gamble his life on the whims of others. Thus, he would not forfeit any opportunity to bolster his strength. As time passed slowly, Li Dao and his companions waited in a concealed spot beside the military camp. Suddenly, several voices erupted from within the camp. "Who are you?" "We're the guards." "An assassin. You dare to attempt the assassination of our third prince? Prepare to die." Upon hearing these sounds, Li Dao quickly grasped that Sun San had been exposed. "Old Ghost, did you not claim that your poison was infallible?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is," came the reply. "Then how did the fat man attract attention?" "Perhaps he has provoked someone of considerable stature," Sun San suggested. "What do you mean? The poisons I recently concocted are only effective against ordinary individuals." Before Li Dao could respond, a figure suddenly materialized beside him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to strike. "Wait, it's me." Li Dao then discerned that the newcomer was Sun San. "What is the situation inside?" he asked. "I am unsure. I had just approached the military tent of the third prince when I was discovered. Had I not fled swiftly, I might have been cleaved in two by that fellow." Sun San recounted, his face reflecting lingering terror. "And was the one who spotted you?" "I have no idea." Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the camp. "You fools! The assassins have arrived, and you still slumber." Up at once. This booming and robust voice swiftly roused the once quiet encampment, awakening the slumbering soldiers. The group instinctively turned their gaze towards Old Ghost. He promptly shook his head, asserting, "My poison is assuredly effective." In a sudden movement, he raised his hand to test the air, his expression shifting dramatically. "This is bad. The wind has changed, and the poison has not dispersed." Li Dao shook his head, realizing that relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. He unsheathed the dark iron blade at his waist, declaring, "Since this tactic has failed, I shall resort to the second method of assassination I previously mentioned." Sun San instinctively inquired, "What is the second method of assassination?" Li Dao replied succinctly, "It involves eliminating all witnesses." Sun San was taken aback. To be frank, this was also Li Dao's initial thought. Had it not been for the consideration of Sun San and the others, he would have undoubtedly chosen to charge in recklessly. Chapter 14. Frenzied Slaughter. Attributes Soaring. Is everything acceptable? Li Dao turned to look at the others. Should they decide to retreat, he would not oppose them. However, if they insisted on his departure, he would first ensure to strike a blow before leaving. He could not simply come for nothing. Su remained silent, exuding an untamed aura. It appeared that the little madman understood the situation as well. He tore off the cloth from his mouth and bared his teeth towards the military camp. "I have seen far worse. These are mere trifles." Despite the missteps, the old ghost exuded unwavering confidence. Finally, seeing that the four posed no objections, Sun San steeled himself and declared, "Of course, I have no issues either." Li Dao nodded, and without further ado, he unsheathed his black iron knife and turned to charge towards the military camp. Roar! Su let out a fierce howl and immediately followed suit. The little madman, perched on Suhu's shoulder, shouted in excitement. Old Ghost shook his head at the impulsiveness of the three as they rushed out. He retrieved several vials from his pocket and poured their contents into a gourd, all the while wearing a peculiar smile as he approached the military camp. Watching the four depart, Sun San gritted his teeth and followed suit. Several individuals have perished, and he too shall not escape a grim fate. It would be better to confront it head-on. "Who are you?" The appearance of Li Dao was swiftly noticed, and the guards of the third prince of Luoyun immediately interrogated him. Yet, their only response was a flurry of blades. In an instant, all three guards had their throats severed by the Qiantai knife. In that fleeting moment, familiar yet comforting notification sounds echoed in Li Dao's ears. Enemy slain, attribute gained, 0. Enemy slain, attribute gained, 0. 20. Enemy slain, attribute gained, 0. 21. Witnessing such substantial rewards, a satisfied smile graced Li Dao's face. Furthermore, this scene did not go unnoticed by the guard stationed nearby. "The enemy is here. Rush to eliminate him. I have foes on my end as well, but he is enormous. Ah, there's a madman here. What is this? I am in agony." Meanwhile, Su Hu and his companions stormed into the military camp from various directions. The already chaotic camp erupted into even greater turmoil. In the main tent of the Luoyun tribe, Jin Sheng inquired, "What is happening outside? Why is it so uproarious?" The third prince of Luoyun rose from his bed, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Jin Sheng approached and knelt partially, stating, "Your Highness, there are enemies attempting to assassinate you. The guards are engaged in battle with them outside." "Assassinate me?" The third prince of Luoyun was startled, instantly becoming alert, and urgently asked, "Why would anyone wish to take my life?" Jin Sheng's expression darkened, pondering why he had not mentioned this earlier, only to be met with such a retort. However, the individual in question was someone he was sworn to protect, so he could only say, "Perhaps there are those who wish to sabotage the negotiations between you and the Tamar tribe." It was astonishing that someone truly intended to harm him. In a fit of anger, Prince Luoyun suddenly turned to Jin Sheng with a tense expression and asked, "Is it possible for an assassin to truly breach our defenses?" In response, Jin Sheng rose confidently and assured him, "Rest easy, Your Highness. I have observed that there are only 5 assassins. They cannot possibly overcome the 300 guards to reach you, especially with me present." Prince Luoyun exhaled slightly, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. "May I go out and witness how these assassins meet their demise?" Initially, Jin Sheng intended to refuse. But considering that allowing the prince to witness the prowess of their guard might earn him greater trust, he reluctantly acquiesced. "With me by your side, your highness can watch without concern." "Then let us proceed," the prince replied. Within the military camp, Li Dao wielded a mysterious iron blade in one hand and executed the Gale blade technique with the other, cutting through a throng of guards as if they were mere obstacles. Wherever his blade struck, there was either severed limbs or a torrential downpour of blood. All attempts to counter his assault were effortlessly neutralized by his keen perception, as he observed the steadily rising attribute points on his status panel. He reveled in the thrill of the slaughter. Meanwhile, others were also engaged in rampant carnage. Standing amidst a cluster of guards, the towering Su Hu, resembling a human tank at 2.5 meters tall, relied solely on his fists to unleash devastation, leaving no one able to approach him. At this moment, the little madman truly unleashed his eccentricity, employing his petite and agile movements to stealthily strike and slay amidst the guards. Occasionally, he would scamper onto Su Hu's shoulder, baring his teeth and roaring at the surroundings. It appeared less like murder and more akin to revelry. The most peculiar behavior, however, emanated from the old ghost. Initially, his erratic maneuvers left others uncertain of his true capabilities. Yet now, he wandered about with a gourd, dispersing poison. Wherever the toxic fumes drifted, the guards who inhaled them instantly experienced a transformation, their eyes turning crimson. One by one, they seemed to succumb to a madness, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. This confirmed the old ghost dossier. He had never claimed a life through poison. It appeared that his toxins did not kill, but instead incited those afflicted to turn upon one another. As for the final figure, Shun San, he perfectly embodied the essence of a team ornament, darting about aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The main tent flap was lifted by Jin Sheng, who enthusiastically beckoned. "Prince, behold, your guard team is valiantly safeguarding your safety." In the next instant, a shadow suddenly soared from the distance. "Prince, be cautious." Jin Sheng, with remarkable speed, delivered a kick towards the approaching figure. However, upon the figure's descent, he realized he had struck one of his own. "Kill!" A cacophony of roars erupted. Jin Sheng turned once more, only to behold a towering giant charging towards his position with a fearsome visage. The individual was none other than the unleashed Su Hu, his torso bare, muscles rippling, adorned with numerous wounds. Due to the sheer ferocity of his muscles, the wounds he sustained were merely superficial, amounting to nothing more than minor injuries. His fists were stained a vivid crimson, smeared with considerable blood. In that moment, Su Hu resembled not a mere man, but rather a frenzied tiger. Meanwhile, the little madman perched upon Su Hu's shoulder continued to shriek wildly, occasionally lunging at the guards, using his claws and teeth to tear and tug at their faces. The third prince of Luo Yun, just emerging from the military tent, chanced upon this scene. Accustomed to a life of pampering, he had never witnessed such chaos, and he could not suppress a shiver that coursed through him, feeling a warm sensation beneath him. "Jin Sheng, hurry! Stop them," he commanded, pointing at Su Hu and the little madman. As a martial artist of the second tier, Jin Sheng instinctively sensed the third prince's predicament. Despite his unwavering loyalty, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Casting a glance at Su Hu and the little madman, he furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, I advise that we allow the guards to restrain them first. After all, there are 3 other assassins. It will be prudent for me to prioritize your protection." The third prince, however, was unconcerned by such counsel. The dampness beneath him filled him with overwhelming shame, and a singular thought consumed him: to eliminate those 2 who had brought him disgrace. "By the order of the third prince, I command you to deal with those 2. Your Highness, your safety. Let the other guards come to my aid. You go and handle those 2 wretched beings." "But are you attempting to defy authority?" With a single statement, Jin Sheng was rendered speechless. He understood that he had no choice but to take action, for he could not bear the weight of the accusation of insubordination. Jin Sheng commanded the dozen or so guards surrounding him, ensure the safety of the third prince. Leaving behind those words, he resolutely charged towards Su Hu and the madman. At that moment, His sole desire was to cleanse himself of the humiliation he had endured from the third prince by spilling the blood of these two, while simultaneously venting his pent-up frustration. Jin Sheng was the first to confront Su Hu, launching a powerful punch. Su Hu, sensing the formidable strength of Jin Sheng, did not dare to be complacent. He roared and swung his fist, as large as a sandbag, in retaliation. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. Jin Sheng felt the force reverberating through his arm, and his expression shifted. However, he quickly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat." Channeling his inner energy, he pushed against the deadlock of their fists with renewed vigor. This sudden burst of strength sent Su Hu reeling backward. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Hu's savage gaze, as he seemed equally astonished by the other's might. But he soon regained his composure. Meanwhile, Jin Sheng was astonished to discover that his opponent had not utilized a trace of inner energy during their exchange, relying solely on brute force. Yet this alone had drained him of 80% of his strength. What manner of creature is this? Perhaps he had found a worthy adversary with whom to engage in fierce combat. Su Hu grinned, his smile somewhat grotesque. "Kill!" he bellowed suddenly, charging at Jin Sheng with reckless abandon. In response, Jin Sheng, regaining his focus, unsheathed the long knife from his waist. As he discerned that the adversary before him was not human, but rather a beast, akin to a ferocious tiger, he felt an unsettling shift within. Were he to confront a normal individual possessing such brute strength, he might have exercised caution. However, facing a beast instilled no fear within him. After all, there exists an inherent divide between man and beast. Li Dao wielded the Gale Blade technique with increasing finesse, leaving a multitude of guards lifeless in his wake, their bodies strewn across the ground. In the end, the remaining guards dared only to encircle him, none willing to charge forth, fearful of meeting the same fate as their fallen comrades. Seizing this moment, he glanced at his status panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 938. Available attributes, 869. Although he had harbored suspicions, the reality of the available attributes astonished him. The amount was nearing the value of his own physique, indicating that, following the allocation of points, his physique could nearly double. This revelation ignited an uncontrollable exhilaration within him, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. The sight instilled terror among the surrounding guards, who mistakenly feared that this bloodthirsty maniac would soon unleash his wrath upon them. Indeed, a few guards began to retreat, for after enduring a prolonged assault, they had suffered the loss of 40 to 50 men, a sixth of their total number. Yet, they had failed to inflict even the slightest wound upon their foe, not even a mere scratch. More terrifying still, after a fierce battle, they were utterly exhausted from their relentless movements, yet the figure before them showed no sign of fatigue, as if it were a monstrous being impervious to weariness. Engaging such an adversary, devoid of any glimmer of hope, left them on the brink of collapse. A sudden, thunderous shout echoed from a distance, resonating with exceptional clarity. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous commotion erupted nearby. Who could it be? Li Dao instinctively directed his gaze toward the source of the sound. Such a monumental disturbance signified the presence of a formidable expert in action. The unfamiliar voice indicated that one of the guards must have encountered this concealed master. Realizing this, Li Dao surveyed the surrounding guards, wiped the blood from his Qian knife, and strode purposefully toward the direction of the noise. Upon witnessing this scene, the guards standing in his path hurriedly scattered in fear, anxious to avoid becoming easy prey for this apparent monster. Though Li Dao felt a pang of regret for the allies he might lose, he was not so callous as to abandon his comrades. Despite their temporary alliance and their somewhat erratic nature, he acknowledged his responsibility as the leader to ensure their safe return, especially since he possessed the strength to contend with the challenges ahead. Chapter 15. Li Dao to the rescue. Strength multiplied. What use is great strength without true energy? Without it, one is merely a beast. Jin Sheng wielded his blade with ferocity against Su Hu, relentlessly suppressing the exceptionally gifted Su Hu with a true energy coursing within him. With each strike, he taunted Su Hu as if to affirm some unspoken truth. The little madman clung to Su Hu's shoulder, witnessing the increasing number of wounds adorning Su Hu's body, and suddenly, in a fit of rage, he shouted and lunged directly at Jin Sheng. "You are but a little beast." Jin Sheng swung his long knife, a 3-inch arc of blade light enveloping its edge, cleaving down upon the little madman. A piercing scream erupted as the little madman was sent flying. Oof. Observing this scene, a cold smirk crept across Jin Sheng's lips. The chief guard is formidable. At that moment, the guards around, who had suffered at the hands of Su Hu and the little madman, began to cheer loudly. A wave of pride surged within Jin Sheng. Prince Luo Yun, witnessing the spectacle, nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he twisted his waist, furrowing his brow, and instructed a nearby guard. "Fetch me a pair of underpants and bring me a chair. Today, I shall witness how these assassins meet their demise." As the little madman was sent sprawling, Su Hu stood frozen in place. Images flashed before his eyes involuntarily. There was his adoptive mother, a tiger lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by humans who laughed. Much like the scene unfolding now. Ultimately, he beheld a figure draping the flayed tiger skin over themselves, laughing heartily. As the memories deepened, Su Hu's gaze grew increasingly crimson, and the wild aura emanating from him intensified. If someone were to glimpse within Su Hu at that moment, they would observe the chaotic flow of his nameless true energy surging wildly. With a resounding boom, suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Hu, stirring a cloud of dust from the ground. This spectacle instantaneously captured Jin Sheng's attention. Has he broken through? Yet, the event was far from over. Su Hu remained stationary, and once more, a surge of power radiated from him, intensifying the wild essence surrounding him. If one were to observe closely at that moment, they would notice that his already formidable stature was gradually expanding at a steady pace. Thus, Su Hu's aura erupted 3 times in succession before gradually subsiding. At this juncture, the smug expression on Jin Sheng's face had completely vanished, replaced instead by sheer astonishment. He had never witnessed a person achieve 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Furthermore, he found it incomprehensible that someone who clearly possessed true energy would choose not to utilize it. Finally, Su Hu reached his limit when his momentum peaked. He suddenly sprang into action, kill. With a thunderous roar, Su Hu disregarded his injuries and charged towards Jin Sheng. What does a breakthrough matter? Today you must die. In that moment, Jin Sheng's murderous intent intensified, fueled by envy of the talent before him. Had he possessed such gifts, he would not have languished for so many years as a postnatal warrior. Nevertheless, though he could not ascend to the ranks of an innate warrior, extinguishing an extraordinary genius would still be worthwhile. The 3 absolutes of the dominant blade. Jin Sheng's aura surged intensely as a blade of black light cleaved towards Su Hu. Unfazed, Su Hu unleashed a powerful punch. In that instant, a phantom of a tiger's claw manifested atop his right fist. With a resounding crash, the blade and fist collided, unleashing a violent shockwave. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Su Hu stood firm against the strike. Observing this, Jin Sheng's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, and without hesitation, he raised his blade once more. The dominant 3 cuts, second cut. In the face of this blow, Su Hu resolutely chose to withstand it. Following a violent clash, he managed to endure the attack. However, as he braced against the strike, the wounds he had previously sustained burst forth with torrents of blood, gushing forth like a fountain. Observing this scene, Jin Sheng smirked mockingly, believing that the blade's aura accompanying the wound was so trivial. The blood vessels beneath your injuries have already been shattered by the blade's energy. It is only a matter of time before you bleed to death. He glanced at the weapon in his hand and sneered, "You should be grateful. I shall take you away with my 3rd strike." With that, Jin Sheng swung his long blade. The dominant blade, 3rd cut. This strike bore an even greater momentum than the previous 2, aimed directly at Su Hu's face. Should this blow land, no amount of resilience could save him. Yet, due to the excessive blood loss, even the robust Su Hu now succumbed to weakness. Left to await his demise. Jin Sheng shouted, already envisioning the fall of a genius beneath his blade, a sense of glee swelling within him. One after another, they proved to be a source of trouble. Suddenly, a voice erupted beside Jin Sheng and Su Hu. The next moment, Jin Sheng's vision blurred, and he found Su Hu had vanished. With a resounding thud, his third strike cleaved through empty air, leaving a slender scar on the ground. Who? Jin Sheng bellowed in fury, lifting his gaze only to see a young man standing a short distance away from him. A young man, with a blade sheathed at his waist, held aloft a diminutive figure in his left hand, the very assassin he had recently dispatched with a single stroke. His right hand, however, supported his previous target, indicating that the three were indeed in league together. With a faint hiss, the small madman, having been rescued by Su Hu, emitted a weak cry directed at Li Dao. Although his words remained unintelligible, there was a palpable sense of relief in his demeanor. Enough! Tend to your own wounds first. Li Dao advanced. The small madman had suffered a grievous wound. Yet, as a Gua child with a body as resilient as bronze and iron, he had narrowly escaped death. With a feeble hiss in response to Li Dao's words, the small madman summoned his strength to clamber onto Su Hu's shoulder, settling down in a state of contentment. Seeing that the small madman had survived, much of the madness in Su Hu's eyes dissipated, replaced by a simple smile. This scene took Li Dao by surprise. He had not anticipated that the bond between Su Hu and the small madman would deepen so significantly. Observing the three of them engaged in mutual exchange, Jin Sheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He promptly issued a command to the surrounding guards. "What are you all staring at? Two of these assassins are incapacitated. Hurry and eliminate the remaining one." A bounty of 100 gold coins awaited the head of an assassin. In Jin Sheng's estimation, the two most formidable among the trio were now defenseless, leaving the last as an easy target. The mention of 100 gold coins ignited a spark of eagerness among the guards, stirring their avarice. Their greed was not unfounded. The value of 100 gold coins was immense. Even in the thriving realm of Qian, 1 gold coin equated to 100 taels of silver, and a single tael of silver was worth 101. An ordinary individual typically earns approximately 20 coins in a day, while a tael of silver represents the earnings of an average person over 5 days. A gold piece equates to 500 days' wages, and 100 gold pieces suffices to sustain a common family of 3 for a century. It is thus evident how immensely enticing 100 gold pieces would be to an individual. At last, the first guard could no longer restrain himself and unsheathed his weapon, charging towards Li Dao and his companions. Soon, the remaining guards, unable to resist the mounting pressure, drew their swords and surrounded them. However, they failed to notice that a portion of the guards within the crowd was cautiously retreating, unwilling to engage. As the guards advanced, Su Hu felt the urge to move, but soon found himself faltering. "Leave it to me," he said. If Li Dao were alone, he might have managed to protect himself against such overwhelming odds. But with Su Hu and the erratic youth by his side, the situation became precarious. Yet, who could deny his extraordinary luck? With a mere thought, Li Dao accessed the system panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 9, 38, Available Attributes, 8, 69. System, Allocate Points. In the next moment, the system underwent a transformation. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 18, 07, Transformable, Available Attributes, 0, Transformable? What does that mean? Li Dao pondered, but he had little time for contemplation, as he could already feel the surging heat accompanying his enhanced physique. This wave of warmth was more intense and abundant than ever before. In an instant, a crimson hue surfaced on his skin, and an overwhelming sense of power surged through him. Simultaneously, a refreshing calm enveloped his mind. In this state, he perceived everything around him as though time itself had slowed. "This human head is mine." A guard lunged forward with his blade. Due to Li Daoshang's resemblance to an ordinary person, he became the primary target of the guards. In Li Dao's eyes, the guard's sword moved through the air with excruciating slowness, so much so that he found it somewhat tiresome. With a swift motion, Li Dao delivered a powerful slap to the blade. With a resounding crack, the weapon shattered into dozens of fragments. Fueled by Li Dao's immense strength, The splintered metal shards flew like projectiles towards the surrounding assailants. What is this? What's happening? Some were caught off guard and were severely injured by the shattered blade. One unfortunate soul was struck directly in the eye by a shard, penetrating his skull and causing his immediate demise. One enemy slain gained attribute 0/18 at this moment. The remaining guards charged forward. With Su Hu and the little madman to Li Dao's right, the guards set their sights on them. The surge of energy within Li Dao came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, allowing his physique to be fully enhanced. Just how powerful is a body that is 18 times stronger than that of an average person? Li Dao proceeded to demonstrate the full extent of this newfound strength. He effortlessly pulled Su Hu and the madman to his left, and then, facing the guards on his right, he raised his leg and delivered a kick. The first guard at the forefront gasped in shock as his body bent at an impossible angle, folding at the waist by 180 degrees. Then he transformed into a cannonball, shooting forth with incredible speed. Those behind him, attempting to intercept, were also struck by the terrifying force of Li Dao, causing them to spew blood and be flung away. This single kick felled dozens of guards. Following this enhancement, Li Dao's form became even more agile. Imagine the strength surpassing that of Su Hu, combined with a nimbleness greater than that of the little madman. The amalgamation of these two attributes would yield a truly fearsome effect. Amidst the crowd, Li Dao circled around, protecting Su Hu and another companion, while simultaneously contending with the surrounding guards. Yet, despite this, not a single guard managed to approach the trio. Those who fell victim to Li Dao's initial strike invariably met their demise on the spot, without exception, in a mere span of a few exchanges. Over 100 guards lay defeated around Li Dao, some severely injured, others on the brink of death, and a few already lifeless. It is worth noting that Prince Luoyin had initially brought along just over 300 guards. Previously, Li Dao and his companions had accounted for nearly 100 of them. This meant that among the remaining 200 guards, half were now sprawled on the ground. If one were to consider those guards too intimidated to engage Li Dao, it could be said that there were virtually none left. This scene finally jolted Jin Sheng from his daze. Another monster, and this one was even more formidable than the previous two. He also noted that this creature fought without the use of true energy, relying solely on physical strength. Yet he could not fathom how a human could possess such terrifying physicality. Soon, however, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. The prospect of slaying someone with such extraordinary talent filled him with an even greater sense of accomplishment. Make way. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's command, a group of guards seemed to perceive the call of a savior, unhesitatingly distancing themselves from Li Dao, as if even a moment's hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards their captain. Jin Sheng stepped forward, stating, "Though I am unaware of who sent you, I must first express my gratitude to those behind you. For regardless of the faction, losing individuals of your caliber must surely be a considerable loss." He paused, considering the gravity of the situation. After all, you are indeed from the death row camp. Yet, he was too weary to elaborate further, his gaze shifting to the formidable figure before him. Among the 10 or so guards stood a young man adorned in splendid attire. He was undoubtedly the famed third prince of Luoyin. While harvesting was his objective, eliminating the third prince was equally on his agenda. Upon realizing that he had become the target of a monster's gaze, the third prince could no longer afford to spectate. He commanded without hesitation, "Captain Jin Sheng, eliminate these 3 assassins immediately." Yes, Jin Sheng accepted the order without a moment's doubt, for it aligned with his own intentions. Today, these assassins shall meet their demise here. With resolute determination, Jin Sheng unleashed his attack, a long blade slicing through the air towards Li Dao's face. Acknowledging the prowess of his opponent, Li Dao granted the respect due, gently laying Su Hu and the others on the ground before swiftly drawing his obsidian blade. The 3 supreme techniques of dominance. Gale Blade Technique. In an instant, the shimmering blade clashed with the brute force of Jin Sheng's strike. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling backward. The silhouette twisted mid-air, regaining its balance before landing gracefully on the ground. How is this possible? Jin Sheng stared in shock at his trembling hand. Just moments ago, When their blades clashed, an overwhelming force emanated from his opponent's weapon, compelling him to retreat and dissipate the impact. Even now, his hand continued to quake from that terrifying power. He had sensed that his adversary possessed remarkable physical prowess, yet he had still underestimated him. This was strength beyond what that body should be able to wield. Chapter 16. Shun San and the Old Ghost. What manner of creature are you? Jin Sheng gazed in astonishment at Li Dao, whose normal physique belied the extraordinary strength he exhibited. A creature? Li Dao replied with a faint smile. If being called a monster was the price for strength, he would gladly accept it, for it was far superior to being deemed worthless. Compared to the initial state he had found himself in, resembling a mere wastrel, he would embrace the title of a monster without hesitation. Have you finished your attack? Now it is my turn. Li Dao grasped the dark iron blade, and with a powerful leap, he propelled himself toward Jin Sheng like a cannonball. Wielding de blood technique, he swung his weapon fiercely. Though devoid of the aura typically borne by true energy, the sheer force and velocity generated a fierce gust in the air, creating ripples all around. Jin Sheng's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his blade to defend. With a resounding crash, he was once again hurled away by the formidable power. Li Dao did not relent, relentlessly pursuing Jin Sheng as he wielded the dark iron blade, the whirlwind blade technique resembling an authentic tempest, continuously assailing Jin Sheng. Throughout this exchange, his understanding of the technique deepened, and his strikes grew increasingly cunning. Across from him, Jin Sheng suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, as he not only confronted the terrifying force of a heavy blade, but also the onslaught of glimmering swords from all directions. Meanwhile, the third prince of Luoyuan, who had hoped to witness his head guard display unparalleled prowess, found himself disheartened as he observed Jin Sheng's relentless retreat. A clear indication to any discerning eye that Jin Sheng had exhausted all his efforts. This won't do. I cannot remain here. I must seek assistance. The third prince of Luoyuan thought, his expression betraying a hint of panic, his earlier bravado evaporating into whispers of desperation. Ultimately, he resolved to act. Addressing his guards, he commanded, "Stop hesitating. While the head guard holds off these assassins, we must make haste and depart from this place." The guards, snapping back to reality, nodded fervently in agreement. "Yes, Your Highness." They too were reluctant to face such a formidable adversary, and deemed it wiser to flee alongside the prince. As for their head guard, Jin Sheng, they could only wish him well, for it was they who typically bore the brunt of the battles, while Jin Sheng often reaped the rewards without bearing any psychological burden. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air as the third prince stepped into the military tent with his guards. Frowning slightly, he inhaled deeply, only to find himself taken aback as he witnessed his guards collapsing one by one to the ground. Poisoned. This singular thought echoed in his mind. At that moment, he felt a chill at his neck and glanced down to discover a dagger had been stealthily placed against him. Turning around, he was confronted by a plump middle-aged man, alongside whom emerged an elderly figure from the shadows, none other than Shun San and the Old Ghost. Old Ghost, this medicine is indeed effective. What you had before was utterly ineffective. Glancing at the fallen guards, Shun San could not help but voice his disdain. Old Ghost swiftly retorted, "It has nothing to do with my medicine. The winds have merely shifted. Enough. I shall not argue with you further. If we delay any longer, the big fellow and the little madman may soon meet their demise." With a forceful kick, Shun San sent the third prince of falling clouds sprawling to the ground, commanding, "Go. Summon your guards to bring my two companions here." I won't do it. Refusal means death." Shun San flicked his dagger, embedding it dangerously between the third prince's legs, mere inches from a vital spot. I'll go. Startled, the third prince hastily nodded in agreement. Outside the tent, the guard were engrossed in the spectacle. Suddenly, the tent flaps parted, and three figures emerged. "Your Highness, there are assassins. Over here, there are assassins." "What? Where are the assassins?" The trio quickly drew the attention of the remaining guards. However, what went unnoticed was that, while the guards vocally proclaimed the presence of assassins, none dared approach, seemingly fearful of encountering another monstrous foe. After all, The previous three assassins had proven formidable adversaries. Speak. Shinsen pressed the dagger close to the third prince's ear. The third prince, glancing at the guards, urgently shouted, "Stop staring. Hurry and bring over the two valiant warriors lying over there." Valiant warriors? Aren't they assassins? A mere glance at the predicament of Prince Luoyun III reveals the reason behind his urgency. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Under the prince's insistence, one of the guards finally made a move. However, as they approached Su Hu and the little madman, they were instantly overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from the duo, causing them to retreat in fear, lest they inadvertently meet their demise. Take action, Prince Luoyun commanded once more. Yet, in comparison to his authoritative presence, it was evident that Su Hu and his companion instilled a far greater terror in the guards. Never mind. Let us approach ourselves. These two individuals do not recognize anyone. Understanding their characters, Shun-san took it upon himself to escort Prince Luoyun and the old ghost closer to Su Hu. Hiss! As they drew near, the little madman was the first to strike, emitting a threatening roar. "It's me, not an enemy," Shun-san exclaimed hastily. However, as soon as he spoke, the little madman's roar intensified dramatically. Shun-san was taken aback. Fortunately, the little madman was merely attempting to intimidate him. After a couple of growls, he disregarded Shun-san and slumped weakly against Su Hu's shoulder. Su Hu was in poor condition as well, having lost a significant amount of blood. His skin had taken on a waxy pallor, and his cheeks appeared considerably pale. Nevertheless, he maintained a defensive posture, resembling a wounded tiger, still fierce in its demeanor. Observing the blood pooling around Su Hu and the wounds adorning his body, Shun-san remarked, "Old ghost, the big fellow is gravely injured. Are you capable of helping him?" The old ghost scoffed lightly, declaring, "My medical expertise is unparalleled." With that, he began to rummage through his robes, producing an assortment of bottles and jars. Upon reaching this point, Shun-san wore a perplexed expression. I remarked, "Old ghost, you don't intend to go solo, do you? You previously utilized these same herbs while concocting poisons." Casting a sidelong glance at Shun-san, old ghost immersed himself in the preparation of medicines, simultaneously elucidating. "None of the potions I possess are poisonous. This is the culmination of my years of research. Although these substances are not toxic, once I have blended them, they can yield hundreds of variations of poisons. Conversely, I can also transform these herbs into conventional remedies. Furthermore, I must convey this. My ability to heal surpasses my skill in administering poison. Poison is merely a means of self-preservation. Healing others is the essence of my existence." As he spoke, his hands were deftly at work, and soon several vials of medicine were ready. Old Ghost approached Su Hu and the little madman, disregarding the feral aura emanating from Su Hu, and proceeded to administer the potion directly. "Be careful," Shun-san exclaimed, startled by this development, fearing that either Su Hu or the little madman might retaliate against Old Ghost. However, the outcome left him astounded. In the presence of Old Ghost, Su Hu and the little madman instantly shed their initial aggressiveness. "Old Ghost, what are you doing?" Shun-san inquired, his face a mask of astonishment. It is worth noting that, aside from Li Dao, these two individuals were notoriously unyielding. With an air of composure, Old Ghost replied, "I have cultivated the true qi of eternal spring for nearly a century, and its essence mimics the natural energies of the world. While it may have a mild effect on ordinary individuals, it works wonders on these two." He then produced a vial, uncapped it, and held it beneath Su Hu's nose. "Breathe in." Su Hu nodded and took a deep breath. In the next moment, his entire being flushed with crimson, invigorating him significantly. Subsequently, he allowed the little madman to experience the same treatment. The Old Ghost elucidated that this was the blood spirit mist, meticulously concocted for the purpose of sustaining life in patients with external injuries, enabling even those whose internal organs were utterly devastated to endure for half an hour. He then produced a vial, from which he dispensed a viscous ointment to apply upon the wounds of Su Hu. This was the blood spirit ointment, an enhanced version of the blood spirit mist. While it could not resurrect the deceased, it proved effective on flesh and bone. Once the blood spirit ointment was applied, Su Hu's bleeding wound ceased immediately, revealing a visible layer of scab forming atop it. As the medication permeated, the scab thickened. The old ghost similarly administered the ointment to the little madman beside him. This spectacle left not only Shun San astounded, but also captivated Prince Luoyun and the surrounding guards. The astonishing effects of the medicine stirred a desire within all present. After all, in the tumultuous life of wandering the martial world or on the battlefield, the greatest fear is the inability for wounds to heal. Goodness, my friend, you've consumed a considerable amount of my supplies this time. After tending to Su Hu, the old ghost's face revealed a hint of regret. Contemplating, he glanced back at the guards of Prince Luoyun, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Approaching Prince Luoyun, he inquired, "Might I trouble you, young lad, for another favor?" "What favor?" came a response. "Quite simple." Not long after, Shun San observed the guards lined up before the old ghost. Seemingly in a daze, and asked, "Old ghost, what are you up to?" "Compounding medicine. Do you think my concoctions materialize out of thin air? Human blood can also serve as a remedy?" "Ha! For me, all of nature's creations can be transformed into medicine. It is merely my benevolence, otherwise." The old fiend could not help but reveal a sinister smile. Meanwhile, as the old fiend and Shun San were engaged in saving lives and drawing blood, the confrontation between Li Dao and Jin Sheng continued unabated. Although Li Dao possessed an extraordinary physique, capable of suppressing Jin Sheng at every turn, Jin Sheng was nonetheless a practitioner of the second rank in the postnatal realm. As long as his vital energy was not depleted, he retained a measure of strength. "I will block. I will block." Faced with Li Dao's tempestuous strikes, wielding his long saber, Jin Sheng continually swung his blade to defend himself. Suddenly, he realized that he had seemingly failed to intercept the attack. Peering cautiously, he discovered that his opponent had inexplicably halted. "You!" Just as Jin Sheng was about to utter something, he suddenly saw Li Dao charging at him once more. In that instant, he understood why his adversary had paused. It was a ploy to disrupt his rhythm. He had just acclimated to the opponent's rapid and forceful strikes. The abrupt cessation left him completely unbalanced. "Stop!" Jin Sheng shouted urgently. In response, Li Dao remained unfazed, relentlessly continuing his assault. Witnessing this, Jin Sheng hastily declared, "I concede. Let me go. I offer you the third prince of Luoyun. Will your third prince not feel sorrow over your actions? And what if he does? All I desire is to survive." At that moment, Jin Sheng had utterly renounced his loyalty. Facing that obstinate and foolish prince, his singular thought was to preserve his own life. "Regrettably, you have encountered me," Li Dao remarked with a shake of his head. "What does this mean?" Jin Sheng's expression was one of utter confusion. He was merely an inconsequential figure, one whose elimination would require unnecessary effort. Had you faced another adversary, survival might have been within your grasp, but alas, not with me. After all, I must incessantly take lives to grow stronger, particularly now, after having squandered so much time with you. To refrain from killing would be a grievous loss. To avoid my own detriment, I must ensure your demise. You." Jin Sheng's countenance darkened, utterly unprepared for such relentless pursuit from his opponent. "This strike is for you." Suddenly, Li Dao flicked his Qian blade, altering the rhythm of the encounter. The unnamed strike. This maneuver was crafted from his continuous skirmishes and the mental refinement he had undergone previously. It was derived from the Gale Blade technique, yet it bore distinct differences, offering only two effects: swiftness and precision. Chapter 17. Return, Transformation, and the Impervious Body. With a piercing sound, the blade met flesh. Jin Sheng had barely raised his long sword in defense when it was already too late. Coughing, he spat blood and looked down in disbelief at the blade embedded in his throat. How could a martial artist of the second rank, acquired through hard work, meet his end at the hands of a brute? With a swift motion, Li Dao withdrew his sword, casting off the blood from the Qian blade. The system's voice echoed in his ears as expected. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained. 154. Truly, one must commend the prowess of a master. Even a mere fraction of their attributes exceeds that of an ordinary person by 1.5 times. had it not been for the numerous guards he had slain at the outset, thus augmenting his attributes. He might have truly struggled against the formidable captain of the guards before him. The demise of Jin Sheng left the surrounding guards in a state of disarray, akin to headless flies, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for what to do. Flee. Moments later, this singular thought consumed their minds. Yet, how could Li Dao allow such prey to slip through his fingers? Brandishing the Xiantai knife with merciless intent, he unleashed a massacre upon the remaining guards. Even if these northern barbarians chose to surrender, he would show them no mercy. Although Li Dao had been merely a debauched count in the imperial capital before the awakening of his memories, he was nonetheless well versed in the enmity that existed between the Qian Dynasty and the northern barbarians. Within the northern territories, regardless of age or gender, resentment towards the Qian Dynasty ran deep. Each year, countless individuals fell victim to the plundering of the northern tribes along the borders of the Qian Dynasty. And since nearly every northern barbarian was a soldier, the weight of this sin could justly be borne by all. Spare me. I have a wife and children at home. I implore you, do not kill me. I surrender. At this moment, Li Dao's heart was as cold as the Xiantai knife in his hand. After the passage of a single incense stick, he found himself surrounded by a sea of corpses, with not a single soul remaining alive. Simultaneously, the attributes he had once depleted were replenished significantly. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 1807, Transformable, Available Attributes, 4, 63, Allocation. Observing the note beside the Physique attribute, Li Dao tentatively allocated points, only to discover that the available attributes did not, as per usual, augment his physique. However, the 3 characters transformable that had suddenly appeared behind his physique flickered momentarily. Must one complete this transformation first? Yet, transformation seems to imply complexity. It is unlikely to occur here. Perhaps it is best to consider it upon returning. Closing the panel, Li Dao prepared to seek out Su Hu and the others. Since he had retreated far from his encounter with Jin Sheng, he was unaware of the situation there. Nevertheless, it should be manageable. Although Su Hu and the little madman had sustained severe injuries after he had drawn away the most formidable captain of the guards, it should be feasible for them to protect themselves against the remaining guards. Old Ghost, have you exhausted all the men? Sun San gazed in astonishment at the last guard who had suddenly succumbed to weakness and breathed his last. Satisfied with his harvest, Old Ghost replied, I never take lives. I merely left them a breath, and it is their own inadequacy that led to this. In his view, as long as he did not directly cause their demise, it cannot be deemed murder. What transpired afterward was of no concern to him. After some time of acquaintance, Sun San had come to understand Old Ghost's character and was no longer surprised. He kicked the fallen prince of the falling clouds to the ground and remarked, why not eliminate this fellow as well? After all, we came to kill him. Him? Old Ghost merely cast a glance and replied, this fellow is riddled with ailments. Corrupted by vices, though he appears youthful, his body is entirely depleted due to excessive indulgence. I have no interest in him. You may decide his fate. Very well. Sun San gazed at Prince Luoyun San and remarked, very well, it is time to bid you farewell. However, rest assured, I'm not like the old ghost who relishes tormenting others. With a swift stroke of my small blade, I shall ensure your departure is most expedient. The prince's composure began to unravel. He wished to live, not merely to leave swiftly. As the dagger drew nearer, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Spare me. I am the 3rd prince of the Baiman Luoyun tribe. If you take my life, my father will not let you go unpunished. Upon hearing this, Sun San chuckled darkly. Dear prince, do you recognize us? And no, I do not, the prince stammered. Then, if you do not know us, how can you expect your father to? Should you perish, no one would be the wiser about our involvement. Prince Luoyun San fell silent for a moment. Then a spark of inspiration lit within him. Wait, hear me out. You do not appear to be officials, but rather men of the Jianghu, correct? And if so, Sun San replied, if you were officials, I would have nothing to say about my fate. However, if you're indeed men of the Jianghu, then it is likely someone has offered you certain terms to carry out my assassination. What is it that you wish to convey? Seemingly grasping a glimmer of hope, Prince Luoyun San continued, What sum did they offer you to take my life? I can provide you with double. No, 10 times the amount. If you spare me, I will pay you tenfold. How does that sound? Just as Shun San was about to respond, a voice echoed from a distance. Do you happen to have 50 lives to compensate us? Shun San turned to see a familiar figure, his expression brightening. Boss. Upon seeing only Li Dao present, he hastily inquired, has that expert perished? Indeed. Haha, I knew you could manage it, boss. That fellow had previously put me in quite a predicament. Shinsen could not help but burst into laughter. In contrast, the third prince of Luoyun, overhearing Li Dao's words, felt a shiver run through him. Earlier, he had harbored a glimmer of hope that Jin Sheng might return to rescue him, but now he was utterly despondent. Li Dao glanced at Su Hu and the little madman beside him, noticing that their wounds had nearly healed, and he paused momentarily. Upon seeing the old ghost nearby, he quickly deduced who was responsible for the healing. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, Old ghost, your medical skills are far more reliable than your toxic arts. Unfazed by the jest, the old ghost candidly replied, my medical skills have always been more dependable than my poison techniques. Li Dao nodded and turned his gaze towards the third prince of Luoyun, asking, is this the target of the mission? Shun Sen nodded in affirmation, stating, I was just about to deal with him. In the next moment, the Xiantai blade pierced the chest of the third prince of Luoyun. He looked down in disbelief at the blade lodged in his chest, unable to comprehend how he could die when he still wished to negotiate terms. Yet, it was too late. He sensed his life ebbing away. A few breaths later, the notification chimed. 1 enemy killed, attribute gained, 006. Li Dao gazed at the lifeless form of the third prince in perplexity. Just how inept could this fellow be to yield such a meager attribute? Even inferior to his original constitution? Nevertheless, he mused, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still a morsel. It was inconceivable to return the attribute. Beside him, Shun Sen had just regained his senses, momentarily stunned. Is he dead already? Li Dao retorted. Are we keeping him alive for the new year? Shun San remained silent. Suddenly, he approached the corpse of Prince Luoyun San and began rummaging through his garments. What are you doing? Li Dao was taken aback by Shun San's actions. This fellow appeared sufficiently lecherous. Was he perhaps also a sodomite? Without turning around, Shun San chuckled. When one kills, one must also loot. We cannot let anything go to waste. After a brief search, he extracted a string of beads from the prince's body and raised his gaze, asking, Boss, these beads are of good quality. Do you want them? Upon witnessing this, Li Dao realized that Shun San had fallen back into his old habits. You may keep them for yourself. Shun San, unceremoniously, tucked the beads into his bosom and continued his search on the corpse of Prince Luoyun San. Li Dao glanced at the trio of old ghosts and said, let us take a break for now. We will return to Changgu Town in half an hour. With that, he found a clean spot and sat down to rest. After killing so many, it would be a lie to say he bore no mental burden. After all, he was not a born killer. Thus, he needed to regulate his emotions to prevent himself from truly becoming a murderer. Half an hour swiftly passed. While the dawn had yet to break, Li Dao led the others back to Changgu Town. In the main military tent of Changgu Town, Wei Yin stared in disbelief at the 5 individuals before him. You mean to say you have annihilated the entire retinue of Prince Luoyun San? He merely instructed 5 individuals to devise a plan to assassinate Prince Luoyun San. It was not a directive for you to engage in a complete annihilation. Is it really necessary to escalate matters to such an extent? Speaking of this, Shun San became animated, attributing the success to the chief. He single-handedly eliminated nearly 100 guards and even dispatched the second-tier captain of the guards. The 4 of us were primarily onlookers. Upon hearing this, Old Ghost curled his lip, uncertain of who among them was truly the most insignificant. However, there were certain matters at his age he preferred not to discuss. Oh, Wei Yin exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Li Dao. You managed to deal with a second-tier expert? Li Dao casually remarked, perhaps it was because that individual was a fraud. As he said this, he cast a sidelong glance at Old Ghost, who was, after all, a first-tier expert. Old Ghost. Wei Yin replied, even if he was indeed a fraud, your performance has been quite impressive. In the realm of postnatal warriors, An individual capable of overcoming 100 armors is already considered a formidable expert, although you are not facing elite guards. Those who attain the rank of bodyguard are certainly not lacking in skill. Therefore, there is no need for you to be so modest. Li Dao shrugged, choosing to remain reticent. In his perspective, the more understated his demeanor, the better. Noticing Li Dao's reluctance to elaborate, Wei Yin opted not to prolong the awkwardness and stated, "After a night filled with tribulations, I presume the 5 of you are weary. It would be wise to rest." Shen San interjected, "I say, Captain Wei, you're not suggesting we return to the death row, are you?" "Of course not. You all have been of great assistance to me, and I shall provide each of you with a private military tent to rest," Wei Yun assured them. Shen San revealed a satisfied smile. "Now that's more like it." 5 individuals emerged from the main military tent, swiftly guided by a soldier to the front of 5 interconnected tents. Shen and the others instinctively turned their gaze towards Li Dao. "Choose freely. Rest well to accomplish the forthcoming 2 tasks." With that, Li Dao entered the central tent. The remaining 4 exchanged glances before each selecting a tent and stepping inside. Upon entering, Li Dao discovered a bed and a table laden with an array of food. However, he did not approach the food. Instead, he settled cross-legged upon the bed. In his mind, he silently chanted, "Panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 1807, Transformable. Available attributes, for 63. Glimpsing the words transformable, he hesitated only briefly before resolutely solidifying his intent. In the next instant, he felt a jolt coursing through him. A peculiar sensation of tearing emanated from within. It was not merely a physical rupture. It felt as though every cell in his body was undergoing a fragmentation that defied description. Simultaneously, information regarding the transformation of his physique flooded his mind. He learned that when one's physique reaches a certain threshold, it attains its limit. To transcend this limit, one must enhance their bodily potential. For practitioners, upon reaching a certain threshold, they could utilize their vital energy to break through limitations, undergoing a profound metamorphosis akin to a significant realm breakthrough. However, Li Dao's circumstances were distinct. Lacking vital energy within him, he could not rely on it to surpass his limits. Thus, he was compelled to depend solely on his physique to achieve this breakthrough. It is a formidable challenge for the average individual to reach such a level. However, with the aid of a system, transcending limits becomes a mere trifle, requiring only a slight enhancement. All that remains is for him to endure the agony that accompanies this physical breakthrough. If he cannot withstand even the pain, then possessing the system becomes unnecessary. Yet, despite the torment inherent in his metamorphosis, it bestows upon him advantages that the ordinary person lacks. With each transformation, a particular function of his body undergoes a unique evolution, granting him unforeseen benefits. Comprehending the essence of this transformation, Li Dao clenched his teeth and braced himself. The system is his secret, and he is reluctant for anyone to uncover his peculiarities. Nevertheless, the tearing pain intensified, gradually numbing his entire being. Time flowed slowly. After an indeterminate period, Li Dao sensed the pain beginning to subside. Simultaneously, he noticed alterations occurring within his body. It was as if the metamorphosis had commenced. Was it his skin? Li Dao keenly perceived that the change was manifesting in his skin. At this moment, it felt as though his skin was being reformed, undergoing alterations that were beyond his comprehension. Regardless of the transformation, it should ultimately prove beneficial to him. Had there been an observer present, they would have witnessed Li Dao's skin gradually dulling. After several minutes, the sensation of pain within Li Dao completely vanished, and he understood that his transformation was complete. As Li Dao lowered his gaze, he was astonished to find that his skin had transformed into a deep shade of ebony. Amidst his surprise, he soon realized that this was merely a layer of dead skin, with his true complexion lying beneath it. He reached out and tore at the layer of dead skin, which split open to reveal the genuine condition of his skin. Compared to its previous state, his skin had become significantly fairer, yet was not excessively pale. Rather, it possessed a healthy hue. However, that was not the aspect that captivated his attention. Upon closer examination, He discerned that his skin retained its softness akin to that of an ordinary person, yet its texture seemed altered. Resilience. Indeed, his skin had gained a greater elasticity than before. Li Dao swiftly removed all the dead skin from his body, discovering that every inch of his skin shared the same transformation. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 1807. Available attributes. 463. The metamorphosis had indeed been completed. The text within the parentheses vanished, yet the panel did not elucidate the specifics of his transformation. Should he try adding some points? With a mere thought, he concentrated. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 2270. Available attributes. 0. There was no change. It did not align with his previous assumption that an increase in physique would necessitate a doubling of points for enhancement. It remained consistent. Adding a certain amount would yield an equivalent enhancement. The familiar warmth coursed through his body, reshaping both his physique and mind. Uniquely, he noted that this time, alongside the augmentation of his physique, his skin exhibited a transformation unlike any prior. This must be what the system referred to as a special transformation, though I did not expect it to manifest upon the skin. Has it become more resilient? Suddenly, a thought struck Li Dao. He rose and grasped the dark iron blade that he had carelessly placed upon the bedside. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively drew the blade across his left arm. Previously, even with a physique 20 times that of an ordinary person, the sharpness of the dark iron blade would have undoubtedly inflicted a wound. This understanding stemmed from his past life, where he had encountered a scientific explanation regarding human strength. The change in a person's bodily strength bears little relation to their capacity to withstand external forces. In essence, while an individual's physique may be formidable, their resistance primarily arises from muscle cushioning, which allows them to endure a certain degree of external impact. However, injury is still inevitable. Scientific calculations have indicated that for an ordinary person to disregard the impact of a bullet, they would require a body strength at least 10,000 times that of an average individual. Thus, it is evident that unless bodily strength reaches an exceedingly terrifying threshold, one remains susceptible to injury under external forces. His subsequent experiment would involve testing the changes in his skin. As the dark iron blade grazed his skin, he felt no sensation akin to the normal cutting of flesh. Rather, it resembled the experience of a dull knife slicing through tough leather, the blade failing to penetrate at all. Upon raising the dark iron blade for closer inspection, he discovered that there were no white marks upon his skin, only a faint red imprint. Given his remarkable recovery ability, the imprint vanished within a mere breath. Indeed, this transformation of his physique had altered the strength and resilience of his skin. Otherwise, should the blade strike down, given the condition of his skin prior, it would undoubtedly draw blood and potentially injure the underlying muscle. Subsequently, Li Dao commenced an experiment to ascertain the maximum force his skin could endure. With the premise of wielding a weapon as formidable as the black iron blade, a force twice that of an ordinary person proved ineffective. A quintuple increase in strength could merely leave a fleeting white mark upon his skin, which would vanish in the blink of an eye. Applying 10 times the normal strength, he could barely inflict a scratch upon his skin. However, with his capacity to recover at 20 times that of an average individual, the wound would scab over and heal almost instantaneously. Ultimately, it was only when Li Dao exerted his utmost strength, allowing the black iron blade to penetrate into his arm, that he succeeded in embedding the blade into the muscle. Yet, it was firmly ensnared by the density of his muscle. It is important to note that all these observations were predicated upon the use of the black iron blade. Were it a standard knife, it is unlikely that even the blade itself could inflict harm upon him. With the current resilience of his skin, it could rightfully be said that he was impervious to blades and firearms. Furthermore, this was merely a preliminary exploration regarding sharp instruments. Li Dao was confident that his skin, transformed in this manner, possessed even more astonishing qualities. Most importantly, he understood that the resilience of his skin post-transformation would continue to enhance in tandem with the fortification of his physique. Thus, a profound question arose in Li Dao's mind. What would happen if he were to suffer from appendicitis in the future? Of course, this query was merely a fleeting thought. It is crucial to recognize that he possessed a physique 20 times that of an ordinary person. In addition to strength, his resistance to viruses and bacteria was equally 20-fold, leaving one to ponder what could possibly induce inflammation within him. Moreover, even if inflammation were to occur, his immune system would swiftly remedy it, rendering any surgical intervention utterly unnecessary. In Chapter 18, during the second mission, the innate warrior Li Dao became acutely aware of his own transformation, reflecting upon the newfound strength that afforded him a modicum of self-preservation. The metamorphosis of his skin significantly enhanced his capacity for survival, paving a smoother path ahead. After discarding the shed skin and donning his attire, Li Dao seated himself at the table and began to eat heartily. Once satiated, he stretched his back and reclined upon his bed, surrendering to slumber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, following the successful assassination of Prince Luoyun by Li Dao and his companions, Wei Yun had not sought them out. They had made attempts to locate him, yet to no avail, and were left to bide their time. Fortunately, life was considerably more bearable than that of a death row inmate, with ample food and drink each day. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, Wei Yun initiated a meeting with the 5 of them. On this day, within the main military tent, Wei Yun sat at the head of the table, raising his wine cup towards Li Dao and his companions. He began by expressing his gratitude for their efforts, noting that the demise of Prince Luoyun had temporarily thwarted negotiations between the Tama tribe of the northern barbarians and the Luoyun tribe, alleviating some pressure in the border regions. Having said this, he downed the contents of his cup in one go. At the wine table, Shun Sen gulped down his drink and candidly remarked that mere flattering words were of little consequence. It would be far more beneficial for them to receive tangible rewards, such as an arrangement for household registration and personal freedom for the 5 of them. Wei Yun's lips curled slightly, realizing he had underestimated Shun San's audacity. What he had intended as mere words had been taken quite seriously by the latter. Ignoring Shun San, he turned his gaze towards Li Dao. Although he could not provide them with any tangible benefits, he could facilitate the prompt completion of 3 essential tasks. The purpose of today's gathering was to relay the details of the second task they needed to undertake. Upon hearing this, Shun San could not help but mutter, "How can this be considered a benefit?" Paying no mind to Shun San's foolish remarks, Li Dao set down his cup and inquired directly, "What is the second task we are to accomplish?" To him, having a task was a fortuitous opportunity. The quicker they completed it, the sooner they could shed the identity of death row inmates. Wei Yin responded, "Although we have temporarily severed the connection between the Bei Man TMU tribe and the Luoyun tribe, the TMU tribe has not ceased its activities. According to intelligence gathered by our frontline scouts, the TMU tribe, in addition to negotiating with the Luoyun tribe, has commissioned 100,000 arrows from the Bei Man Liahua tribe. It is highly likely that these arrows are intended for use against our Qian army." Upon hearing this, Shun San's expression changed. "Are you suggesting, Wei, that our task is to intercept these 100,000 arrows?" Wei Yin shook his head. "Certainly not." Shun San let out a sigh of relief. "That is more acceptable." However, Wei Yin continued, "Our objective is not to intercept the 100,000 arrows, but rather to devise a means to destroy them." Shun San immediately slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, addressing Wei with fervent indignation. "You Wei, do not presume us to be fools. The importance of 100,000 arrows cannot be compared to that of the useless Prince Luoyun. Surely, there will be numerous individuals tasked with escorting these arrows, and among them, many skilled warriors. This is nothing short of a blatant attempt to send us to our doom." In the face of Shun San's attitude, Wei Yun remained unperturbed. After all, what merit was there in quarreling with a simpleton? He turned his gaze towards Li Dao. 9527. What are your thoughts on my remarks? Li Dao set down his wine cup and spoke softly. "Indeed, this task is not one that ordinary men can undertake. If Commander Wei does not wish to betray our trust, there must be more to this matter that remains unspoken." Unable to contain his admiration, Wei Yin clapped his hands and remarked, "I underestimated your intellect. You are correct. This endeavor poses significant challenges. Therefore," he turned back to Shun San and continued, "this time, Not only will the 5 of you go, but I shall also bring along a contingent from the Y-Wing to accompany you. Sun Sen pursed his lips, realizing he had little to counter with, especially since the principal was joining the mission. To claim it was a journey to certain death would only implicate himself. Upon hearing that Wei Yun intended to join, Li Dao's expression sharpened, and he inquired, "Is it truly that perilous?" Wei Yun nodded solemnly. "Indeed, it is rather precarious. I have received word that among the escorting personnel, there is a congenital warrior." A congenital warrior? Upon hearing this, Li Dao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Through discussions with Old Gui and others, Li Dao had gained some understanding of the levels of martial prowess. In this world, cultivation is categorized into distinct realms: the postnatal warrior, the innate warrior, the master warrior, and the grandmaster warrior. Among these, the grandmaster is a figure of national significance, typically representing the profound essence of a nation, and seldom engages in conflicts. The master warrior, however, is the most formidable presence in the martial world, albeit a rare breed, standing at the pinnacle of an entire dynasty. The innate warrior represents the mainstream of the martial community, with most renowned experts residing within this tier. To analyze from Li Dao's perspective, ordinary individuals are akin to minor foes. Postnatal warriors are elite adversaries, while innate warriors belong to the boss-level category. Despite the seemingly minor distinction between postnatal and innate, the disparity in strength is at least tenfold. The last opponent he faced, Jin Sheng, was merely a postnatal second rank, not even reaching the first rank. An innate warrior? Are you jesting? Who could contend with such a being? Sun Sen displayed an unmistakable unease, clearly aware of the formidable prowess of innate warriors. Wei Yun interjected, reassuring them, "Do not worry. You need not intervene with that innate warrior. I shall handle it myself." "What?" Sun Sen exclaimed in astonishment. "You are innate?" Wei Yun replied with a serene smile, "Why not?" Sun Sen found himself momentarily speechless, realizing he had unwittingly been confronting a formidable figure of innate caliber for quite some time, and a sense of admiration for himself washed over him. "Have you considered it? Will you accept this task?" Wei Yun turned his gaze toward Li Dao. "Will we accept it?" Li Dao turned around and met Wei Yun's gaze, inquiring, "We wish to decline, but do you agree?" "No," came the reply. "Then why waste your breath?" Wei Yun responded, "Very well, it was my folly." 2 days later, outside Changgu town, Li Dao and his companions mounted their steeds, much like before. However, this time they were flanked by a multitude of individuals. 9527. It has been quite some time. A familiar figure approached Li Dao with a greeting. "Captain Liu." Li Dao turned to face the newcomer, who was none other than Captain Liu, with whom he had shared numerous encounters in the past. Captain Liu surveyed Li Dao and his 4 companions and remarked, "If you complete this mission, you should be able to leave the death camp, correct?" "Just 2 more to go," Li Dao replied, revealing no secrets to Captain Liu, as he was likely already aware of this matter. TSK, Captain Liu mused, "It seems you're on the path to success." Li Dao shrugged. "Until the end, one cannot predict the outcome." He remained cautious, unwilling to make promises until the day he truly gained his freedom. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Captain Liu took his leave, as he was a 100-man commander and, alongside Wei Yun, one of the highest-ranking officers, tasked with leading the troops. Shortly thereafter, Wei Yun emerged on horseback. With his command, the troops set forth towards the outskirts of Changgu. Due to the early march, Wei Yun led the Weiwu camp to the designated ambush location, a junction between the Lihua and Tianmu tribes. This region, characterized by its arid plains, contains but a single thoroughfare, serving as the essential route for the Tam tribe's escort. Thus, Wei Yun positioned his men in ambush along this pathway. Just as Li Daogang secured a hiding spot, he noticed Lu Fuzhong arriving nearby with his subordinates. A look of confusion crossed his face. "Lu Fuzhong, what brings you here?" Lu Fuzhong waved his hand dismissively. "Pay us no mind. We merely wish to join you in ambush for greater safety." Li Dao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet he acquiesced to their presence. Similarly, Sun Sen and a few others shared this sentiment, swiftly taking up positions near Li Dao. As time meandered on, the night passed uneventfully, and still there was no sign of the Tam tribe's escort on that solitary road. Beneath the scorching sun, Shun San, drenched in sweat, remarked, "Is it possible that that fellow Wei has miscalculated? Where are they? If no one arrives, shall we simply wait indefinitely?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers beside Lu Fuzhong glared at Shun San, displeased by his reference to Wei Yun. However, Shun San, unconcerned with their reactions, retorted, "Why shouldn't I speak? Even the condemned have a voice." "Silence. Their movement." Li Dao interjected suddenly. At his words, Shun San immediately fell silent, and the others rose to observe. Indeed, in the distance, a convoy was approaching, making its way towards them. The flag of the caravan was none other than that of the Tamu tribe, indicating it was the convoy escorting the 100,000 arrows. Lu Fuzhong slightly rose and gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing as he noted the unusually large number of individuals in this group, at least 1,000 strong. 1,000 men were sufficient to incite a small-scale war. Li Dao cast a glance and suddenly noticed two distinct tribal flags amongst the caravan. He remarked that the personnel within should comprise not only members of the Tama tribe, but also those from the Fire tribe, thus explaining the apparent increase in numbers. The Fire tribe? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fuzhong quickly deduced that the recent events involving the Luoyun tribe had heightened the vigilance of the Tama tribe, prompting them to enlist some individuals from the Fire tribe to escort this batch of supplies. Upon hearing of the change in enemy numbers, the expressions of those around him darkened. The difficulty of the mission had already been considerable, and now this unforeseen variable made it all the more challenging. Observing that Wei Yun remained silent, Li Dao surmised that the mission was to proceed. It was fortuitous, as continuing the ambush aligned with his own strategy. After all, for him, as long as there were no exceptionally formidable opponents, the presence of ordinary individuals or slightly weaker practitioners was advantageous, especially following the transformation of his skin. The tactic of overwhelming numbers had practically lost its efficacy against him. The vast majority could not even breach his skin, rendering them no threat. To him, those who posed no danger were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. With his extraordinary physical prowess and remarkable recuperative abilities, he felt that, given sufficient time, he could single-handedly annihilate the entire 1,000-strong battalion. As time passed, the forces of the Tamu tribe and the Flame tribe drew ever closer to their concealed position. Soon enough, the enemy convoy ventured into the range of their ambush. At that moment, a signal horn echoed across the plain. Upon hearing it, Commander Lu decisively ordered everyone, "Rise and shoot." In an instant, 200 archers emerged from the slopes on either side of the convoy, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows upon the unsuspecting troops. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Tamu and Flame tribes became aware of the ambush and urgently shouted for their comrades to take cover. Yet it was still too late. Many guards perished beneath the initial barrage. Before they could fully react, under Wei Yun's command, a second volley of arrows descended upon the beleaguered convoy. "You shall pay for this." A furious roar erupted from the center of the convoy. In the next moment, a figure leapt into the air from the Tamu tribe's ranks. With both hands waving in the air, a portion of the arrows seemed to be deflected by an invisible force, landing harmlessly on the ground. Witnessing this, Li muttered to himself, "Qi emission, a congenital warrior." This individual was undoubtedly the innate martial artist concealed within the Tamu tribe's ranks. At this juncture, Wei Yun also took note of the unexpected figure and immediately commanded, "Vanguard, charge. Rearguard, provide cover and neutralize the arrows." Having spoken, he seized a long blade at his waist and charged directly towards the innate martial artist who had intercepted the rain of arrows. Half of his soldiers surged towards the convoy, while the other half continued to rain arrows, providing cover for their comrades. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, Li Dao did not hesitate. He swiftly grabbed his black iron sword and joined the foremost ranks in their westward charge. After all, an early rush would yield greater rewards. Lu Fuzhong, observing the situation, immediately commanded, "Everyone, follow alongside 9527 into the fray." His strategy hinged upon a shared belief in unity. Likewise, Su Hu and his companions, seeing Li Dao advance, followed suit without a moment's delay. Mere moments ago, tranquility reigned, but now, the two groups were embroiled in chaos. Chapter 19. Unexpectedly. The half-step innate martial artist upon entering the tumultuous convoy, Li Dao, while harvesting attributes, did not lose sight of his mission. Approaching a carriage, he swiftly dispatched several guards with a single stroke of his blade. Eliminated one enemy, gained attributes, 0. 21. Eliminated one enemy, gained attributes, 0. 20. Eliminated one enemy, gained attributes, 0. 23. Ignoring the system's notifications, he lifted the lid of the box at the rear of the carriage, revealing an orderly array of arrows, exuding a faint aroma of wood, clearly freshly crafted. Here, Li Dao spotted Lu Fuzhong leading a group and waved his hand to beckon them over. Upon hearing him, Lu Fuzhong hurried over and also beheld the newly made arrows. You lead the effort to destroy the arrows. I shall provide cover, Li Dao stated decisively. Agreed. Lu Fuzhong nodded slightly, immediately instructing his subordinates to prepare. Upon noticing someone attempting to intercept the arrows, a group from the Tamu tribe rushed forward to obstruct them. Observing this, Li Dao showed no mercy. He unsheathed his blade and engaged these individuals decisively. In mere moments, those who rushed to support were felled, their forms collapsing and contributing to the attributes within his panel. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the ranks of the Tama tribe. The newcomer was robust, wielding dual axes and bare-chested, cutting a path through the fray. None among the Dacian soldiers could match his ferocity. It seemed he had singled out Li Dao as the most formidable among them, and with a fierce shout, he aimed his axes at Li Dao, declaring, "You rogue, do not be so arrogant." As the words left his mouth, he raised his dual axes and swung them directly toward Li Dao's face. 9527, be careful. Lu Fuzhong shouted urgently upon witnessing the scene. The aggressor's stance was undeniably formidable. Lu feared he might not be a match for the foe. Initially, Li Dao had speculated that such a large contingent could not rely solely on a single innate martial artist for protection, presuming there must be others of the acquired realm mingled within. Just as that thought crossed his mind, one emerged. As the dual axes hurtled toward him, Li Dao exhibited no sign of trepidation. He raised his blade to meet the oncoming strike. The burly man, taken aback by Li Dao's audacity to block his dual axes with one hand, felt a surge of disdain. Yet it only fueled his determination to demonstrate the sheer terror of his strength. He bellowed, as the dual axes descended with the force of 1,000 pounds, crashing down onto Li Dao's black iron blade. A resounding thud echoed as the weapons collided. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Faced with a pair of double axes, Li Dao effortlessly blocked a towering man, standing at 2 meters tall, wielding the formidable weapons with nothing but a single hand and a solitary blade. This spectacle left Lu Fuzhong utterly stunned. He recalled that not long ago, Li Dao could barely contend with a 5th-grade warrior from the Northern Barbarians, and now, in such a short span, he could easily confront a martial artist not inferior to that very same leader, employing only his brute strength without the slightest hint of true energy. How could such rapid advancement be possible? The burly man gazed incredulously at his double axes being thwarted by a youth who stood a full head shorter than himself. Observing the giant, Li Dao remarked with a faint smile, "Your precision is adequate, but your strength leaves much to be desired." The giant, about to retort, suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from the double axes. With a swift flick of his wrist, Li Dao rendered the giant momentarily powerless, causing the axes to soar into the air. Nameless strike. With a deft upward thrust of his mysterious iron blade, Li Dao pierced through the giant's neck. 1 enemy slain. Attribute gained. 108. In the next heartbeat, the giant collapsed to the ground. Regaining his composure, Lu Fuzhong couldn't help but give Li Dao a thumbs up. Li Dao nodded, setting his sights on the remaining adversaries. Meanwhile, amidst the clash of the main forces, Wei Yun engaged with a congenital warrior from the Tamu tribe not far away. It was evident that he was indeed a congenital warrior, as the area around their confrontation crackled with true energy, deterring bystanders from approaching. "The people of the Great Qian Dynasty, how dare you ambush the convoy transporting our Tam tribe's goods? Are you not afraid that the northern barbarians will wage war against your Great Qian Dynasty?" The innate warrior of the Tam tribe, Witnessing the destruction of the 100,000 arrows he was escorting, exclaimed in exasperation towards Wei Yun, who was engaging him in combat. Wage war? Wei Yun replied with a cold smile. Do not tell me you are unaware of the purpose of this batch of arrows. Furthermore, your notion of a conflict between the northern barbarians and the Great Qian is a fallacy. It is the Great Qian engaging in warfare with your Tam tribe. Not all tribes of the northern barbarians wish to oppose the Great Qian. The opponent was rendered speechless by the rebuttal and ultimately had to channel his frustration entirely onto Wei Yun, launching a relentless series of increasingly fierce attacks. However, Wei Yun was no pushover, especially since his mission was merely to destroy the 100,000 arrows, not to kill these individuals. He had no need to fight to the death. His objective was simply to stall the innate warrior, so he adopted a strategy of feigned retreat. This maneuver left the innate warrior feeling somewhat stifled. The innate warrior of the Tam tribe, in a fit of rage, suddenly halted and turned to shout at the Flaming Fire Tribe's convoy. Flaming Fire Tribe, will you simply stand by and watch? Remember what your tribe's king declared previously. Should any damage occur to these arrows, your Flaming Fire Tribe shall bear part of the responsibility. Hearing this, Wei Yun's expression shifted, sensing a troubling turn of events. At that moment, an individual emerged from the Flaming Fire Tribe. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wei Yun's brow furrowed. An innate warrior? However, he soon shook his head, realizing that the innate aura emanating from the other party was fundamentally unstable. This is a half-step innate warrior? The term half-step innate warrior refers to those individuals whose breakthrough from the acquired first rank to the innate realm results in an unstable state. In such circumstances, if one continues to push forward, the probability of failure is significantly high, and once failure occurs, achieving another breakthrough becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, some choose to pause during their breakthrough process, employing certain methods to accumulate strength and await a more favorable moment. This situation is commonly referred to as a half-step innate warrior. Such individuals possess strength surpassing that of the acquired first rank, while also wielding a portion of the power of innate warriors, making their capabilities formidable. Tashin, I never anticipated you would find yourself in need of assistance. The half-step innate warrior stepped forward with a faint smile, directing his gaze towards the innate warrior of the Tam tribe. Tashin's expression was filled with anger as he bluntly stated, Liashin, will you or will you not take action? Of course I will, Liashin replied with a slight smile. But the provisions that your Tam tribe promised to our Lihua tribe must be doubled. Doubled? Tashin's face darkened as he retorted, why don't you go and seize it then? Seize it? Is there anything faster than extortion? Observing that his tribe was at a disadvantage, Tashin reluctantly acquiesced to Liashin's demands. I agree. Now, please act swiftly. Rest assured, Liashin called out to his comrades behind him, Lihua tribe warriors. Let the Tam tribe witness what it truly means to be a warrior. With a resounding cheer, the warriors of the Lihua tribe surged forward to support their brethren against the Tam tribe. Liaxian, what do you think? Tower Mountain's gaze fell upon Liaxian. Liaxian glanced at Wei Yun and candidly stated, I am merely half a step into the innate realm and cannot contend with a true innate master. You must hold them off while I deal with these insignificant rodents from the Qian. With that, he disregarded Tower Mountain's expression and brandished his long staff, charging towards the Qian troops. Upon witnessing the sudden assault, the Qian soldiers immediately prepared to retaliate. A flicker of disdain crossed Liaxian's eyes as he casually swung his staff, sending several Qian soldiers hurtling backward. The areas struck by the staff turned charred, eliciting cries of agony. Observing this scene, Wei Yun's countenance darkened. If it were merely the ordinary members of the Fire tribe aiding the TMU tribe, he would harbor no concerns. However, he was particularly apprehensive about the presence of a half-step innate fighter among them. Such an individual infiltrating his ranks would undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow. Moreover, a leader of that caliber could significantly elevate the morale of their side, thereby demoralizing the Qian soldiers, rendering the situation increasingly unfavorable for them. Haha, do you now understand my previous sentiments? Tower Mountain remarked with a chilling smile. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to pass unless you can eliminate me. Eliminate Tower Mountain? Wei Yun dismissed this notion entirely. In a confrontation of equals, unless there was a significant disparity, it would be exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in a short span. Retreat? The thought of retreat flickered through Wei Yun's mind. If he were to withdraw now, although it would signify a failure of the mission, at least he could preserve a portion of his men. However, if this continues, it is highly likely that all his subordinates will perish here, and he himself may also succumb to the combined might of the half-step innate warrior from the Tower Mountain and the Fire Tribe. Yet, just as he wavered in indecision, a tremendous commotion suddenly erupted from the ranks of the Qian. Wei Yun and Ta Shan instinctively turned their gazes in that direction, only to discover that Lai Xian had encountered an adversary. "You brute, prepare to meet your demise." Lai Xian brandished his long staff, aiming a powerful strike at the small giant before him. This small giant was none other than Su Hu. "Kill! Su Hu Zhao!" His hands transforming into claw-like shapes as he struck out at the incoming staff. The collision of claw and staff produced a thunderous sound. Though the staff was deflected by Su Hu's immense strength, he too was not unscathed. The staff radiated an intense heat, as if engulfed in flames, resulting in severe burns on Su Hu's palms. Lai Xian, sensing the formidable force behind the staff, revealed a flicker of surprise. Innate divine power? But he quickly scoffed at the notion. What does innate divine power matter? Without innate mastery, great strength is futile. He immediately tightened his grip on the staff, preparing to charge at Su Hu. At that moment, a nimble figure darted in front of Su Hu, hurling an object toward Lai Xian. "Behold, your grandfather's hidden weapon." "A hidden weapon?" Lai Xian sneered, shaking the staff to strike the so-called hidden weapon. In the next instant, the hidden weapon exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke that spread rapidly. Nearby, several members of the Fire Tribe were enveloped in this smoke, their eyes suddenly turning crimson, as they began to lash out indiscriminately. Poison. Witnessing this scene, Lai Xian quickly held his breath. When he lifted his gaze again, he realized that the brute had been taken away, fleeing into the distance. "Do you wish to run?" Liexin decisively pursued, vowing that anyone who dared to mock him would face death today. There was no escaping, for the opportunity had slipped away. Suddenly, Ta Shan launched an attack towards Wei Yun. Initially, Wei Yun contemplated retreating and abandoning the mission, but upon glimpsing Su Hu, an inexplicable figure flashed through his mind. He felt an instinctive belief that this person could assist him. Though it seemed somewhat implausible, he was inexplicably compelled to persevere. As Ta Shan charged towards him, Wei Yun took a deep breath, resolved to wait a little longer. Perhaps a miracle would unfold. Chapter 20. Slaying the half-step innate. Mission accomplished. Boss, help. Li Daozhong, engrossed in vanquishing foes and destroying arrows, was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Turning around, he spotted Sun San supporting Su Hu as they rushed towards his position. Behind them, a figure relentlessly pursued, drawing closer with each moment. Still attempting to flee? Although Sun San excelled in lightness skills, he fell short against a master of the half-step innate level, soon being overtaken. Liexin raised his hand, ready to strike both of them with his staff. Bang! Just as the two were about to be struck, a long blade unexpectedly parried the blow. Boss! Shinsan's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer. A helper? Liexin's expression darkened significantly at the sight of someone thwarting his strike. One after another, there always seemed to be obstacles in his path. His murderous intent intensified as he resolutely lifted his long staff to strike again. Flame staff technique. With a swift motion, the staff ignited in a blaze, enveloping it in fire as it surged towards Li Daozhong. "Be careful, boss," Sun San exclaimed, startled by the fierce display. Yet in the next moment, he was forcefully kicked, sent flying alongside Su Hu. In the face of this assault, Li Dao raised his blade to defend himself. Observing this, Lai Xian's eyes glinted with a hint of cunning. As the Xian Tai knife clashed with the iron rod, flames erupted from the latter, hurtling directly towards Li Dao's face. Upon witnessing this, Li Dao's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his visage. "Ha! My blazing fire chi is not easily thwarted," Lai Xian declared with confidence. As the flames gradually dissipated, Li Dao's figure became increasingly discernible. However, upon recognizing Li Dao's appearance, the smile on Lai Xian's face stiffened. How is this possible? Lai Xian gazed at Li Dao, whose arm bore only a slight reddening of the skin. Disbelief etched across his features. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was ignited by a portion of innate true qi, possessing lethal potential, even if it could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. Generally, mere contact would reduce an ordinary person to char, yet had only left Li Dao's skin slightly flushed. Li Dao glanced down at his arm, feeling a burn that was not severe. It seemed that his skin, having undergone a transformation, retained some undiscovered properties. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was momentarily distracted, he decisively lunged forward with his blade aimed at Lai Xian's face. Yet, the prowess of a half-step innate master was formidable. Upon regaining his composure, Lai Xian adeptly parried Li Dao's strike. Nevertheless, even this half-step innate master was forced to retreat several paces under the weight of Li Dao's terrifying strength. Lai Xian's confidence evaporated, his gaze shifting to one of caution. Li Dao, refusing to grant his adversary a moment's hesitation, surged forward with his blade. To him, time was of the essence. It could not be squandered. Upon witnessing the situation, Lai Xian did not hesitate to raise his staff and counterattack. In an instant, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The nameless warrior wielded his sword with precision, while Lai Xian unleashed his fiery staff techniques. The clash of the mysterious iron blade against the iron staff produced a dazzling display of sparks and flames. However, in the face of Lai Xian's fiery onslaught, Li Dao only occasionally defended himself against the flames encroaching upon his visage, disregarding the rest, knowing that his transformed skin was impervious to such burns. Yet, similarly, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand against his opponent. This stalemate could not persist. Li Dao contemplated for whether he emerged victorious or defeated in this deadlock. It would ultimately be to his detriment. Thus, he silently invoked his status panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 2270, available attributes, 836. As Li Dao's physique grew stronger, his speed in dispatching foes increased correspondingly, especially in such a large-scale melee, which was akin to a fish in water for him. Consequently, he soon amassed a considerable number of attribute points. With a mere thought, he allocated all his points to his physique. In the next moment, his panel transformed. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 3106, available attributes, 0. Upon completion of the allocation, a surge of power coursed through Li Dao's being. His speed in striking became increasingly rapid, and each blow grew heavier. If anyone were to feel the palpable increase in Li Dao's strength, it would undoubtedly be Lai Xian, who was locked in combat with him. As time progressed, Lai Xian's expression shifted from initial seriousness to astonishment, culminating in an incredulous visage. He had never witnessed an individual's strength increasing with each strike, nor their speed escalating with each blow. Initially, he was able to keep pace with his opponent's rhythm, but eventually, he realized he was falling behind. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. He realized he had failed to block an attack and had been slashed. Upon seeing this, Li Dao's murderous intent intensified, and he pursued relentlessly. Lai Xian attempted to utter a word, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden assault. As Li Dao continuously swung his blade, he also observed Lai Xian's movements with keen eyes. After some time in combat, he gradually began to dissect his opponent's actions, leveraging his extraordinary intellect, which was 30 times greater than that of an average person, to swiftly discern certain patterns in his adversary's staff technique. Once he comprehended these patterns, it signified that he could identify the vulnerabilities within the technique. Finally, at the moment his opponent lifted their weapon, he spotted a flaw and quickly formulated a judgment in his mind. Instead of parrying the incoming strike, this time Li Dao raised his right hand to seize it directly. However, to Lai Xian, this appeared to be a path to self-destruction. With a resounding thud, Lai Xian's flaming iron staff crashed down upon Li Dao's palm. Yet, contrary to his expectations, that hand firmly grasped the staff, allowing the flames to scorch without consequence. Nameless blade. Just then, Lai Xian noticed that Li Dao's long knife was also aimed at him. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting an instinctive reaction to raise his staff for defense. It was only then that he realized the iron rod had long been firmly grasped by his opponent. With a sudden thrust, the mysterious iron blade pierced through Lai Xian's neck. Although a half-step, innate martial artist possessed considerable strength, capable of dispatching ordinary individuals with the ease of cutting grass or crushing ants, their physical form did not differ significantly from that of an average person. In essence, a fatal blow would still result in death. In comparison, Li Dao felt that his own horizontal training system was decidedly more reliable. Engaging in combat with a fortified defense was paramount for survival. As the long blade was withdrawn, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound on Lai Xian's neck. With a trembling finger pointed at Li Dao, his eyes reflected nothing but agony. Here lay a half-step innate warrior, one who might have aspired to attain the status of an innate martial artist, reduced to an unnoticed demise at the hands of a mere foot soldier, a profound humiliation for him. Well then, if death was inevitable, let it come swiftly. Was it not exhausting to maintain such defiance? Noticing that his opponent remained stubbornly upright, Li Dao, in a moment of unexpected mercy, approached and gently patted his shoulder. With a thud, Lai Xian collapsed into the pool of his own blood, his eyes wide open as he drew his last breath, unable to close them even in death. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. 1 enemy slain, attributes gained, 314. It would seem that, despite nearly inflicting injury upon him, this formidable foe had indeed provided a substantial reward. Yet, Li Dao understood that much of this gain was likely attributed to the so-called true energy properties. Had the attributes been solely reflective of an individual's physical constitution, the rewards would have been significantly diminished. Contemplating this, Li Dao cast a glance at his left hand. Despite the transformation that had endowed his skin with remarkable resistance, a layer of burns had manifested from his firm grip on the rod. However, it bears little significance. With his resilience, such injuries will be swiftly mended. The clash between Li Dao and Lai Xian was second only to the confrontation of the two innate martial artists. Wei Yun. Consequently, during the chaotic melee, numerous onlookers were captivated by their duel. Upon witnessing Lai Xian's demise and Li Dao's resounding victory, the members of the Fire Tribe and the TMU Tribe displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. In stark contrast, the soldiers of Qian erupted in jubilant exclamations, nearly shouting with exuberance. "Ha! 95-27. I knew following you would lead to success." Commander Liu, who had been attentively observing, was equally astonished by Li Dao's prowess while unable to contain his laughter at the fall of the half-step innate Lai Xian. Addressing the bewildered northern barbarians surrounding him, he bellowed, "Lads, slay them. Kill." The soldiers of Qian surged forward with fervor, invigorated as if by a potent elixir. Witnessing this scene, Li Dao's expression darkened. While they reveled in their slaughter, what was he to do? Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his blade and plunged back into the fray. Aware of Li Dao's formidable strength, the soldiers of the TMU and Fire Tribes began to scatter in panic. For none wished to meet a fate akin to that of an ant, casually dispatched by a passerby. This spectacle soon caught the attention of Tashin and Wei Yun, who were engaged in battle nearby. What? Lai Xian is dead? An incredulous expression filled Tashin's eyes as he caught wind of the news. After all, Lai Xian was a half-step innate martial artist, not some insignificant figure, and it seemed implausible for him to perish so easily. Upon learning of the demise of the half-step innate, Wei Yun felt an overwhelming joy in his heart and began to comprehend who had aided him in eliminating that formidable adversary. He felt a sense of relief for not having chosen to abandon hope at the onset. Tower Mountain, let us see how you will respond now. The once oppressed Wei Yun, now exhilarated, found his movements with the blade to flow with newfound ease. You shall pay for this. Tower Mountain seethed with uncontainable fury, especially upon witnessing his subordinates retreating under the relentless assault of the Qian soldiers, his rage burning even fiercer. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed Li Xian. "You worthless fool." Yet, no matter how fiercely he berated, it proved futile in altering the current tide of battle. As time passed, the morale of the Qian forces surged, with a multitude of arrows being decimated under the command of Lu Fuzhong and his men. In stark contrast, the members of the Tianmu and Lihua tribes had largely abandoned their defense of the arrows. Had it not been for the presence of their leader, Tower Mountain, they might have fled long ago. Ultimately, it was not long before the last arrows on the final cart were destroyed. Observing this, Lu Fuzhong retrieved the whistle from around his neck and blew it decisively. Wei Yun, not far off, felt a surge of joy at the sound, understanding that the whistle signified the completion of their mission. After successfully dispelling Tower Mountain, he too sounded his whistle. Meanwhile, upon hearing the signal, Lu Fuzhong promptly issued the command. All personnel, mission accomplished, prepare to retreat. Yes, responded the Qian soldiers in unison. With the mission fulfilled, there was no need to prolong the conflict. Continuing the fight would only lead to despair among the northern barbarians of the two tribes, which would likely provoke a rebound, ultimately increasing the casualties on the Qian side. Li Daoi struck down a northern barbarian soldier who was unable to evade his attack. Hearing Commander Lu's orders, he felt a twinge of reluctance, but refrained from continuing the slaughter. He understood the principle of military orders being as immutable as mountains, and he recognized that persisting would yield no benefits for their side. Given that the Great Qian already held the advantage, the retreat proceeded smoothly. The Tianmu and Lihua tribes were more than eager for the Great Qian forces to depart. Thus, there was no obstruction to their exit. As the Great Qian troops fully withdrew, Wei Yun realized that he, too, need not prolong his stay. After delivering a decisive blow, he swiftly distanced himself from the enraged Ta Shan. "Don't you dare run." Ta Shan, engulfed in a fury, immediately pursued him. Especially incensed by the sight of the retreating Great Qian soldiers, his anger intensifying. Yet, it was too late for under Wei Yun's cover. The Great Qian forces had already gained considerable distance. Faced with a preternaturally determined martial artist like Wei Yun, Ta Shan found himself incapable of halting their escape. Ultimately, he was left with nothing but devastation. Chapter 21. The most beautiful woman of Great Qian, meanwhile, to prevent the Tianmu and Lihua tribes from sending pursuers, Wei Yun led the remaining members of the Weiwu camp back to Changgu town over a long journey. Lu Neng began to tally the numbers. Dismounting, Wei Yun called out to Commander Lu. Yes, Lu Neng, also known as Lu Fuzhong, turned to commence the count. After a brief incense sticks time, he completed the enumeration and approached Wei Yun, clasping his fists in respect. Reporting to the Supreme Commander, we commenced this mission with 800 men. Currently, 536 remain. Wei Yun sighed, lamenting the loss of over 200 brothers. Lu Neng bowed his head, acknowledging that it was indeed thanks to Jiu Wu Erqi that they had managed to eliminate the half-step innate martial artist of the Flame Tribe. Otherwise, completing their mission would have been exceedingly challenging. Wei Yun nodded and instructed, compile a list of our fallen brothers. The compensation will be doubled and delivered to their families. Understood. After attending to these matters, Wei Yun approached Li Dao and spoke with a solemn tone. I am grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, as Lu Neng mentioned, our esteemed camp would have suffered significantly, and we might not have even completed our mission. Li Dao shook his head, responding, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Wei Yun continued, yet, I still wish to express my gratitude. He then glanced at the mysterious iron knife in Li Dao's hand and inquired, is the knife serving you well? Indeed, it is quite satisfactory. I gift it to you. There is no need to return it. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. This knife has saved many of my brothers. At this, Li Dao fondled the hilt of the mysterious iron knife, reflecting that it had also aided him in enhancing numerous attributes. Suddenly, an urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. The crowd turned to see a soldier from the Great Qian swiftly approach Wei Yun, kneeling before him. Report, Commander. An urgent mission has been received from the rear. With that, the soldier produced a letter from within his cloak and presented it to Wei Yun. En urgent mission? Wei Yun furrowed his brow, seizing the letter and opening it for inspection. After a brief moment, his pupils constricted in alarm, and he could not help but exclaim, impudent. The sudden exclamation left the surrounding crowd in astonishment, curious as to what had provoked such ire from the commander. Wei Yun inhaled deeply, raising his gaze towards Li Dao and the others, and gravely commanded, "The rest of you, return to your positions. 9, 5, 2, 7, accompany me to the main tent." Shortly thereafter, within the main tent, Wei Yun occupied the central seat, his expression grim. "Gentlemen, it appears we must expedite the assignment of the third mission to you." Upon hearing this, Sun San's excitement was palpable. For them, this was indeed a fortuitous development, as the successful completion of this task would grant them their freedom. Li Dao inquired, "Commander Wei, this mission ought to be related to that letter in your possession, correct?" "Letter?" Sun San and the others turned their attention to the document in Wei Yun's hand. Without concealment, Wei Yun nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it pertains to this letter." Li Dao acknowledged with a nod, urging, "Please disclose the details of this mission." Wei Yun tightened his grip on the letter, his voice heavy with gravity as he revealed, "While we were ambushing the TMU tribe's convoy, carrying arrows, the chieftain of the TMU tribe dispatched a party towards our kingdom. According to the intelligence gathered, this contingent is led by the chieftain's son, and their singular purpose is to negotiate matters of betrothal with our Great Qian Dynasty." "Betrothal?" With a furrowed brow, Sun San inquired, "What is there to worry about regarding the marriage alliance? Given the current strength of the Qian, we could simply refuse. How does this task relate to that?" Wei Yun shook his head, responding, "You may not be aware of certain circumstances within the court. In the past, the royal family would not have consented to such matters, but this time is different." Sun San scoffed. "What makes it different?" Wei Yun glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing. "Just over a month ago, a scandalous incident occurred within the court." At this revelation, Li Dao's eyelids involuntarily twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. "A scandal?" Sun San's interest peaked instantly, as gossip is a delight to nearly everyone. Wei Yun cleared his throat and warned, "If I share this, you must not spread it recklessly." "Rest assured," Sun San declared with a thump of his chest, "I, known in the Jianghu as the honest and trustworthy young master, have a reputation for discretion." Only then did Wei Yun continue. "It is rumored that at a royal banquet over a month ago, a brazen individual infiltrated the palace, compromising the virtue of a princess." Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed within the military tent. The group turned to see Li Dao with shards of a broken wine cup on his hand. With a calm demeanor, he flicked the fragments away and urged, "Please continue." At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. He already knew who was being discussed, and he never anticipated that even in this remote borderland, the gossip would circle back to him. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, Sun San could not help but exclaim, "This is indeed quite audacious, daring to openly sleep with the princess within the palace, truly a model for our kind." "Ahem." Li Dao coughed softly. "Are you all right, boss?" Sun San inquired with concern. Li Dao waved his hand, saying, "I'm fine. You may continue." Sun San scratched his head and, noticing no further developments, turned back to ask, "Commander Wei, do you know which princess's virtue has been compromised?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yun lowered his voice to a whisper, cautioning, "It is Princess Mingyue." "What?" Upon hearing those 4 words, Sun San could not restrain his astonishment. "You fool. Keep your voice down." Wei Yun quickly covered Sun San's mouth, fearful he might utter something earth-shattering. Struggling to push Wei Yun's hand away, Sun San's eyes reddened as he declared, "Tell me who did this. I shall kill him." Li Dao, perplexed, looked on. Wei Yun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sun San, what does this have to do with you?" "It has everything to do with me." Sun San gritted his teeth and replied, "That is Princess Mingyue, rumored to be the most beautiful woman in the Great Qian, my dream lover. How could her virtue be tarnished by a shameless scoundrel?" "Ahem." Li Dao cleared his throat and could not help but ask, "How can you be so certain he is a scoundrel?" Without hesitation, Sun San retorted, "To disrupt the palace's sanctity, he must be a shameless rogue." Li Dao was left speechless. He could not provide an explanation. After all, he could hardly admit that he too had inadvertently contributed to the tarnishing of someone's virtue. However, he never anticipated that Princess Mingyue would be acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in the realm of the Qian. At this thought, a breathtaking figure flashed through his mind, and it seemed that such an assessment was not without merit. He conceded that Princess Mingyue was indeed the most beautiful person he had ever encountered, both in appearance and character. Yet, Li Dao soon noticed another matter and furrowed his brow, inquiring about the relationship between the Commander Wei and the matter of marriage alliances. Wei Yun sighed deeply, explaining that the crown prince of the Tianmu tribe was specifically seeking to court Princess Mingyue. Upon hearing this, Li Dao's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Wei Yun continued, stating that given the emperor's affection for Princess Mingyue and her esteemed reputation among the populace, the Tianmu prince's proposal would have been unlikely to gain the imperial family's approval, even after he ascended to the throne. However, the unfortunate rumors surrounding Princess Mingyue had now tarnished her image. Such scandals within the royal family prompted certain individuals in the capital to consider suppressing the issue, and the arrival of the Tianmu prince provided them with a convenient solution. By marrying Princess Mingyue to the Tianmu prince, they could not only forge an alliance with the Tianmu tribe, but also obscure the royal scandal. In essence, some individuals harbored ill intentions towards Princess Mingyue, feeling envious of her favored status and seeking to marry her off. While the situation might appear benign for now, once the Tianmu prince truly arrived in the capital, there were those who might indeed facilitate this union. Li Dao inquired directly, "What is our mission this time?" Wei Yin placed a letter on the table and replied solemnly, "We are to prevent the great prince of the Tianmu tribe from entering the borders of the Great Qian, thereby thwarting the marriage alliance." After speaking, he discreetly added, "This information comes from the Jinyue." The Jinyue? Upon hearing this, Li Dao instantly comprehended. The Jinyue is a governmental organization directly under the emperor, and if this intelligence originates from them, it signifies that this task is indeed a covert assignment dispatched by the emperor of Great Qian. It reaffirmed the adage that men who dote on their daughters are not to be trifled with. Merely upon hearing a piece of news, they swiftly dispatched personnel to eliminate it at its inception. Given the strained relationship between Li Dao and the emperor, it would have been quite commendable for him not to interfere in such a task, let alone contemplate obstruction. Yet, the mere thought of that exquisite figure stirred an inexplicable sentiment within him. He found himself harboring a singular notion. How could the woman he had once shared intimacy with be given to another, particularly a barbarian? On this point, he found a temporary consensus with the emperor of Great Qian. Li Dao raised his head and asked directly, "When do we embark on this mission?" "Yes. When do we commence?" Shun San interjected with reddened eyes. "Even if the Princess Mingyue has lost her virtue, she's not one that a mere barbarian can lay claim to." Li Dao felt a sense of unease. Why did it seem that Shun San was more invested in this matter than he was? Could it be the allure of the most beautiful woman in Great Qian? He couldn't help but wonder how Shun San would react if she knew he was the one who had tarnished Princess Mingyue's purity. Wei Yin elucidated that, due to the peculiar nature of this mission, the familiar faces at the frontier, were prohibited from taking action. Thus it fell solely upon U5. Chapter 22. The Trial of the Jinyue. 5 individuals? Once again, it is us 5? Even Shun San, despite his impulsive nature, recognized that halting Prince Tianyu's entry from the northern barbarians into the Great Qian was beyond the capabilities of their small group. After all, Prince Tianyu was not to be compared with Prince Luoyan. One was the destined heir of a prominent tribe, poised to become the next chieftain, while the other was merely a lesser offspring among many, lacking significance. The disparity was vast, naturally leading to differing treatment. If the captain of Prince Lian's guards was a second-grade martial artist, then the captain of Prince Tianyu's guards would at least be an innate warrior. Although Li Dao had the prowess to slay a half-step innate warrior, he remained merely a half-step warrior himself. This half-step constituted a qualitative leap. In simpler terms, such a difference in rank rendered their strengths at least tenfold apart. Unless Li Dao could contend with 10 half-step innate warriors simultaneously, it was implausible for him to confront the innate warrior. But could he? In their eyes, the ability to vanquish a half-step innate warrior through sheer physical strength was already a remarkable feat. To take on a true innate warrior transcended human capability. Hence, they did not place their hopes upon Li Dao. Wei Yin raised his hand to calm the gathering and stated, "Rest assured, We shall not merely dispatch you 5 to intercept Prince Tmu's entourage. Your role is solely to assist them. And who, pray tell, are they? The Jinui. Upon hearing these words, several individuals present were momentarily taken aback. Particularly Shun San, who himself had once been apprehended by the Jinui and confined to a death row prison. Thus, the mere mention of the Jinui evoked memories of his dark past, torn between aiding his beloved in her plight and confronting his former adversaries. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Ultimately, Shun San gritted his teeth and resolved to temporarily relinquish his hatred. For this matter not only pertained to his beloved but also to his own freedom. On the other hand, Li Dao was equally astonished to learn that the Jinui were personally overseeing this affair. It appeared that the Emperor of the Great Qian was resolutely intent on preventing Prince Tmu from entering the realm. This, he deemed, was not an unfavorable course of action. Commander Wei, when will we embark on our mission? Li Dao inquired, lifting his gaze. Given the urgency of the situation, the personnel from the Jinui were still en route, expected to arrive in approximately a day, thus granting them a day's respite. Back within the military tent, Li Dao settled onto the carpet and examined his palm, which had previously been injured by a strike from a half-step innate martial artist. The wound had completely healed, forming a layer of charred black scab. Rubbing his hand, the scab shattered, revealing the skin beneath, fully restored. Half-step innate realm? Li Dao mused to himself, judging by his current prowess. When it came to sheer physical strength, a half-step innate martial artist would not pose a challenge for him. Yet, he remained uncertain about his ability to contend with those of the innate realm. Nevertheless, considering the destructive potential, an innate warrior would likely possess sufficient lethality to end his life. In this regard, Li Dao felt that his strength was still somewhat lacking and required further enhancement of his physique. It is important to note that this was merely the innate stage, with the master and grandmaster stages of martial artists still ahead. Initially, he believed that the pace of his physical improvement was rapid. However, upon reflection, it was evidently insufficient. With a thought, he activated his interface. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 31. 06, available attributes, 9. 68, after vanquishing the martial artist at the cusp of the innate stage. He subsequently capitalized on the diminished morale of the Tmu and Liuhua tribes to harvest a significant amount of attributes. As his attribute points could only be utilized to enhance his physique, Li Dao had no reservations about allocating them. He embraced every opportunity to augment his strength. System. Allocate points. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar warmth surged within him. Perhaps due to the nearly one-third contribution to his overall attributes, the effects were remarkably pronounced. He observed with his own eyes that his skin underwent a certain transformation, evolving towards greater resilience and resistance. After a few breaths, the enhancement was complete. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 40, 74, available attributes. 0. What does possessing a physique 40 times that of an ordinary person entail? If a typical individual can lift a weight of 100 pounds, then 40 times that equates to 4,000 pounds. For an ordinary person, the mere presence of 4,000 pounds of force could inflict injury or even death upon contact. However, the mere magnitude of this strength is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the astonishing agility that accompanies such immense power, a trait that is beyond the comprehension of the average person. He possesses endurance and physical strength 40 times that of an ordinary person, along with reflexes that surpass the average. More importantly, the 4,000 pounds of force he can exert is merely his foundational strength. When combined with speed or techniques of force application, he is capable of delivering power that transcends his basic strength. For instance, if an individual has a physical capacity of 1 and can lift 100 pounds as a boxer, he could leverage speed and skill to generate a force equivalent to 200 pounds. In summary, when all aspects are taken into account, he embodies a human weapon. Coupled with the formidable defensive capabilities granted by his transformed skin, he would be a veritable meat grinder on the ancient battlefield, a meat grinder endowed with self-awareness. After his enhancement, Li Dao began to partake in the food laid out on the table, while simultaneously contemplating a pressing matter. After all, should he complete the third task, and if Wei Yun honored his promise, he would soon attain his freedom. He pondered the question of where he would go next. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he was truly free before making any decisions. Before long, a day had swiftly passed. Upon notification from Wei Yun, Li Dao and his 4 companions arrived at the main military tent. As they entered, they discovered that, aside from Wei Yun, there were 2 others present, clad in distinctive attire and bearing swords at their waists. As a former earl of the imperial capital, Li Dao instantly recognized that these 2 were equipped in the uniform of the Jinyui. "You have arrived," Wei Yun announced, introducing Li Dao and his companions. "These 2 are your aides for this mission." One of the Jinyui raised his head to scrutinize Li Dao and his group, frowning as he remarked, "Commander Wei, is this the selection you have made for us? Are you attempting to deceive us, or rather, to deceive His Majesty?" Wei Yun glanced at the 5 individuals accompanying Li Dao and slapped his forehead. It was only because he recognized the 5 that he remained unperturbed. Otherwise, any outsider would surely mistake them for beggars, given their disheveled appearance, and it was no wonder that misunderstandings arose. Thus, he clarified, "Rest assured, esteemed sirs, I have no intention of misleading His Majesty. These 5 genuinely possess the ability to assist you." "Assist us?" One of the Jinyui members smiled faintly, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. "Let me see if they truly have the capability." When the Jinyui reappeared, he was already before the leader, Li Dao. A glimmer of cold light flashed as his blade lunged directly toward Li Dao's right ear. For an ordinary person, the speed of the Jinyui would be astonishingly swift. However, for Li Dao, their movement seemed somewhat sluggish. He observed the entire sequence, from the man's disappearance to his reemergence. Furthermore, he clearly perceived the trajectory of the blade. Without a flicker of emotion on his face, Li Dao raised his right hand and grasped the blade aimed at him. When everyone regained their senses, they beheld a remarkable scene. The Jinyui's weapon was firmly held in Li Dao's grasp. A flicker of surprise crossed the Jinyui's eyes, evidently taken aback that his strike had been thwarted. Just as he attempted to retract his blade, he discovered that he lacked the strength to extricate it from Li Dao's grip. "You." The words of the Jinyui remained unspoken as he suddenly felt the blade lighten, causing him, due to inertia, to involuntarily retreat several steps. Upon regaining his composure, the Jinyui did not exhibit any signs of anger. Instead, he inquired with a hint of interest, "Innate strength?" "Indeed, quite impressive." He nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing the previous friction as merely a test of sorts. Had he truly intended to inflict harm, he would not have restrained himself to such minimal exertion. Having said that, he turned to Wei Yun and remarked, "Captain Wei, it appears your assertions hold merit." Wei Yun offered a slight smile, positing that if someone of Li Dao's caliber were to remain unacknowledged, then perhaps the entirety of the Weiwu camp would be left with only him, an innate martial artist. "To present, have you briefed them on the mission?" inquired the Jinyui who had made the earlier inquiry. "I have explained the details," Wei Yun replied. The Jinyui then directed his gaze towards Li Dao and his companions, stating, "Due to the unique nature of the mission, His Majesty has only dispatched the 2 of us. Hence, we require the cooperation of all 5 of you. The specific objective is to prevent the crown prince of the Tamar tribe from entering the borders of the Great Qian Empire. After all, any mishap within the territory of the northern barbarians would be their own concern, but should any issues arise within our Great Qian, the responsibility would fall upon us. Furthermore, it is imperative that you all understand one crucial point. This mission is one of obstruction, not assassination. Therefore, our role is merely to create disturbances. According to intelligence from the front lines, the crown prince of the Tamar tribe has brought a unique treasure from his tribe as a betrothal gift for this occasion. Thus, our aim is to seize this treasure, for the crown prince's prideful nature will likely compel him to temporarily abandon the marriage arrangement. Once the matter is postponed until winter, it will no longer warrant concern. With a perplexed expression, Shun San inquired of Li Dao, "Boss, why does it become insignificant once winter arrives?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Dao grasped the underlying reasoning and elucidated the TMU tribe's persistent attempts to probe and invade the Great Qian, alongside their diplomatic marriages, primarily stem from their dire need for provisions to survive the winter. Once winter truly sets in, these endeavors will lose their relevance and will naturally come to a halt. As Li Dao did not conceal his voice, Wei Yun and the Jinhui nearby overheard the exchange. One of the Jinhui, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Commander Wei, I did not expect such remarkable talents among your ranks. It would indeed be a pity to squander them in the border military camps." Wei Yun forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward, as he could hardly reveal to the Jinhui that these 5 individuals were convicts from the death row. If the 2 Jinhui were to discover their true identities, who could predict their reactions? Chapter 23. The condition of the Duke of On Yuan's residence, the Jinhui, who had been seated, abruptly rose and stated, "Very well, since the individuals have arrived, let us proceed swiftly. The sooner we complete our task, the sooner we may return and report." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wei Yun asked, "Is there such urgency?" In response, the other Jinhui smiled lightly and remarked, "Were it not for certain matters that render it inconvenient for us to handle, the ones dispatched would not be merely us 2 Jinhui, but rather the commanding officer." At the mention of the commanding officer, Wei Yun's expression shifted noticeably. If matters truly escalated to such a degree, it would no longer be a trivial affair. The commander of the Jinhui, the highest official within this organization, holds a rank of the 3rd grade. His cultivation level would undoubtedly commence at the realm of a grandmaster. Should this commander take action, it would likely not be directed merely at Prince Tianmu, but rather at the very life of the Great Qian Emperor, targeting the chieftain of the Tianmu tribe. Similarly, even the 2 Jinhui captains present should not be underestimated. It is well known that due to the unique nature of the Jinhui, they hold a superior position over ordinary officials, regardless of their martial or civil prowess. This implies that even a 1,000-man leader would merely be on par with these 2 individuals. Nevertheless, the court has already shown considerable restraint in this matter. "Very well. I shall see you off," he offered. "No need. We are 7, which is far more convenient. We shall be swift in our return." Under Wei Yun's preparations, the 7 soon mounted their steeds. After some exchange, Li Dao and his companions learned the names of the 2 Jinhui. One was Gao Yang, and the other, Sun Zheng. "Captain Sun, Captain Gao, I wish you success in your mission," Wei Yun remarked, nodding in acknowledgement towards Li Dao and his 5 companions. This marked the final task for Li Dao and his group. Upon successful completion, they would regain their household registration and freedom. Should they fail, preserving their lives might prove exceedingly difficult. After all, this mission was dispatched from the imperial capital, and regardless of its outcome, someone must bear the responsibility. Part of the reason for seeking assistance was that the Jinhui intended to find scapegoats for unforeseen circumstances. Certainly, this is not to suggest that the 2 members of the Jinhui are inadequate. Rather, it reflects the prevailing ethos of the court and the rigid social hierarchy. A group of 7 rode steadfastly across the plains, soon arriving at a valley. Standing at one side of the gorge, Sun Zheng glanced at the map and remarked, "This is a crucial passage for the Tianmu tribe as they enter the territory of the Great Qian. We shall wait here." After speaking, he looked at Li Dao and the others, asking, "Is there anyone among you skilled in lightness of body?" As these words were uttered, several pairs of eyes turned towards Shun San. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang exchanged glances at the portly Shun San, weighing at least 200 pounds, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, they surveyed the remaining 3, excluding Li Dao, increasingly convinced that this assembly was rather peculiar. One would not typically encounter such individuals in a conventional military camp. Yet, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, aware it might dampen morale. Sun Zheng decisively stated, "Since you possess agility, I entrust you with the task of scouting the target's position. The rest of you shall rest and await our further instructions." Although Shun San was reluctant to heed the commands of the Jinhui, the prospect of freedom quelled his objections. He understood that confronting Wei Yun would not lead to dire consequences, given his familiarity with his temperament, but challenging the 2 Jinhui standing before him could yield unfavorable outcomes. After all, the reputation of the Jinhui was not to be taken lightly. They were known for their lethal prowess. Once the group settled into a semblance of leisure, Li Dao took the initiative to inquire, "I have heard that you hail from the capital and serve in the Jinhui. You must possess considerable knowledge." Gao Yang candidly responded, "Are you, young brother, From the capital? Li Dao hesitated briefly before nodding. I suppose that would be accurate. In principle, the removal of one's household registration would classify them as an illegal resident, yet it was evidently impossible to disclose this to the two individuals before him. Should it be so? Gao Liang displayed a look of perplexity. Was there even a question of propriety in such matters? It seems you have something you wish to inquire about us. Sun Zheng suddenly interjected from the side. Li Dao nodded. He had not returned to the capital for quite some time and was somewhat curious about the happenings there. Gao Liang suddenly chuckled. Curiosity? Surely you're not hoping to glean information regarding Princess Mingyue from us? You guessed it, Li Dao replied. That is quite understandable. When this matter first emerged, it sent ripples throughout the entire capital. You are privy to this mission and hail from the capital. How could you not be intrigued? Might you share the details? Exchanging glances, Gao Liang and Sun Zheng shared a light laugh. If it were a matter of confidentiality, we indeed could not disclose it to you. However, this incident has now become widely known throughout the nation. Even Prince Tianmu is aware. Thus, it hardly qualifies as confidential. With some leisure at hand, we might as well engage in conversation. As the saying goes, everyone enjoys a bit of gossip, and Li Dao's interest is entirely normal. Likewise, many take pleasure in spreading such tales. Although the genie way may sound like a serious profession, they are still human. It is only during missions that they maintain a grave demeanor. During their leisure, they too relish in gossip. Upon hearing the words of the two genie way, Li Dao did not hesitate to inquire. I am aware that Princess Mingyue was violated by a nefarious individual. I am curious about the fate that befell this villain. Mentioning the villain, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Li Dao's face, uncertain if this could be construed as self-deprecation. The fate of the villain? Gao Liang frankly stated that he had indeed asked the right person. He then lowered his voice, revealing that while it was publicly known that the nefarious count was imprisoned in the depths of the celestial dungeon due to the princess of the bright moon's intercession, a familiar acquaintance of his from the dungeon informed him that on the very night the count was incarcerated, he was surreptitiously taken out and secretly executed by His Majesty. Sun Zheng pulled at Gao Liang, exclaiming in disbelief that he was out of his mind for spreading such rumors. Gao Liang shrugged, dismissing the concern, asserting that many were aware of this matter. It was no longer a secret. Who did not know that our emperor was an obsessive father? Frankly, the count was fortunate to have met a rather slow demise rather than facing immediate dismemberment. Sun Zheng nodded in agreement, expressing that the despicable count had indeed met a fitting end. He was lucky not to have fallen into the hands of the Jinui, for if he had, he would have found it difficult to even seek death. Li Dao couldn't help but interject, questioning whether the count was truly so detestable. Gao Liang responded casually, stating that after his demise, due to the plea of the Princess of the Bright Moon, his estate had not been dealt with immediately. Nevertheless, the count's residence had not escaped unscathed. Thanks to the princess's esteemed reputation among the populace, countless individuals took to hurling rotten eggs and vegetables at the estate daily. It was said that the count's household had to dispose of hundreds of pounds of foul produce each day, and some even resorted to throwing excrement. Furthermore, the people within the count's estate who sought assistance from the authorities found no one willing to address their grievances. If I were among them, I would feel utterly ashamed. Upon hearing these words, Li Dao felt a peculiar sense of relief, as if dying might be preferable to the prospect of living, which would equate to a social death. Yet, the true tragedy lay beyond this. Sun Zheng gazed at Li Dao and remarked that such methods were merely repulsive tactics. The real threat stemmed from the influential nobles in the capital who had targeted the Yuan Bo lineage. I have heard that under the scrutiny of these powerful figures, the entirety of the Yuan Bo's assets has suffered catastrophic damage. Even before we departed from the capital, there were whispers that the residents of the Yuan Bo Manor began liquidating their possessions. It is only a matter of time before, even without the emperor's intervention, these nobles will ensure that the Yuan Bo family is utterly ruined. At this revelation, Li Dao clenched his fists, and his expression grew increasingly somber. Although he was a reincarnate, the nearly 2 decades spent within the Yuan Bo Manor were far from inconsequential. In fact, these memories were more vivid than those of his previous life. Naturally, he harbored deep emotions tied to everything concerning the Yuan Bo family. He could dismiss the incidents of vegetables being thrown, rotten eggs hurled, or even filth splashed upon the manor with a laugh, for such acts bore no real harm. However, the notion that someone might seek to obliterate the Yuan Bo family was something he could not abide. In contrast, he harbored less resentment towards the Emperor of Deqian for seeking his life, as the wrongdoings had been his own, and merely losing his life could be considered a stroke of luck. Unable to contain himself, Li Dao inquired, "Do you two know who is targeting the Yuan Bo family?" Sun Zheng casually remarked, "There are far too many. Aside from those families that are naturally close to the Yuan Bo mansion, the majority of the noble families in the capital have targeted the Yuan Bo mansion. However, if I had to specify, it would certainly be the officials from the Prime Minister's residence who are most vehement in their opposition." Gao Yang interjected, "It is quite normal for the Prime Minister's residence to be antagonistic. After all, everyone in the capital is aware of the eldest son of the Prime Minister's affections for Princess Mingyue." Sun Zheng suddenly chuckled. "Isn't that quite understandable? Princess Mingyue is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Great Qian Dynasty. Any man would harbor thoughts about her. The reason those high-ranking officials and dignitaries target the Yuan Bo mansion is primarily rooted in a sense of envy and resentment." At this juncture, he turned to Li Dao and continued, "Of course, many are more inclined to curry favor with the Prime Minister's residence, as the Prime Minister stands as the foremost among all officials, which scholar wouldn't he aspire to ascend in rank? As a resident of the capital, Li Dao naturally understood the significance of the Prime Minister's position within the Great Qian Dynasty. In the depths of his memory, he recalled having had a conflict with the Prime Minister's eldest son, even engaging in a physical altercation, which he had ultimately won. However, he later learned that the young man had left the capital after his defeat and entered a certain sect, reportedly having been recognized for his exceptional talent. At that time, the Prime Minister's residence had thrown a grand banquet to celebrate this event. Li Dao had speculated that the eldest son must have chosen to seek a mentor in martial arts due to his defeat. Little did he know that the unresolved animosity from that encounter had now compounded into another layer of conflict. As night fell, everyone settled down to rest, while Li Dao remained vigilant, seated before the flickering campfire. In his mind, he continuously recalled the conversations exchanged with the two imperial guards throughout the day. It appeared that if he were to regain his household registration, his foremost intention would be to revisit the residence of the Duke of Anyuan. Simultaneously, should the opportunity arise, he wished to extend an apology to the Princess Mingyue, whom he had only encountered once. After all, this entire affair had been instigated by him from the very beginning. Chapter 24. The Assault. The snow demon Zhao Dongyan, due to his remarkable physical prowess, a single night without rest would have no detrimental effect on Li Dao. The following morning, after a night of repose, Shunsan was once again dispatched to seek out the whereabouts of the great prince's entourage from the Tianmu tribe. At last, around noon, Shunsan returned, his corpulent figure in a hurried dash. "I have spotted the Tianmu tribe's convoy. It must be that so-called great prince," he panted. "Have we finally arrived?" Sun Zheng and Gao Yang, the two imperial guards, immediately rose, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Gao Yang, casting a glance at Li Dao and the others, altered his previously frivolous demeanor from the night before, speaking solemnly, "Prepare yourselves and remember our mission." Meanwhile, on one side of the valley, a convoy was approaching from afar. The entire procession was adorned in vibrant red, with many of the laden carts embellished with large crimson flowers, creating a striking contrast against the desolate landscape of the valley. "Master Liu, do you think this is necessary?" A young man, mounted on a white horse, expressed his impatience to a middle-aged man beside him, who was also on horseback wearing a blue robe. "Why must we make such a grand affair over marrying a woman who has lost her purity?" The middle-aged man nodded and remarked that, as the favorite princess of the Emperor of Deqian, Princess Mingyue, despite having lost her purity, still held the highest status among the many princesses of the Deqian royal family. The young man furrowed his brow and replied that it was unnecessary to act in such a manner. Surely they could engage in such activities upon entering the territory of Deqian. "No," he retorted, "you must understand what we seek. Hence we must remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, the young man scoffed and said, "Well, I have heard that Princess Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in Deqian. If she lacks purity, then so be it. I shall consider it merely a diversion. This statement revealed the young man's identity as the royal prince of the TMU tribe. Beside him, the man he referred to as Master Lu was his mentor since childhood and also the protector accompanying the TMU prince on this expedition. The caravan slowly advanced toward the valley. At that moment, on one side of the valley, Li Dao and his companions had been waiting for quite some time. "Gentlemen, what shall be our next course of action?" Li Dao inquired, fully aware that Sun Zheng and Gao Yang, the two captains of the Genie Wei, were in command of this operation, and he would not overstep his bounds. Sun Zheng scanned the group below and quickly made a judgment. "Look there. Two individuals are being escorted by a crowd, and their attire differs from the others. One of them must be the TMU prince who has come a court." He then directed his gaze towards several carriages at the rear of the caravan, speculating that those were likely the gifts for the marriage alliance. And if all went as expected, the special treasures would be concealed within those carriages. Thus, the plan became clear: create chaos and seize the treasures within the convoy, thus completing the mission. One crucial point remained. While the fate of the others in the convoy was inconsequential, Prince Tamud must not perish at our hands. Li Dao turned to the two, inquiring how the task would be allocated. Sun Zheng glanced at Li Dao and the others, responding, "What are your thoughts?" Shun San was the first to speak, chuckling, "I am not skilled in killing, but I excel in thievery. Allow me to take charge of the treasures." Upon hearing this, Li Dao surveyed the other three and declared, "Let the old ghost and the other three assist you, as there are many to escort at the rear." He then turned to Sun Zheng and Gao Yang, continuing, "I shall accompany you in sowing chaos," for no other reason than his desire to witness the appearance of the toad yearning for swan meat. Agreed. Sun Zheng nodded in assent to Li Dao's proposal. As time passed, Prince Tamud's convoy drew ever closer to their concealed position. "Now," Sun Zheng commanded, and Li Dao and Su Hu each pushed two massive stones down the slope. "Charge!" At this signal, Gao Yang led his men toward the convoy. Meanwhile, the convoy in the valley was advancing steadily, when suddenly two thunderous crashes echoed through the open expanse. As a group of people looked up, they saw two boulders hurtling toward the convoy. This caused immediate chaos among the ranks. An ambush. The guards surrounding Prince Tamud instantly heightened their vigilance. "Master Lu." Prince TMU was startled by the sudden commotion, quickly shifting his gaze toward Lu Shi beside him. The middle-aged man, known as Lu Shi, scanned the surroundings with keen eyes and swiftly spotted several figures descending the hillside. "Assassins, prepare yourselves," he commanded. At his order, all the guards promptly encircled Prince TMU, shielding him within their ranks. Lu Shi then clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture towards the prince. "Your Highness, remain here. I shall eliminate these intruders." With that, he propelled himself forward with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Sun Zheng and Gao Yang, along with a few others, noticed the approaching figure of Lu Shi. Upon witnessing the swirling energy surrounding him, a single word echoed in their minds: innate martial artist. "I shall handle this," Gao Yang declared, dashing towards Lu Shi. As a distinguished captain of the Imperial Guard, he too was an innate martial artist, a status that justified his esteemed position. With a sneer at the audacity of his opponent, Lu Shi unleashed a powerful palm strike. Undeterred, Gao Yang met the attack head-on with his own palm. The clash resounded through the air. However, the next moment, Gao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly maneuvered to retreat to the ground, glancing down at his palm to find it enveloped in a layer of frost, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. Moreover, an insidious energy emanated from the frost, steadily eroding his hand. Could it be the Tianshan sect's ultimate technique, the frost palm? Gao Yang, with a pallid complexion, spoke in a grim tone. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sneered, acknowledging a certain level of discernment in recognizing the cold ice palm technique. At this moment, Sun Zheng and the others arrived at Gao Yang's side, immediately perceiving that Gao Yang had fallen into a disadvantageous position in his confrontation with the middle-aged man. Sun Zheng also noticed the unusual condition of Gao Yang's palm, his expression turning to one of astonishment. "The cold ice palm?" he murmured, swiftly redirecting his gaze towards the middle-aged man. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his expression one of disbelief, and he could not restrain a gasp. "It's you, the mastermind behind countless bloodshed at the border 15 years ago, the snow demon Zhao Dongyan." Upon hearing this name, the middle-aged man's expression faltered momentarily before a playful smirk emerged on his face. He remarked with intrigue, to think that after 15 years, someone still remembers the moniker and name of the snow demon Zhao Dongyan. How peculiar indeed. I find myself curious about your identities. Who is the snow demon Zhao Dongyan? Sun San inquired, his curiosity piqued. Sun Zheng's countenance grew serious as he elucidated, a traitor of the Tianshan sect from the Great Qian faction. 15 years ago, the Tianshan sect pursued him to the border, resulting in a multitude of massacres. It is said that he was severely injured by the Tianshan sect's masters and fled into the territory of the northern barbarians, presumed dead. Yet, astonishingly, he survived. Sun San could not help but ask, is he formidable? He was already an innate martial artist 15 years ago. Would you not consider that impressive? Sun Zheng replied gravely. If he was an innate martial artist back then, what must he be now? Sun San instinctively shivered, drawing closer to Li Dao in search of reassurance, but was soon met with a glare that quelled his impulse. The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile and said, Zhao Dongyan was my name 15 years ago. I have since joined the TMU tribe and reinvented myself. You may call me Lu Yen. Sun Zheng sneered, no matter how you change. You cannot escape your identity as a ruthless killer who betrays his master and ancestors, and now you must add treason to that list. Lu Yen appeared unconcerned, replying, Call me what you will. It will not alter the fact that you are destined to perish here today. As someone who had survived amidst the formidable experts of the Tianshan sect, he relied on two things, his strength and his audacity. Otherwise, he would not have joined the TMU tribe. In the next moment, Lu Yen vanished from sight, his palm radiating a chilling energy as he charged towards Gao Yang, clearly intent on eliminating one opponent before addressing the others. Observing this, Sun Zheng quickly intervened. Neither he nor Gao Yang could match Lu Yen in a one-on-one confrontation, so they were determined to thwart his advance. Soon, a fierce battle ensued between the two sides. At this juncture, Sun San suddenly spoke up, Boss, what should we do now? Perhaps we should flee. It seems those two are in grave danger. Where'd you run to? Do you think you can escape unscathed if they fall? Li Dao retorted sharply. Sun San, looking aggrieved, asked, Then what shall we do? Li Dao scanned the convoy below the hillside and declared, The mission continues. You must continue searching for that so-called treasure. And you? Sun San inquired. I shall assist them. Seeing that Sun San was about to protest further, Li Dao abruptly lifted his leg to depart. Sun San hurriedly stepped aside, refraining from further comment. As he passed by, the old ghost cheerfully produced a small vial and handed it over, saying, Little boss, this substance will be of assistance to that gentleman from the Jinui. But do remember to return it to me. Return it? Li Dao was momentarily perplexed by the implication. As they walked on, Su Hu chose not to comment. After all, his obedience was always commendable. The little madman followed Su Hu's lead without hesitation. Once they had all departed, Li Dao examined the vial in his hand and hastened to join Gao Yang. What are you planning to do? Gao Yang inquired. Applying the medicine, Li Dao replied, as he uncorked the vial and poured out its contents. To his astonishment, the so-called medicine consisted of plump little worms. Gao Yang, upon seeing the peculiar remedy, was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, How is this supposed to be applied? Li Dao frowned and mused. Could it be that this medicine is for internal consumption? At this, Gao Yang quickly shook his head, exclaiming, I would rather die than ingest it. Just then, a worm inadvertently crawled out of the vial and landed on Gao Yang's frostbitten right hand. Miraculously, the worm turned blue and the accumulating frost began to recede. Realizing the potential of the remedy, Li Dao promptly poured the remaining worms onto Gao Yang's hand. All the worms began to glow blue, seemingly absorbing the frost formed by his vital energy. Before long, the frost dissipated and Gao Yang's hand returned to its normal state. All done, Gao Yang exclaimed, his face alight with surprise as he admired his rejuvenated hand. Li Dao, however, noticed that the worms had all become rigid. Understanding the old ghost's earlier mention of return, he collected the worms and placed them back into the vial. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Zheng was beginning to struggle. Although he too was a congenital martial artist, there was a palpable disparity in strength when compared to Liu Yan. The crux of the matter lay in Liu Yan's formidable ice palm technique, which rendered Sun Zheng utterly incapable of countering without resorting to extraordinary measures, leaving him too intimidated to engage, thus exacerbating his timidity. Chapter 25. Immunity to the Ice Palm. The result: the escape of Liu Yan. Observing Sun Zheng's continuous retreat, Liu Yan seized the opportunity to deliver a verbal blow, declaring, "If this is all the strength you possess, then prepare to leave your life behind here." Sun Zheng remained silent, for he found himself bereft of words. 15 years prior, the snow demon had already entered the congenital realm, while he had only recently achieved his breakthrough. The inherent gap in their abilities was unmistakable, and prolonging the conversation would only serve to undermine his confidence further. With the overwhelming superiority of his strength and the mastery of his ice palm technique, Liu Yan finally found his moment. He struck suddenly at the unprepared Sun Zheng. "Thief, you shan't escape." With a sudden shout, Gao Yang emerged from the side, his long blade aimed directly at Liu Yan. Taken aback by the unforeseen assault, Liu Yan realized that should he persist in attacking Sun Zheng, it would be a life-for-life exchange. Thus, he swiftly pivoted to defend himself. As the three of them momentarily disengaged, Liu Yan's gaze fell upon Gao Liang's right hand, his voice laden with surprise. "How could you possibly dissolve my ice chi so swiftly?" Sun Zheng, too, exhibited a look of astonishment, for he had braced himself for sacrifice. Ignoring Liu Yan, Gao Yang turned to Sun Zheng and proposed, "Let's join forces." "Agreed." Sun Zheng nodded emphatically. Upon witnessing the unexpected dissolution of his icy palm's energy, Liu Yan, though taken aback, maintained a facade of unwavering confidence. Two adversaries, mere novices in the realm of innate power, could hardly intimidate him. After all, he had long ascended to the mid-stage of innate mastery, nearly perfecting his chilling technique. In an instant, the three engaged in fierce combat. Despite Liu Yan's formidable prowess and the advantages conferred by his icy palm, he found himself struggling against the harmonious synergy cultivated over years between Sun Zheng and Gao Yang. Li Daozheng contemplated strategies to aid his companions in confronting this snow demon when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed some commotion. Not far off, the caravan was in disarray due to the onslaught by Shun San and his cohorts. The urgency escalated as Prince Tianmu realized that these intruders aimed to disrupt the bridal gifts intended for the marriage alliance. He hastily commanded, "Guardians, swiftly thwart these brigands." Some members of the guard nodded in agreement and charged towards Shun San and the others. Li Dao's gaze shifted to Prince Tianmu. Recognizing that while the snow demon was indeed formidable, he too harbored vulnerabilities, one being Prince Tianmu himself. As a protector of the prince, any harm that befell him would undoubtedly have dire repercussions for Li Dao. Thus, rather than devising a method to subdue the troublesome snow demon, he resolved to capture the prince first. The earlier agreement not to take the prince's life weighed little on his conscience. He merely sought to leverage Prince Tianmu as a bargaining chip against the snow demon, harboring no intent to kill him. Unbeknownst to the snow demon, he remained under the illusion that these individuals were assassins sent to eliminate Prince Tianmu. With this thought in mind, Li Dao stepped forward, making his way towards the royal guard of Prince Tianmu. Meanwhile, after the ambush on the convoy, the guards surrounding Prince Tianmu were on high alert, anxious to prevent any mishap from befalling him. Thus, Li Dao's unmasked figure quickly caught the attention of the guards. When they spotted the intruder advancing towards the prince, they immediately heightened their vigilance. Upon witnessing the assault, Prince Tianmu commanded that a few of his men be dispatched to confront the intruder. Yes, with a single order, 5 guards mounted their horses and charged directly at Li Dao. "Attack!" One guard, leading the charge, brandished his long blade, aiming straight for Li Dao's face. "Come on!" Li Dao swiftly grasped his dark iron knife, firmly planted his feet on the ground, and unleashed a sudden strike. In an instant, man and horse passed each other in a blur. The next moment, a figure was sent tumbling from the horse, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the remaining 4 guards also surged forward, their movements perfectly coordinated as they struck from various angles towards Li Dao's vital points. In the past, Li Dao might have considered evading such an onslaught. However, now he made no attempt at defense against this assault. The guard were equally unprepared for how smoothly their attack had progressed. Yet, when their blades made contact with the figure before them, they were taken aback to find that the blades merely sank slightly into the skin without inflicting any harm. This spectacle left the four guards utterly astonished. Seizing the opportunity amidst their strikes, Li Dao decisively countered with a sweeping motion. The dark iron knife, infused with tremendous force, swung toward the four guards. Crack! The sound of shattered armor echoed as four individuals were sent hurtling backward, bloodied and beaten. Shortly after their landing, the system's notification chimed in. For enemies slain. Attribute gained. 356. The demise of these four revealed their hidden prowess, contributing over 3 points to the tally. In a swift turn of events, 4 out of the 5 advancing guards met their end, leaving the lone survivor, the one who had been unseated, grimly affected. Although Li Dao's strike was deflected by the guard's weapon and armor, the force behind it was undeniable. With a power of 4,000 pounds combined with the momentum of his swing, an overwhelming weight of at least 8,000 pounds bore down upon the remaining guard. While he appeared unscathed, the sheer magnitude of that force was beyond his internal organs' capacity to endure, even for a cultivator. Indeed, it wasn't long before another notification sounded. 1 enemy slain, attribute gained, 0.68. Prince Tamar had initially assumed that a mere thief would be easily dispatched by his guards. He was taken aback by the overwhelming slaughter of 5 of them. Observing the prince amidst his remaining guards, Li Dao raised his black iron blade and began to advance step by step. What are you waiting for? Charge at once, Prince Tamar ordered urgently. In response, 10 guards stepped forward, charging at Li Dao. Minutes later, these 10 guards met the same fate as the previous 5. Their existence reduced to mere numbers on Li Dao's interface. At this point, Prince Tamar could no longer remain seated. As he observed the approaching thief drawing nearer, he could not help but shout from afar, Master Lu, save me. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Sun Zheng and Gao Liang faced relentless setbacks, the snow demon Lu Yin grew increasingly exhilarated. He could almost envision the two transforming into ice sculptures beneath his chilling grasp. Likewise, Sun Zheng and Gao Liang found themselves in a predicament, for even when they joined forces, they could merely prolong their struggle for a brief moment. The primary source of their distress was the snow demon's masterful icy palm technique. At times, even when they evaded his strikes, the frosty energy emanating from his icy palm rendered their bodies involuntarily rigid. Just then, a cry pierced the air. Master Lu, save me. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Turning to look, he saw an individual drawing ever closer to Prince Tianmu, surrounded by the fallen bodies of numerous guards. The remaining guards' attempts to encircle him were futile in halting his advance. If he did not rush to provide support, it would not be long before Prince Tianmu fell into enemy hands. Despicable. Lu Yan could not help but chastise Sun Zheng and Gao Liang. Despicable? Sun Zheng and Gao Liang exchanged glances and noticed the scene unfolding in the distance. Upon witnessing Li Dao dispatching the guards with ease, they instantly comprehended his intention. Gao Liang could not restrain himself from retorting, You dare speak of despicability? When you betrayed our sect and later joined the Tianmu tribe, did you not consider this? You. Regardless of Lu Yan's protests, he knew he must rush to support Prince Tianmu. He had already been wanted by the Great Qian Dynasty, and if Prince Tianmu were to meet with any misfortune at his hands, his own position in the northern barbarians would become untenable. After enduring for 15 arduous years to become the mentor of Prince Tianmu, with the potential to ascend as the royal master of the Tianmu tribe, it was inconceivable that he would let this opportunity slip away. In an instant, the notion of eliminating Sun Zheng and Gao Liang was banished from his mind. Wait for me, he uttered with a menacing tone before decisively turning towards the location of Prince Tianmu. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang had yet to revel in their moment of triumph when their expressions abruptly shifted. Damn it, if the snow demon is coming. What do we do now? Gao Liang exclaimed anxiously. Be careful, Lu Yan is returning. Meanwhile, Li Dao was amidst a throng of guards, reveling in the carnage, when an all-too-familiar voice echoed in his ears. In the next moment, an icy aura surged from behind him. "Are you the one sabotaging my endeavors? You shall perish." Li Dao turned to see Lu Yin confronting him, unleashing a chilling palm strike. Instinctively, he swung his blade in response. As the blade approached the frigid hand, a layer of frost instantly formed, enveloping both the palm and Li Dao's wrist. With a resounding clang, the blade met the palm, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. Li Dao's gaze sharpened. The strike had been thwarted by Lu Yan's icy defense. It was undeniable that such prowess was characteristic of an innate martial artist, a level far beyond that of an acquired practitioner. On the opposite end, Lu Yan's expression grew grave in an instant, for the impact of that strike reverberated painfully through his palm, nearly overwhelming his icy barrier. He cast a glance at the other party's right hand, frozen by the ice palm, and his expression softened slightly. The ice palm, failing with one strike, Lu Yan decisively unleashed another palm strike with his left hand. Li Dao furrowed his brow and promptly switched hands to retaliate. A resounding crash echoed as their palms collided. In that moment, Lu Yan distinctly felt the tremendous force, nearly shattering his arm. Yet, he was confident that his opponent fared far worse. Following the collision, under the influence of the icy true energy, a layer of frost quickly enveloped Li Dao's entire arm, spreading ominously toward his body. Lu Yan sneered coldly. Just then, two figures rushed to his side, simultaneously swinging their blades toward Lu Yan's arm. Lu Yan was not oblivious to the interference, swiftly retracting his hand to evade the attack. When he lifted his gaze again, he saw that the three had retreated several dozen meters away. "Are you all right?" Hailiang asked, noticing Li Dao's entire arm shrouded in frost. His expression darkened, having suffered the brunt of the ice palm himself. He was acutely aware of its formidable power. Before Li Dao could respond, Lu Yan erupted into laughter. "Don't hold out hope. He is beyond saving." Hailiang countered resolutely. "What do you mean, beyond saving?" "I just recovered," Lu Yan retorted with a cold smile. "You only have one palm intact. He, however, has lost an entire arm. Furthermore, you were able to temporarily resist my icy true energy with your innate true energy, which is why your palm remains functional. But him? He lacks any true energy at all." He cast a derisive glance at Li Dao. "Do you lack true energy?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Zheng turned to Li Dao with a look of astonishment. There was no need for concealment regarding such matters. Li Dao nodded affirmatively. Gao Yang's countenance darkened as he beheld the entirety of Li Dao's arm encrusted in frost. If this were indeed the case, then hope was utterly extinguished. "Ha ha! Prepare to meet your end," Lu Yan mocked. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang wore expressions of bitter resignation, seemingly resigned to this fate. "Prepare to meet your end? What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, Li Dao interjected. Lu Yan's laughter ceased abruptly, and he inquired directly, "You must be feeling a chill in your chest by now, correct? To be candid, this is my icy true energy encroaching upon your heart meridian. Once the icy true energy penetrates your heart meridian, not even a celestial being can save you." Li Dao frowned, "But my chest does not feel cold at all." Lu Yan scoffed, "Continue your charade. But the frost upon your arm is indeed composed of my icy true energy. Is that so?" Li Dao raised his left arm, and with a sudden motion, a crisp crack echoed as the frost shattered instantaneously. In the next moment, the remnants of frost lay scattered on the ground, revealing an unblemished arm beneath. "It's gone. And now what?" To facilitate Lu Yan's observation, Li Dao deliberately rotated his arm multiple times and even flexed his fingers. At this, Lu Yan's expression froze in disbelief. "How is this possible? You clearly withstood my icy true energy." Li Dao shrugged and replied, "Yet the reality is as it stands." In truth, only Li Dao comprehended the true nature of the situation. During the moment of the cold ice palm, he sensed a chilling aura attempting to penetrate his skin and invade his arm. However, his skin, having undergone a transformation, effectively repelled this icy presence, allowing only a minimal amount to seep into his body. Yet before this frigid essence could inflict any damage, It was swiftly washed away by the boiling vitality coursing through him. Coupled with his formidable regenerative abilities, within mere moments, his arm was completely restored. Through these revelations, he came to understand that following his transformation, not only had his physical resistance reached its zenith, but so had his magical resistance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so effortlessly withstand Liu Yan's cold energy, as well as the blazing energy from the previous half-step innate warrior. This scene left Sun Zheng and Gao Liang in a state of astonishment. Do you truly lack genuine energy? Gao Liang questioned, uncertainty lacing his voice. He found it hard to believe that someone could solely rely on their physical form to withstand the elemental energy of an innate martial artist. Li Dao shook his head and replied, isn't that what you refer to as innate divine strength? Gao Liang couldn't help but scoff, whose innate divine strength resembles yours. At that moment, Sun Zheng suddenly inquired, do you feel capable of enduring his cold energy? As long as at ISNT for an extended period, I should be fine. Li Dao responded. After all, he currently felt no significant threat from the icy aura that instilled fear in Sun Zheng and Gao Liang. Upon hearing this, Sun Zheng's eyes lit up. That's excellent. Gao Liang's countenance brightened as well. Perfect. The three of us can join forces. At this moment, Liu Yan across the way also regained his composure. His gaze towards Li Dao shifted from previous disdain to a sense of apprehension. After all, his most prized technique, the ice palm, had suddenly lost its former efficacy, which naturally instilled fear within him. Observing the three individuals engaged in discussion, he seemed to grasp their intentions. Should they indeed manage to form a seamless alliance, he might find himself in dire straits today. He glanced at the severely battered escort team and the chaotic convoy not far away, contemplating for a moment before soaring to Prince Tianyu's side. Master Liu, why have you yet to take action? Prince Tianyu inquired with an expression of displeasure upon seeing Liu Yan. Your Highness, this adversary proves rather formidable. If I were to exert my full strength, I might inadvertently neglect your safety, Liu Yan replied. What? The prince's countenance changed instantly. To him, nothing was more paramount than his own life. The previous decision to allow Master Liu to act was predicated on the presence of numerous guards capable of temporarily safeguarding him. Now, with even Master Liu uncertain of his ability to protect him, unease began to creep into Prince Tianyu's heart. He hastily inquired, then what shall we do now? Liu Yan hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. That largely depends on what you wish to do, Your Highness. If you wish to proceed, I can hold the three of them at bay, though the outcome remains uncertain. However, if you choose to flee, I am confident in my ability to protect you. Upon hearing this, Prince Tianyu pondered for a brief moment before asking, Master Liu, how confident are you? Approximately 60%, Liu Yan replied. 60%? The expression on Prince Tianyu's face grew grim. This indicated a 40% chance of failure. What would he do? Would he perish here? If he were to die, his brother would assume control of the Tiany tribe, and the throne would belong to another, along with the beauty he cherished. Everything he held dear would be inherited by someone else. Contemplating this, Prince Tiany resolutely made a decision. He had no desire for his brother to enjoy life in his stead. Liu Shi, protect my departure from here and escort me back to the Tiany tribe. I shall not proceed with the marriage alliance. I wish to return. The prince spoke urgently. Very well, today, I, Liu Yan, shall risk my life to safeguard the prince's return to the tribe, Liu Yan declared with a face full of righteous determination. Liu Shi, Prince Tiany exclaimed, touched by his loyalty. Liu Yan disregarded the prince's emotions and turned to the surrounding guards, issuing orders. All personnel, abandon supplies and retreat. Protect the prince as we return to the Tiany tribe. Understood. The guards responded in unison, swiftly surrounding Prince Tiany as they mounted their horses and began their retreat. This scene left Sun Zheng and Gao Liang in a state of shock. What did this mean? It seemed Liu Yan had no intention of engaging in battle. Liu Yan turned to Li Dao and the others, proclaiming, Today, I shall spare your lives. In the future, I shall undoubtedly claim your heads. With that, he spurred his horse and galloped to catch up with the departing prince's entourage, leaving Sun Zheng and Gao Liang bewildered. What was the meaning of such a fierce proclamation followed by an immediate retreat? Moreover, With Prince Temuda fleeing, could they consider their mission accomplished? It should indeed be deemed a success. After all, having lost the betrothal gifts meant for the alliance, and with such heavy casualties in their ranks, it would be rather unbecoming for anyone to return in such a disheveled state to negotiate a marriage alliance. Chapter 26. Wei Yun captured. Li Dao forces his way into the enemy camp. Boss, where have all their men gone? At that moment, Shun San rushed over with Lao Gui and others. They had been preoccupied with searching for the so-called treasures when they noticed that the guards, who had previously fought fiercely against them, were now retreating in haste. One by one, with their master gone, could they possibly remain? Li Dao brushed off the remnants of frost from his attire and remarked, "They've fled? Then what of our mission?" His gaze swept over the carts laden with goods. "Everything is still here. Let's investigate." "No need to search," Sun Zheng interjected suddenly. "No need to search?" Shun San and the others looked on in confusion. Indeed, Sun Zheng elucidated his hypothesis. Their hasty retreat could only mean that they were returning to the Tianmu tribe. It was improbable they would head to Qian. Hence, this mission could be deemed accomplished. Li Dao inquired, "But what if they regroup and attempt to negotiate again once they return?" Gao Liang, standing nearby, chuckled. "Then that would be an entirely different mission, one that does not concern us." Li Dao. As expected, in any realm, the workplace remains the same, always seeking ways to offload troublesome matters. Under such circumstances, they were spared the hassle. The third task promised to Wei Yun had been fulfilled, and now it was time to embrace his newfound freedom. Half an hour later, a few individuals buried the looted goods in a pit, for it was impractical for only the 7 of them to carry such a load. With the task accomplished, the two bid farewell. Sun Zheng and Gao Liang clasped their fists towards Li Dao, saying, "Are you departing just like that? Will you not return to Changgu Town to inform Commander Wei?" "That is unnecessary. We only need to be accountable to His Majesty," came the reply. "Very well, then. I wish you both a safe journey," Gao Liang remarked, patting Li Dao on the shoulder with a smile. "You have been of great assistance to us. When you return to the imperial capital, we shall treat you to a feast." "Treat me to a feast?" Li Dao thought to himself that if they were to discover his true identity, he might find himself on the receiving end of a knife instead. Nevertheless, he merely nodded in response. Before long, the two departed, leaving Li Dao and his 4 companions behind. Li Dao surveyed the surrounding chaos and spoke. "Next, we shall return to report our mission and secure our freedom." Eagerly, he led the 4 without pause, hastening back to Changgu Town. However, upon their return, they were taken aback. Numerous corpses lay outside Changgu Town, some belonging to the soldiers of the Great Qian, while others were of unfamiliar origin. "What on earth happened here?" Shun San exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Li Dao remained silent, dismounting his horse to inspect the body. Upon noticing the attire, he murmured, "Luo Yin tribe?" He recognized that the unfamiliar corpses were clad in the garments of the Luo Yin tribe, indicating that they had launched an attack on Changgu Town. "Let us proceed inside and investigate." 5 individuals led their horses into the heart of Changgu Town. As they ventured deeper, the number of corpses on the ground increased, comprising both the Qian soldiers and members of the Luo Yin tribe, but it appeared that only the bodies of the latter were present. Just as the 5 crossed the threshold of Changgu Town, a swift sound sliced through the air. Li Dao's ears perked up, and instinctively he raised his hand to catch an arrow that had narrowly missed him. "Who goes there?" Shun San and the others immediately turned their attention to the origin of the projectile. "Luo Yun barbarians, we shall fight to the end." In the next moment, a horde of disheveled Qian soldiers burst forth from hidden corners. The leader, whom Li Dao recognized, was none other than Lu Neng, the captain. "Captain Lu." Li Dao's voice caused Lu Neng, who had been charging forward, to halt abruptly. Upon realizing that they were not foes, he quickly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Wait! Do not engage. They are our own." Li Dao glanced at the wounded Lu Neng and inquired, "What transpired in Changgu Town?" Lu Neng's expression darkened. "Last night, shortly after you departed, Changgu Town was unexpectedly besieged by the Luo Yun tribe. We were caught off guard, and thus the town fell into enemy hands." "Is it just you remaining?" Li Dao surveyed the remnants of Lu Neng's troops, noting that barely 200 soldiers remained. It was worth mentioning that Wei Wu camp originally comprised 1,000 men, with Changgu town housing over 1,000 as well. Even accounting for losses, there should have been at least 700 to 800 survivors. Yet, in the span of a single night, only a scant 200 remained, all of whom bore injuries. Indeed, Lu Neng replied, his head bowed in despair. Suddenly, Li Dao recalled something and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what about Commander Wei? As an innate warrior, he shouldn't be so easily defeated. Upon mentioning Wei Yun, Lu Neng's expression grew even more somber. He recounted that during the final moments of last night's battle, Commander Wei realized that the Weiwu camp was no match for the forces of the Luoyun tribe. Consequently, he single-handedly led the remaining members of the Luoyun tribe away, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. Hearing this, Li Dao's countenance darkened significantly. He inhaled deeply and asked directly, "Did you clearly observe the direction in which Commander Wei fled?" Shen San, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Boss, it has been quite some time. He is likely in grave danger by now." Li Dao responded emphatically, "One must see the living if they are alive, and the dead if they are not." Shen San murmured, "Is it really necessary?" The old ghost interjected, "Little fatty, if Wei Yun is deceased, who will grant you your freedom?" Upon hearing the term freedom, Shen San was suddenly jolted. Could it be that only Wei Yun could resolve this predicament? Do you think anyone else would fulfill your conditions? Without him, who will recognize you? The old ghost replied bluntly. Shen San, now anxious, turned to Lu Neng and urgently asked, "Quickly, tell me the direction in which Wei Yun ran." Lu Neng, sensing the urgency, pointed towards a specific direction without hesitation. Shen San exclaimed, "Boss, we must pursue him at once. We cannot allow that fellow Wei Yun to perish." Li Dao immediately mounted his horse, instructing, "You all stay here. I shall pursue him alone." But before Shen San could finish his protest, he witnessed Li Dao spur his horse and gallop towards the direction Lu Neng had indicated. "Old Ghost, should we pursue them?" Shen San couldn't help but inquire. "Pursue them?" Old Ghost, ever the easygoing one, plopped down on the ground and remarked, "If you wish to chase them, then go ahead." After speaking, he glanced at the injured soldiers and added with a grin, "Today, I shall exhibit my benevolence. Those wishing for medical attention and healing may line up." Meanwhile, after departing from Changgu town, Li Dao remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the traces left on the ground. Soon enough, he discovered a site where the Falling Cloud tribe might have left behind signs of their pursuit and promptly continued along the trail. At this moment, not too far from Li Dao, a temporary camp was established. At the center of the camp stood a wooden cage, within which sat a man bound by numerous chains. Had Li Dao been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Wei Yun. This was indeed the temporary encampment of the Falling Cloud tribe. A member of the Falling Cloud tribe approached the cage and splashed a bucket of cold water inside, coldly demanding, "Speak. Was it your people of Great Qian who killed our tribe's third prince?" "Bah!" Wei Yun spat defiantly, revealing a cold smirk as he retorted, "Your mother's oversized undergarment. What business does your tribe's third prince have with us of Great Qian?" "Huh, still daring to talk back?" The tribesman seized a pot of scalding water from a nearby campfire and hurled it towards Wei Yun. As the boiling water splashed onto him, Wei Yun's expression soured. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. This scene elicited mocking laughter from the surrounding members of the Falling Cloud tribe. "Seems you have quite the stubborn tongue." At that moment, a member of the Falling Cloud tribe rose from the crowd, and an immediate silence enveloped those around him. Their expedition to confront Wei Yun's formidable camp involved two innate martial artists, one named Jinhua and the other Jin San. The individual now standing before Wei Yun was Jinhua, one of the leaders among them. With a slight smile, Jinhua approached Wei Yun and remarked, "I am uncertain whether the demise of our third prince is linked to your Qian. It may not be, or it may very well be. However, such matters have become inconsequential. What truly matters now is that we must establish a connection between the death of our third prince and your Qian. All you need to do is acknowledge that the demise of our third prince is a consequence of your Qian's actions, and in return, not only shall we release you, but we shall also extend an invitation for you to join the esteemed Falling Cloud tribe. What say you?" Wei Yun furrowed his brow and retorted, "You are members of the Falling Cloud tribe, aligned against the Qian and the Northern Barbarians." The Falling Cloud tribe is ostensibly a neutral faction, maintaining an ambiguous stance towards the Qian. Moreover, there exists a faction within that tribe that disapproves of this ambiguity. They yearn to wage war against the Qian, akin to the TMU tribe, in pursuit of richer resources and lands. The Falling Cloud Third Prince, who was slain by them, belonged to the anti-Qian faction, which is why he covertly engaged in negotiations with the TMU tribe without the knowledge of the Falling Cloud king. Thus, the current actions of the opposing side merely serve as a pretext to persuade the remaining members of the Falling Cloud tribe. Understanding this, Wei Yun remained resolute, unwilling to concede, even if he was indeed responsible for the third prince's abduction. What difference does it make? In any case, hasten to provide your response. Jinhua urged impatiently. Wei Yun, unwilling to engage in conversation, simply closed his eyes and maintained his silence. Observing this, Jinhua grasped the unspoken message and lifted his gaze to the sky. Noticing that the sun was approaching its zenith, he then commanded, "Raise a flag and hang him up to bask in the sun." Thus, the battered Wei Yun found himself suspended from a pole, exposed to the scorching sun. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he murmured, "I apologize, 9527. Wei Yun did not fear death. His only regret lay in his inability to fulfill the promises he had made. Time elapsed slowly. The sun above grew increasingly fierce and blinding, rendering him parched and weak. Due to the severity of his injuries, compounded by the relentless heat, his vision began to blur. In a haze, he discerned a figure approaching in the distance. "Is that 9527? Wei Yun chuckled bitterly, muttering to himself, "They say that one sees illusions when nearing death. It appears to be true." Without hesitation, he bit down on his tongue, using the pain to rouse his senses. Although he felt remorse for 9527, he refused to allow his final moments to be occupied by thoughts of a man. He wished for the image of a beautiful woman instead, hoping it would offer him a more comfortable departure. Yet, the pain did not dispel the figure before him. On the contrary, as the silhouette drew nearer, he also heard the sound of hooves. Wei Yun suddenly jolted, his consciousness snapping back to clarity. This was no illusion. Simultaneously, Li Dao approached the camp and recognized that this particular encampment belonged to the Luoyun tribe. Simultaneously, his gaze was drawn to Wei Yun, who was suspended from the flag. With his extraordinary vision, he easily discerned that Wei Yun was at that moment still alive. This revelation brought a profound sense of relief to his heart. Fortunately, Wei Yun had not succumbed. Otherwise, the potential loss would have incited a murderous rage within him. Meanwhile, due to Li Dao's utter lack of discretion, the inhabitants of the Falling Cloud tribe also became aware of his presence. A loud shout rang out, signaling, "Report, an unfamiliar presence approaches." Soldiers within the camp swiftly assembled in the open area, including the two innate warriors. "Ignore me, 9527. There are two innate warriors here." Wei Yun, regaining his composure while hanging from the pole, hastily called out in a hoarse voice. In his estimation, with two innate warriors guarding the camp, Li Dao would have no chance of rescuing him and could easily jeopardize his own life in the attempt. Upon hearing Wei Yun's voice, Li Dao quickly fixed his gaze on the two figures at the forefront of the soldier formation. Two innate warriors indeed? Li Dao did not dwell on this thought for long. He immediately opened the system panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 40, 74, available attributes, 10. 98. Although he had failed to eliminate the final snow demon, Lu Yin, during the recent confrontation with Prince TMU, the elimination of those high-quality guards had provided him with considerable attributes. He wondered if his physique, now 50 times that of an ordinary person, would suffice. Regardless, having pursued this far, he was unwilling to retreat without testing his limits. Attribute increase. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 51, 72, available attributes, 0, in an instant. A familiar warmth coursed through his entire body. The boiling blood within him ignited an uncontainable fervor, instilling a primal urge to unleash his pent-up energy, akin to the effects of a potent stimulant. Without a moment's hesitation, he spurred his steed onward, charging directly at the members of the falling Cloud tribe. As Li Dao barreled forth, two innate martial artists from the tribe exchanged knowing smirks and promptly issued the command to attack, ordering their soldiers to eliminate him. With a resounding cry of kill, a throng of soldiers surged towards Li Dao, emboldened by the fact that they faced but a single opponent, devoid of any fear. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their audacious charge appeared to Li Dao as a flock of sheep recklessly advancing upon a tiger, as if attempting to suffocate the beast with sheer numbers. In the blink of an eye, bolstered by the momentum of his horse, dozens of soldiers were sent hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, the surrounding soldiers unleashed a flurry of strikes toward Li Dao with their long blades. Not far off, the two innate martial artists dismissed Li Dao's prowess, instead engaging in a wager. Jin Hua remarked, "How long do you suppose he can endure amidst them?" To which Jin Sha replied with a faint smile, "I give him a mere 30 seconds before he meets his demise." Jin Hua chuckled, "30 seconds, you say? I shall grant him a modicum of respect and wager 40 seconds. Jin Sha shrugged, "Then let us await the outcome." As countless blades descended upon him from all directions, Li Dao possessed the reflexes to swiftly evade the onslaught. However, he chose not to retreat, for evasion would hinder the efficiency of his own strikes. In an instant, a multitude of blades clashed against Li Dao's form. However, these blades merely tore a gash in Li Dao's clothing, failing to inflict any harm upon the flesh beneath. This spectacle left the surrounding soldiers momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, they had little time to react. With a swift flick of his Qian Tai Dao, a spray of blood erupted around him. 8 enemies slain, attribute gained, 124. A mere 124 points for 8 lives? This was a stark contrast to the formidable guards of the prince of the Tianmu tribe, revealing them to be nothing more than a horde of ordinary, untrained soldiers. Casting a glance at the densely packed troops around him, Li Dao realized that while their quality was lacking, their numbers could be exploited. Without hesitation, he mounted his horse and plunged into the fray. However, this scene appeared to Jin Hua and Jin Sha as sheer folly, a reckless pursuit of death. It seemed he could scarcely endure for 30 seconds. Jin Sha sneered. "Are all the soldiers of the Qian so foolish?" Jin Hua remarked, unable to contain his disdain. Among those present, only Wei Yun, suspended from a flag, had the vantage point to observe the unfolding situation clearly. In his line of sight, Li Dao moved through the encirclement of the Luoyun barbarians as if traversing an uninhabited realm, reaping lives with abandon. Wherever he passed, the Luoyun fell in droves, igniting a fervor within Wei Yun that made him yearn to rise and applaud, had he not been restrained by chains. Particularly astonishing was Li Dao's utter disregard for the blades. Wei Yun knew that while innate warriors could rely on their qi to deflect weapons, Li Dao possessed no such energy, relying solely on the strength of his flesh. He was aware that certain martial arts could also refine the body and enhance one's foundational strength. However, these arts required the integration of true energy. Should the true energy dissipate, the practitioner would merely possess a body somewhat stronger than that of their peers, but certainly not to such an extraordinary extent. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Li Dao. Suddenly, he recalled Li Dao's identity as a death row inmate and couldn't help but murmur to himself, wondering which fool had cast aside such a natural talent to languish among condemned men, feeling it was a lamentable waste. Chapter 27. With 1 against 1,000, slaying the innate, the carnage continued unabated. As time elapsed, the soldiers of the Luoyun tribe gradually descended into despair. They realized that their assaults were utterly futile against the figure before them. Their sharp blades struck the opponent, yet failed to even graze a single hair. In stark contrast, the opponent's casual strike could extinguish a significant portion of their lives. As time wore on, no one dared to approach this terrifying adversary lightly. Yet, what left the soldiers at the front in a state of utter disbelief and dismay was the fact that the soldiers behind them, unable to see the plight of their comrades, relentlessly pushed them closer to the enemy. This led to a situation where those unwilling to fight found themselves with no option but to engage. "Stop pushing, this guy's coming to kill us." "Kill him." "Don't kill me, this fellow can't be killed at all." Kill him. I'll damn you, get away from me. Kill him. Ultimately, that soldier met his demise beneath Li Dao's effortless strike. When the soldier, who had been fervently shouting for blood, pushed his way to Li Dao, he finally comprehended the reason behind the obstruction that had kept him at bay, as he beheld the sea of corpses and blood surrounding him. At that moment, he wished fervently to resurrect the one who had shielded him from approaching. However, all that awaited him was the sharp blade of the mysterious black iron knife. After all, Li Dao had succumbed entirely to madness in his slaughter. Though he was not faced with a myriad of foes, he nonetheless stood amidst 1,000 troops as if they were mere phantoms. Ordinary soldiers, confronted by him, could only await their merciless demise. This is a testament to the superiority of those with formidable physiques over true energy practitioners. Should a practitioner continually expend their true energy, it would eventually deplete, leaving them merely a stronger version of an ordinary person. A throng of soldiers might indeed overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet Li Dao was different. Despite lacking true energy, he possessed extraordinary stamina. The mere act of wielding his blade did not significantly drain his vigor. On the contrary, with each act of slaughter, he found an increasing sense of ease and exhilaration within himself, particularly as he observed the attributes in his status panel escalating ever higher. His strikes became increasingly swift. At that moment, the melodious chime of the system notifications echoed incessantly in his ears, a sound he could never tire of. Slain 4 enemies, gained attributes, 0. 65. Slain 6 enemies, gained attributes, 1. 13. Slain 5 enemies, gained attributes, 0. 96. Slain. Although the attributes awarded were modest, the frequency of the rewards was gratifying. Suddenly, a distinct notification resonated in his mind. Achieved 100 consecutive kills, reward attributes, 5. 100 consecutive kills? Does the system still possess such a reward mechanism? He suddenly recalled the moment he achieved his first kill, receiving a modest reward to his attributes. For an extended period thereafter, the only attributes he acquired were from slain enemies, leading him to believe that, apart from the initial reward, the system would no longer bestow any further benefits. To his astonishment, he discovered that only upon completing a consecutive 100 kills could he garner a reward from the system. This revelation was entirely unexpected. It remained uncertain whether such rewards were exclusive to the first instance or if they dissipated thereafter, or perhaps if he needed to continue enhancing his consecutive kill count to obtain further system rewards. Nevertheless, these 5 additional attributes were indeed a delightful surprise. This unexpected boon ignited an even greater fervor for slaughter within Li Dao. If killing were to be considered a profession, then this unforeseen bonus akin to overtime pay would undoubtedly invigorate the enthusiasm of this diligent employee. Meanwhile, outside the encirclement, Jin Hua and Jin Sha observed the situation with increasingly grave expressions. What was happening? Why had it persisted for so long? Jin Hua's countenance darkened. Forget the 30 or 40 seconds. Several minutes had elapsed, and the battle raged on. Disturbingly, he could faintly hear the anguished cries of his soldiers. This is bad. I must investigate. Unable to contain himself, Jin Hua left a hasty remark and dashed out. Upon nearing the battlefield, the scene that unfolded before him left him utterly astounded. His subordinates were being mercilessly slaughtered, a single figure wreaking havoc among them. Scoundrel! Witnessing this, Jin Hua's eyes instantly reddened with fury. He bellowed and plunged into the fray, simultaneously commanding everyone retreat at once. Originally, this raid on Changhe town, aimed at capturing the formidable leader of the Qian, Wei Yun, was considered a significant victory for their falling Cloud tribe. However, following the adversary's brutal onslaught, the casualty ratio soared, rendering it impossible for him to remain composed. As Li Dao swiftly dispatched several foes, an icy sensation crept up his spine. Turning around, he discovered that a congenital warrior from the opposing side was charging towards him. Excellent. Li Dao glanced at his status panel. Master, Li Dao, physique, 51, 72, available attributes, 25, 78, after the initial frenzy of slaughter. Coupled with the system's reward of 5 attribute points, his available attributes surged to an astonishing nearly 26 points, surpassing half of his current physique. It should suffice. Confronted with a potential adversary capable of ending his life, the life-preserving Li Dao resolved to exert his utmost effort. System, allocate my points. In the next moment, the panel transformed. Master, Li Dao. Physique, 77. 50 available attributes. 0. With the infusion of over 20 attribute points into his physique, a torrent of warmth surged within him, coursing rapidly throughout his entire being. With each increment, his strength intensified. In a fleeting moment, his skin radiated a rosy hue. Even with each breath, a faint white mist could be seen emanating from his nostrils. At that instant, the murderous intent within Li Dao, alongside his enhanced physique, surged dramatically. As he observed the opposing congenital warrior drawing ever closer, he began to assess his own strength, with the benchmark right before him. Kill! With a fierce roar, Li Dao brandished his mysterious iron blade and charged toward Jinhua. Meanwhile, Jinhua was contemplating how to capture and torment the individual before him to death when he suddenly heard an enraged shout. To his astonishment, his opponent was barreling directly towards him, seeking death. Upon witnessing this scene, he labeled the individual as such in his mind, for in his eyes, the opponent was merely an unusual acquired martial artist. After all, he could not even unleash true energy, thus he could not possibly be innate. Divine Eagle Claw. Jinhua transformed his hand into a claw, a sharp surge of true energy manifesting at his fingertips. As he faced the oncoming blade, he swiftly evaded the strike, simultaneously clamping his right hand down hard on Li Dao's arm. Observing this, Li Dao's eyes widened in surprise. Judging by his opponent's attacking movements, it appeared that he was an agile, innate martial artist, skilled in unarmed combat. Let me first disable one of your hands. With his right hand firmly gripping Li Dao's arm, Jinhua could not help but wear a confident smile. In the next moment, true energy erupted from his fingertips, delivering a fierce grasp. A tearing sound echoed. The sleeve ripped apart, accompanied by a spray of crimson. However, as he withdrew his hand, Jinhua stared in disbelief at the tattered cloth and the blood-streaked fragments of skin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be only such minimal damage? In his mind, such a grasp should have resulted in a deluge of flesh and blood, yet all that remained was a mere scattering of skin flakes. On the other side, Li Dao glanced down at the 3 bloody scratches on his arm, raising an eyebrow. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "An innate martial artist? Why do you employ techniques that are solely fit for women?" In his recollection, during his previous life in school, he had provoked a female classmate, who had similarly left marks upon him. Those wounds had scabbed over within an hour back then. Yet now, Li Dao glanced down, and though traces had just been present, they had already entirely scabbed over. With a tremor of his arm, the scab shattered, revealing unblemished skin beneath, devoid of any scar. A technique typically employed by women? Jinhua's eyes twitched. When had his eagle claw ever been described in such a manner? In his fury, he launched another strike, refusing to be deterred. After a fierce exchange, he once again succeeded in landing his claws upon Li Dao's arm. No longer underestimating his opponent, he summoned his innate, true energy with all his might and struck fiercely. This time, he distinctly felt that his claw was momentarily obstructed by the layer of flesh, unable to pierce through that skin. Only with a forceful swipe did he manage to breach that layer. Yet a dense layer of muscle beneath stood resolutely against his innate, true energy. With a ripping sound, he withdrew his hand, aghast at the minuscule flesh caught beneath his nails. He could hardly fathom that his formidable eagle claw, capable of penetrating gold and stone, could be thwarted by a mere mortal's flesh. Are you human or ghost? If he posed no issue, then the only enigma could be the person before him. Such a terrifying physique was beyond his comprehension as belonging to a human. Li Dao, glancing at the slowly healing wound, smiled lightly and remarked, "With blood and flesh. What else could I possibly be?" As soon as he spoke, he decisively launched an attack against the innate warrior before him. From the previous encounters, he had come to realize that his physique, which surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than 70 times, combined with his transformed skin, rendered him nearly invulnerable. Thus, the next step was to test the limits of his offensive capabilities. Without warning, he executed a strike with his sword. Li Daoxuan's iron blade rushed towards Jin Hua's neck. Regaining his composure from the initial shock, Jin Hua swiftly attempted to evade. However, Li Dao's speed was far beyond his expectations. Despite his commendable lightness of foot, he barely managed to escape. A sharp sound pierced the air. Jin Hua suddenly realized that although he had evaded the blade's edge, his outer garments had still been sliced open. Yet, he distinctly noted that the blade bore no trace of true energy. Could it be? A terrifying thought struck his mind. Was this a mere display of brute strength? This revelation left Jin Hua questioning his own existence. What kind of monstrous being was this? At that moment, the soldiers of the fallen Cloud tribe, witnessing their leader engaged in combat, hastily retreated. They had initially believed their commander would easily dispatch the enemy, only to discover that he was at a disadvantage. When facing Jin Hua, the innate warrior, Li Dao had but one strategy: to retaliate with all his might, taking advantage of the opponent's inability to inflict harm upon him. This tactic rendered Jin Hua cautious and hesitant throughout the confrontation, as even a casual strike from Li Dao, fueled by terrifying brute force, held the potential to severely injure him. Suspended upon the flag, Wei Yin observed with his mouth agape as Li Dao engaged in combat with Jin Hua. Initially, he believed that with the formidable prowess of 9,527, he could easily contend with a mere half-step innate warrior. To his astonishment, he realized that an innate martial artist was also within his grasp. Concurrently, as the Cloudfall soldiers dispersed, Jin Sha, not far away, beheld the clash between Jin Hua and Li Dao. Upon witnessing Jin Hua's disadvantage, Jin Sha immediately straightened his posture. It soon relaxed once more. To his surprise, he found amusement in the spectacle. With a disdainful snort, he noted that in his line of sight, the enemy persistently attacked while Jin Hua evaded. Given his understanding of Jin Hua's capabilities, he recognized countless opportunities for a counterattack. However, Jin Hua continued to evade, which seemed more like a game than a serious fight. Thus, he remained unconcerned, leaning against a nearby post to observe. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Hua was precariously balancing on a metaphorical tightrope high above, with each step a matter of life and death. Li Dao's strikes were ferocious, each blow delivered with relentless speed and precision, as if he were impervious to fatigue. Despite Jin Hua's exceptional agility, he found himself drenched in cold sweat after every narrow escape. In his heart, he could not help but curse. Monster! After all, how could a human withstand such a relentless barrage? He had hoped to leverage his agility to exhaust his opponent's stamina, yet with each passing moment, while Li Dao remained unfazed, his own energy reserves dwindled perilously low. In desperation, he shouted, "Jin Sha, come quickly and lend me your aid." Not far away, Jin Sha heard Jin Hua's cries for help but paid them no heed, merely exclaiming, "You can entertain yourself. I'll merely observe." In Jin Hua's mind, a torrent of frustration surged. Is this what he calls playing? He is clearly on the brink of death. Li Dao did not grant Jin Hua the luxury of a response. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious. At that moment, while the frequency of his strikes appeared consistent, within his mind, the figure of this innate martial artist flickered incessantly. Each enhancement of physical prowess was accompanied by a bolstering of his mental faculties. Possessing over 70 times the cognitive capacity of an ordinary person, he was capable of multitasking, constructing and analyzing the movements of an opponent in his mind. Once he had thoroughly mapped out an individual's actions, unless there were significant deviations, he would swiftly discern their intentions. After several exchanges, Jin Hua's every move was entirely simulated within Li Dao's mind. To the left, Li Dao's gaze sharpened, and the blade, which had just been thrust forward, suddenly veered leftward. Jin Hua, instinctively dodging to the left, was confronted by the oncoming edge of the blade. A sharp sound pierced the air, abruptly silenced. This time, Li Dao's blade did not merely graze Jin Hua's attire. It struck with precision at his throat. No matter how formidable one's inner energy, flesh and blood could scarcely withstand the razor's edge of dark iron. Jinhua's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, blood spilling forth, his gaze fixed intently on Li Dao, utterly bewildered by the peculiar trajectory of the blade. Little did he know that every move he made had already been meticulously replicated in Li Dao's mind. Based on his previous actions, Li Dao deduced with a 90% certainty that he would instinctively evade to the left. All Li Dao needed to do was deliver his blade at the opportune moment. One enemy slain, attributes gained. 10:31. As the system's notification echoed following Jinhua's demise, Li Dao found himself momentarily stunned. Over 10 points? When calculated, the overall attributes of an innate martial artist surpassed those of an ordinary person by 100-fold, even exceeding his own physical prowess. Truly, one could not underestimate the innate martial artist. From their earlier confrontation, it was clear that this particular innate warrior possessed merely a physique 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary human. This indicated that the attribute of true energy constituted a staggering 80% of the innate warrior's total attributes. Such a terrifying ratio indeed. Simultaneously, with Jinhua's passing, the atmosphere around Li Dao transformed into an eerie silence. Lifting his gaze, he observed all the falling cloud soldiers, frozen in disbelief as they stared at Jinhua's lifeless body. One soldier, regaining his senses, instinctively began to retreat. This was merely the beginning. With the first retreat, a second soon followed. All soldiers started to distance themselves from Li Dao. Their formidable commander had fallen. Any further engagement would serve no purpose other than to offer their lives in vain. Not far away, Jin Sha, who had been jesting about Jinhua moments ago, stood frozen in place. He still could not comprehend how Jinhua had so suddenly met his end. Was he not merely playing around? How could he have played with his own life? If, at this very moment, Jinhua possessed consciousness and was aware of Jin-san's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly curse vehemently. Jin-san, momentarily jolted back to reality, contemplated avenging Jinhua, but a sudden clarity swept through his mind, urging him to remain composed. His strength was not significantly inferior to that of Jinhua. Had Jinhua not been his own worst enemy, but rather fallen in a fair confrontation, would he truly stand a chance against their adversary? From Jinhua's desperate cries for help, it was evident that he had sought to flee, yet found himself unable to escape. This indicated that their opponent's prowess left Jinhua with no avenue of retreat, compelling him to seek assistance. Thus, Jin-san remained rooted in place, faced with two choices: avenge Jinhua, risking his own demise at the hands of their foe, potentially leading to their entire team's annihilation, or flee, preserving his own life to strengthen himself for a future reckoning. Meanwhile, after dispatching the innate martial artist before him, Li Dao's gaze naturally gravitated towards another innate martial artist not far away. With only one adversary remaining, he was poised to act, only to witness the unexpected sight of the innate martial artist suddenly mounting a horse. Initially anticipating an advance towards him, he was taken aback as the opponent turned and fled in the opposite direction, issuing a command: all units retreat. This declaration seemed to lift the constraints upon the Luoyun soldiers. The previously hesitant soldiers, now invigorated, surged towards their camp, driven by a singular desire to mount their horses and follow their remaining commander, Li Dao. This scene left him momentarily stunned. It was vastly different from what he had envisioned. Wasn't it supposed to be a throng of people surging forth to aid that innate warrior in avenging him? Why did they flee instead? Whether it was his slow reaction or their swift escape, he could not discern. By the time Li Dao regained his composure, the lagging soldier from the falling cloud had already galloped 100 meters away. Chapter 28. Rescuing Wei Yun's freedom, watching the innate warrior who had vanished and the remnants of the falling cloud soldiers retreating. Li Dao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against pursuing them. For him, today had already proven to be an immense gain. This unexpected harvest could be considered a delightful surprise. The foremost concern now was to ascertain whether Wei Yun was unharmed. If that fellow were to perish, all his efforts during this time would have been in vain. On the flagpole, Wei Yun's mouth hung slightly agape, still reeling from the astonishment of witnessing Li Dao slay the innate warrior. It wasn't until he felt the flagpole being lifted and then set down that he gradually regained his senses. Li Dao approached the day's Commander Wei and gently patted his face, inquiring, "Commander Wei, are you unscathed?" Feeling a slight sting on his face. Confirming that this was no dream, Wei Yun shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. They did not strike with lethal intent." The individuals from the Falling Cloud tribe had captured him primarily to compel him to confess to being the slayer of the third prince of Falling Cloud, inflicting torment rather than death. Thus, while he appeared to be in a pitiful state, in reality, he was merely drained of his vital energy, accompanied by some superficial injuries. For commanders stationed at the border, such wounds, lacking the loss of limbs, could only be regarded as minor injuries. At that moment, Wei Yun suddenly raised his head, gazing at Li Dao with a face full of emotion. 9527, I never expected you would come to rescue me. It truly moves me. After saying this, he abruptly opened his arms, adopting a posture that suggested he sought an embrace. Li Dao sidestepped, his expression darkening. You are too hasty in your emotions. I merely thought that if you were to perish, no one would advocate for our freedom, hence my intervention. I understand, but couldn't you at least pretend to deceive me into feeling moved? Wei Yun was no fool. He was acutely aware that their relationship was not so intimate. His words were merely an expression of sentiment, yet he was unexpectedly confronted with the harshness of reality. Li Dao raised an eyebrow and bluntly stated, "What benefit do you think your emotions will bring me? Are you not afraid that I might change my mind and deny you your freedom? You can certainly test that." In the next moment, the black iron blade he wielded was pressed against his own neck, gliding back and forth. The cold steel sent shivers down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise and his hairs to stand on end. Wei Yun was convinced that if he dared to voice any regret, that blade would unhesitatingly slice through his throat. 9527 was precisely that decisive. Having witnessed the extent of this individual's murderous intent while suspended in midair, he understood that excitement had painted his face throughout the act of killing. It was not a facade, but a genuine reflection of his inner self. He could scarcely fathom what manner of person could derive pleasure from the act of slaughter. Wei Yun cautiously sidestepped the Qian Tai knife, rubbing his goosebumps as he said, all right, I merely intended to speak. There is no need for blades." Upon hearing this, Li Dao sheathed the Qian Tai knife and extended a hand towards Wei Yun. "Having been out for quite some time, it is time to return." Wei Yun stared at the outstretched hand for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. "Thank you." Regardless of whether Jiao Wu Qi acted out of freedom or some other motive, he had indeed been saved by the other. A debt of gratitude he could not ignore. Pulling Wei Yun to his feet, Li Dao assessed the injuries on his body. "Can you ride? Ride? Do you believe that if the people of the Luo Yun tribe return, I wouldn't be able to fight again?" Wei Yun spoke with conviction, punctuating his words with a gesture that inadvertently tugged at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. Li Dao could not help but roll his eyes. "If you can ride, then do so. I have no desire to share a horse with a man." Wei Yun, feeling exasperated, retorted, "As if I would want to share a horse with a man." Li Dao replied, "Who knows?" Meanwhile, within Changgu town, following the old ghost treatment, the remaining soldiers of the Qian had mostly received care. Many soldiers in the vicinity expressed their gratitude towards the old ghost, as some of them had even had severed arms reattached by skilled hands. Numerous soldiers on the brink of death had miraculously been saved by the old ghost's extraordinary medical expertise. Lu Fuchong gazed at his scabbed wound, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Old ghost, you truly are a remarkable talent." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "I say, old ghost, with your extraordinary medical skills, why is it recorded by the Jinyui that you practiced medicine without a license and peddled counterfeit drugs, even leading to your arrest?" Upon hearing this, the old ghost snorted lightly, some repay kindness with malice. "I fulfilled his wish, yet he had me apprehended by the Jinyui." He then recounted the essence of the events that transpired. After listening to the old ghost's tale, everyone was rendered speechless. In the old ghost's narrative, there was a high-ranking nobleman who had one son, but, in his old age, desired a daughter. He inquired if there was a way to have another child, this time a girl. Coincidentally, the old ghost had just perfected a medicine and was in need of a test subject. Through his meticulous efforts, The nobleman was granted a daughter. However, the reason the nobleman ultimately had him arrested by the Jinui was that, after acquiring a daughter, he was left without a son. The old ghost had, through his medical prowess, transformed the nobleman's son into a daughter, one capable of marriage and childbirth. Fortunately, the nobleman's son was a good-for-nothing wastrel. And the Jinui, considering the old ghost's actions as a form of retribution, did not execute him on the spot, but instead imprisoned him. Hearing the old ghost's account, all present instinctively tightened their legs. The old ghost, however, continued nonchalantly, in the spirit of our serendipitous meeting, should any of you wish to become a woman, I will be pleased to assist you free of charge. Shin-san, unable to contain himself, remarked, Old ghost, you wouldn't lead me astray in becoming an apprentice, would you? Initially, he thought that being an apprentice was harmless, given old ghost's exceptional medical skills. He believed that as long as one did not die from it, it would suffice. However, upon further reflection, he considered that sometimes living might be worse than dying. If he were still the son of that high-ranking official, he would undoubtedly choose to forego survival. Old Ghost shrugged, stating that it was still uncertain and that he would inform Shin-san once he had developed the new medicine. Their idle conversation swiftly came to an end as Lu Nung sighed, pondering whether Jiaowu Erqi could catch up and rescue Commander Wei. At that moment, Shun-san, who had always been at odds with Wei Yun, wore a troubled expression. Wei Yun, please do not perish. If you die, who will grant me my freedom? If you manage to return alive, I would even be willing to call you grandfather. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance. Shin-san, I heard what you said. Hurry up and call me grandfather. At this, everyone turned to see two figures riding toward them through the shattered gates of Changgu Town. One was Li Dao, and the other was of course Wei Yun. Commander Wei, Lu Nung exclaimed with delight as he sprang up from the ground. The remaining soldiers of the Y-Wing were equally exhilarated, eager to rise, while those unable to stand were lifted by their comrades. Wei Yun gazed at his subordinates with a heavy heart, but managed to force a smile as he greeted them. It's good to see you all unharmed. Then, he turned his gaze toward Shin-san, saying, Fatty, what happened to the promise of calling me grandfather? Shin-san's face turned a peculiar shade of both green and purple. Fatty, a true man keeps his word, doesn't he? Wei Yun continued to jest. You scoundrel. Wei Yun waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, considering that 9,527 saved my life. I shall let it slide. Grandfather. Shin-san interjected, his expression unwavering. Do you think a mere sentence can absolve my elder brother of the favor owed for saving your life? Wei Yun. Subsequently, Shin-san approached Wei Yun and extended his hand. Wei Yun glanced down, seeing nothing, and asked, What are you doing? Return our freedom. Not yet. Why not? Fatty, have you seen the state of the Weiwu camp? How can I repay you under these circumstances? When will you be able to repay us? At the very least, it will take until the Weiwu camp is rebuilt and I can contact the higher-ups. Is that truly the case? Of course it is, Wei Yun replied earnestly. For a death row inmate to restore his household registration is no trivial matter. It entails a process. Nevertheless, I assure you, I will expedite the matter and restore your freedom. Shun-san regarded him with skepticism. You're not playing us again, are you? Wei Yun shrugged. If you don't trust me, at least trust 9527. Shun-san turned to Li Dao. Boss, is this fellow reliable? Li Dao responded candidly. Whether he is reliable or not will become evident in due time. Having inquired about the situation on their way back, he was naturally unperturbed, unlike Shin-san. Upon hearing this, Shun-san cast a glance at Wei Yun, deciding to trust him one last time. Rest assured, as time flowed swiftly by, a month had elapsed since the assault on Changgu Town and Wei Yun's return. To prevent further incursions by the people of the Luo Yun tribe, Wei Yun relocated the remnants of the Weiwu camp to an uninhabited ancient town situated 100 miles to the east of Changgu Town. After a month of construction, the new ancient town had begun to exhibit signs of rejuvenation, and Wei Yun renamed it Chongping Town, symbolizing longevity and safety. The only peculiarity that puzzled Wei Yun was the strange expression on Jiaowu Erqi's face when he announced the name Chongping. One day, within a tent in Chongping Town, Li Dao and 4 others gathered together. On the bed lay the once lively and eccentric little madman, now quiet and still. Lao Gui stood nearby, meticulously checking the little madman's pulse. After a brief moment, Lao Gui released his hand, declaring him better. At this, the little madman eagerly sprang up, restlessly moving about. Remaining still had nearly stifled him. Had it not been for the familiarity of those around him, he would have already begun his antics. Li Dao stood by, inquiring about the situation. Lao Gui shook his head, stating that while he could be treated, it could not be done here. He glanced at the little madman and explained, "This peculiar sorcery originates from certain ancient tribes in the southern mountains of Daqian. To truly heal the little madman, we must journey there." Suddenly, Suhu rose, declaring, "Let us go." Over the course of this month, the bond between the little madman and Suhu, both kindred spirits, had deepened. Upon realizing there was hope for the little madman's recovery, Suhu readily agreed without hesitation. Old Gui nodded, affirming that wherever you wish to go, he shall accompany you, as he relishes the challenge of treating perplexing ailments. However, we must await the release of our freedom from Commander Xiao Wei. Upon hearing this, Shen San, standing nearby, became incensed. Could it be that Wei Yun does not intend to grant us our freedom? It has been a month. How can there be no resolution? At that moment, the tense curtain was lifted and a voice emerged, "Shun Fatty, I just entered and heard someone insulting me." "Insult you? I would rather strike you. It has been a month. Your formidable camp is ready, but what of my freedom?" Shun Sin turned around, ready to unleash his ire. However, upon recognizing what Wei Yun held in his hand, his expression froze, and he hurriedly inquired, "What is it that you are holding?" Wei Yun smiled faintly. "The household registration book." Shun San was momentarily taken aback. "Is that true?" Wei Yun teased, "What do you think?" Shun San, despite his eagerness to snatch the unknown household registration book from Wei Yun's grasp, understood the futility of such an attempt. "Enough, Commander Wei. At this juncture, do not jest with him." At this point, Li Dao stepped forward, his gaze also tinged with curiosity. After a month of waiting, he too felt a growing impatience. With Li Dao speaking up, Wei Yun ceased his banter, approached the table, and placed the book down. He casually flipped it open to a page, where the household information of several individuals was recorded with clarity. Soon, the registration book was turned to a blank page. Subsequently, you need only to articulate your circumstances, and I shall register you accordingly. Once submitted, you shall officially regain your household registration. Wei Yun cast a glance at Li Dao and the others, inquiring who would step forward first. The group instinctively turned their gaze toward Li Dao. "Very well, I shall go first," he declared, taking a deep breath as he seated himself across from Wei Yun. Ever since being confined in the death row camp, transitioning from despair to hope, the weight of his internal turmoil had been immense. Now, he was finally on the verge of shedding the identity of a condemned prisoner. At this juncture, Wei Yun interjected, "I must remind you of one important detail. Your household registration should not mirror the previous one, as this may lead to complications. It is advisable to create a completely unfamiliar identity." Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded in understanding, acutely aware of the sensitivity surrounding his unique situation. If by chance his true identity were to be uncovered, the emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty would certainly not show him mercy. Nevertheless, he opted not to alter his name. With a population of 20 million in the Great Qian Dynasty, and the Li surname being quite common, he was not particularly concerned about being discovered simply due to a name. Thereafter, Li Dao relayed the household registration details he had conceived to Wei Yun, who meticulously inscribed them in the registration ledger. "Now, it's my turn," he announced, prompting Shan San to unceremoniously take a seat beside him. With Wei Yun present, the others were disinclined to contest with him. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the registrations of the 5 individuals were duly recorded. Once completed, Shen San eagerly inquired, "When shall we be able to depart from this wretched place?" Wei Yun put away the booklet, stating that although they had already registered, it was necessary to submit the booklet for the higher authorities to record it, after which identity tokens would be issued. Only upon receiving these tokens could they freely traverse the vast lands of the Qian. The identity tokens, akin to modern identification cards, served to signify one's status. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Within the confines of the tent, Wei Yun distributed 5 identity tokens to the 5 individuals. Possessing these tokens symbolized that their identities had been officially recorded by the Qian authorities. Even if the tokens were lost in the future, they could be reissued. This moment also marked the official farewell of the 5 from their former identities as death row inmates, granting them new lives. As Li Dao held the token, which felt rather unimpressive in texture, he sensed an invisible shackle being released from him, granting him both physical and mental liberation. 3 months had passed since the revival of his memories. The transition from a third-class earl to a death row inmate, and then back to a normal identity, felt like a surreal dream to him. He still faintly recalled the despair he felt upon entering death row, and it was only thanks to the awakening of the system that he was able to regain his freedom. "Are you happy?" Wei Yin inquired, having approached Li Dao with a smile. He understood Li Dao's sentiments quite well, having witnessed numerous death row inmates pass through his hands over the years. Most of these inmates were numb and desolate, while a few with some skills could only endure for a limited time before meeting a tragic end during a death row mission. To this day, Li Dao and his companions were the first group to attain freedom after enduring the trials. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Li Dao cautiously tucked away the token, turning back with a faint smile and addressing Commander Wei. "I presume you have something to discuss with me." Wei Yun, momentarily taken aback, shook his head with a smile and replied, "I knew I couldn't keep this from you. Well, aside from delivering the token today, there is another matter I wish to inquire about." Li Dao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Wei Yun, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I wonder if you have any intention of joining the military? You see, individuals like you often find it difficult to reclaim their former identities, and instead, they find themselves in a state of confusion. From your previous performance, I have observed that you would be particularly suited for military life. Should you choose to remain, your future path would undoubtedly be smoother. So, would you consider it?" Li Dao was taken aback by Wei Yun's unexpected invitation to join the army. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I can consider it, but not at this very moment." "What do you mean?" Wei Dao shrugged. "I wish to return home for a brief visit first." This thought had been clear to him for some time, especially after learning from Sun Zheng and Gao Liang about the targeting by the Prime Minister's residence. He was eager to return and see for himself. "Very well." Wei Yun understood Li Dao's sentiments and nodded. "If you ever contemplate joining the military, feel free to seek me out." Li Dao acknowledged him with a nod. The following day, outside Chongping town, Li Dao and his companions prepared to depart, having just received their tokens the day before. Yet, it was only natural. They had grown weary of this place. Li Dao rode on horseback, gazing at the other 4. "Are you all set?" Sun San cheerfully inquired. "Boss, rest assured. We will ensure that the old ghost and the others reach their destination safely." Although they had regained their freedom, Sun San still addressed him as boss. As he would put it, once a boss, always a boss. In simpler terms, in the world of martial arts, having more friends means more paths to tread, particularly after his experiences in the death row camp, which made Sun San realize that the 4 people beside him were extraordinary individuals. As an ordinary man, if he wished to thrive, he needed to cling to the strongest ally, and Li Dao was undoubtedly that ally. Li Dao nodded. "That's good. Be careful on your journey. Avoid any unforeseen mishaps." Due to the fact that the little madman had been transformed into a goo child, he retained some intelligence, but suffered from severe after-effects. According to the old ghost's assessment, if the little madman continued down this path, he would not survive the year, unable to suppress the goo poison within, and would perish abruptly. Thus, the old ghost resolved to accompany the little madman into the southern mountains of Qian in search of a remedy. Su, having nowhere to call home and feeling a close bond with the little madman, chose to protect the old ghost and the little madman along the way. As for Sun San, he decided to escort the 3 to the southern mountains of Qian before continuing to navigate his own path in the martial world. This led to their current divergence. Just as Sun San was about to lead the old ghost and the others away, he suddenly recalled something. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a handful of gold and silver treasures. "Boss, the journey is long. Take this money for convenience along the way." Li Dao raised an eyebrow. "Did you acquire this from your previous missions?" Sun San chuckled as he scratched his head, dismissing the moment with a casual gesture. Li Dao cast a glance at Shun San's bulging bundle, unable to suppress a mental sigh. For a thief, indeed, even facing the gallows, could not forsake his penchant for pilfering. Observing the gold and silver being offered, Li Dao shook his head, insisting, "You keep it. I have enough for myself." He already possessed a considerable amount of silver, all bestowed upon him by Wei Yun. This was not a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude, but rather a rightful compensation for his efforts. Having completed 3 arduous tasks in exchange for his freedom, the hard-earned merits were undeniably owed to Wei Yun. By the exchange rate of 1 ear for 2 taels of silver, Li Dao had taken several hundred taels, more than sufficient for his immediate needs. "Very well, then." Shun San acquiesced, clasping his fists in salute. "Boss, we shall take our leave. Let us depart," Li Dao replied with a slight smile, returning the gesture. As Shun San turned to gaze at the rising red sun over the distant plains, he could not help but let out a long, spirited cry. With swift horses, he and the 3 others set forth. Li Dao watched as their figures gradually faded into the expanse of the plain, then turned his gaze northward, softly murmuring to himself, "It is time for me to go as well." With that, he flicked his whip, and before long, his silhouette also vanished into the northern plains. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Chongping town, 2 armored men stood side by side. "Commander, isn't it a pity that Li Dao has left?" Lu Neng remarked, observing the distant figure. "Not at all," Wei Yun replied, his gaze fixed ahead, a subtle smile dancing on his lips. "He will return in due course. A man like him is ill-suited for the world of Jianghu. The battlefield is where he truly belongs." Upon hearing this, Lu Neng was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the image of Li Dao slaying enemies on the battlefield, he could not help but exclaim, "If he were to step onto the battlefield, our Great Qian might gain another formidable warrior." Wei Yun patted Lu Neng on the shoulder, chuckling softly, "As long as the blade does not graze our necks. What does it matter?" Lu Neng laughed heartily, acknowledging the truth in those words. Chapter 29, Arrangements, the Tai family caravan 2 days later, in Yumentown. This town stands as the largest gateway within the eastern territories of Great Qian and serves as the first settlement one encounters upon entering from the east. Beneath the scorching sun, a lone rider approached the gate. A young guard stationed at the entrance raised his hand and called out, "Halt! Present your identification to enter the town." Li Dao halted, retrieving his badge from within his robes and offering it forward. The guard accepted the badge, scrutinizing it closely before casting a thorough glance at the dusty and weary Li Dao, inquiring, "From where do you come, and to where are you headed?" "From Changgu town, destined for the imperial capital," Li Dao replied. "Changgu town?" The guard questioned, "Do you know Commander Wei?" Li Dao placed his hand on his waist, a movement that instantly alerted the soldiers behind the guard, who swiftly drew their long swords, poised for action. Observing their reaction with indifference, Li Dao did not falter. Instead, he quickly unsheathed his dark iron blade, asking, "Might your lord recognize this dark iron sword?" The guard raised a hand to halt his soldiers, taking the dark iron sword himself for examination. Upon noticing a particular mark, his expression brightened. "Indeed, it is truly the esteemed Commander Wei's acquaintance. My apologies for the oversight." The demeanor of the gatekeeper transformed dramatically, shifting from cautiousness to elation as he courteously returned the Xian Tai Dao. Li Dao received the sword and inquired, "Has Wei Yun spoken to you?" "Indeed," the gatekeeper replied with a smile. "A few days ago, Commander Wei informed me that a friend of his would be passing through here and requested that we extend our assistance. It appears you are that noble gentleman." Although unfamiliar with Li Dao, the youth deemed it appropriate to address him as gentleman given his age. "And how did he instruct you to assist me?" Li Dao was not surprised by Wei Yun's initiative, considering the significant favor he owed him. "Are you bound for the imperial capital, sir?" "Yes. You may not be aware, but the eastern frontier is quite distant from the imperial capital, making it exceedingly challenging for an individual to traverse the journey alone. Typically, the residents of Yumeng town travel in groups to the capital. While we lack the means to escort you there, we can certainly recommend a suitable party for your journey." Through the gatekeeper's elucidation, Li Dao swiftly grasped the circumstances surrounding Yumeng town. Located in a pivotal and remote frontier area, it was difficult for individuals to arrive here. Only merchant caravans frequently traversed this secluded town. Consequently, for one wishing to depart from here to the outside world, the most prudent course of action was to join a group and travel together. Li Dao found this notion quite agreeable. Although he possessed a map from Yumeng Town to the Great Qian imperial capital, he struggled with modern maps, let alone an ancient one. Allowing him to navigate on his own would likely extend the journey from half a month to several months. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to find someone to guide him. Li Dao nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. Afterward, he retrieved a 10-tael silver coin from his pocket and tossed it over. "My lord, you are exceedingly generous. After all, you are a friend of Commander Wei," remarked the young guard at the gate, accepting the coin with a wry smile. "There is no need for such formality. Wei Yun is Wei Yun, and I am myself. Should there be any issues, let him address them with me. Consider this a token to treat your brothers to some wine," Li Dao replied casually. Upon hearing this, the young guard was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately clasping his fists in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, my lord, we will ensure your arrangements are handled meticulously." Under the guidance of the young guard, Li Dao swiftly entered the bustling confines of Yumeng Town, leading his horse. Once inside, he was struck by the stark contrast between the town's exterior and its vibrant interior. Although Yumeng Town was not particularly large, it boasted an array of goods, with merchants hawking their wares and carpets lining the streets. Sensing Li Dao's curiosity, the young guard explained, "These merchants are here for trade. Despite the remote location of the border, it has become a lucrative hub for traders from various nations. Many prefer not to travel far and thus wholesale their goods right here, contributing to the town's prosperity. However, my lord, do not be deceived by their apparent warmth. Every merchant harbors cunning. At the slightest hint of trouble, they will be the first to flee," the young guard remarked with a tone of disdain. Before long, the young guard led Li Dao to a local inn. Standing outside the door, Li Dao immediately noticed the sign above the inn, "Thai Family Inn." Below it, a smaller plaque bore the words "Thai Family Escort Agency." He was surprised to discover that the Thai family had interests here as well. Li Dao had some knowledge of the Thai family. They were renowned as the foremost merchant family in the Great Qian Dynasty, with enterprises sprawling throughout the realm and even extending into neighboring countries, all of considerable scale. Their wealth was indeed comparable to that of a nation. Moreover, the influence of the Thai family into Qian was quite significant. Each generation, a female member of the Thai family would marry into the royal family, establishing matrimonial ties with the Qian imperial lineage, and their status was always esteemed. Consequently, the Thai family had consistently been regarded as royal kinsmen, allowing them to remain unperturbed by the Qian court, which even showed signs of support towards them. As the two entered the inn, they were greeted by a crowd of weary travelers, appearing much like Li Dao himself. The young guard led Li Dao to the counter. "Excuse me, could you please summon your manager?" He directly addressed the attendant behind the counter. Upon recognizing the visitor, the attendant smiled and replied, "Certainly, Master Zhao. Please wait a moment. I will notify the manager at once." Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned, accompanying a plump gentleman dressed in fine robes. "Brother Zhao, what brings you here today?" The manager greeted warmly. "Spare the pleasantries," the young guard interjected. "Do you have any large groups heading to the imperial capital? I need your assistance in arranging entry for someone." "A large group heading to the imperial capital?" The innkeeper pondered for a moment, seemingly struck by an idea, and leaned closer to whisper, "Indeed, we do possess a large team, one that belongs to our own iron family. However, entry is quite stringent. One must have a spotless background. As for you, Brother Zhao," the gatekeeper shot a glare at the innkeeper, implying, "Do you doubt the integrity of those I bring?" The innkeeper chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all, I merely meant to convey." The gatekeeper sighed, "Enough of this banter. Please arrange for my friend to enter. Consider it a favor." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's eyes brightened. Such a favor held considerable value. Yet, recalling the individual leading the group, he hesitated and inquired, "Are you certain that those you bring pose no issues?" The gatekeeper, momentarily irked, retorted, "Shall I place my head here as collateral?" No, that won't be necessary." At this point, the innkeeper realized that the individuals accompanying the gatekeeper were indeed of impeccable standing. He thumped his chest and assured, Rest easy, Brother Zhao. I guarantee, by the honor of the Iron Family, that your companions will reach the capital safely. That is reassuring, the gatekeeper replied, turning to Li Dao. Young master, you shall reside in this inn from now on, and the innkeeper will make the necessary arrangements for you. Thank you, Li Dao responded earnestly. Although their exchange was conducted in hushed tones, his keen senses allowed him to grasp every word, and he understood that the gatekeeper was genuinely attentive to this matter. The gatekeeper chuckled heartily. Commander Wei once saved my life on the battlefield. Since you were his friend, you are also mine. There is no need for formality. Soon after, the young gatekeeper took his leave, leaving Li Dao alone in the inn. The innkeeper warmly welcomed him, assuring that the guest could stay in the establishment and set off the following day. Afterward, he clapped his hands to summon a young attendant, urging him to prepare a room for the esteemed guest. Under the attendant's guidance, Li Dao arrived at a room. The attendant inquired if there was anything else the young master required. Li Dao glanced down at his attire and, pulling a silver coin from his pocket, tossed it towards the attendant, requesting a hot meal, some warm water, and a set of clean clothes. The attendant received the coin with a cheerful grin, promising to make the necessary arrangements. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, a bucket of hot water, a set of black clothing, and a meal were laid out in the room. Li Dao let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he could indulge in a hot bath. The town of Yumen was quite pleasant. In Changgu town, due to its remote surroundings, water resources were scarce. While drinking water was feasible, bathing was out of the question. One could only manage to wipe down with a damp towel. Stripping away his tattered garments revealed his well-defined muscles, sculpted through rigorous training. Each sinew perfectly contoured to his form. Submerging himself in the water, he sighed once more, recalling that it had been over 3 months since his last bath. Back when he was still the Earl of Anyuan. As he soaked, Li Dao softly called out, Master, Li Dao, physique, 87. 81. Available attributes, 0. Ever since the last encounter where he eliminated a member of the Fallen Cloud tribe, he had not had the opportunity to earn any attribute points. Thus his physique remained fixed. Once the journey to the imperial capital concluded, he would need to contemplate the days that lay ahead. The following morning, knock, knock, knock. The innkeeper's assistant stood outside the door, knocking while announcing, Young master, the proprietor has instructed me to inform you that the team is about to depart. Creak. As the door swung open, the assistant was about to speak, but suddenly froze in his tracks. Who are you, young master? Where is the gentleman from yesterday? Inside the room stood a man clad in a long black robe, his posture upright, with hair as dark as ink. A tuft of black hair was styled upright by a hairband, while 2 strands naturally fell gracefully by his temples. Most striking was his face, handsome and resolute, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Anyone would be compelled to praise him as a beautiful youth. There's no need to search further. I am the very person from yesterday. Li Dao gently reminded him. Huh? The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to reconcile the refined figure before him with the travel-worn individual from the previous day. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure and stammered, Young master, I truly apologize. You are simply too handsome. I scarcely recognized you. Such a remark was entirely disarming, and Li Dao understood the assistant's reaction well, as he himself had been taken aback by his own appearance just the day before. Before entering the prison camp, his appearance was rather unremarkable. However, years of indulgence in alcohol and meat, coupled with a penchant for the brothels, had taken a toll on his physique. He appeared somewhat bloated and listless, scoring no more than 70 out of 100 on the scale of attractiveness. Yet now, with his physical enhancement seemingly accompanied by a transformation in his looks, his allure had dramatically improved, easily reaching a score of 90. He felt confident that upon returning to the imperial capital, he need not worry about being recognized as the former Li Dao, for the only similarity to his past self lay in his bone structure. The distinction in his features was profound, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Well then, have you mentioned where we are to gather? Li Dao inquired. The innkeeper's attendant promptly replied, I am unaware, young master. Perhaps you might seek the innkeeper downstairs. Under the guidance of the attendant, Li Dao soon encountered the innkeeper. Upon seeing Li Dao, the innkeeper, much like the attendant, displayed a look of bewilderment. It was only after the attendant's explanation that he regained his composure, instantly donning a warm smile. "Please, young master, follow me." As they made their way to the meeting point, the innkeeper, glancing at the sword at Li Dao's waist, inquired, "Might I ask, young master, if you possess any martial prowess?" Li Dao responded, "What do you mean by that?" The innkeeper elucidated, "To be candid, the group you are to join is organized by a notable figure from the Tai family. Should you wish to be part of it, you must have a recognizable identity. If martial skills are not your forte, I can arrange for you to adopt a role akin to that of a groom. If the young master possesses martial skills, he may be appointed as a guard for the escort. Compared to a coachman, the treatment of a guard along the journey would be considerably superior." Suddenly struck by an idea, the innkeeper quickly added, "Of course, even as a guard, there is no need for the young master to worry about safety. For within the realm of Qian, there are scarcely any brazen brigands who would dare to obstruct the convoy of the Tai family's escort agency." Li Dao pondered for a moment and then spoke, "Then arrange for me to serve as a guard." Although he lacked any cultivation, his physical prowess was far superior to any mere martial ability. Very well. Not long after they set off, a convoy suddenly appeared before Li Dao. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld an impressive line of over 100 carriages stretching for hundreds of meters, the majority laden with goods, while a smaller portion were carriages occupied by individuals, accompanied by numerous escort personnel. Truly, the Tai family is remarkable. With his keen perception, Li Dao discerned that many among these escort personnel were indeed skilled in martial arts. "Isn't it magnificent?" the innkeeper explained. "It is only our Tai family's convoy that can organize such a grand assembly. No ordinary clan could achieve this." There was an undeniable pride in the innkeeper's tone, reflective of the ancient ethos that elevated even the servants of a prominent family. The innkeeper guided Li Dao to the center of the convoy, where they sought out the leader of the escort team. "Big Qian, I would be grateful if you could assist in making the necessary arrangements," the innkeeper said, handing over a pouch. The man received the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and revealed a satisfied smile. "Very well, I shall take care of this matter." With a scrutinizing glance at Li Dao, he waved his hand and said, "Young man, you may simply follow my lead when the convoy departs." In response, the innkeeper turned to him and remarked, "From here on, you shall accompany the caravan. Upon reaching the imperial capital, you may exit the convoy at your leisure." Li Dao clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, innkeeper." The innkeeper waved his hand dismissively, laughing, "No need for such formality, young master. It is merely a matter of human relations." Unbeknownst to them, not far from where they stood, a young girl clad in a jade-green gown observed this scene unfold from the opulence of a luxurious carriage. Chapter 30, Tai San Yang by Humph. The girl in the green attire snorted softly, lifting the curtain of the lavish carriage to slip inside. Once seated, she expressed her indignation, "Miss, the people down below are becoming increasingly outrageous, demanding favors and shoving both acquaintances and strangers alike into the caravan." In the carriage's main seat sat a woman adorned in a delicate gown of soft gold. Her ebony hair flowed like ink, and her beauty resembled that of finely sculpted white jade, with a visage as smooth as cream and eyes as dark as polished lacquer, radiating an unparalleled allure, akin to a celestial figure. She regarded her childhood maid with a gentle smile and remarked, "The frontier is indeed harsh, and their station here is not without difficulty. As long as it is not a grave matter, there is no need for undue alarm. But even amidst hardship, our Tai family provides them with superior treatment." The girl known as murmured softly. The exquisite woman chuckled lightly. "Then I shall provide you with extra funds. So you may reside here in Yumentown for an extended period, if that pleases you." Shook her head, declaring, "I absolutely refuse. The fierce winds and sands here are detrimental to the skin. No amount of money could persuade me otherwise." The beautiful lady gazed through the gap in the curtains and sighed softly. Not every issue can be resolved with wealth. It seemed that discerned something troubling her mistress, and in a hushed tone, she inquired, "Miss, are you still worried about your marriage?" "You truly are a clever little thing," the lady replied with a hint of amusement. Chuckled. "I know you think little of those royal offspring, but I genuinely believe you need not fret over such matters. The stunning woman appeared perplexed, asking, "Why is that?" With an air of nonchalance, Yuer continued, "Your relationship with Princess Mingyue is so strong, and she is favored by His Majesty. You could ask her to help you annul the engagement." The beautiful lady paused, gently stroking her adorable maid's head, choosing to remain silent. If only matters could indeed be resolved so easily, she mused. "All right, Yuer, please check if everything outside is prepared. The convoy should be ready to depart." Releasing her hand, the lady spoke softly. "Understood, Mississippi." Li Dao, under the guidance of the captain of the guard, swiftly approached a cart laden with goods. "Once the convoy sets off, you shall follow this cart," the captain instructed. "I understand." Li Dao nodded. Just then, a sweet, melodic voice floated into their ears. As the two turned around, they beheld a lovely young girl with a charming appearance standing nearby. Upon recognizing her, the captain of the guard team hastily greeted her. "Is Miss Yuer? May I inquire what brings you here?" Glancing at Li Dao beside her, Bai Yuer initially appeared taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she shot him a glare before turning back to the captain. "My lady wishes to know if your convoy is fully prepared." The captain promptly replied, "We are ready to depart at any moment. Please rest assured, Mississippi." "That is good to hear. If any issues arise, my lady will hold you accountable," Bai Yuer remarked before proceeding towards the next convoy. However, as she passed by Li Dao, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and with a huff, she hastened her steps, leaving Li Dao in a state of perplexity. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably sensed a hint of hostility emanating from the young girl, which swiftly transformed into a semblance of flustered anger. Had he encountered her before? Observing her retreating figure, Li Dao turned to the captain of the guard. "Might I inquire if the leader of this convoy is from the Tai family? Are you unaware? I have just arrived from the border to Yumentown." "That explains it," Li Dao mused, as the captain gestured towards a nearby lavish carriage. "Do you see that opulent carriage? Inside is none other than Tai Sanyang, the third miss of the Tai family." Tai Sanyang? At the mention of her name, a look of astonishment crossed Li Dao's face. He had heard much about her in the imperial capital. True to her name, Tai Sanyang was the third in line within the Tai family's direct lineage, with two elder brothers preceding her. Iron Sanyang, known as the Iron Lady, earned this moniker due to the notorious reputation of her elder brothers, who were infamous for their idleness and debauchery, surpassing even the infamous notoriety of their predecessor. Despite being a woman, Iron Sanyang possessed extraordinary talent and exceptional intelligence from a young age. By the age of 12, she had already begun managing the family business, demonstrating remarkable commercial acumen that led to a flourishing period for the Iron family's enterprises. This stark contrast in capabilities resulted in her growing fame. However, her most notable acclaim did not stem from her business prowess. Rather, it was her beauty which overshadowed her commercial achievements, as she was celebrated alongside Princess Mingyue as one of the two most stunning figures in the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, he discovered that this caravan was led by none other than the Iron Lady herself. Nevertheless, he merely regarded this as a curiosity, for no matter how formidable Iron Sanyang was, she bore no relevance to him. Their paths had never crossed, and it was unlikely they ever would. The only conceivable connection between them was through Princess Mingyue. One was a close confidant of the princess, while the other had tarnished her reputation. Not long after, news arrived that the caravan was about to set off. As the front carriages began to move, Li Dao settled onto a cart designated for transporting goods, serving as a temporary guard. Given the considerable distance from Yumentown to the imperial capital and the lengthy procession, their pace was not swift, necessitating frequent stops for rest. Thus, after a span of 7 days, they had only traversed half the distance. As they paused to eat, the sound of drums resonated, signaling the caravan's halt, prompting Li Dao to leap down from the cart to stretch his limbs. As a guardian, he was not required to prepare meals like some of the accompanying grooms. After a moment, Li Dao observed a figure clad in jade green approaching from a distance. "Oof!" As she passed by him, a familiar, delicate snort echoed once more, leaving Li Dao perplexed. This had occurred countless times. Each time the carriage halted, the young lady would inspect the caravan, and every time she passed him, she would emit that little sound. With his prodigious memory, he He was certain he had never encountered this girl before and had no idea where he might have offended her. However, in recent days, he had come to ascertain her identity. She was Bayur, the personal maid of Iron Third Lady. After a moment, as Bayur brushed past him again, she let out another soft snort. Unable to contain himself, Li Dao inquired, "My dear lady, have I wronged you in some way?" The moment he uttered the question, he regretted it. A mere snort from a little girl should hold no significance for him. Why invite trouble? Thus, he resolutely turned away, pretending he had not spoken. "Was it you speaking?" He could not evade the inquiry, as Bayur soon approached him, her voice sweet and soft. "It was not me." Li Dao firmly shook his head in denial. "It was you who spoke," Bayur asserted, jumping in front of him with a serious expression. Realizing he could not escape, Li Dao met her gaze and asked, "Pray tell, my lady, what grievances do you hold against me?" At his words, Bayur was momentarily taken aback. Upon recalling her previous reactions, her adorable face flushed crimson, yet she quickly nodded, her cheeks still tinged with color, and said earnestly, "Yes, I do." "Yes?" Li Dao wore a look of perplexity, pondering that he must have never encountered this young lady before. Bayur glanced around and suddenly extended a delicate, fair finger toward a certain direction, indicating that he could use a back door to join their caravan. Upon turning back, Li Dao beheld the captain of the escort team who had facilitated his entry into the Tai family's convoy, and instantly grasped the implication of her words. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, coupled with a sense of helplessness. To him, such matters seemed rather commonplace. However, observing the earnest expression on the young girl's face, he felt an unusual discomfort. After all, if the situation were to be scrutinized, he was indeed in the wrong. Reflecting on this, he regretted having called out to Bayur. Had he remained silent, the matter would have simply passed. Now that it had been brought to light, it required resolution. This young lady happened to be the personal maid of the formidable Iron Lady, and should she utter anything untoward, he could very well find himself expelled from the caravan. What then would he do? Would he place a blade to Tai San Yang's throat to compel her to take him into the imperial capital? That would be akin to walking straight into a trap. Thus Li Dao, with an air of resignation, spread his hands and said, "Very well, my predicament. Dear Yur, what do you propose we do about it?" Upon hearing this, it was now Bayur who found herself at a loss for words. Initially, her intention was to expel those unruly individuals from the caravan. However, as she surveyed the desolate wilderness surrounding them, a sense of unease washed over her. Being a kind-hearted person, she worried about the potential consequences of abandoning someone in such a remote area. Yet, having reached this juncture, she felt compelled to take action, lest she be left with an uncomfortable conscience. At last, Bayur thought of her young mistress, and, puffing up her cheeks, gazed intently at the rather handsome man before her, uttering 2 words in a soft, sweet voice. "Bad person." After saying this, she did nothing else but stand there, wide-eyed, staring at him. She could not fathom why she felt compelled to behave in such a manner. She only knew that her mistress could often deter many simply by gazing silently. Meanwhile, Li Dao, the subject of her scrutiny, remained entirely unfazed. Instead, he found the situation rather amusing. Having roughly deduced the young girl's character, he spoke. "How about this? As a form of compensation for my infiltration into the caravan, I shall make amends." Upon hearing this, Bayur withdrew her gaze and, with a skeptical expression, inquired, "How do you intend to compensate us?" "What about monetary compensation?" He proposed. "Very well. According to the rates of the Tai Family Escort Agency, it starts at 10 gold pieces for the protection of one individual." 10 gold pieces? That amounts to 1,000 taels. Li Dao sensed that this little girl was attempting to extort him. However, upon reflection, given the status of the Tai Family Escort Agency, 10 gold pieces did not seem exorbitant. Observing the girl before him, he pondered briefly and then asked, "What if I do not have enough money?" Li Dao did not grant the young girl an opportunity to continue speaking. Letting out a deep sigh, he remarked, "It appears I shall have to be cast out of the caravan by you. In this desolate area, far from any village or inn, amidst the wilderness." He wondered whether a frail and delicate youth like himself might attract the attention of wild beasts, only to meet a gruesome fate should he encounter one. First, one is brutally disemboweled by a beast, leaving naught but a pile of bones to rot in the wilderness. Stop. Baiao's face turned pale, horrified by the images conjured in her mind. She merely intended to reprimand the man with her words, never harboring such thoughts. Fearing that Li Dao might become despondent, she quickly added, I no longer require your money. Observing the young girl's fright, Li Dao felt a spark of intrigue and continued to speak. If you do not want money, I shall feel quite remorseful. Seeing the young man take this so seriously, Baiao regretted her earlier words. After a moment's hesitation, a thought struck her, and she suddenly proposed, Then how about you repay the fare in another manner? What manner? Baiao glanced at Li Dao's attire, curiously inquiring. Given your appearance, you must be a traveler from afar. What are you implying? A spark of realization illuminated Baiao's eyes. Since you are a traveler, you must have visited many places and heard numerous tales, correct? Li Dao paused, considering her words, and replied, I suppose so. Are you skilled in storytelling? Upon hearing this, Li Dao began to understand the situation. While other requests might be difficult to articulate, storytelling was certainly within his grasp. Thus he responded, I would say I am relatively adept at telling stories. Really? I must tell you, I have also heard many tales. Li Dao similet lightly, asurinhev. I guarantee that no one has heard my stories before. Very well, then I shall trust you this once. If the tale is captivating, I shall waive your fare. However, should it fail to enthrall, you shall witness my retribution. Observing those around her already indulging in their meals, Li Dao patted his stomach and remarked, Before you regale me with your story, I must first satiate my hunger. Baiao glanced around and, with a playful remark of wait here, dashed away. Shortly thereafter, she returned, bearing a bowl brimming with sumptuous food. Placing the dish into Li Dao's hands, she declared, Here you are. Once you are full, you must obediently tell me a story. Li Dao, taken aback by the lavish meal before him, inquired, Why is it so extravagant? Because the meal I serve is unlike any other, she replied. Thank you, he said, before diving into the feast. In mere minutes, he had devoured the entire bowl. As she observed Li Dao enjoying his meal, Baiao thought to herself, He looks rather handsome while eating. Yet, she quickly realized the audacity of her thoughts, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Regardless of how appealing he appeared, she was merely a maidservant to her mistress, destined to accompany her as a dowry. Whoever her lady wed, she would have to serve as a warm companion, with no choice in the matter. Casting a glance at the young man's visage, she silently prayed that her mistress would choose a husband of admirable looks. She did not demand much, only that he be somewhat akin to the gentleman before her. Before long, Li Dao set down his bowl, having finished his meal. Baiao, sitting earnestly beside the carriage, softly inquired, Now that you have finished, may I request you to share your story? Certainly, he replied. Li Dao wiped his mouth and smiled gently. May I inquire, monsieur, what kind of story would you like to hear? What tales do you possess? Oh, there are plenty, Li Dao replied, detailing various genres such as ancient romance, immortal heroes, and historical love stories. He also mentioned Eastern mythology, Western magic, and classic literature. In essence, choose any, and I shall regale you with it. In his previous life, Li Dao had been a voracious reader for nearly 2 decades, having delved into a myriad of novels. The enhancement of his physique had rendered those memories strikingly vivid, enabling him to narrate without respite for 3 days and nights. Beside him, Baiao listened intently as Li Dao enumerated the diverse types of stories. Her crimson lips parted slightly, revealing a look of astonishment. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, Do you truly possess all those stories? Indeed, I do. Please, make your selection. Baiao furrowed her brows, caught in a dilemma. She yearned to hear them all, yet ultimately decided to relinquish her choice. You seem to know too much. Just tell any story you wish, and I shall listen, but do not deceive me. Very well. Then let me tell you a tale of a man from the wilderness. A man from the wilderness? Oh, I misspoke. It is a story of a human and a serpent demon. Oh, Chapter 31. The Caravan's Ambush. The unexpected Iron Sanyong 3 days later, during a respite, Li Dao leaned against the carriage, recounting the tale. Thus, Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi began a blissful life together at Lei Feng Pagoda. Li Dao cast a glance at Bai Yuer beside him and said, "Well, the story ends here." "Ends?" Bai Yuer exclaimed, indignantly shaking her small, pink fist. "That Su Xian is truly despicable, having tarnished Bai Nyangzi's purity. And that Fa Hai, how could he be so oblivious, not even understanding love despite his advanced age? It's a pity he wasted so many years." Fortunately, the conclusion was somewhat satisfactory, with Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi able to remain together within the Lei Feng Pagoda. Coughing discreetly, Li Dao suppressed a laugh. He wondered how this young girl would react if she were to learn the original tale. He could only imagine the outcome. He gently patted Bai Yuer on the side and said, "The story is over. We are settled now." "Settled?" Bai Yuer seemed momentarily bewildered, recalling their prior discussions and negotiations. A strange sense of reluctance welled up within her. A reluctance tied to the story, and also, she cautiously stole a glance at the handsome profile beside her. Aside from her mistress, it was her first time engaging in such a prolonged conversation with a stranger, and a man at that. It felt rather peculiar. Bai Yuer hesitated for a moment, then resolutely declared, "Could you perhaps tell me more stories in the future?" As if to affirm her determination, she quickly added, "I won't listen to your stories for free. I can pay you." Li Dao shook his head, saying, "There's no need for payment." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer's face fell, and she, assuming he was unwilling to continue sharing stories, muttered softly, "If you don't want to, then never mind." Casting a glance at the young girl before him, Li Dao chuckled lightly. "When did I ever say I was unwilling?" "What do you mean?" "You need not pay. If you wish to hear me narrate tales, that suffices. Should you feel indebted, simply bring me more meals in the future." "Really?" Bai Yuer's cherubic face radiated delight, her dark eyes shimmering with excitement. "Indeed," Li Dao replied with a subtle smile, momentarily reminded of his own sister, who shared the same innocent charm. Regrettably, nearly a decade had passed since he last saw her, following her departure in childhood. Moreover, perhaps due to his prolonged confinement in the death camp and the countless lives he had taken, a latent bitterness had begun to fester within him, though he had managed to suppress these emotions through sheer will and fortitude. It was neither a permanent solution nor a healthy one. At that moment, a saying from his past echoed in his mind: "Beautiful things can uplift one's spirit." He soon realized that engaging in conversation with this charming girl alleviated much of his inner turmoil. Clearly, she represented a beacon of beauty in his heart. "Then it is settled," Bai Yuer exclaimed, extending her delicate little pinky toward Li Dao, initiating a pact. "A pinky swear?" Li Dao, momentarily enchanted by her adorable gesture, couldn't help but smile as he extended his hand to link his pinky with hers. "Very well, a pinky swear. Miss, I have returned." With an expression brimming with excitement, Bai Yuer hurriedly climbed into the carriage, her soft and sweet voice eagerly proclaiming, "The tale for today has reached its conclusion. I shall continue to share it with you." "Esteemed lady," Tyson Yang, extending a slender jade finger, playfully tapped Bai Yuer's brow, teasing, "You little maid, could it be that you harbor feelings for him? Otherwise, why the haste to rush out each day?" Bai Yuer's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly retorted, "I merely seek to gather stories for you, my lady. There is no such thing as a romantic interest." "Really?" "Indeed." "Very well then." Tyson Yang, propping herself up with her delicate hand, languidly reclined against the plush cushion, inadvertently revealing her flawless curves. "I had intended to play matchmaker for you, but it seems you do not cherish the opportunity. What a pity." "My lady, you—" Bai Yuer's face turned a deeper shade of red, easily perceiving her mistress's playful jest. However, the thought of the villain's face inexplicably stirred her heart. Observing Bai Yuer on the verge of tears from embarrassment, Tyson Yang finally relented, saying, "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Please continue with your story." The mention of the story invigorated Bai Yuer instantly. Her passions were few, but she adored listening to tales and recounting them, especially to her beloved mistress. After a brief incense-stick's worth of time, Bai Yuer imitated Li Dao's tone, saying, "Thus, Bai Nyangzi and Fa Hai lived happily ever after at Lei Feng Pagoda." Beside her, Tyson Yang slightly furrowed her embroidered brows, inquiring, "You are certain this is the conclusion of the story?" Baihour paused, her expression momentarily taken aback. Indeed. That is precisely how he recounted it to me. Iron Lady pondered for a moment, and suddenly a significant expression graced her face. She lifted her head and playfully remarked, I just thought of an alternative way to narrate this story. Do take a look. The following day, during the break, the little trickster stood before Li Dao, her voice sweet and soft yet resonant, declaring, Li Dao, you have deceived me. Li Dao, bewildered, responded, when have I ever tricked you? But Bai Niangzi and Su Xian are indeed a pair, while Fa Hai is the villain. Li Dao stood there flabbergasted. What on earth? How does this little girl know? First, tell me why you would say such a thing, he insisted. Baihour scrunched her delicate nose and replied, it is all thanks to my lady. She recounted the story to me yesterday. She then retold the version Iron Lady had crafted. Upon hearing it, Li Dao exhaled in relief. Initially, he had thought perhaps another reincarnated traveler existed in this world, only to realize that someone had discovered certain flaws in his tale and had rearranged it. Though the core remained similar, many minor details diverged from the original. Truly, she was the Iron Lady. Understanding the source of this revelation, Li Dao could not help but feel admiration. The ability to identify issues in a story upon a single hearing and to reassemble the original narrative is no small feat. At this, Baihour, her lovely face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, my lady was correct. You truly deceived me. Unable to resist, Li Dao reached out and playfully pinched her cheek. How about I offer you another story as compensation? Suddenly, Baihour's face flushed crimson as she pointed at Li Dao, momentarily at a loss for words. Bad person. In an instant, Baihour turned and fled, not forgetting to leave her meal behind. A bad person? Li Dao was momentarily taken aback. But upon reflecting on his own actions, he realized he had crossed a line. His earlier playful gesture of pinching her cheek could indeed be deemed as teasing, which explained her intense reaction. It was an old habit, one he had formed while playfully tormenting his younger sister during their childhood. Baihour dashed back to the opulent carriage, where she sat inside, looking dazed and confused. Iron Lady San, observing her, chuckled softly. Why have you returned so early today? Baihour lifted her head, indignantly exclaiming, he truly deceived me. He is such a wicked person. A wicked person? Iron Lady San's expression darkened. If you deem him a bad person, then he surely is. Shall I instruct the guards to deal with him? Don't. At this, Baihour instinctively protested, but when she met the teasing gaze of her mistress, she stammered. It appears you are genuinely smitten. With her cheeks aflame, Baihour retorted, I am not. I want to stay by your side, mistress. Iron Lady San smiled gently. By staying with me, you may find yourself in the wrong company in the future. Upon hearing this, Baihour's expression paled, but her resolve remained unyielding. She could never abandon her mistress. I was merely jesting, Iron Lady San said, tenderly ruffling her little maid's hair. Rest assured, your mistress will not let you suffer. Hum. Baihour let out a soft hum, nuzzling gently like a kitten in the soft palm of her hand. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. As the horse-drawn carriage continued its journey, the distance to the imperial capital diminished. Originally, Li Dao thought that, after offending Baihour that day, she would not come seeking him again. Yet, to his surprise, the little girl, despite her feigned anger, was quite honest in her actions, arriving punctually with a sumptuous meal. Perhaps she was a bit prideful. Each time she placed the food down, she would remain silent, awaiting Li Dao to regale her with stories, and would depart without a moment's hesitation once finished. On this day, like the previous ones, after enjoying the meal brought by Baihour, Li Dao prepared to narrate a tale to her, who was seated sideways in the carriage. He began to speak of the tumult in the heavenly palace. Just as the words left his lips, his voice abruptly halted. Baihour was taken aback, instinctively inquiring what happened after the tumult in the heavenly palace. Why did you stop? Li Dao did not respond to her question. Instead, he asked, Miss Ewer, does your family have anyone awaiting your arrival along the way? Awaiting? Baihour shook her head, puzzled. How could that be? The convoy is heading directly to the Iron family estate in the imperial capital. There is no such notion of awaiting. Is that so? Why do you ask? Because, before Li Dao could finish his sentence, a myriad of piercing sounds suddenly filled the air. In the next moment, nearly 100 arrows rained down from the woodlands on either side of the road. It seemed as if Li Dao had anticipated this, as he swiftly pulled by Hour to turn and evade. However, the others were not so fortunate. The original caravan was enjoying a meal and taking a moment of respite when they were suddenly caught off guard by an unforeseen assault. Many perished beneath the downpour of arrows before they could react. Enemy attack. The members of the Tai family caravan responded swiftly. Several captains of the guard shouted urgently. However, the abruptness of the situation rendered them incapable of organizing a coherent defense. In an instant, the once orderly caravan descended into chaos as arrows rained down. "Miss, over here." Upon regaining her senses, Bai Yuer shook off Li Dao and anxiously sought her mistress. Just then, a second wave of arrows surged from the woods. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yuer instinctively froze, resembling a helpless creature caught in a trap. This child, Li Dao stepped forward and drew her into his embrace with his left arm, while his right hand unsheathed a black iron blade, deftly shattering all arrows that approached them. Observing this, Bai Yuer clung to his sleeve, tears brimming in her eyes. "Bad people, please help save my mistress." Ti Sanyang? Li Dao looked up and noticed that, following the chaos of the two waves of arrows, Ti Sanyang's carriage stood isolated in the midst of the disarray. The surrounding guards had yet to regain their composure from the tumultuous onslaught. For a moment, he even questioned whether these guards were spies sent by rival factions of the Tai family, as they seemed solely focused on self-preservation, neglecting their duty to protect their mistress. Simultaneously, Li Dao observed numerous figures clad in black emerging from both sides of the forest, making a beeline for Ti Sanyang's carriage. As the rain of arrows ceased, a multitude of individuals surged forth from either side. Observing the pleading gaze of the young girl in his arms, Li Dao hesitated not, swiftly concealing Bai Yuer within a box before advancing towards the carriage of Iron Third Lady. It had been over a month since he last wielded a blade, and truth be told, his hands itched for action. He intended to seize Iron Third Lady and retreat. As a group of individuals clad in black approached the opulent carriage, their leader commanded his subordinates with authority. The surrounding figures in black were poised to charge the carriage. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed through the air. Several of those who had just drawn near the carriage found their throats cut, blood splattering upon the ground. "Who goes there?" The leader of the black-clad individuals bellowed. Yet the newcomer paid him no heed, instead diving straight into the carriage. Li Dao was about to utter a word when he suddenly sensed a fierce wind rushing toward him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to strike, but in an instant, he realized the gravity of the situation. Bai Yuer had previously mentioned that within the carriage, it was only she and Iron Third Lady. With Bai Yuer hidden away, the imminent threat became clear. The abruptness of the attack left him with little time to withdraw his strength, and he could manage only to temper it by half. However, even that diminished force was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Just as Li Dao began to doubt whether he might inadvertently slay Iron Third Lady with a single strike, their palms collided in midair. In that moment, he felt as though he had not struck flesh, but rather encountered the surface of a tranquil lake, the force dissipating significantly, with the remainder met by a resolute hand. As Li Daojing was about to continue speaking, he suddenly noticed another hand coming towards him. Enough is enough. He had come to rescue people, not to be struck. Be Yue. Just as those words left his lips, the hand that was about to descend upon him halted midair. "Who are you?" A melodious yet slightly husky voice resonated in his ears. Li Daozheng lifted his gaze to discern the true visage of the individual before him. In an involuntary comparison, he juxtaposed this face with another deeply ingrained in his memory. Both possessed an exquisite beauty, yet each was remarkable in its own right. Princess Mingwei emanated an ethereal coldness, akin to an otherworldly deity, unattainable and sublime. In contrast, the face before him radiated an alluring charm, with a hint of languor in her demeanor, and her eyes, reminiscent of black pearls, seemed to possess a hue that could penetrate the depths of one's soul. Her figure was elegantly curvaceous, reminiscent of a fully ripened peach, seemingly ready to yield its nectar with the slightest touch. She exuded an undeniable air of regality. These thoughts flitted rapidly through Li Daoxing's mind. And when confronted with Tai Sanyang's inquiry, he candidly replied, "I am a guard for the Tai family." Tai Sanyang narrowed her eyes slightly. "I know the Tai family's guards. I have never seen you before. I'm a temporary hire." "Temporary? Hired?" Tai Sanyang raised an eyebrow, her gaze seemingly penetrating the very essence of the person before her. "Are you the villain that Yuer speaks of?" Li Daoxing chose not to respond, for he sensed commotion outside the carriage. Now was not the time for such discussions. They should first venture outside before continuing the conversation. Recalling the previous clash between the two, he continued, "Since you possess martial skills, let us first charge out together." "That's not feasible," Iron Third Sister interjected suddenly. "Why not?" Li Dao inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Iron Third Sister cast a penetrating glance at Li Dao, stating, "I do not wish for anyone to discover my martial abilities." Not wish to be discovered? A flurry of rumors from the imperial capital flickered through Li Dao's mind. It was said that the Iron family permitted Iron Third Sister, a woman, to manage the family business, with the consent of the eldest and second eldest members. Due to two reasons. First, because she was a woman who would inevitably marry, and second, because she had been deemed unsuitable for cultivation since childhood. Being deemed unsuitable implied that even if she practiced, her prowess would not be significant, rendering her vulnerable. However, based on Iron Third Sister's earlier display, it was evident that this so-called unsuitable maiden had reached the innate realm. How could one deemed unfit for cultivation attain such a level at her age? Clearly, Iron Third Sister had concealed her capabilities from her family, and her reasons for doing so must involve some ulterior motive. The exposure earlier could very well have been a consequence of encountering an unexpected enemy that compelled her to act. Little did she know that Li Dao was merely a false enemy. Raising an eyebrow, Li Dao inquired, "What would you have me do?" "Help me conceal my abilities while simultaneously protecting me." Chapter 32. Fending off the enemy, the jealous Iron Third Sister outside the carriage. Li Dao's sudden strike left the dozen or so black-clad figures momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, the leader among them snapped, "What are you waiting for? Rush in, kill the men, and take the women." Indeed, the black-clad figures, once they regained their senses, brandished their blades and rushed towards the carriage. Two of them leapt first to the curtain at the carriage's entrance, and one signaled to the other with a glance. The second nodded, one hand gripping a knife, while the other cautiously reached towards the curtain. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the roof of the carriage exploded, shards of wood scattering in all directions as two figures emerged from within. Li Dao had his arm wrapped around the slender waist of Iron Third Lady, and they landed on the open ground nearby. "Where do you intend to place your hand?" Iron Third Lady bit her lip, her bright eyes fixed on Li Dao. He looked down to find his hand resting comfortably on her delicate waist, the soft skin beneath her long skirt palpable even through the fabric. In response to her inquiry, he remained unmoved and replied nonchalantly, "How else am I to protect you? By tugging at your hair? Or perhaps by gripping your neck? Or even just lifting one of your legs?" At his words, Iron Third Lady's imagination conjured the absurdity of these actions, causing her expression to sour. Noticing the approaching black-clad figures, Li Dao leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "If you wish to conceal your martial prowess, you must endure. You managed to suppress it for so many years. Surely you can withstand this minor inconvenience." As Iron Third Lady's complexion darkened further with each word, she found it increasingly challenging to adapt, having never had contact with unfamiliar men. "Be careful," she warned, but before she could collect her thoughts, she was suddenly enveloped in a strong embrace, propelled by an unseen force. She raised her head, about to utter a word, when suddenly she saw two heads soaring into the air, blood cascading in the atmosphere. It dawned on her that this individual beside her was here to protect her. "Do not hesitate, everyone advance. I refuse to believe he can single-handedly contend with us all." The leader of the black-clad men, realizing the unfavorable turn of events, hastily commanded. The remaining black-clad figures exchanged glances, and in perfect unison, they charged forward. "Be cautious." Iron Third Daughter could not help but call out in warning. "Fear not. Li Dao replied with a calm smile. As long as these individuals were not innate martial artists, they posed no threat to him. Even if there were innate warriors among them, the ordinary ones could not contend with his current prowess. He maneuvered with iron third daughter, weaving through the throng of black-clad assailants. After a mere handful of breaths, Li Dao flicked the blood from his Qian iron blade. A notification chimed in his ear. 13 enemies slain, attributes gained, 712. It must be said that these black-clad men possessed some skill. However, they were no match for an entity like Li Dao, who operated outside the realm of reason. Incompetence. The leader of the black-clad men expressed his dissatisfaction upon witnessing the demise of his subordinates. He lifted his gaze toward Li Dao. Boy, it is a pity that you shall meet your end here today. With that, the figure of the black-clad man suddenly became ethereal. Black sand palm. By the time Li Dao and Iron Third Daughter discerned the assailant once more, he was already upon them. One hand, enveloped in ominous black energy, lunged toward Li Dao's chest, while the other reached out to seize Iron Third Daughter, executing a scheme of 2 birds with 1 stone. In a scenario where Tai San Yang is pregnant, if Li Dao wishes to evade, Tai San Yang is destined to be captured. Conversely, if he seeks to protect her, he will undoubtedly be struck by that powerful palm. Tai San Yang, possessing remarkable intelligence, keenly observes the movements of the leader clad in black and instantly comprehends his intentions. A heavy thought weighs upon her. Despite her reluctance to reveal her martial prowess, she realizes that she cannot allow herself to be taken captive at this juncture. The reason for such resolve lies in her disbelief that the man behind her would willingly step in to shield her from this blow. Given that the opponent is evidently a congenital warrior, even among those of the same caliber, enduring such a strike would be far from pleasant. To withstand it would likely result in serious injury, if not death. Thus, the notion of him risking his life for her, considering their mere acquaintance, seems implausible. Consequently, she must rely solely on herself. As she prepares to channel her innate true energy in retaliation, she suddenly finds her waist firmly grasped by an unseen hand. Her bright eyes widen in realization. Could it be? Faced with the approaching palm, Li Dao furrows his brow, swiftly arriving at a decision in his mind. He tightens his left hand and sidesteps the leader's attempt to capture Tai San Yang. With a resounding bang, that palm, steeped in dark malevolence, strikes solidly against his back. Upon recognizing the true nature of the blow, Tai San Yang stands momentarily stunned. Yet, Li Dao has no time to heed her astonishment. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his back, he unhesitatingly retaliates. Eschewing any flamboyant techniques, he delivers a direct and forceful slap in response. On the opposite side, the leader of the black-clad men was momentarily stunned by Li Dao's actions. To him, it seemed that anyone would instinctively choose to protect themselves. Yet, when the opponent raised his hand to strike, a cold smirk flickered in his eyes. A futile struggle, was it? Utterly ineffective. With determination, he raised his hand again to clash. However, as their hands collided midair, the expression on the black-clad leader's face changed abruptly. With a sharp crack, his arm shattered in the middle. The residual force of Li Dao's strike landed heavily on the leader's chest. With a resounding thud, the black-clad man spewed a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Struggling to rise, the leader surveyed his broken right arm with a grim countenance. He also sensed a fracture in his right scapula, a testament to the terrifying power of that blow. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent coughing fit, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries. His gaze swept around, and he realized that amidst the initial chaos, the Iron Clan's guards had gradually regrouped and begun their counterattack, while his dispatched men were steadily losing ground. Not far away, he observed a pair of lovers, and a flash of fury crossed his eyes. However, the injuries he sustained were too severe for him to continue his mission. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned and retreated into the forest without a backward glance. With the leader's departure, their guards gradually began to gain the upper hand. Iron San Yang turned to the man beside her, inquiring about his well-being. Although her demeanor did not betray any concern, she had unwittingly overlooked the large hand resting upon her waist. Upon noticing the other person's silence, she couldn't help but murmur softly, in truth. There is no need for you to shield me from that blow. You know I possess the strength to handle it. Suddenly, she sensed herself being released from a certain embrace. Tiesan Yang instinctively lifted her gaze, only to behold a handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. You. Her bright eyes widened in astonishment, and upon regaining her composure, she revealed a hint of surprise. Are you unscathed? Li Dao touched the area on his back where he had been struck, initially feeling a slight numbness accompanied by a twinge of pain, but now he felt nothing at all. It appeared that the majority of the force from the leading figure in black had been absorbed by his transformed skin, with only a small fraction penetrating his body, subsequently digested by his vital energy. His decision to intercept that blow had been made after careful consideration, as he had possessed a considerable degree of confidence in his ability to withstand it. That strike could have indeed cost him his life or inflicted severe injury. Even in the presence of an unfamiliar individual, regardless of how strikingly beautiful she may be, he would not have chosen to intervene. I'm fine, he replied, and then turned his gaze to the surroundings, noting that some of the scattered black-clad assailants remained unresolved. He prepared to wield his blade in pursuit of acquiring additional attributes. What are you planning to do? Tiesan Yang inquired, observing Li Dao's intended actions. To assist them? Assist them? Tiesan Yang's exquisite face revealed a trace of coldness as she surveyed the disarrayed convoy. No need. They must clean up their own mess. She once believed that the Iron Family-S caravan had only minor issues that posed no significant threat. Even when her devoted maid reminded her, she readily provided excuses for those involved, intending to overlook any faults. However, after witnessing the situation today, she realized just how disorganized the members of the Iron family had become. When the caravan was attacked, the guards behaved like mere remnants of their former selves. Most alarming was the fact that, until now, few had recognized her as the caravan's owner. Upon hearing Iron Sanyang's words, Li Dao momentarily froze. Yet he paid her no heed. While this may have seemed a thankless endeavor to others, for him, it was quite different. It presented an array of opportunities right before him. Each adversary he vanquished would yield him a reward, and he had no intention of relinquishing this chance due to a single utterance from a woman. To him, at this juncture, a woman merely affected the swiftness with which he drew his blade. Before Iron Sanyang could react, Li Dao had already plunged into the throng. Observing this, Iron Sanyang instinctively contemplated commanding this obstinate individual in her capacity as head of the household, only to recall that he was merely a temporary addition to their caravan, not one of Iron's subordinates. Moreover, she harbored a substantial secret that he held in his grasp. Sighing, a flicker of complexity crossed Iron Sanyang's gaze. Miss, Bayuer suddenly emerged from a box, her face etched with concern as she rushed over. Upon seeing her mistress unharmed, she enveloped her in a tight embrace, her voice quivering with relief. It is such a relief to see you safe, miss. The appearance of Bayuer brought a fleeting joy to Tai Sanyu's heart. Although she had understood when Li Dao appeared that Bayuer, being with him, should be safe, she couldn't help but harbor some lingering worries afterward. At that moment, Bayuer seemed to recall something, peering cautiously around and asking, Miss, we're the bad guys. I had to protect you. He's dead, Tai Sanyu replied, unable to suppress her thoughts of the man who had treated her so rudely. Bayuer's expression froze, her eyes unwittingly reddening, and then she fell silent. Observing her devoted maid in such a state, Tai Sanyu let out a soft sigh. All right, I was merely jesting. Your villain is alive and well. What she failed to notice was the hint of bitterness laced within her words, possibly a result of jealousy over the handsome figure. Really? Bayuer sniffled, asking in a hushed tone. Indeed, then that is good. Upon hearing that Li Dao was unharmed, the sorrow that had clouded Bayuer's face dissipated, replaced by an innocent smile. Meanwhile, with Li Dao's intervention, a group of assassins aiding the cloaked figures were swiftly dealt with. Some fell by Li Dao's hand, while others were left alive, seemingly to extract information. After neutralizing these threats, the guards belatedly remembered Tai Sanyu's presence. They hurriedly rushed to her location, their hearts racing. Upon seeing Tai Sanyu unharmed, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. In unison, they knelt before her. Third miss, we have arrived late. Please punish us. The captain and the guards spoke in unison. Observing her subordinates, Tai San Yang's bright eyes bore a hint of coldness, which she swiftly stifled. In a husky yet melodious tone, she said, "Rise. Let us gather our belongings and return to the imperial capital." One of the captains cautiously raised his head and inquired, "Miss, what shall we do with the captured assassins?" Tai San Yang cast a glance at the trembling figures of the assassins not far away and replied decisively, "Eliminate them all." "Eliminate them all?" The captain's face registered surprise. Before anyone could react, a flash of steel swept across the necks of the assassins, and they all fell lifelessly to the ground. Nearby, Li Dao, upon hearing the system's notification, revealed a satisfied smile, deeming this a fortuitous gain of attributes. "What do you intend to do?" A captain suddenly stood up to admonish. "Kneel," he commanded. "Did you not hear? The miss commands you to kneel." Tai San Yang cast a sidelong glance at Li Dao before turning back, asserting, "I am the one instructing you to kneel." "Huh?" The captain looked utterly perplexed. Tai San Yang's tone was indifferent as she stated, "These individuals are of no use to us. Hence, their demise is justified. Shall we not investigate?" Upon hearing this, Tai San Yang observed her kneeling guards, who remained silent, then turned her gaze toward the direction of the imperial capital. "We shall discuss everything upon our return." Chapter 33. Tai San Yang's Invitation. The journey to the imperial capital. As the assassins had targeted Tai San Yang, the convoy's cargo remained unscathed. After a brief handling of the bodies of their fallen comrades, the convoy was ready to continue its journey. Li Daozheng sat upon a carriage, meticulously polishing the dark iron blade in his grasp, when Bio suddenly approached, exclaiming, "A villain! Miss wishes to see you." "See me?" Li Daozheng sheathed his blade, a look of perplexity crossing his features. "Might you, Miss Bio, enlighten me as to what your esteemed lady desires of me?" In a soft tone, Bio replied, "I am unsure, but you shall discover the reason upon your arrival." After a moment's hesitation, Li Daozheng resolved to meet her. After all, she was merely a young lady. Though astute, he harbored no significant concerns. Moreover, any apprehension should rightfully belong to that Iron Maiden, especially since he held a considerable secret regarding her. Shortly thereafter, Li Daozheng and Bio entered a spacious and lavishly adorned carriage, not inferior to the previous opulent one. Iron Lady sat at the far end, a small table before her adorned with a teapot and several teacups. Upon noticing Li Daozheng's arrival, Iron Lady cast her gaze downward, lifted the teapot, and poured a cup, softly instructing Bio, present this gentleman with tea. Bio exchanged playful glances with Li Daozheng, but dutifully offered the teacup, saying, "Please, sir, enjoy the tea." "Thank you." Accepting the cup, Li Daozheng's eyes were drawn to the exquisite visage of Iron Lady. "May I inquire the purpose of your gracious invitation?" "Miss Iron." Iron Lady set down the teapot and, with gentleness in her voice, replied, "This gentleman saved my life, and I wish to express my gratitude for that." Li Daozheng took a sip of the tea, appreciating its delightful flavor, and replied, "Miss Iron, fortunate souls are destined for providence, even without my intervention. I trust you would have turned misfortune into fortune." Suddenly, the tea in Tai San Yang's cup spilled unintentionally. She gently set down her cup. Even if what the young master said were true, one could evade once, but evading a second time might prove more challenging. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, overwhelmed by the conversation between the two, struggled to comprehend, but found herself utterly bewildered. "Things are in our hands. I have faith in Miss Tai." Li Dao raised his cup, offering a toast to Tai San Yang. With a sigh, Tai San Yang lifted her head, her bright eyes fixed intently on Li Dao. "Young master, I wish to be straightforward. May I inquire if you have a family?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao paused for a moment before replying. "I once had a family, but perhaps I no longer do." He had had a family, but that identity now belonged to a ghost. His current state was one of freedom, a solitary existence. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Tai San Yang's eyes as she softly asked, "Might the young master consider joining a family?" "What do you mean, Miss Tai?" "I wish to invite you to join my household." "You wish for me to become your retainer?" "Indeed." Tai San Yang's exquisite countenance displayed a serious expression. "If the young master agrees to be my retainer, San Yang shall offer a significant reward. A significant reward? Li Dao chuckled lightly. What might that entail? I see you and Yuer conversing so amiably. I could betroth Yuer to you. At this declaration, Bai Yuer stood frozen. While she had not grasped the earlier dialogue, this last statement resonated clearly, leaving her with an uncanny sensation of being caught in the midst of spectacle. Li Dao glanced at the dazed Bai Yuer beside him and shook his head with a wry smile. The Iron Maiden must have misunderstood. Yuer resembled his late sister, which inevitably fostered a sense of familiarity. What did that young man desire? An inexplicable urgency surged within Tai San Yang. She had never felt such haste, even when negotiating the most substantial deals for the Tai family. This urgency stemmed from her unique ability, which allowed her to perceive the beneficial or detrimental nature of a situation. It was this gift, combined with her astute mind, that enabled her to navigate the business world with ease. At that moment, her special intuition flared up once more, intensifying with fervor. She sensed that if she could bring this man aboard her grand vessel, it would be the most successful enterprise of her life. Upon hearing Tai San Yang's words, Li Dao instinctively yearned to jest, uttering, "I desire you," but the words faltered on his lips. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, yet he felt that if he were to voice those 4 words, this Iron Maiden would likely acquiesce. Having just emerged from the clutches of a death row prison, he was reluctant to shackle himself anew, especially for a woman he scarcely knew, no matter how alluring she might be. As it stood, in his current predicament, a woman would only impede his swiftness in wielding his blade. Apologies, Iron Maiden, but I harbor no intentions of becoming anyone's retainer, nor do I seek to align myself with any faction at this time. Li Dao shook his head in refusal. On one hand, he genuinely had no desire to serve as a subordinate. On the other, the Tai family could not provide what he sought. For instance, could the Tai family possibly reclaim their former identity? It is an impossibility, even if the Tai family is of royal descent. The foremost merchant of Qian could not achieve such a feat, even if Tai San Yang has completely mastered the affairs of the Tai family. It remains unlikely, especially since she currently only temporarily wields their power. Upon being rejected by Li Dao, Tai San Yang's expression momentarily faltered. How long had it been since anyone had so decisively turned her down? With her financial prowess, she could easily captivate the majority. Coupled with her beauty, it could be said that most men would find it difficult to resist such temptation. Yet, she never anticipated that one day she would face such a resolute refusal. She longed to press further with her inquiries, but soon restrained herself, for someone accustomed to business knows that excessive pursuit only breeds annoyance. Since the gentleman harbors no such intentions for the time being, Tai San Yang chose not to press the matter. She produced a golden waist token inscribed with the character for Tai and offered it to him. As a token of gratitude for your life-saving grace, please accept this waist token. With it, wherever the Tai family's influence extends, it is as if you are in my presence. This will facilitate your travels throughout Qian. Li Dao accepted the token with a glance, noting that the front bore the character representing the Tai family, while the reverse was inscribed with her name. The token, crafted entirely of gold, indeed reflected the opulence of the affluent Tai family. It could be surmised that if melted down, it could sustain an ordinary person for many years. Beyond its apparent significance, the token likely held a deeper meaning, as he was privy to a hidden secret regarding Tai San Yang. Very well, I appreciate your token. Li Dao did not decline, decisively accepting the waist token, which symbolized his promise to assist Tai San Yang in concealing her cultivation status. Upon hearing this, Tai San Yang's expression brightened considerably. Had the token been refused, she would have found herself at a loss. Yuer, please serve the young master some tea. The still dazed Bai Yuer was suddenly roused from a reverie. Oh. She nodded blankly and hurried to fetch the teapot. There's no need for trouble. Li Dao waved his hand. I have lingered here for too long and should take my leave. He feared that remaining any longer would result in him being branded with Tai San Yang's label. From the earlier attack on her, it was evident that although the Tai family caravan appeared stable, it concealed many with ill intentions. He had no desire to be misunderstood and mistaken for an enemy, only to find himself caught in the crossfire. Contemplating this, he felt immensely grateful for the enhancement of both his physique and mind, otherwise with his previous intellect. Facing a person as astute as Tai Sanyang would likely have left him utterly outwitted. Having spoken, Li Dao descended the carriage without a trace of hesitation. Inside the carriage, Tai Sanyang gradually regained her composure, her mind instinctively recalling the figure of the man who had just departed. Since her beauty had first emerged, countless men had yearned to share a chamber with her. Even a distant glance from her could render many sleepless. Yet today, she encountered a singular anomaly, one who regarded her as if she were a ferocious beast. She sensed that he was not employing any strategy of feigned withdrawal, but genuinely wished to distance himself, fearful of her encroaching too closely. Suddenly, a smile graced the exquisite countenance of Tai Sanyang. In the past, she had regarded men as nothing more than foolish, insignificant creatures. Yet today she found herself encountering someone entirely different, stirring a flicker of curiosity within her. Reflecting on his resistant demeanor, a sense of defiance surged within her, rekindling a long-buried impulse to conquer. Contemplating the intense feelings he evoked in her, she resolutely made up her mind. Meanwhile, as Li Dao disembarked from the carriage, he felt a myriad of veiled gazes upon him. Casting a glance around, those furtive looks promptly dissipated. As he had suspected, the Tai family caravan was fraught with troubles. Fortunately, he had not lingered long. Otherwise, he might have found it difficult to extricate himself from the ensuing complications. After the caravan had traveled a further distance, dusk began to descend. At Tai Sanyang's command, the caravan halted to rest for the night. "Badman, the young lady has assigned you a carriage," came the soft, sweet voice of Baiyu Air as Li Dao contemplated reclining in the cargo box for a brief respite, momentarily perplexed by her insinuation. He thought he had made his intentions clear. Surely, with her intellect, she must comprehend his sentiments. "Tell your mistress not to trouble herself. I shall rest here." He firmly declined. "Are you truly going to refuse?" Baiyu replied, her cheeks flushing. "The young lady mentioned that if you decline, she will personally come to invite you to her carriage for rest." The thought made her somewhat bashful, as she would be resting alongside her mistress. If the bad man acquiesced, it would mean the three of them would share the same sleeping quarters. The young lady would certainly not sleep beside a nefarious individual. Thus, she would undoubtedly rest in the space between the two. The mere thought of the lady on her left and the villain on her right made her head spin. Huh? Li's expression was one of surprise. This woman had devised quite the scenario for him. Although her intentions were benevolent, he could not shake the feeling that she harbored ulterior motives regarding him. "Make sure your lady does not come. I have already given my word." If that iron-willed woman were to personally invite him to share the same carriage, it would likely become common knowledge by the following day that he had become a guest of the Iron Matriarch. He was uncertain how the Iron family would perceive him, but he was acutely aware that once he arrived in the Imperial City, he would become the object of disdain among its men. In his past, as a reckless youth, he had once clashed with other young scions over a prominent courtesan, and he understood their nature all too well. In the event of a confrontation, he would have but one option: to flee. His true identity was far too precarious. Should it be revealed, he would find no refuge in all of Qian. Under Baiyuer's guidance, Li Dao was swiftly escorted to a carriage suitable for lodging. "Miss Yuer," he called out just as she was about to depart. "Villain, do you have further business? I kindly request that you inform your lady that I tend to speak in my sleep, and quite loudly, especially when I am in a foul mood." "What relevance does that have to my lady? You need only relay the message." "Very well, but do not forget about tomorrow's tale." "Understood." Upon returning to the carriage, Baiyuer relayed Li Dao's words to Tai Sanyang. That insufferable man. Tai Sanyang bit her pearly teeth in frustration. She had not anticipated that her overtures of goodwill would elicit such a vehement reaction. Did he truly repulse her so? Or perhaps he simply rejected all women. Yet that seemed implausible. A glance at Baiyuer beside her revealed that he was decidedly more amiable towards his personal maid, indicating that his disdain was specifically directed at her. However, she was powerless in this situation, having been caught in a compromising position. Very well, she would let it go for now, returning to the task of managing her subordinates before addressing him again. Tai Sanyang's gaze drifted toward the curtains outside. At this moment, within the confines of Li Dao's carriage, the interface appeared. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 87. 81. Available attributes. 908. Allocate points. Master. Li Dao. Physique. 96. 89. Available attributes. 0. The familiar warmth surged within him, prompting Li Dao to stretch his body as a symphony of cracking bones resonated internally. Once the warmth subsided, he clenched his fists. Through diligent effort, he had finally grown stronger. Glancing at the interface, displaying nearly 100 in physique, he recalled the peculiar occurrence when his physique had first reached 10 points. According to his calculations, upon attaining 100 points, he should be granted an opportunity for transformation. The mere metamorphosis of his skin had significantly enhanced his combat prowess. He wondered what the next transformation might bestow upon him and what effects it would entail. Regrettably, there were too few adversaries today. Otherwise, I might have amassed enough strength to reach 100 points and undergo a second metamorphosis. The following day, the caravan set off once more with renewed vigor. Perhaps due to a prior ambush, their pace quickened significantly, coupled with the considerable distance already traversed. It was estimated that they would arrive at the imperial capital within 2 days. As they drew closer, Li Dao felt his heart racing, perhaps a manifestation of the trepidation that accompanies returning to one's homeland. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and they arrived at the imperial capital. Leaning against the side of the carriage, Li Dao suddenly heard a voice calling out. He lifted his gaze towards the distance and beheld a majestic city wall standing tall against the horizon, its grandeur imposing. In Li Dao's recollection, the outermost walls of the imperial capital towered at least 100 meters high, an obstacle that only those of innate martial prowess could surmount. In his previous life, such a height would have baffled modern minds, as skyscrapers of similar stature were only constructed in recent times, let alone a wall of such profound depth. The caravan advanced slowly towards the city gates. As they approached, numerous orderly dwellings appeared on either side, accompanied by throngs of commoners. Upon sighting the Iron family caravan, the townsfolk swiftly parted to the sides, gazing enviously at the procession. Everyone was acutely aware that the Iron family was the foremost merchant clan of the Great Qian Dynasty, renowned for their wealth. The caravan soon reached the gates, which featured 3 grand entrances, each manned by numerous soldiers overseeing the entry of pedestrians and carriages. Logically, even the Iron family caravan would be subject to a thorough inspection. As the Iron family's caravan approached, the gatekeepers stood respectfully on either side, offering no obstruction. The leading guard even clasped his fists in a gesture of goodwill. Just as Iron Sanyang's carriage was about to pass the head guard, it came to a halt. "You are..." "Yes, Mississippi." The curtain was lifted, revealing the charming visage of Bayur, who tossed a coin toward the head guard. "This is for you from Mississippi." The head guard accepted it graciously, smiling with utmost respect. "Thank you, Miss San. Thank you, Miss Ur. Let's proceed." Iron Sanyang's indifferent voice broke the moment, and the caravan resumed its journey. Witnessing this scene, Li Dao couldn't help but chuckle. This truly embodied the iron-willed demeanor of a formidable matriarch. Chapter 34. The abandoned in Yuanbo mansion, the carriage glided slowly into the city, revealing an exceptionally wide thoroughfare. From Li Dao's recollections, this grand street was called Long Dao, stretching a full 10 kilometers, extending towards the imperial palace, and boasting a width of 222 meters. It magnificently divided the entire imperial capital into eastern and western halves. Throughout the generations, emperors of the Great Qian Dynasty would traverse this very path during their ascension and public appearances, despite having vivid memories of its grandeur. Witnessing this magnificent sight in person still left Li Dao in awe. It evoked memories of the illustrious Chang'an of the Tang Dynasty in his previous life, which also featured a historically renowned avenue known as Zhuke Avenue, albeit only 5 kilometers long and 150 meters wide. The scale of the Qian imperial capital surpassed even that of Chang'an, as he recalled the information embedded in his mind regarding the Qian dynasty. Li Dao discerned that the Great Qian Dynasty bore a striking resemblance to several renowned dynasties from his previous life, embodying the martial vigor of the Qin. The formidable might of the Han, the illustrious fame of the Tang, the affluence of the Song, and the tenacity of the Ming. If one were to liken a nation to a person, the Great Qian would undeniably represent the archetypal protagonist, possessing an impeccable character profile. Regrettably, had this been a typical ancient world, the strength of the Great Qian Dynasty could have single-handedly challenged its neighboring nations, achieving a unification unprecedented in the annals of this realm's history. Alas, the code of chivalry imposes constraints upon martial prowess. This world is inhabited by practitioners known as martial artists. While a low martial world might offer some respite, the issue lies in the fact that the power hierarchy here is far from trivial. Acquired martial artists can defy 100 armors without succumbing to death, while innate martial artists can extend their lifespan to 150 years, capable of vanquishing 1,000 troops without perishing. Masters of martial arts can further extend their lifespan by 100 years, transcending human limitations, able to traverse freely amidst a myriad of soldiers. The most formidable grandmasters, visibly the strongest in this realm, can live for 500 years, capable of riding the winds and crossing rivers and seas. Their prowess far beyond what an ordinary person could aspire to comprehend in a lifetime. Although the Great Qian boasts formidable national strength, and its historical rulers have all been competent, if not exceptional, guardians of the realm, what does that truly matter? No matter how elevated one's power may be, what is the value of longevity? Should a generation be cursed with a corrupt ruler, how long could such a vast dynasty endure its decline? Such a pity. With his keen sight, Li Dao could easily behold the grand palace city of Longdao in the distance. Drawing from the historical experiences of his past life, he surmised that the Great Qian was currently at the zenith of its glory, having reached its pinnacle. According to the principle that prosperity inevitably leads to decline, if the next generation fails to produce a formidable ruler, the Great Qian Dynasty is destined to embark on a downward trajectory. From his previous memories, he understood that the current emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty had numerous sons, yet those with the potential to be wise rulers were exceedingly rare. The overwhelming majority resembled his former self, young libertines, barring those who were adept at masquerading. At this thought, an exquisite image of Princess Mingyue emerged in Li Dao's mind. Should she inherit the throne, she might not only sustain the current glory of the Great Qian Dynasty, but even propel it to greater heights. Alas, not every woman is destined to become a Wu Zetian. Especially within the Great Qian Dynasty, the prospect of one achieving such a status is nearly unattainable. After admiring the majestic scenery of Longdao, Li Dao prepared to depart from the Tai family's caravan. Having arrived in the imperial capital, it was time to return and pay a visit. His gaze swept towards the carriage occupied by Tai Sanyang, and amidst the varied looks of the guards, he leaped down from the freight carriage and swiftly melded into the crowd on either side. At the very moment of his departure, it seemed that Tai Sanyang sensed something within the carriage. As he left, she mused, a twinge of disappointment filling her heart. After all, they were somewhat acquainted, and it felt rather inconsiderate for him to leave without a word, particularly when she recalled his attitude towards her. An involuntary itch of annoyance stirred within her. For a merchant, witnessing a precious treasure slip away is an agonizing experience. Very well, let him flee for now. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall reveal to him the prowess of this lady. Setting aside her convoluted thoughts, Tai Sanyang commanded the caravan to accelerate. Bai Yuer sat there with a goofy smile, eagerly anticipating that upon returning home, the villain would regale her with the remainder of the story. In ancient times, among the four symbols, the Azure Dragon of the East held the foremost position. In this imperial capital, the affluent and influential predominantly reside in the eastern city, where proximity to the palace signifies elevated status. Li Dao's ancestors were esteemed founding figures of the Great Qian Dynasty, once bestowed the title of a first-class marquis, just a step away from being conferred the rank of a duke, thus enjoying a relatively noble standing. Consequently, his residence is also situated in the eastern city, notably close to the palace. Previously, this advantageous location facilitated the expansion of connections for the Duke of Anyuan's household. However, Following the incident involving Li Dao and the tarnishing of Princess Mingyue's reputation, this once favorable geographical position has turned against him, transforming the Duke of Anyuan's household into a source of disgrace among the aristocracy, with passers-by unable to restrain their scornful remarks. One fervent admirer of Princess Mingyue, in a fit of anger, even went so far as to relieve himself in front of the stone lions at the entrance of the Duke's residence, rather than incurring shame. This act unexpectedly elevated the individual's notoriety, propelling him into the company of several esteemed families. This incident ignited a wave of sentiment throughout the capital, where it became a point of pride for many to verbally denigrate the Duke of Anyuan's household. Numerous scholars sought to capture attention by composing satirical verses targeting the Duke, with some successfully leveraging this as a means to ascend the social ladder. This stirred discontent among the scholarly community, leading to a daily outpouring of poems mocking the Duke's household. Now, more than 3 months have elapsed, although the fervor has gradually waned. Vestiges of contemptuous poetry continue to circulate. Meanwhile, the Duke of Anyuan's residence stands devoid of its former splendor. Both walls were entirely covered with invective, and the corners were enveloped in a thick layer of filth, remnants of grime that persisted despite daily attempts at cleaning. Even the imposing stone lions at the entrance seemed to suffer, emanating a repugnant odor. At that moment, the crimson doors beneath the plaque of the Yuan Bo mansion stood ajar. Hurry, hurry! There's no time left. We simply cannot linger in this place any longer. Are we being a tad excessive? One voice concerned. Excessive? This estate is on the verge of collapse. We might as well take what we can. Outside the grand entrance, numerous servants, clad in the attire of subservience, hurriedly streamed out, each clutching bulging bundles of uncertain contents. Abruptly, a young girl in a blue dress dashed forth from within the doors, positioning herself defiantly before the throng. Stop! You cannot take those. They belong to the estate, and they belong to the young master. With a face full of determination, the girl gazed at the crowd, her eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Witnessing her distress, the others displayed faint signs of remorse, though a greater sense of inevitability hung in the air. At this juncture, one among them spoke up. Please do not obstruct us. We are left with no choice. Indeed, if we do not seize what we can now, by tomorrow it will belong to others. I advise you, Joer, to gather your belongings and leave. The Yuan Bo mansion is on the brink of becoming a relic. As one voice broke the silence, the remainder followed suit, echoing sentiments of resignation. The girl known as Joer shook her head, her voice tinged with tears as she stubbornly declared, But what you are doing is simply wrong. Sighing heavily, an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged from the main entrance. Upon seeing the old man, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, their eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Grandpa Lee, look at them, Joer exclaimed, as if finding her anchor, rushing to support the elder. His murky gaze shifted to Joer, revealing a faint smile, but when he turned to the others, his eyes became as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of life. Under the weight of his gaze, the onlookers dared not even breathe, for the old man had long commanded respect, casting a psychological shadow over each of them. After a moment, the elder finally relented, shaking his head and saying, Go on, all of you, leave and do not return. At these words, both Joer and the others present felt a jolt of disbelief. Suddenly, one person collapsed to the ground, bowing deeply before the elder, repeating, Thank you, Grandpa Steward. Thank you. After performing the gesture, he rose and hurried away. The remaining individuals, regaining their senses, promptly knelt and began to prostrate themselves. Thank you, old steward. Thank you, Grandpa Steward. Thank you. Once this was accomplished, all fled the scene, leaving no one behind at the residence of an Yuan Bo. After a moment, once everyone had departed, Joer finally regained her composure and asked, Grandpa Lee, why did this happen? The elderly man's murky gaze drifted into the distance as he sighed deeply, revealing a trace of sorrow. Their home was nearly lost. Perhaps it was best to let them go, as it might bring some merit to the young master in the afterlife, allowing him a measure of comfort. Upon hearing these words, Joer's tears streamed down her face. Was there truly no way out? With the master gone, The mistress departed, and the young lady's return uncertain. Now the young master was also leaving. This place was all he had left. If it were to vanish as well, who would remember him? There was no recourse. The emperor had stripped the estate of its titles, leaving only emptiness in its wake. Moreover, the prime minister's residence sought to obliterate all traces of the Duke of Anyuan under the pretext of title removal. We were utterly powerless to resist. The elderly man turned towards Jiu'er and sighed. You should leave as well. Tomorrow, this will no longer be a home. You are still young and beautiful. Once you step outside, you could find someone to marry and lead a stable life. No. Jiu'er shook her head resolutely, her tear-filled eyes shimmering. In life, I belong to the young master. In death, I shall be his spirit. I will not leave. The elderly man was taken aback. You have given yourself to the young master? Jiu'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly shook her head. No, I merely think this way. The elderly man smiled gently. It seems our Jiu'er has always had her heart set on the young master. Jiu'er's face reddened further, feeling a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Alas! The elderly man sighed once more, saying, Jiu'er, you are a fine young lady. If the young master were still alive, I would surely do everything in my power to see you wed to him. Alas! Jiu'er's complexion paled, but her gaze suddenly became resolute. Even if the young master is dead, I am still willing to marry. The old man was taken aback. You. In that instant, he comprehended the young girl's sentiments, and he couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of life. Who would have thought that amidst the vastness of the Anyuan Duke's residence, this little girl would exhibit such fortitude? Truly, the young master had chosen a remarkable partner. The old man gently ruffled Jiu'er's hair and said, All right, go inside and rest. Before dawn arrives, this is still our home. After entering the residence, it became apparent that only the old man and Jiu'er remained. Grandpa Li, it's time for dinner. I shall prepare a meal. Then go ahead. After Jiu'er departed, the old man cast a sweeping glance over the courtyard and slowly made his way toward a room. Soon, half an hour had passed. Jiu'er glanced at the dishes she had prepared, donned her apron, and hurried out. Grandpa Li, dinner is ready. As she reached the hall, confusion crossed her face. It was unusual for Grandpa Li to be absent during mealtime. Thus, she began to search the premises. As time elapsed, her anxiety grew, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. After a stick of incense had burned down, she instinctively glanced into the ancestral hall as she passed by. Grandpa Li, es Countenance brichtinet, and a sigh of relief escaped her heart as she beheld the elderly man kneeling on the mat within the ancestral hall. She promptly made her way toward the hall. Grandfather Li, what are you doing here? As she gazed at the old man, her instinct urged her to reach out and touch him. Yet, just as her hand was about to make contact, it halted mid-air, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Grandfather Li? She called softly, her voice tinged with a hint of hesitation, but the old man offered no response. Cautiously, she approached him, only to find his eyes firmly shut, and before him lay a letter on the ground. Grandpa Li. Jiu'er extended a finger towards the area beneath the old man's nose. In the next moment, her entire being froze. There was no breath. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the envelope, and she picked it up to examine it. The title read, To my dearest Jiu'er. She slowly opened the envelope and extracted the letter within, glancing at its contents. It was a note penned by the old man during his lifetime. Jiu'er, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed with the young master. Do not grieve, for I have long known my days are numbered. This is merely the culmination of my life, considered a joyous farewell in folk tradition. Upon reaching this passage, Jiu'er felt a sense of solace, though tears still welled in her eyes. She continued to read, discovering a personal account of Grandfather Li's life. He recounted his entry into the Li family at the tender age of 4, receiving the name Li Cheng from the family patriarch. Now, at over 94 years of age, he had spent 90 years within the Li household, serving 4 generations of family heads. The letter further elucidated the reason for his kneeling in the ancestral hall. He felt a profound sense of guilt for not guiding the young master onto the right path in place of the old master. Thus, he knelt for a long time in the ancestral hall of the Li family, expressing his contrition to the ancestors. He recognized that leaving behind the girl, Jiu'er, All alone was a selfish act. However, life is ephemeral, and he was powerless against fate. In the final moments of his letter, he penned a heartfelt wish, hoping that after his demise, he could be laid to rest in the Li family's backyard. Having entered the Li family from there, he wished to find eternal repose in the same place. Chapter 35. Returning home, things have changed after perusing the letter left by Butler Li. Jewel fell into a daze. Moments later, a resolute determination flickered in her eyes as she wiped away her tears and bowed deeply before Butler Li's lifeless form. Rest assured, Grandpa Li, I shall fulfill your wish. Time swiftly passed, and soon night enveloped the city. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated across the dark sky, and torrential rain began to pour. In the backyard of the Yuan Marquis' residence, the space lay desolate, save for the relentless downpour, with countless raindrops crashing against the ground. A flash of lightning illuminated the courtyard in a blinding white light. Beneath a large tree in the backyard stood a petite figure drenched in rain. Upon closer inspection, Jewel was there, wielding a shovel and diligently turning over the damp earth. Nearby, a mat was spread out on the ground, upon which Butler Li's body was laid. Having read Butler Li's letter during the day, she understood his desire to be buried there. Tomorrow, the residence would be taken over by the Prime Minister's household, so she must hasten to enter Butler Li that very night. Fortunately, the rain from the heavens had rendered the soil considerably softer. Otherwise, this laborious task of digging a pit would have proven exceedingly arduous for a young girl not yet 16. At long last, after half an hour of relentless toil, with her palms raw and worn, Jewel managed to excavate a grave. Casting one last glance at the body of Steward Li, she resolutely gritted her teeth and moved forward to grasp the cold mat, straining to drag the lifeless form into the pit she had prepared. With everything set, she wiped the rainwater from her eyes and murmured, Grandfather Li, when you descend, please tell young master to wait for me. I shall soon follow to join you. Having spoken, she hoisted her frigid body out of the pit. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her palm. Looking down, she found that a stone had sliced her skin. In that moment, the physical pain echoed the anguish in her heart. Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, she sank to the ground and wept. The master was gone, the mistress was gone, the young master was gone, and now even Grandfather Li had departed. You have us engulfed in despair. The rain chilling her body and freezing her spirit. Abruptly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, a consequence of her prolonged exposure to the rain. At that moment, a hazy figure materialized before her. In her dazed state, she raised her hand in an attempt to reach out. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Yet, in that fleeting instant before oblivion, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Was it, young master? With a gasp, Jewel suddenly opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. She cast her gaze around, discovering that she was in her own room, where a flickering candle burned on a nearby table. The sight left her momentarily stunned. Although she had lost consciousness, her memory remained intact. She distinctly recalled collapsing in the rain-soaked yard, and the house had been empty. How, then, had she found herself in her own chamber? Gently touching her forehead, she noticed it felt warm, indicating that her earlier fainting spell was likely due to a fever from the cold rain. Suddenly, a vague memory surfaced. Someone had held her while she was unconscious. In a flurry, she hastily threw off the covers to inspect herself, only to discover that her clothes had been changed to a new outfit. Her expression darkened instantly. Though it was merely a simple garment, it bore implications for her innocence. Who had dared to change her clothes? Was there someone in the household who had returned? If it were a woman, it might be bearable. But the thought of a strange man having dressed her sent a wave of discomfort through her, almost bringing her to tears. At that moment, she remembered the butler, Mr. Li. Disregarding her lingering weakness, she swiftly rose from the bed, slipped on her shoes, and rushed out the door. Before long, she arrived in the backyard, only to be met with astonishment. The rain continued to fall, yet the hole she had dug for Mr. Li was entirely filled in. Who could have done this? Confusion swirled within her. It was then she noticed some footprints in the mud, though they had faded under the rain's relentless wash. She could still discern they had been left not long ago. The prints were significantly larger than her own, suggesting they belonged to an adult male. A wave of fear washed over her as this realization sank in. Who could it possibly be? What intentions does this individual harbor? Though fear coursed through her veins, Jiwa resolved to uncover the truth after a brief moment of contemplation. Judging by the stranger's actions, it appeared there was no malice directed towards her. Otherwise, she would not be lying unharmed in her own chamber. Her chamber? A sudden realization struck Jiwa. This person was aware of her room, suggesting a familiarity. Could it be a servant from her household? Observing the position of the footprints, she inhaled deeply and began her search, following the trail. After the passage of half an incense stick's worth of time, Jiwa, dragging her weary body, arrived at the ancestral hall. It was here that the footprints ceased. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed open the grand door of the hall. At that moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, flooding the hall with brilliant light through the cracks. She beheld a figure clad in black standing within. Jiwa instinctively gasped, hastily covering Himmel. Her exclamation startled the figure, and in the dimness, she sensed it turn towards her, advancing with a deliberate pace. Overcome with fear, Jiwa instinctively turned to flee, only to stumble over the threshold and fall to the ground. "Don't come any closer," she cried, propping herself on the ground and retreating helplessly, tears brimming on her delicate and charming face. The figure did not halt, but rather quickened its approach. At last, it stood before her, coming to an abrupt stop. With a resounding crash, another bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the entire courtyard. In the blinding light, Jiwa finally glimpsed the figure's face and was momentarily rendered speechless. Unconsciously, she murmured to herself, "What a beautiful face." But as she regained her composure, anxiety surged within her. What did beauty matter if she did not know this person? This thought only intensified her fear. At that moment, she noticed the individual raising a hand towards her. Could it be that this person intended to harm her? A sense of dread enveloped her. As that hand drew nearer to her head, her conviction solidified. She had read countless tales where villains delighted in shattering skulls. Was she destined to meet such a gruesome end? Death itself held no terror for her. She had long resolved that once she buried Grandpa Li, she would don her wedding dress and seek out the young master. But would a broken skull render her death too unsightly? Would the young master find her repugnant in the afterlife? In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts raced through Jiwa's mind. Finally, the hand rested gently atop her head. At the instant of contact, she clenched her jaw, bracing herself for the inevitable demise. Yet, after several breaths, she realized that the hand did not apply any force. It merely lingered there. Could this person be offering her a different sort of fate? But then, the hand began to massage her scalp, a sensation both ticklish and surprisingly pleasant. This reminiscent touch transported her back to the days when the young master was alive, when he would often caress her head, even in moments of anger, mirroring the sensation she felt now. Wait, it felt identical? Jiwa stiffened, abruptly lifting her gaze. A handsome visage met her eyes. Though striking, it was unfamiliar, a face she had never encountered. Yet, why did the sensation on her head seem so achingly familiar? Could it be the young master? As Jiwa gazed at the unfamiliar face, she couldn't help but cautiously call out. At the sound of her voice, the man before her paused, a hint of a smile breaking across his features as he slowly replied, "What do you think?" Upon hearing those words, Jiwa's pupils widened in shock. This was the voice of the young master. Although his appearance had changed, she recognized that voice all too well. "Is it truly you, young master?" Jiwa exclaimed, her hands instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief. Li Dao gently touched the girl's forehead with his hand, and, with a tone that carried an air of playful irreverence, teased, "Little girl, I find myself in need of a little sidekick. Care to join me?" At his words, Jiwa's heart trembled with realization. "It really is you, young master." Abruptly, she threw herself into Li Dao's embrace, unable to contain her joy. The reason for her certainty lay in the fact that every gesture he had made just moments ago mirrored the actions of the young master when he had first taken her home all those years ago, a secret shared only between them, with no third party privy to their past. Sensing the girl's excitement and her frail form nestled against him, Li Dao felt a pang of heartache. You little one, have you not been eating properly while I was away? You've grown so thin. Have you forgotten what the young master once told you? He continued. In response, Jiur buried her face deeper into his embrace, her voice muffled as she replied. The young master said he liked soft girls, but when you weren't home, I just couldn't eat. With those words, she suddenly burst into tears, unable to hold back her emotions any longer. Until now, her heart remained enveloped in disbelief, as if everything before her were but a fleeting dream. Everyone had told her that the young master was deceased, including her own family and Grandpa Li. Thus, the sudden appearance of her master led her to believe she was caught in a reverie. If this were indeed a dream, she ardently wished never to awaken from it. Dao Li sighed, casting his gaze upon the desolate backyard. He had not anticipated that merely a departure of over 3 months would bring about such drastic changes in the residence. The once grand and Yuanbo mansion now stood with only a young girl to guard its remnants. Moreover, the old steward, who had watched him grow from childhood, lay buried in the backyard. Everything evoked a poignant sense of transience and loss. Yet, who could he blame for this? Glancing down, he noticed that the little girl had fallen asleep in his embrace, her tiny hands clutching his garments as if terrified that he would vanish upon her awakening. Seemingly attuned to her master's presence, Jiur had, for the first time in over 3 months, fallen into such a deep slumber, her delicate face adorned with traces of tears and a smile. Looking down at the enchanting child in his arms, Li Dao murmured softly, "Let you indulge in your whim just this once." Young master, Jiur suddenly sat upright on her bed, her eyes wide with anticipation as they scanned the room. Soon, her gaze landed upon a figure seated at the table in her chamber. "Young master," she exclaimed, her heart racing as she leapt from her bed, rushing barefoot to Li Dao's side. "You little rascal, quickly put on your shoes," he admonished gently, observing her dainty, exquisite feet. At that moment, Jiur felt the chill beneath her feet. She stuck out her little tongue and hurried back. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, and inquired, "Young master, was it you who changed my clothes last night? What? Are you seeking to hold me accountable?" He replied, No. Jiur quickly shook her head. "Then what is it that you desire?" "Nothing," she said, her face still flushed as she lowered her head to put on her clothes and shoes. Yet her heart secretly rejoiced. Abruptly, she seemed to remember something and lifted her head again, saying, "Young master, I forgot to inform you that today the Prime Minister's residence will send someone to seize our home. What shall we do?" Jiur then recounted all the recent events that had transpired in the household to Li Dao. "The Prime Minister's residence, you say?" Li Dao mused. He was not surprised by the stripping of his title by the Great Qian Emperor. After all, the Li family had produced only him in this generation, with no descendants to carry on the lineage. Thus, it was only natural that their possessions would be reclaimed upon his death. However, the notion of having their very home taken away was somewhat unexpected. From Jiur, he learned that due to the involvement of Princess Mingyue, the Great Qian Emperor had targeted him alone, sparing the rest of the Yuan Bo's household. Perhaps it was that the emperor held little regard for the minor members of his family. Yet, just because the Great Qian Emperor dismissed them did not mean the Prime Minister's residence or those seeking to curry favor with it shared the same sentiment, particularly given the existing tensions between the parties. It appeared that the Prime Minister's residence intended to eradicate all traces of him. "Young master, perhaps we should flee." Jiur tugged at Li Dao's sleeve, her voice a whisper of urgency. She was well aware of the happenings concerning her young master. Although she remained in the dark about the reasons behind his drastic transformation and miraculous survival, it was undoubtedly a matter that required discretion. Previously, she had felt a deep attachment to the Yuanbo residence, for it was her home. However, now that her young master had returned, with him present, any place could be considered a home. Thus her reluctance to leave diminished significantly. "Shall we flee?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Dao softly murmured, as it appeared that escape was the only viable option for him at this juncture, while he could leverage his newly acquired identity to remain in the imperial capital. What purpose would it serve? To witness his adversaries wreak havoc and exert their influence within the city? Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, His status in the capital still posed a threat. Should his true identity be uncovered over time, the Emperor of Qian would surely not grant him leniency. Thus, distancing himself from this tumultuous place was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Nonetheless, there were certain items he deemed essential to take with him before departing. Please wait here for a moment. With that, he turned and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Li Dao arrived at the ancestral hall from the previous night. Pushing open the doors, he beheld numerous ancestral tablets before him, with several plaques positioned above them. The largest plaque bore the inscription First Class in Yuan Marquis, while the others were bestowed by successive emperors of the Qian Dynasty to various members of the Li family. Li Dao first lit 3 incense sticks, offering 3 bows to the revered ancestors, then knelt to prostrate himself 9 times. With a sudden leap, he sprang up, positioning himself directly above the highest plaque. Above the plaque rests a long chest, exceeding 3 meters in length, adorned with a handle and cloaked in a thick layer of dust. As he extended his arm, he effortlessly lifted the chest with a single hand, allowing it to fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon its descent, the ground trembled, not due to his weight, but rather because of the immense weight contained within the chest. Chapter 36. The Family Heirloom and 3 Ancient Tomes. With a deep breath, Li Dao exhaled towards the chest, dispersing the layer of dust that settled upon it, before placing it back on the ground. Locating the latch, he applied pressure, and with his formidable strength, it shattered entirely, granting him access to the interior. As the chest opened, a faint scent of blood mingled with the metallic tang of iron wafted into his nostrils. His gaze fell upon a dark, imposing halberd, over 3 meters long, resting quietly within the chest. Nestled within the crevices of the chest were 3 ancient tomes, their pages yellowed with age. At last, these treasures have found their way into my possession, he murmured, brushing his fingers over the cold surface of the halberd. During the early days of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Li family had been bestowed the title of first-class marquis due to their military prowess, establishing them as a lineage of martial nobility. Every head of the Li family was expected to possess martial skills from a young age, inevitably rising to become a commander in the Dacian realm. Thus, from the founding of the Dacian to Li Dao's generation, the family had endured through 10 generations. Yet they remained merely a third-class count. This was due to several generations of family heads achieving the rank of general, securing their noble status, and even ascending in rank. However, it was not the case that every generation could claim the title of general. To achieve greatness as a general in the realm of Qian, one must first meet a fundamental prerequisite, the attainment of cultivation. Although the Li family possesses the privilege to ascend directly to the ranks of leadership, this privilege is contingent upon one's level of cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the greater the command one wields. Without it, one is relegated to the position of a minor military officer with a scholarly disposition. This necessity elucidates why Li Dao's father was keen to assess his son's aptitude at an early age, aspiring to lay a solid foundation for him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Li Dao was incapable of cultivating at all. Nevertheless, Li's father bore this revelation with equanimity. Upon learning of his son's limitations, he did not impose undue expectations, opting instead to allow him to savor life as pleasures. The preservation of the Li family's legacy was paramount, and the emergence of a seemingly ineffectual head of the family was of little consequence, provided that the next generation could carry the torch. However, fate took a cruel turn when Li's father met an untimely demise, depriving him of the opportunity to nurture his grandson. Tragically, his son also faced death in the grim confines of a prison camp. As Li Dao grasped the cold handle of the halberd within the chest, he was transported back to his childhood memories. Prior to the awakening of his recollections, he was not entirely the prodigal son that others perceived. Before his aptitude was assessed, his father had been quite strict, instilling in him the virtues of early rising, physical training, and the arts of writing poetry, molding him into a polymath. In those formative years, his aspirations were resolute. Upon learning that his father was a general, he began to fantasize about leading troops into battle, achieving glory and success. Alas, once his lack of cultivation aptitude was revealed, everything changed. Li Dao cast a glance at the halberd and grasped it firmly, discovering that its icy material bore a striking resemblance to the dark iron blade at his waist, yet the texture was undeniably superior. He then recalled that Father Li had once mentioned that this ancestral halberd was forged from ancient black iron, a material that had withstood the test of millennia. The halberd measured an impressive 11 feet in length, which is approximately 3 meters and 2 centimeters, and its entire body was a deep obsidian black, adorned with intricate dragon patterns. Hence, it was also known as the dragon pattern halberd. Li Dao attempted to lift it and soon realized that the halberd possessed an extraordinary weight. Likely due to its material, this weapon weighed no less than 200 pounds. To wield this formidable halberd on the battlefield, one would need to possess a strength of at least 1,000 pounds. To maneuver the dragon pattern halberd with ease would demand a strength of at least 3,000 pounds. It was no wonder that, in his youth, he had heard his father say that throughout generations, only the founding ancestor of the Li family was capable of wielding this halberd effortlessly. Such weight could only be managed by someone endowed with innate strength, complemented by rigorous physical training. Otherwise, even an ordinary innate warrior would find it exceedingly difficult to employ this weapon relying solely on physical prowess. After carefully returning the dragon pattern halberd to the chest, his gaze fell upon 3 books resting nearby. Upon inspection, he discovered that they were titled Peerless Halberd Technique, Dominating Tiger Mind Method, and Pagoda Military Strategy, representing a martial skill, a cultivation method, and a military treatise, respectively. Li Dao recognized these tomes as treasured ancestral texts unique to the Li family. Yet he had heard that while they were easy to learn, they were notoriously challenging to master, with few individuals truly able to grasp their entirety. After a brief appraisal, Li Dao placed the 3 books back into the chest and closed it, feeling it was time to depart. He reignited 3 incense sticks and reverently knelt before the ancestral tablets to pay his respects. Then, he turned and lifted the chest, stepping out of the ancestral hall. Soon after, he found the family genealogy in his father's study and carefully preserved it. The grand residence of the Duke of Anyuan held little value aside from these relics. The remaining belongings could be discarded. As long as these items remained, the Li family would eventually be able to rebuild. Before long, Li Dao sought out Jiur once more. "My dear, it is time for us to depart," he said, pushing open the door and looking at her. "Yes, young master," Jiur replied, rushing to the nearby cabinet, from which she retrieved a well-prepared bundle, indicating that she had anticipated their departure. "Let's be on our way." Indeed, not long after, outside the Duke of Anyuan's residence, a group of individuals arrived, carrying various items. Their presence attracted a crowd of onlookers, many of whom seemed aware of the impending misfortune befalling the Duke of Anyuan's estate. The passers-by began to murmur amongst themselves. "Alas, the Duke of Anyuan is in for a rough day," one exclaimed. "Rough is an understatement. With the Prime Minister's intervention, the Duke's estate will no longer exist in the capital," another commented. "Serves him right. What did that wastrel expect for tarnishing the purity of Princess Mingwe? That he was not exterminated along with his entire clan is already a stroke of luck for the Duke of Anyuan. Indeed, it is a pity, though. A pity for what? A pity that the capital will lose an intriguing spectacle. With the Duke of Anyuan gone, who will those scholars have left to berate? Your words make me realize that the Prime Minister's actions may inadvertently aid the Duke of Anyuan." From the ranks of the Prime Minister's residence emerged an individual clad in the attire of a steward, commanding a throng of followers. "Advance together. Storm in and smash everything within. Leave not a single item unscathed." With a resounding affirmation, the group surged towards the gates of the Anyuan Marquis's residence. In swift succession, several servants began to assail the grand crimson doors of the Marquis's abode, reducing them to a state of utter ruin in mere moments. Witnessing this spectacle, the steward's expression transformed into one of satisfaction as he continued to direct, "Hasten. Ensure that anything intact within is destroyed." Having issued his command, he cast a glance at the 2 stone lions flanking the entrance, a smirk playing upon his lips. Approaching one of the lions, he raised his hand and struck with force. A visible surge of energy erupted forth, causing the stone lion to shatter instantaneously. He employed the same method to obliterate the second lion. In awe, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Truly, the Prime Minister's residence boasts formidable prowess. Even a mere steward possesses innate mastery. Another voice chimed in. Innate mastery is but a trifle. I have heard whispers of masters dwelling within the Prime Minister's abode. Meanwhile, in a secluded alleyway on the periphery, Li Dao and Jiu'er stood, observing the unfolding scene with mounting dismay. This is utterly excessive, Jiu'er exclaimed, her eyes brimming with indignation. Witnessing her home being so ruthlessly demolished was a profound source of anguish. Li Dao shook his head gently, placing a reassuring hand atop Jiu'er's head. It is merely the harshness of reality. There is no need for such sorrow. Before the revival of his memories, he would have been filled with rage at such a scene, perhaps even rushing out to confront those individuals with fervor. However, after his memories returned, coupled with the trials endured in the death camp, he has come to perceive the world with clarity. In every corner of existence, the law of the jungle prevails. Today, his standing in the Yuanbo residence is feeble, and the destruction wrought by the Prime Minister's residence can only be attributed to his own weakness. Yet, he understands that should he gain power one day, the Prime Minister's residence will receive its due retribution. Let us depart from here, Li Dao stated. We must avoid provoking the Prime Minister's residence, lest they target even those within the estate. Upon hearing this, Jiu'er, momentarily disregarding her discomfort, inquired, Where shall we go now, young master? Li Dao gently touched the box on his back, recalling words once spoken to him by Wei Yun. He raised his hand and placed it on Jiu'er's head, asking, Jiu'er, speak honestly to your master. Do you wish to return here in the future? Aye. Jiu'er glanced at the nearby courtyard that had been vandalized, then turned back to her master with a worried expression. I fear for your safety, young master. It was evident that she understood the precariousness of her master's identity. Li Dao discerned the thoughts of his young maid and shook his head with a gentle smile. Your master will be safe. You need only tell me if you wish to return here in the future. Yes. This time, Jiu'er responded with certainty. For her, life could be divided into two distinct phases, one marked by the hardship of fleeing with her parents, struggling alone in a world fraught with pain. The other, a life of comfort and joy after being taken in by her master in the imperial capital, where she was well-fed, warmly clothed, and cherished with playful affection. It can be said that the second chapter of her life constitutes the most treasured memories she possesses, all unfolding within the walls of the Yuanbo mansion in the capital, naturally leading her to contemplate a return. Upon hearing this, Li Dao gently caressed the little girl's hair and chuckled. Then let us venture to a place where we may enter the capital with honor and integrity. Yue, with a look of astonishment, inquired, Young master, does such a place truly exist? With a faint smile, Li Dao replied, I, the young master, have previously emerged from such a place. Jiu'er suddenly wore a puzzled expression, asking, Young master, why do you say emerged? Li Dao shook his head, opting not to explain. Yet, within his heart, he silently contemplated, for that place is akin to hell for ordinary individuals. All right, let us proceed. Understood, young master. The sounds of chaos continued outside. Meanwhile, in another alley, two figures, one large and one small, steadily made their way deeper into the passage until they vanished from sight. At the Tai family residence, two graceful silhouettes were seated in a pavilion within the courtyard. One, a girl of slightly mature demeanor, sat silently on a stone bench, preparing tea. The other, a somewhat youthful maiden, crouched down, playfully enticing the fish in the pond with a twig. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Soon after, a man in his 40s, bearing a simple and honest appearance, half knelt at the steps outside the pavilion. Addressing her, subordinate Tai Exile pays his respects to the third young lady. Tai Sanyang, seated in the pavilion, did not even glance at him. After pouring herself a cup of tea and savoring it with her crimson lips, she nodded in satisfaction before finally directing her gaze toward him. How is the investigation progressing? Upon hearing the words, Tai Exen lowered his head and solemnly replied, I report to Ms. San that everything has been thoroughly investigated and all the traitors are under surveillance. He continued, Has the other matter I tasked you with been resolved? Yes, he confirmed. The eldest master and the second master have recently been in close association with the third prince. Additionally, we have uncovered some friction between the fourth prince and the third prince. Tai Senyang paused for a moment, then said, "Very well, I understand." Tai Exin inquired further. "May I ask, Miss San, how shall we deal with those traitors?" "Let them take their time on the road," she instructed. "Understood, Miss San. That will be all. You may leave now." With that, his subordinate took his leave, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Once he was gone, Bai Yuer, who had been playing nearby, approached with a puzzled expression and asked, "Miss, do you suspect that the eldest master and the second master are plotting against you? What are you thinking, you silly girl?" In Bai Yuer's presence, Tai Sanyang's demeanor softened, losing some of its previous sharpness. "I have not suspected those two fools." Indeed, Bai Yuer suddenly chuckled. Although the two young masters are foolish and spend their days idly, constantly bullied by you, they still care deeply for their sister. Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered in Tai Sanyang's eyes. Outsiders often claimed that she, as the daughter, overshadowed her brothers, with rumors circulating that she intended to usurp her brothers' positions and monopolize the Tai family enterprise. Only she understood that her current standing was solely due to the insistence of her two brothers. No one knew the true disposition of her brothers towards her. Yet, she cared little for such notoriety. In her eyes, a bad reputation was far preferable to a good one, especially given her status as a woman. However, she soon found herself troubled, as thoughts of her subordinate's recent report weighed heavily on her mind. Turning to Bai Yuer, she commanded, "Go inform those two fools that they are not to speak of my affairs in public." Then, shifting her tone, she coldly instructed, "Also, notify the lower ranks to sever half of the fourth prince's business dealings and completely cut off the third prince's." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer paused. Having gleaned from the earlier report that the matters on the road back to the imperial capital were likely connected to the fourth prince. Now, however, the situation appeared to have reversed. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Miss, why is that?" Tai Senyang let out a dismissive huff and explained, "Because the aims of those two differ. The fourth prince targets the third prince, while the third prince schemes against my two foolish brothers. Though they may be ineffectual, plotting against them is an affront to the Tai family. It is precisely because of him that subsequent events unfolded. If not aimed at him, then who else?" Bai Yuer furrowed her elegantly embroidered brows. "But the fourth prince is targeting you, Mississippi. Is that the only punishment?" "Who said that?" "So, miss, you mean?" "The Tai family is the Tai family, and I am myself. My grievances are mine to address personally." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer silently mourned for the fourth prince in her heart. She vaguely recalled the fate of the last individual who had incurred her young lady's wrath, as it seemed that both the person and their entire family had been exiled to the furthest northern reaches. Suddenly, Tai Senyang gave Bai Yuer a firm pat on the shoulder, saying, "All right, quickly spread the word. This afternoon, accompany me to the palace to check on how Mingwe has been faring lately." Understood. Mississippi Chapter 37. Princess Mingwe in the afternoon, within the Grand Palace of Qian. In the inner chambers, Tai Senyang, accompanied by Bai Yuer, walked through the long corridor, guided by a palace maid. Bai Yuer noticed that every 50 steps there was a female guard clad in armor, and she couldn't help but express her astonishment, whispering, "Miss, why are there suddenly so many people in the inner palace?" Upon hearing this, Tai Sanyang glanced at the palace maid leading the way, relieved to see her unresponsive, and turned back to glare at Bai Yuer, admonishing, "If you can't keep quiet, then don't speak at all." "Oh!" Bai Yuer quickly covered her mouth. Before long, the two arrived at a courtyard. Entering the courtyard, a grand palace emerged before them, its plaque inscribed with the three prominent characters, Mingyue Pavilion, as the name suggests. This was indeed the residence of the first princess of Qian, Princess Mingwe. "Please wait here for a moment while I inform the princess," the palace maid said as she approached the palace. She softly called out, "Your Highness, I humbly report that Miss Tai has come to seek an audience." After a brief silence within the palace, a voice finally responded from within, "By the order of the princess, please allow Miss Tai to enter." Upon hearing the summons, the palace maid opened the door, gesturing invitingly. "Miss Tai, please proceed." "It is my pleasure." Tai Sanyang nodded, leading Bai Yuer into the palace. Upon entering, another maid appeared before them. "Please follow me," she said, taking the lead as they traversed through the empty, tranquil halls of the palace. However, Tai Sanyang, possessing innate cultivation, discerned the presence of numerous concealed individuals within the palace, each exuding their own level of cultivation. She faintly sensed many auras that rivaled her own. Before long, they arrived at Grand Door. This time, the maid did not announce their arrival, but instead pushed open the door and gestured for them to enter. "The princess is waiting inside," she said. Tai Sanyang nodded and stepped in, with Bai Yuer hastily following suit. Upon entering, Tai Sanyang noticed several white gauzy curtains hanging within the room. Behind the curtains, a graceful figure reclined upon the bed, revealing her delicate silhouette. "Sanyang, you have arrived," the figure said softly as she sat up. "Attendants, please offer seats to Sanyang and little Yuer." "Yes, your highness," replied the maids, who then placed 2 chairs beside Tai Sanyang and Bai Yuer. After sitting down, Tai Sanyang surveyed the grand hall's decor. "Mingwe, what is this?" The figure was none other than the mistress of the palace, Princess Zhao Yu. Suddenly, a delicate cough emanated from behind the curtain, her voice becoming even softer. "I have recently caught a chill and fear it may spread. Hence I have drawn the curtain for protection." Upon hearing these words, Tai Sanyang's face revealed a hint of concern. "Did you not summon the imperial physician?" Princess Mingyu inquired softly. "The physician has indeed been summoned, but it is nothing serious. You need not worry," she replied, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her lips. "That is good to hear." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. "Mingyu, are you aware of the incident today at the Yuan Bo residence, which was devastated by the Prime Minister's household?" "I do not know," came a voice from behind the gauzy curtain after a brief pause. At this thought, Tai Sanyang could not help but exclaim with indignation. "It is all that wretched scion's fault for daring to ruin. Never mind, he deserves his fate." Afraid of unearthing her friend's wounds, she hastily changed her words. Princess Mingyu gently reassured, "What is past is past." Although she spoke thus, Tai Sanyang sensed a complexity in her tone, indicating that her princess friend was not as unfazed as she appeared. Yet, it was understandable. How could any woman quickly untangle her heart after such an ordeal? Afterward, the two engaged in various conversations. Perhaps due to Princess Mingyu's illness, it was mostly Tai Sanyang who recounted amusing incidents from her outings. Particularly when discussing recent events, her tone brightened considerably. With a light chuckle, Tai Sanyang remarked, "You are unaware of how our foolish Yuer was completely duped by that fellow." Bai Yuer puffed up her cheeks in discontent, declaring, "I am not foolish. It is simply that the villains are too wicked." Tai Sanyang laughed. "I do not even know which girl turned pale with fright upon hearing me say that fellow had perished." Princess Mingwe softly remarked, "If you truly have feelings for her, you must certainly allow Sanyang to ensure everything is in order." Bior's face flushed crimson, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or anger, or perhaps from having her thoughts accurately discerned. The trio conversed for a while longer until Tai Sanyang, noticing the late hour, rose to her feet. "The sky has darkened. Mingyue, you should rest early if you are unwell. Bior and I must take our leave." "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to escort you," Mingyue replied. "I apologize for the trouble." Thus, at Princess Mingyue's behest, a palace maid led Tai Sanyang and Bior out. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, once Tai Sanyang and Bior had completely departed, a voice emerged from behind the gauzy curtain. "All of you may leave. I require rest." At this, sounds of affirmation echoed throughout the chamber. "Yes, your highness." Shortly thereafter, once it was confirmed that all hidden within the room had vacated, a voice suddenly resonated in the empty space. "Your demeanor towards your friend was quite pleasant. Perhaps you could speak to me in that same tone henceforth." The voice of Princess Mingyue reverberated within the chamber. Strangely, though it was the same voice, it lacked the previous softness, instead carrying an undercurrent of allure. Soon, her voice rang out once more, "Is that possible?" Although merely 3 words. The tone had shifted from gentle and seductive to an icy chill, reminiscent of the cold, resplendent moon in the sky, imparting an overwhelming sense of distance. "Do you still doubt my sincerity? What grounds do you have for me to trust you? Yet, you truly are me, and I truly am you. This is an undeniable truth." Amidst the alluring voice lies a hint of provocation, seemingly directed at the cold tone. Then I shall not place my faith in you. Regardless, belief is a matter of personal choice, though I am certain you will eventually seek my assistance. Why would I request anything from you? Hi, you are me, and I am you. I find it hard to believe you are unaware of the peculiar sensations within you. I have calculated the time. It has been 3 months since we last visited Tian Kuei, has it not? Was it your doing? I lack such capabilities. It is the work of my benefactor. Your benefactor? Indeed, the one who arrived 3 months ago. Without him, I would not have had the opportunity to emerge. The tone of the alluring voice carried a hint of seriousness. The cold voice paused briefly before responding. So you sought my body to plead with Father? The alluring voice chuckled softly. Let's not place all the blame on me. It was a joint appeal, for if you had not consented, I could not have fully commandeered your form. The cold voice fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. I merely wished for China and not to despise me. The alluring voice remarked, discussing this now is futile. My benefactor has been surreptitiously slain by our father, and her home has been destroyed today. However, based on the correspondence I've gleaned from you and her, it appears that young lady is likely not one to be easily misled. This misdeed was indeed a grave error on the part of my unworthy benefactor, was it not? A chilling voice remarked, to be honest. I ought to express my gratitude to him. A sultry voice replied, indeed, you should thank him, otherwise, after that banquet, you might have been engaged to that insipid cousin of yours. Clearly, being subdued by a man for merely an hour is a far more advantageous situation than being bound for a lifetime. The chilling voice, tinged with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? The sultry voice continued, I merely speak the truth. Isn't that the way of men and women? The chilling voice dismissed her, saying, I shan't converse with you any longer. I intend to sleep. The sultry voice suggested, let us slumber together. Remember what I said. If the truth cannot remain concealed, do seek my assistance. Considering we are of one essence, I might be able to aid you. The chilling voice firmly stated, I require no assistance from you. The sultry voice chuckled, some matters are not entirely within your control. Subsequently, the room fell once more into silence, as though nothing had transpired. At this moment, outside the palace, Tai San Yang and Bai Yu Air were seated within a carriage, making their way to the Tai residence. Yu Air, Tai San Yang proposed. What do you think about luring that nefarious individual to our side? Having nearly concluded her tasks, Tai San Yang's thoughts drifted to the man who held the key to her secrets. Bai Yu Air's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon dimmed as she replied, Miss, that villain has already turned you down. Is there still a chance? Tai San Yang, brushing her face with a hand, chuckled softly. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I refuse to believe there exists a man whom Tai San Yang cannot manage. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yu felt invigorated. Then it shall be entrusted to you. Mississippi, bind him and bring him back to tell us stories. He has yet to finish the tale he promised me last time. Tai San Yang pondered carefully before speaking. Upon returning, we shall first ascertain his identity and background, then identify his weaknesses for a decisive strike. This is her most frequently employed tactic. As a merchant, she holds a profound skepticism towards human nature. In her view, all business ventures hinge on the sufficiency of leverage. She does not believe that, with her capabilities, she cannot dominate a man. Half a month later, upon her return home and after conducting the inquiry, she was momentarily taken aback. This is all there is to his documentation? Under the pavilion, Tai San Yang held a piece of paper in her hand, disbelief shimmering in her beautiful eyes. The paper contained only a simple scrawl. Outside the pavilion, Tai Xi knelt on the ground, solemnly reporting, Miss, this is all we have uncovered. We traced his initial appearance to Yumen Town, where he first interacted with a junior guard at the Yumen Pass. But the trail goes cold there. He refuses to divulge the identity of our target. Upon hearing this, Tai San Yang furrowed her brows. The junior guard refuses to speak? Indeed. Was he offered compensation? Yes, but he still refused to disclose anything. At this juncture, Tai Xin suddenly suggested, if the miss permits, we could employ certain methods to persuade him to talk. Tai San Yang's expression darkened. Her intention was to forge alliances, not to create enmity. If it were an enemy, then she would not hesitate to employ some tactics. Reflecting on that individual, she contemplated that if she dared to act in such a manner, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire for her. Ah, never mind. Tai Sanyang waved her hand, signaling the cessation of further investigation. It was to be left as it was. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer inquired from the side, "Miss, have you given up?" "Given up?" Tai Sanyang chuckled softly. "There exists no notion of surrender in my life." In that moment, no one could fathom the true thoughts simmering within her heart. Meanwhile, on an ancient pathway in the eastern region of Qian, a horse-drawn carriage ambled along. Achoo! Suddenly, Li Dao, seated at the front of the carriage, let out a sneeze. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Zhuo's concerned visage as she peered out. "Young master, I told you to wear more layers." Li Dao was momentarily taken aback by her words. With his physique vastly superior to that of an ordinary person, it was improbable for him to fall ill from the cold. However, he was equally uncertain about the nature of his sneeze, leaving him unable to refute the little maid's concern. Before long, Zhuo emerged from the carriage, clutching a coat. "Young master, autumn is upon us, and the air is growing increasingly chilly. You must dress warmly." Observing the determined expression on the little maid's face, Li Dao recognized her tenacity and relented, accepting the coat and draping it over his shoulders. Subsequently, she donned an extra layer herself and settled beside him, softly inquiring, "Young master, how long must we travel before we can rest?" Li Dao affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry, we shall arrive soon." At that moment, a grumbling sound emerged, causing Zhuo's cheeks to flush crimson. "Huh!" Li Dao could not help but chuckle. "You must be hungry, my dear." Xiao Zhuo pouted, "Young master, isn't the dry food sufficient?" "All right, I shall not jest any longer," Li Dao replied, momentarily recalling something in his mind before continuing, "In 10 more miles, there is a village. We shall see if there is something to eat there." His assurance was not born from prior experience in this area, but rather from his meticulous memorization of the map. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged her young master's arm and urged, "Then, let us hasten the horse." "Understood," Li Dao responded, cracking the whip, prompting the carriage to accelerate forward. After a brief interval, Xiao Zhuo exclaimed, "Young master, look, there lies the village." She pointed ahead while standing on the carriage. "Indeed, I see it," Li Dao replied with a smile. However, as he spoke, he sensed a slight disturbance, and his expression shifted. The smile gradually faded from his face. Chapter 38. The Slaughtered Village. Farewell to the northern barbarians at this moment. Within Taoyuan village, not long ago, it had been a tranquil and harmonious place. Yet, all serenity was shattered following the arrival of a troop of northern barbarian cavalry. "Ha! My men, slaughter and plunder. Spare no one but the women. Eliminate everyone else." A cavalry commander clad in northern barbarian armor bellowed with laughter, commanding his subordinates. "Ha ha! I am coming for the women. This time I shall slay 10. The people of Qian are feeble. 10 will not suffice. I can take down 100. Let us engage in a contest to see who can slay more. A challenge it is, and I fear not." Accompanied by the sinister laughter of the northern barbarian cavalry, the villagers of Taoyuan quickly fell into a state of panic, scattering in all directions in a desperate bid for escape. This very display of fear only served to exhilarate the barbarian soldiers further. With shouts echoing in the air, they drew their long blades, unleashing a brutal massacre upon the defenseless villagers, enveloping the entire village in a shroud of crimson. In a narrow alley, a humble-looking man anxiously shielded his wife and child as they maneuvered through the treacherous path. "Huh! Here we have 3 little mice." A voice pierced the tension, causing the trio to tense up instantly. There, at the edge of the alley, a northern barbarian cavalryman brandished his weapon. A mocking grin plastered across his face as he gazed at them. "Wife, take the child and flee." "I will hold him off," the man exclaimed, despair clawing at his heart upon seeing the barbarian. He hurriedly positioned his wife and child behind him, his voice rising in urgency. "But dear," his wife, tears streaming down her face, clutched their child tightly, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty, having never faced such peril before. As he contemplated the safety of his family, An unexpected surge of courage ignited within him at the sight of the approaching barbarian. "I shall fight you," he declared. Seizing the scythe, he wielded most often and charging at the northern barbarian. If he could slay this foe, he believed he could escape with his beloved family. The barbarian, however, dismissed the man's advance with a derisive smile. With a swift motion, the man swung his scythe down with all his might. However, the northern barbarian cavalryman merely stepped back, causing the man's attack to miss its mark. Due to inertia, he fell directly at the feet of the northern barbarian. Witnessing this scene, the man's wife, who stood not far behind, clutched her child with an expression of terror. "Humph! Impotent people from the Great Qian." The northern barbarian cavalryman sneered as he drew his long knife. "You shall perish." "Don't." The wife watched helplessly as the gleaming white blade plunged into her husband's chest. Her eyes filled with despair. "That woman is rather attractive. Come back with me," the northern barbarian cavalryman remarked, his gaze lighting up at the sight of the woman nearby. A lewd smile creeping across his face. In the next moment, his expression shifted as he looked down to find the man still alive, a bloodied hand gripping his calf with unyielding strength. "Run, quickly," the man shouted with the last of his strength towards his wife. "Humph." The northern barbarian cavalryman scoffed, mercilessly swinging his long knife downward. With a slicing sound, the man gasped his final breath, his eyes wide open. "Master," the wife, emboldened by an unknown courage despite her previous fear, glared at the northern barbarian cavalryman with eyes filled with hatred. "I will fight you." Ignoring her child, consumed by rage, she charged at the northern barbarian cavalryman, just as he remarked, "Ah, another one has come to me." As she rushed forward, he swiftly sidestepped and caught her in his embrace. "My dear, is it a bit too early to seek comfort?" But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly cried out in pain. The woman, unbeknownst to the circumstances, suddenly sank her teeth into one of his fingers. "Let go. Release me." The intense pain compelled the northern barbarian cavalryman to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. Yet, the woman, undeterred by the agony, clung fiercely to the finger at her mouth. The cavalryman was about to act when a voice pierced through the chaos. "You strike my mother, I shall fight you." Unbeknownst to him, a child had rushed to his side, fiercely biting into his thigh. The sudden surge of pain reignited his fury. "Die, all of you!" In his wrath, the cavalryman disregarded any semblance of beauty and swung his blade down at the child beside him. In an instant, the child lay lifeless. The woman, witnessing this horrific scene, felt her heart race, a surge of power swelling within her. With a crack, the cavalryman's expression shifted drastically as the woman released her grip. Yet he found himself missing a finger. "Return my finger," he shouted, suddenly recalling that if the severed digit could be preserved, it might be reattached in due time. He called out to the woman, her hair disheveled, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury. She flashed a sudden smile, her mouth beginning to chew. In a macabre display, she widened her jaws, allowing him to witness the gruesome spectacle of his finger being reduced to pulp. "No!" The cavalryman, consumed by rage, drew his blade and struck down. With a chilling sound, the woman crumpled to the ground, her deranged laughter echoing in the silence. Cursed madwoman! The northern barbarian cavalry instinctively lowered their heads, and there, even in death, a woman's eyes fixed upon him, as if she sought to etch his visage into her memory. Cursed be the thought. This gaze sent a chill through him, and overwhelmed by fear, he could not help but swing his blade at the lifeless form before him. Only when her features were rendered unrecognizable did he cease his assault. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he listened to the distant cries of chaos and flight outside, and resolved to seize a woman to vent his frustrations. At that moment, this alley was not alone in its horror. Similar tragedies unfolded throughout Taiyuan village. Along a lengthy street, a band of northern barbarian cavalry took delight in the slaughter of men, the elderly, and children as they pursued a throng of fleeing women. They reveled in the pursuit, relishing the sight of the women desperately fleeing, as if such cruelty could satiate their malevolent desires. "Ha! Where do the little ladies think they are running?" One cackled. "Hee, the path ahead is blocked. Why not come into your brother's embrace? I offer you a chance, run naked, and I shall spare you." Amidst a circle of northern barbarian cavalry, a group of women found themselves trapped in the middle of the road. They huddled together, trembling in fear, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Those who had witnessed the brutal demise of their families bore the deepest anguish in their hearts. At that moment, one of the northern cavalry stepped forward and declared, "Enough of this play. It has gone on long enough. Let us not forget that we are still within the territory of the Great Qian. It would be wise to withdraw before the forces of the Great Qian Dynasty discover our presence. Such an encounter would not bode well." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the others immediately became much more subdued. However, the northern barbarian cavalryman who had spoken suddenly broke into a grin and remarked, "Do not lose heart, everyone. This skirmish is merely child's play. In due time, you shall ravage this land at your leisure. You may indulge in whatever manner you desire, and no one shall intervene." Instantly, excitement illuminated the faces of all the northern barbarian cavalrymen, as if they could already envision that scene unfolding. The young leader among the northern barbarian cavalrymen turned to the group of women and commanded, "Find a length of rope and bind them all together. Once the others have cleared this place, we shall depart." At that moment, a cart slowly approached from the far end of the long street. "Captain, look! An unfamiliar cart is coming," one of the northern barbarian cavalrymen exclaimed, hastily reporting to his leader. In an instant, the dozen or so cavalrymen gazed down the street. Spotting the cart, one of the sharper-eyed soldiers pointed excitedly at it and exclaimed, "Captain, look! There is a stunning woman on that cart." "Oh!" The captain's interest was piqued as he followed the gaze, noticing the exquisite woman, but he also observed the man beside her, which caused him a frown. He then issued a command, "Whoever goes over, kill the man and bring the woman to me." "Count me in." Soon, someone volunteered, fully aware that such a magnificent woman would likely not be his to keep, but the opportunity to lay hands on her, even briefly, was tempting. As for the man beside her, he was entirely disregarded. He appeared to possess the physique of an ordinary man from the Great Qian, starkly contrasting with the robust figures of the northern barbarians. A mere glance was sufficient to label him a delicate dandy, for with a single strike, he could fell 10 foes. Meanwhile, seated in the carriage were none other than Li Dao and his devoted little maid. "Young master, who are they?" "Yue inquirit." Her innocence evident. Having spent years in the imperial capital, this marked her first venture to the eastern regions of Great Qian, and she had never encountered a northern barbarian before, rendering her oblivious to the identities of those ahead. Li Dao, however, recognized their attire immediately, recalling his missions in the death row camp that were invariably linked to the northern barbarians. "These are northern barbarians." "Northern barbarians?" Jior echoed, her expression one of naivety. "Why would they be here?" "Because they're up to no good." Before even entering the village, Li Dao had already detected the faint scent of blood and the cacophony of chaos in the air, thanks to his extraordinary senses. Upon entering the village, the stench of blood intensified, and the clamor gradually faded into silence. Upon spotting the northern cavalry not far off, he comprehended the grim happenings within the village. Particularly troubling was the sight of a group of women encircled by a throng of northern cavalry, a clear indication that a tragic event had recently unfolded. At that moment, Jior noticed a northern cavalryman approaching on horseback. Overcome with fear, she instinctively clutched the sleeve of her young master. "Young master, he's coming over. What shall we do? Perhaps we should take a detour." "A detour?" Li Dao shook his head and softly reassured her, "Do not worry. Everything will be all right." Yue obediently nodded, harboring unwavering trust in her young master. Soon, the northern barbarian cavalry appeared before them, rudely mocking Li Dao. "Thank you for delivering such a splendid gift, little white-faced Dakian. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall grant you a more lenient departure. How about kneeling to express your gratitude to me?" Observing the exquisite woman so close to the young master, the northern barbarian soldier felt a surge of anger, especially as he gazed upon that handsome countenance. He was increasingly incensed and yearned to witness the subservient demeanor of the young man before him, ready to endure his humiliation. "Young master," Jior murmured, fear gripping her. Yet she clung tightly to Li Dao's sleeve. Li Dao understood her reaction. After all, Jior's impression of him still lingered on the memories of his former reckless youth. "Do not worry. You shall not see him for much longer, Li Dao reassured her. Meanwhile, the northern barbarian soldier, taken aback by the couple's indifference, soon erupted in fury. You dare to ignore me in this situation, kid? But before he could finish his threat, a sharp gasp escaped his lips. He glanced down to find a gleaming silver-long knife piercing through his neck, rendering him utterly voiceless. With a thud, the northern barbarian collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Yue, witnessing the scene, covered her mouth in shock, disbelief etched across her face. For she had seen her young master hurl the knife, swift as lightning, and though it had happened in an instant, her proximity allowed her to perceive the truth. When did the young master of her family become so formidable? What exactly transpired during his previous absence? Eliminated one enemy. Gained attribute 0. 21. Li Dao dismounted from the carriage and approached the corpse of the northern barbarian's cavalry, extracting his dark iron blade from the foe's throat. Jiur, the ensuing scene may be somewhat gruesome. You should step inside for now. Hum. Jiur nodded with concern, but obediently entered the carriage. At this moment, the remaining northern barbarians nearby also sensed the unusual occurrence. The cavalry captain furrowed his brow upon witnessing the demise of his subordinate, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we engage them together? Wait a moment. The enemy appears peculiar. We must call for reinforcements first. With that, he produced a bamboo tube from his bosom and pulled a string attached to it. With a resounding bang, the bamboo tube erupted, followed by a loud noise in the sky. Calling for help? Li Dao discerned the captain's intention. However, he refrained from further reaction, as more opponents would only serve to benefit him. Before long, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed nearby. Soon, a multitude of northern barbarians rushed towards them from various corners of the village. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, all the northern barbarians who had previously entered the village appeared on the long street. Many of them bore plundered goods upon their steeds, while some dragged away women they had seized from the village. What transpired here? The leader of the northern barbarians stepped forward from among his men, frowning as he inquired. The cavalry captain promptly stepped forward and reported, "Commander, I have encountered an extraordinary woman whom I intended to capture and present to you. However, I was taken aback to discover that she is accompanied by a man who appears to possess considerable strength, hence my need to inform you." An extraordinary woman? The leader of the northern barbarians' eyes brightened as he scanned the surroundings. Where is she? The cavalry captain pointed down the long street, indicating that the individual was concealed within that carriage. The northern barbarian leader glanced over, and upon seeing Li Dao, he also noticed the fallen northern barbarian cavalryman. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he concluded, it seems he must be a martial artist. A martial artist? Could that pose a challenge? The cavalry captain expressed his unease. Oof. The northern barbarian leader scoffed. What of a martial artist? He appears to be merely in his teens, likely a mid-stage martial artist at best. I, on the other hand, have already reached the 3rd rank of the postnatal realm. Moreover, I command a substantial number of cavalrymen. As long as he is not an innate martial artist, it should not present a significant issue. Could he possibly be an innate martial artist? Unlikely. Such talent would not emerge in such a desolate place. Thus, the northern barbarian leader felt no trace of panic. Rather, he perceived the situation as exceedingly secure. Chapter 39. Equality among all beings. Not only did the northern barbarian leader remain unperturbed, but he also regarded the unfamiliar man before him as a lamb awaiting slaughter, while the woman in the carriage had already become his prey. He waved his hand, commanding, "Surround him and the carriage. Do not allow him any chance to escape." Understood. The cavalry captain, accompanied by a dozen horsemen, galloped towards the location of the carriage. Among the besieged women, one caught sight of this, and a flicker of indignation flashed in her eyes. She immediately rose and shouted, "Run! They are coming to capture you!" Silence. The leader of the northern barbarians, his expression changing, lashed his whip, striking the woman and sending her crashing heavily to the ground. Li Dao, with his keen senses, detected the commotion and observed the approaching horde of northern barbarian cavalry. He unsheathed his black iron sword and stepped forward. The cavalry captain, noticing the audacity of his opponent to advance, grew cold in demeanor. "Some of you, keep watch over the carriage. The rest encircle him. Understood. Soon, the northern barbarian cavalrymen closed in on Li Dao. Two of them, tasked to monitor the carriage as per their captain's orders, surged ahead, flanking Li Dao. At that moment, two glimmers of cold light flashed through the air in an instant. The cavalry captain, taken aback, turned to his companion and inquired, "Did you see what just happened? Did anything occur?" "I did not see anything." The man remained motionless. As the discussion among them continued, the cavalry captain suddenly noticed that the two sent to guard the carriage had halted midway, frozen in place. "What are you two doing?" he instinctively shouted. Yet, the two remained still, as did their mounts. Suddenly, a crimson line appeared on the necks of the horses, followed by identical marks manifesting on the bodies of the two northern barbarian cavalrymen. As everyone stood in bewilderment, they suddenly observed the movement of two northern barbarian cavalrymen. It was not a typical motion. Rather, their bodies shifted unnaturally from the middle, and the necks of their steeds mirrored this grotesque motion. With a resounding thud, for bodies collapsed to the ground. And it was then that all present realized the two cavalrymen had been decapitated along with their horses. Yet amidst this chaos, there was but one culprit, the young man with a pale visage, who was slowly approaching them. This bizarre scene caused the faces of the nearby northern barbarian cavalrymen to turn ashen. Some of the more timid among them, feeling the encroaching presence, instinctively tightened their reins and contemplated retreat. "Do not fear him," the captain of the cavalry shouted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he sensed the wavering morale of his men. "Captain!" Suddenly, a northern barbarian cavalryman cried out in panic. "What is it now?" The captain, startled, inquired. He has vanished." At that moment, the group looked up to find that the man who had been walking toward them had inexplicably disappeared from sight. With a sudden slash, a spray of blood cascaded among them. The remaining men turned toward the direction of the sound, only to discover that their adversary had inexplicably materialized beside them. Li Dao cast a glance at the ajar door of a nearby room and spoke deliberately, "You all shall perish." Within the threshold of that door lay a pool of blood, where a man and a woman lay lifeless amidst the carnage. Beside them were three more bodies, the eldest appearing no older than 10, and the youngest scarcely 1 or 2. This once ordinary and blissful family of 5 had met a tragic end within the confines of their own home. Though he had previously learned of the cruelty exhibited by the northern barbarians towards the subjects of the Great Qian, witnessing such a scene left Li Dao with a lingering sense of disbelief. In his discomfort, he felt an urgent need to unleash his pent-up emotions. And the northern cavalry before him presented themselves as the perfect targets. With a resounding thud, Li Dao took a powerful step forward, seizing his Qian Tai blade and charging towards a northern cavalryman. Reacting instinctively, the cavalryman raised his weapon in defense. With a sharp crack, both the long knife and the warrior were shattered. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Dao continued his advance, swiftly redirecting his focus to the next northern cavalryman. At that moment, the cavalry captain was gripped by panic, urgently commanding his men to surround and strike him down. Yet, the remaining northern cavalrymen found themselves bereft of time to react. Within mere seconds of one warrior's demise, another met a similar fate. In the span of 30 brief seconds, only the cavalry captain remained mounted amidst the carnage. As he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his once vibrant subordinates, a wave of terror washed over him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Standing 10 meters away, Li Dao swung his Qian Tai blade, a crimson arc painting the ground. He then advanced towards the cavalry captain, declaring "Move." In a state of sheer panic, the captain tugged at the reins, desperate to flee, only to discover that his steed remained motionless beneath him, trembling in fear. Was it paralyzed with terror? As Li Dao drew ever closer, the cavalry captain realized he could endure no longer. "Curse this wretched creature, move." He thrust the tip of his blade fiercely into the horse's flank, hoping to provoke it into action through pain. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired at that very moment. The horse, responding to the agony, did indeed stir, but rather than fleeing, it began to struggle vigorously in place. The cavalry captain was caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events. In his moment of distraction, he lost his footing and fell from the saddle. Simultaneously, The horse halted, seemingly sensing its newfound freedom, and without hesitation, it turned and bolted away. The cavalry captain stood frozen, bewildered by the scene before him. This beast had abandoned him to flee on its own? "You wretched creature, I shall have your head upon my return," he shouted in a fit of rage. At that moment, a sound of footsteps halted behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he discovered that the one who had been slaughtering his men had stealthily approached him. "You," he began, but before he could utter another word, a flash of cold steel silenced him forever. His throat was swiftly cut open by a razor-sharp blade. One enemy slain, attribute gained, 0. 68. As the last cavalry captain breathed his last, Li Dao stood amidst a sea of corpses, clutching his bloodied black iron blade at the center of the carnage. Though the events had unfolded in what seemed like an eternity, in reality, less than 3 minutes had elapsed. Thus, for the group of northern barbarians not far away, everything appeared to transpire with startling suddenness. Li Dao, with an ease akin to slicing vegetables, dispatched his subordinates with swift precision, leaving them utterly unprepared for such a fate. This scene prompted the leader of the northern barbarians to retract his previously arrogant demeanor, realizing that the individual before him was a formidable adversary. "What shall we do now, Commander?" inquired a northern barbarian cavalryman. The leader replied gravely, "This individual is no ordinary foe. Everyone must exercise caution." Had he witnessed the unmistakable manifestation of true energy, he would have turned and fled without hesitation, for their collective strength was insufficient to withstand even a single innate martial artist. However, reflecting upon the manner in which the opponent had just executed his kills, he noted the absence of any discernible energy fluctuations. Thus, it became evident that the individual was not an innate martial artist, but rather a formidable figure among the acquired martial artists. Despite the loss of over 10 subordinates, he still commanded a force of more than 90, and as a third-tier acquired martial artist himself, he felt confident that even against a first-tier opponent, they could prevail. Upon hearing this, the remaining northern barbarian cavalrymen shed their earlier frivolity. Some began to discard their burdens from horseback, including the women tied to their steeds, who were now released and set aside, clearly adopting a serious demeanor. Once freed, the women quickly gathered together, refraining from fleeing, as they understood the futility of escape. If the northern barbarians triumphed, their bare feet would never outrun the four-legged steeds. They preferred to remain, silently hoping that the unknown man might come to their rescue. With this thought, they began to pray quietly in their hearts. Not far away, inside a carriage, Jiu Air cautiously lifted the curtain and immediately spotted Li Dao standing amidst the bodies. The corpse was completely disregarded by her. Upon seeing that her young master was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, silently encouraging him in her heart. After dispatching the nearby Baiman cavalry, Li Dao did not pause, continuing his advance towards the opposing Baiman forces, whether to harvest attributes through slaughter or to satisfy the lingering displeasure in his heart. These foes were destined to remain here today. "Kill," he silently urged, raising his mysterious iron blade as he swiftly charged towards the bulk of the Baiman cavalry. On the other side, the Baiman leader, having anticipated this move, promptly issued a command. "Kill him. The one who brings me his head will be rewarded with 100 cattle and sheep, 10 beautiful women, and a promotion." Upon hearing this, the eyes of a group of Baiman cavalry gleamed with excitement. Nothing could motivate them more than such bounties. Instantly, each of them summoned their full vigor and charged at Li Dao. Little did they know that in the eyes of their adversary, their so-called charge resembled humans attempting to slide a tiger into submission, a futile effort that appeared as if they were trying to suffocate the beast. But while a tiger may succumb, could Li Dao? No, for he was not a tiger. He was an insatiable glutton. No matter how many ordinary Baiman cavalrymen came his way, he would consume them all. The foremost Baiman cavalryman raced ahead, his earlier encounter having left a profound impression on him. Realizing the sharpness of his enemy's blade, he wisely sought out a vulnerability. His adversary stood firm on the ground while he charged on horseback. Next, he simply needed to charge at his opponent with his horse. If the adversary evaded, all would be well, but should they choose to confront the steed, he would have the opportunity to retaliate. As this thought crossed his mind, he could almost envision the rewards from his commander beckoning him. As he drew closer to his target, he was elated to discover that the enemy did not flinch. The sight of his opponent bracing for a direct collision made him inwardly scoff, calling them a fool. After all, he was mounted on a charging horse, and even a warrior would struggle to withstand such force. As the horse barreled toward him, Li Dao raised his palm. In the next moment, the horse's face collided with that very hand. However, the leader of the northern barbarian cavalry was taken by surprise. The anticipated scene of his adversary being sent flying did not unfold. Instead, it was he who soared into the air, propelled by the horse's sudden halt due to inertia. Suspended in midair, he caught sight of a glimmering blade. A chill coursed through him, and he soon lost consciousness. Ultimately, the thoughts and visions of that northern barbarian cavalryman were merely figments of his imagination. Little did he know, in Li Dao's eyes, he was akin to an ant beneath his feet, easily crushed. One enemy slain, attribute gained, 0. 19, ignoring the system's notification ringing in his ears. Li Dao gripped his black iron blade and charged into the throng of cavalrymen. The blade sliced through the air with relentless precision, empowered by its sharpness and his strength. None could withstand his passage. He single-handedly overturned an entire squad of northern barbarian cavalry. In a swift maneuver, a dozen of their ranks fell beneath his blade. The remaining northern barbarian cavalry escaped and scathed solely because they had not been afforded the opportunity to charge before Li Dao, thereby evading disaster. The brutal massacre executed by Li Dao swiftly awakened a multitude of northern barbarian cavalrymen who were no longer ensnared by the promises of their commander. What are you all dawdling for? Attack! The northern barbarian leader, now incensed, rushed forward to berate his subordinates. Observing their hesitation, he scornfully declared them a useless lot. Turning his gaze towards Li Dao, he ominously proclaimed, "By this day next year, it shall be your memorial." He then commanded his men, "I shall lead the charge. You worthless fools, follow closely behind." At this proclamation, the northern barbarian cavalry gradually regained their resolve, encouraged by their formidable leader. They merely needed to coordinate their efforts. Kill! With a fierce battle cry, the northern barbarian leader spurred his steed towards Li Dao. The cavalrymen behind him swiftly rallied to charge as well. "Prepare to taste my blade." The leader soon found himself face to face with Li Dao, brandishing his long sword with great ferocity. The blade descended from above, infused with overwhelming force, accompanied by the leader's formidable presence, akin to a ferocious tiger lunging directly at Li Dao's face. In an instant, a spray of crimson splattered the air as a severed head soared upward before crashing to the ground. Li Dao, gripping his sword, gazed at the lifeless head of the northern barbarian leader and murmured, "Impressive vigor, but alas, it is ineffectual." In just a fleeting encounter, the northern barbarian leader met his demise at the hands of Li Dao. This is also the remarkable strength of Li Dao. The enhancement of his physique brings about a comprehensive elevation in his entire being, leaving no aspect untouched. With his physique currently nearing 100 times that of an ordinary individual, he perceives no threat from anyone beneath the rank of innate warriors. In a direct confrontation, not a single postnatal warrior can withstand a single strike from him. Therefore, whether facing a first-tier postnatal warrior or an ordinary person, it merely becomes a matter of one decisive blow. This strike Li Dao refers to as the blade of equality for all beings. Chapter 40, Physique Surpassing 100. A further transformation behind him, a group of northern barbarian cavalry, under the leadership of their commander, charged forth towards the enemy with an indomitable spirit. With their leader at the forefront, they felt assured of their success, perhaps even seizing the opportunity to claim enemy heads for a bounty. However, a bewildering scene soon unfolded before them. Their commander surged ahead only to be struck down in a single blow. What were they to do now? Should they continue to charge? Almost everyone harbored the same thought, to turn and flee. Anyone who dared to press forward now would be a fool. If even a third-tier postnatal commander could be slain in one stroke, what hope did they have of enduring a few blows? Consequently, all remaining northern barbarian cavalry executed the same maneuver, tightening their reins, choosing to halt at the precipice, and turning back to safety. Yet, They collectively underestimated the speed of their charge. Li Dao, having learned a vital lesson during his past life while obtaining his driver's license, understood that when one is traveling at high speed, it is imperative to fasten one's seatbelt before abruptly applying the brakes. What happens without a seatbelt? One can only brace for the inevitable flight. At present, the northern barbarian cavalry had neglected to fasten their seatbelts, leading to a chaotic scene of horses and riders tumbling to the ground. Li Dao discerned their intentions, yet he could not forsake the opportunity that lay before him. Without hesitation, he seized his dark iron blade and charged forward to reap the lives of the northern barbarian cavalry. With a single stroke, blood spattered in all directions. 4 foes vanquished, attributes gained. 0, 75, with another slash, severed limbs flew about. 6 foes vanquished, attributes gained. 1, 12, with a third cut, heads tumbled to the ground. Enemies slain. Amidst this carnage, Li Dao was serenaded by the incessant chime of the system's notifications. Finally, after the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the tumultuous street fell into silence. The ground was strewn with corpses, and not a single northern barbarian cavalryman had escaped. "Save me. I do not wish to die." At that moment, a bloodied hand emerged from the pile of bodies. A cavalryman, with 2 legs and an arm severed, writhed in agony. With a swift, merciless stroke, Li Dao delivered the fatal blow. There is no need for mercy against such foes. Thus, an entire squad of northern barbarian cavalry was extinguished at his hands. Surrounding him, the ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs, creating a scene of grotesque bloodshed and terror. Li Dao exhaled deeply, gradually calming the tumultuous beating of his heart. This time, he truly reveled in the slaughter. Having dispatched over 100 adversaries, each contributing at least a modest increment to his attributes. Panel, Master, Li Dao, Physique, 96, 89, Available attributes, 29. 14. Gazing at the available attributes, Li Dao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In this surge, he had harvested nearly 30 points of attributes in one breath, almost equivalent to a third of his total attributes. More importantly, with this wave of attributes, his physique could reach 100. At that moment, the voice of Jiu'er brought Li Dao back to reality. He raised his head and discovered that Jiu'er had unknowingly descended from the carriage and approached him, her face filled with concern. Observing the chaotic and repulsive corpses surrounding them, Li Dao could not help but inquire, "Aren't you afraid, my dear?" "Afraid of what?" she replied. "Of these corpses." Jiu'er glanced at the bodies nearby and unexpectedly kicked one of them, her expression devoid of any fear. "I am not afraid of them. I am more concerned about you getting hurt." After saying this, she could not resist the urge to examine him. "Master, let me check if you are injured." Stop. I am unhurt. I do not believe you. Look, you are covered in blood." "That is not mine." This scene appeared somewhat strange, especially as they stood amidst the corpses. If the bodies could move, they would likely wish to rise and relocate, certainly not wanting to lie beneath the gaze of a man and woman. A few minutes later, after confirming that her master was indeed unharmed, Jiu'er sighed in relief. Suddenly, a series of scattered footsteps reached their ears. Turning around, they saw a group of disheveled women approaching together. With a thud, all the women knelt in unison. "Thank you, benefactor," one of the women said, bowing her head repeatedly. They, akin to Jiu'er, exhibited no fear in the face of the scattered corpses. However, unlike Jiu'er, who was oblivious to the bodies due to her singular devotion to her young master, these women were entirely consumed by hatred. They felt no trepidation at the sight of the dead. Instead, they yearned to rend these individuals limb from limb. It was these very people who had slain their kin and devastated their homes. Observing these women, Li Dao felt a surge of compassion. Yet, reality remained harsh. The proximity of this place to the eastern border of Qian was alarmingly close, and with autumn now in full swing, the weather had turned cold. Consequently, friction between Qian and the northern tribes had intensified, with small factions from a northern barbarian dynasty frequently crossing into Qian to sow chaos and seize resources. This was a conflict between nations, one that ordinary civilians had no power to influence, leaving them resigned to their fate. To this point, Everything he had done was motivated by a desire to escape such resignation. As the afternoon waned toward dusk, Li Dao chose to linger rather than depart, opting to spend the night in Taoyuan village with Jiu. This decision served a dual purpose: to ascertain whether any remnants of the northern barbarians remained, and to provide a semblance of security to these innocent women. With all the men in the village having perished, they had no choice but to regard Li Dao as a temporary source of solace. At the entrance of a courtyard, he settled into a chair, observing the remaining women of Taoyuan village as they gathered their belongings. Initially, he had intended to assist them, but his offer was met with refusal. In their words, the debt of gratitude for saving their lives and avenging their kin could never be repaid. How could they possibly burden their benefactor with labor? Seeing the unwavering determination of the women, Li Dao chose not to impose his will upon them. He recognized that these women were distinct from those of the modern era he had once known. In the face of gruesome corpses and severed limbs, they managed to maintain their composure while clearing away the remnants. Confronted with the recent tragedy of family loss and the accompanying sorrow, they gritted their teeth and persevered, refusing to relinquish hope for life. In essence, these women appeared fragile on the surface, yet possessed an inner strength that was almost formidable. "Master, it is time to eat." Suddenly, Jiu entered with a lavish feast. Li Dao glanced at the spread, astonished by its abundance. "Where did this meal come from?" With a smile, Jiu replied, "Sister Lu prepared this specially to express her gratitude for your kindness." Li Dao shook his head, but accepted the meal, cautioning, "Let this be a one-time exception. Should it happen again, I shall deduct it from your wages." Jiu's face turned a shade of embarrassment. As night fell, the women selected a spacious courtyard in a nearby village for Li Dao to occupy the master bedroom while they squeezed into the other guest rooms. Though they exhibited no outward signs of fear during the day, their hearts remained heavy with trepidation. Residing in the same courtyard as their benefactor offered them a modicum of psychological comfort. Once everyone had succumbed to slumber, Li Dao quietly rose from the dimness. He glanced at Jiu, blissfully asleep in another bed, before stealthily opening the door and stepping outside into the courtyard. Ensuring that he was alone, he silently intoned in his heart panel, "Master, Li Dao, physique, 96, 89, available attributes, 29, 14. After a brief glance, he murmured to himself, "Allocate points." Immediately, all available attribute points were added to his physique. "Master, Li Dao, physique, 126, 03, transformable, available attributes, 0. Upon witnessing the changes on the panel, Li Dao inwardly acknowledged the truth of his earlier speculation. The anticipated transformation had indeed manifested once more. After several breaths, as the intense heat from the enhancement of his physique subsided, Li Dao's gaze settled on the words transformable. He pondered what bodily function would undergo metamorphosis this time. With curiosity piqued, he decisively focused his intent on the 3 characters representing transformable on the panel. In the next moment, a familiar sensation of tearing surged within him. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time, perhaps due to his prior experience with such agony, Li Dao's expression was not as contorted as before. Furthermore, it was likely that the enhancement of his physical strength granted him greater control over his body. He quickly discerned that a certain function within him was undergoing change. Was it his blood? In Li Dao's perception, a phenomenon akin to that during the enhancement of his physique was unfolding within him. However, during the previous enhancement, an unknown flow of energy provided by the system had coursed through him. Now he could sense that his blood was undergoing some form of transformation within. He endured the excruciating pain within and lowered his head, only to discover that the veins on his body had all become pronounced, with blood continuously circulating and flowing within. To his astonishment, he noticed that alongside the movement of blood, a crimson substance was being expelled from his pores, akin to the shedding of skin during a previous transformation. Though this time it manifested as blood. If he were not mistaken, this red matter was likely the waste blood resulting from the renewal process. As time progressed, the crimson substance accumulated on Li Dao's body, eventually forming a layer of scabs that firmly adhered to his skin. At last, the transformation of blood appeared to be nearing completion, as the tearing sensation within him began to gradually dissipate. Once that sensation had entirely vanished, Li Dao attempted to move. With a crisp crack, fine fissures appeared in the scabs covering his body. With a simple pinch, the scabs in his palm disintegrated into dust, cascading to the ground. With a slight tremor of his body under his command, all the scabs fell away, reminiscent of a cicada shedding its shell, an extraordinarily wondrous sight. What effects the transformation of blood might yield remained unknown. The transformation of skin had already endowed him with immunity to numerous harms. And the significance of blood to an individual is undeniable. It should bestow upon him some surprises. For now, the priority was to procure some of his own blood. This posed a dilemma for Li Dao, as the skin that had undergone transformation had continuously strengthened alongside his physique. Having surpassed 100 in physical prowess, he began to doubt whether the innate martial artists who had once clashed with him could still breach his skin should they engage with him again. He picked up the dark iron blade he had carelessly brought with him, resting it upon his finger. With a modicum of force, it was insufficient. With a bit more strength, still lacking. At last, after exerting nearly half of his might, he managed to press the sharp edge of the dark iron blade against his skin. Although it merely grazed the surface, it was enough to draw blood. At that moment, Li Dao's keen sense of smell detected an unusual fragrance. His gaze fell directly upon the blood seeping from his finger, if his olfactory senses were not deceiving him. The scent emanated from his own blood. Could it be that his blood, after transformation, had evolved into a perfume? He cast that thought aside, for he was certain his blood possessed other properties as well. Yet, at this juncture, he was uncertain how to experiment with the effects of his transformed blood. Suddenly, a sound drew Li Dao's attention. Looking down, he spotted a large black rat emerging under the cover of darkness, scurrying about at his feet. Abruptly, the rat seemed to catch a whiff of something intriguing. Even from across the night, Li Dao could see the rat's eyes gleam with excitement. The rat was about to climb up his leg, and instinctively, he stepped on its tail to halt its advance. While he held no fear of rodents, having one scuttle up his body felt rather unsettling for a human. Squeak. Typically, a rat, when confronted with its tail being stepped on, would likely panic and attempt to flee. Yet the mouse at Li Dao's feet exhibited no signs of panic. It continued to seek ways to ascend to Li Dao, as if there was something on him that it desperately craved. Li Dao soon discerned this peculiar behavior displayed by the mouse. Could it be? He glanced down at the drop of fragrant blood emanating from the tip of his finger. Presently, this solitary droplet appeared to be the only thing on his person that could possibly entice the creature. Otherwise, how could the mouse have developed such an interspecies infatuation? Perhaps a trial was in order? He was inclined to explore the effects of his transformed blood, and lo, a little test subject had presented itself, albeit one that appeared somewhat murky. Li Dao, undeterred by the unseemly nature of this large black rodent, seized it with his hand. After all, the conditions in the death row camp had been far more unsanitary than this small creature. Had such a being appeared back then, it would have been a coveted prize, for it was indeed a morsel. Who could afford to be picky about its cleanliness? It was only due to the absence of the system at that time that he had lacked the means to catch mice. Otherwise, given his circumstances, he might have resorted to consuming it raw. With the mouse now in his grasp, he cautiously extended his finger, still stained with his own blood. Perhaps sensing something, the mouse wrinkled its nose and suddenly began to struggle fiercely in his hand, stretching its neck towards the bloodied fingertip. Had Li Dao not held it firmly, it would likely have escaped. With a gentle application of pressure, he pried open the mouse's mouth, positioning his bloodied finger above it and giving a slight squeeze. Allowing the droplet to fall into the creature's mouth, he gently released the mouse, placing it upon a stone table beside him. Instead of hastily fleeing, the creature remained still, quietly perched in its spot. After a moment of waiting, Li Dao furrowed his brows. Could it be that the blood, transformed as it was, merely emitted a pleasant aroma without any additional effects? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed the mouse stirring. Squeak! A cry escaped its tiny mouth. It began to roll about on the stone table, occasionally convulsing, seemingly in great distress. Li Dao's brow tightened as he fixed his gaze upon the mouse. After several breaths, his focus sharpened. To his astonishment, the mouse abruptly ceased its struggles, and a miraculous sight unfolded before him. Its body began to swell, limbs and tail thickening, as if it had undergone a transformation. Even more surprising to Li Dao was the inexplicable sense of familiarity he felt emanating from this creature. Chapter 41. The marvelous effects of divine blood at last. After a minute had passed, the mouse's metamorphosis concluded. In stark contrast to its original form, the mouse had undergone a profound transformation. It had grown significantly larger, appearing far more robust, with sharpened claws and teeth. Most importantly, he observed a glimmer of intelligence in the mouse's eyes, a gaze typically reserved for more sentient creatures like cats and dogs, yet utterly unexpected in a mouse. Yet, it was the mysterious sense of affinity that remained most unsettling. Squeak! The mouse suddenly emitted a few calls, then nimbly crawled to Li Dao's hand, settling down obediently beside him. A spark ignited within Li Dao as he instinctively commanded the mouse to stand. Under normal circumstances, a mouse, particularly a wild one, would not heed the commands of a human nor possess such intelligence. Yet, astonishingly, at Li Dao's behest, the mouse obediently rose to its feet. This spectacle illuminated Li Dao's mind. "Roll over," he instructed, and the mouse dutifully tumbled across the stone table before righting itself once more, standing upright with its tiny paws perfectly aligned. Suddenly, a wave of inspiration washed over Li Dao, and he exclaimed, "Fly!" The mouse, bewildered, remained motionless, casting Li Dao a distinctly human-like expression, as if to say, "Brother, what jest is this? I am but a mouse devoid of wings. You are placing me in an impossible predicament." Noticing the mouse's inaction, Li Dao expressed his disappointment, saying, "Even Shook can pilot an aircraft. Why can't you?" The mouse seemed to respond internally. "Do you humans ever reflect on the absurdity of your words?" Li Dao then grasped the mouse once more, scrutinizing it closely. Could it be that this ordinary blood had undergone a transformation to become extraordinary? He couldn't help but recall Elder Tang, noting that this blood bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of Elder Tang's corporeal form. After a period of contemplation with the mouse in hand, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. His current blood could indeed be deemed as extraordinary. This precious blood had the potential to induce mutations in ordinary creatures, though the precise limits remained unknown. However, it was evidently beneficial for mice, and any creature that consumed his precious blood would naturally develop a sense of affinity towards him and, to some extent, be inclined to obey his commands. At that moment, he cast a glance at the wound on his fingertip, which had completely healed. Aside from the 2 minor marks, the transformation of his blood seemed to have significantly enhanced his natural healing abilities. Previously, wounds would require the formation of scabs before they could fully recover. But now the wounds had healed directly, bypassing the scabbing process altogether. As for the remaining functionalities, Li Dao was yet to ascertain their nature. It was somewhat lamentable that the system's capabilities were rather rudimentary, providing only a crude and limitless enhancement of physical prowess. The specifics would require his personal exploration. Nonetheless, a simpler system could be advantageous, as overly complicated systems often prove to be a source of frustration. Li Dao lowered his gaze to the little mouse in his hand and murmured, "I wonder how much of my precious blood you can endure." His blood could indeed strengthen the mouse, but there would undoubtedly be a limit. Infinite enhancement was simply not feasible. Thus, he was inclined to conduct an experiment. With that thought, Li Dao sliced open his finger once more and squeezed out a few drops of blood, which soon filled the air with a captivating fragrance. The moment the mouse caught a whiff of the enticing scent, its previously tranquil demeanor transformed, its eyes sparkling with eagerness. Unlike before, the mouse refrained from mindlessly rushing forward. Instead, it chose to perch on the stone table, gazing longingly at the source of the precious blood, its tiny paws performing frantic gestures of supplication, as if pleading, "Please, grant me this." Li Dao was taken aback by this scene. It appeared that the precious blood had not only influenced the mouse's physical transformation, but had also notably enhanced its cognitive faculties. He lifted the mouse, and without any prompting from him, it opened its mouth wide on its own. Li Dao did not hesitate. He reopened the almost healed wound on his finger, allowing his precious blood to flow freely. A drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. Just as the 4th drop fell into the mouse's mouth, it obediently closed its jaws. Observing this, Li Dao placed the creature back on the stone table. Once on the surface, the little mouse shook slightly, its eyes glazed over, stumbling as though inebriated. Eventually, it found a spot near Li Dao and lay down. At that moment, a transformation began to unfold. Its body swelled and then, in an instant, contracted. Before long, its claws and teeth began to fall away. Ultimately, even the fur that adorned its body was discarded completely. Then, a miraculous scene emerged. The mouse's physical alterations ceased, shrinking to the size of a palm. Simultaneously, the claws, teeth, and fur it had lost began to regrow at an astonishing pace. Minutes later, as everything returned to its former state, the mouse gradually regained consciousness and opened its eyes. This time, Li Dao distinctly perceived a heightened intelligence within the creature's gaze. In a past life, he had encountered a friend's German shepherd, renowned for its remarkable understanding, its eyes imbued with a human-like quality. The vivacity reflected in this mouse's eyes was strikingly reminiscent of his friend's canine companion. Moreover, Li Dao noticed another significant change, following its shedding. The mouse had not only altered in size, but also in appearance. Unlike an ordinary large black rat, it resembled a flower mouse that he had encountered in a previous life. Its fur was not entirely black, but rather a soft gray, with the back and the upper corners of the face around the eyes exhibiting this faint hue, while its snout and other areas were adorned with white fur. Upon closer inspection, there was an undeniable charm about it. Squeak! The little mouse scurried over to Li Dao's right hand resting on the stone table, nuzzling its head against it. At that moment, Li Dao realized that perhaps the little creature had become more affectionate due to having consumed more of the precious blood. This little being, after contemplating for a moment, Li Dao chose to disregard the mouse for now and instead closed his eyes to attune himself to his own body. The effects of the precious blood were quite remarkable and were undoubtedly related to the substances within his own blood. According to the law of conservation, this portion of energy must have originated from him. Thus, he pondered what symptoms might arise from the consumption of the precious blood, or in other words, what price he would have to pay. Given his remarkable recuperative abilities, a few drops of blood could easily regenerate within him. If he truly had to give nothing in return, that would be rather extraordinary. After a moment of introspection, Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be? With a thought, he activated the system panel. Master, Li Dao, Physique, 126, 03, 125, 93. Available attributes, 0. Upon observing the changes displayed on the panel, Li Dao instantly comprehended the situation. Judging from the alterations on the panel, it appeared that the consumption of the precious blood had indeed affected his own physique. However, it seemed to be a temporary depletion rather than a permanent loss. However, this perspective is indeed valid, for he had never heard of anyone drawing blood in such a manner as to extract an individual's entire attributes. If that were the case, it would be utterly unscientific. With the mysteries in his heart unraveled, Li Dao felt a sense of relief. The precise effects of the precious blood would require gradual experimentation, as there was no immediate opportunity to delve into it. Casting a glance at the remnants left behind by the transformation of his blood, Li Dao approached a well, shedding his garments to refresh himself slightly. At that moment, he noticed that the little mouse had inexplicably followed him. It scampered over to a puddle, mimicking Li Dao's actions and cupping a handful of water with its tiny paws, seemingly attempting to cleanse itself. Observing this, Li Dao raised an eyebrow and scooped some clean water with a wooden ladle, placing it before the little creature. If you wish to wash, at least use cleaner water. Upon hearing this, the mouse glanced between the murky puddle and the clear water, then dashed over and jumped right in, beginning to soak and wash itself. This sight brought a smile to Li Dao's face. Initially contemplating releasing the mouse after their experiments, he now perceived its adorable demeanor, which made him less inclined to part ways. If the mouse had retained its former appearance as a large black rat, he would have certainly been reluctant, but now, seeing its charming form, he embraced the idea of keeping it as a pet. Thus, under the moonlight, the man and his mouse commenced their bathing ritual together. Before long, Li Dao returned to his room, the little mouse in tow. He first approached Jiao, who was still soundly asleep. At that moment, Jiao seemed to dream of something, a charming smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Young master." Upon hearing this, Li Dao chuckled softly and leaned down to tuck her in properly. "Suddenly, you still in a daze, protested, "Young master, do not touch." Li Dao was taken aback, his hand hovering uncertainly in the air. Ultimately, he covered Jiao with the quilt and, before departing, playfully pinched her delicate nose. This girl, what whimsical dreams she conjures every day. Reaching his own bed, Li Dao reclined and placed the little mouse on the table beside him, cautioning, "Don't make a ruckus tonight." Squeak, squeak. The small mouse suddenly emitted a few soft sounds. "What do you want?" Squeak, squeak. Li Dao noticed the mouse pointing with its paw, and upon inspection, he discovered it was indicating a pillow. "Do you want it too?" Squeak, squeak. "Very well." Li Dao handed over the pillow, and the mouse nestled upon it, stretching its tiny paws contentedly before drifting off to sleep. Observing this, Li Dao shook his head and closed his eyes to join the realm of slumber. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a singular thought racing through his mind. How could he understand the mouse's sounds? The following morning, a shrill noise jolted Li Dao awake. Opening his eyes, he beheld Jiao, who had somehow risen early, frantically hopping around the room. Beneath her feet, the little mouse scurried about, squeaking in chaos. "Young master, there is a mouse." Spotting Li Dao awake, Jiao rushed over, her expression filled with fear. Li Dao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he observed Jiao trembling with fear at the sight of a tiny mouse. Just yesterday, she had shown no fear amidst the carnage left by the northern barbarian cavalry. Yet today she was shrieking at the mere presence of this little creature. "All right, it's nothing to worry about," he said, turning to the mouse. "Why frighten her so early in the morning?" The mouse agilely climbed onto a stool and then leaped onto the table, chirping indignantly. "Are you saying she startled you first?" It squeaked. "And she even struck you, prompting your retreat?" It continued. "All right, no need to feel wronged. I shall apologize on her behalf." Li Dao couldn't help but chuckle at the mouse's pitiful expression. Meanwhile, Jiao gazed in astonishment at her young master conversing with a mouse, utterly incredulous. "Young master, you can understand its speech?" she asked. "Yes," he replied. "It is a pet I found last night, so you needn't be afraid." Upon hearing the word pet, Jiao hesitated, her voice tinged with lingering fear. "But young master, it's a mouse." Li Dao smiled. "Take a closer look before you decide. It is unlike any ordinary mouse." Heeding his words, Jiao cautiously scrutinized the little creature. I never realized. It seems quite different from the mice I've seen before. Adorably small and rather charming." "It isn't afraid, is it?" she inquired. "No, not at all," he assured her, nodding. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the mouse. Sensing the atmosphere had lightened, Li Dao continued, "Are you willing to accept this little one? If not, I shall have to release it back outside." Upon finishing her words, she feigned a gesture of throwing something away. The little mouse exclaimed, "Please, young master, no." Just as the words left her lips, she was met with a rejection from Jiao. After a brief moment, her cheeks flushed as she softly remarked, "It's rather charming, so let us keep it." "Very well, you two should reconcile," Li Dao said, placing the little mouse on the table. Upon hearing this, Jiao cautiously approached the little mouse, her face still tinged with crimson, seemingly afraid of frightening it, having completely forgotten who had startled whom just moments before. "I'm so sorry, little mouse. It was entirely my fault for scaring you. Will you ever forgive me?" she implored, mimicking a pleading gesture. The reason for her earnestness stemmed from her never having encountered such a petite and delightful creature. Her curiosity was piqued, and she longed to gently squeeze it. In response, the little mouse appeared to comprehend her words. It approached her, sniffing at her curiously, as if it had caught a whiff of something that intrigued it. Squeak. Seeing this, Jiao was puzzled and turned to inquire, "Young master, what is it saying?" "It says it forgives you." "Really? Is that true?" "Indeed. May I hold it?" Li Dao exchanged a knowing glance with the little mouse, and it seemed as if they shared an unspoken understanding. The little mouse promptly leapt into Jiao's embrace. After a moment, Jiao's astonished voice echoed, "Young master, It doesn't make the little chirping sounds. It's a female mouse. Little chirping? Li Dao questioned, bewildered, as he pondered when this girl had adopted such audacious terminology. Chapter 42. The Unmatched Spear Technique, the Aura of Power. As Jior playfully teased the little mouse in her hands, she inquired, "Young master, does it have a name?" "A name?" Li Dao replied. "I found it just yesterday and haven't had the chance to name it yet. Why don't you give a name?" Jior's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed. "Can I really?" Li Dao casually remarked. "It's just a name. What could be the harm?" "Thank you, young master." Jior looked at the little mouse in her arms, pondering seriously for a moment before her face lit up. "I know what to name it." "What name?" "Young master, how about calling it Yuanbao?" "Yuanbao," Li Dao repeated, inquiring. "Why such a name?" Jior squinted with a smile and said, "Because everyone loves Yuanbao." With that, she cradled the little mouse and declared, "Little one, from now on, your name shall be Yuanbao. Do you understand?" The little mouse nodded in response. Witnessing this scene, Jior exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, Yuanbao understands my words." "Understood." While Jior played with Yuanbao, Li Dao completed his morning wash and stepped outside. As he emerged, he noticed the women he had rescued were already bustling about. As the village was now short of men, leaving all the chores to them, one woman was struggling to carry 2 buckets of water towards the kitchen, clearly finding it difficult. Suddenly, a figure obstructed her path. She instinctively looked up and quickly set down her burdens, saying, "Benefactor, let me assist you." Li Dao gazed at the woman before him, her face marked by a fresh scar, still bearing the remnants of blood, suggesting it had only recently scabbed over. The meal he had consumed the previous day was prepared by this very woman, thus he was somewhat acquainted with her. He was also aware of the blood on her face. A soldier from the northern barbarians had attempted to force himself upon her, drawn by her beauty, only to be met with her fierce resistance as she used her hairpin to inflict a wound upon him. Had it not been for Li Dao's timely intervention, diverting the soldier's attention towards himself, the woman might have borne far more than a single scar. "No, no." She quickly shook her head in refusal when Li Dao offered to assist her. However, Li Dao was undeterred, effortlessly lifting the burden with one hand. "It's merely a small task." He then proceeded towards the kitchen with 2 buckets of water. Observing this, the woman hurriedly followed him. After placing the buckets in the kitchen, Li Dao clapped his hands together. The woman, watching how easily he handled the 2 buckets, which she had struggled to lift, absent-mindedly touched the scab on her face and murmured with envy, "You are truly remarkable, benefactor." "Remarkable?" Li Dao glanced at the 2 buckets, which together weighed less than 50 pounds, and couldn't he help but smile and shake his head. Perhaps, in her eyes, this was indeed impressive. Yet, as he lifted his gaze and met the woman's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. In her gaze, he discerned a deep yearning, not for him but for strength. That look was familiar to him. He had once possessed a similar expression upon realizing his fate in the death row camp, where only power could provide a semblance of security. The woman quickly regained her composure and, noticing Li Dao still before her, offered an awkward smile. "Kind sir, perhaps you could step outside for a moment. The smoke from the cooking is rather dense." "Very well." Li Dao did not hesitate this time. He turned and departed, for he was not adept at cooking and would be of little assistance. Of course, if he wished, his current intellect would allow him to learn effortlessly, even mastering it in a short time. Once he exited the kitchen, Li Dao refrained from wandering aimlessly, aware of the women's sentiments towards him in the village. Meandering about would only disrupt them. Before long, he found himself alone in the backyard. He retrieved the box he had brought from the residence of the Duke of Anyuan from behind the cart. Opening the box, the dragon-patterned spear lay before him. However, Li Dao did not focus on the spear. Instead, he reached to the side and took out the manual for the peerless spear technique to peruse. In his youth, he had lacked the opportunity to practice this familial martial art, but now, with some leisure time, he could finally engage with it. Leaning against the cart, Li Dao carefully examined the pages of the manual. Previously, he had possessed a martial arts manual for the whirlwind blade technique. In comparison, this peerless spear technique was far more profound. If the whirlwind blade technique represented elementary knowledge akin to primary school textbooks, then the peerless spear technique was at the level of advanced mathematics in high school. challenging to learn and master. Particularly, from the manual, he discerned that the essence of the peerless spear technique lay entirely in the concept of peerlessness. To master the unparalleled spear technique, one must possess innate strength. For this martial art is characterized by its bold and assertive nature, requiring a heavy spear for practice. Consequently, for the average individual, even the initial steps prove insurmountable. Furthermore, while this technique embodies grand movements, it is also imbued with intricate and delicate skills. In essence, raw power without wisdom yields no success. Nor can one achieve mastery with intellect alone. It necessitates a harmonious blend of strength and intelligence. He recalls his father once mentioning that even the founder of the Li family could not fully master this unparalleled spear technique. The reason being that while their ancestor possessed both strength and intelligence, the latter was somewhat limited. This is understandable, as most martial generals exhibit certain deficiencies in various aspects. Presently, although the unparalleled spear technique presents a formidable challenge, it is exceptionally well suited for Li Dao. In terms of strength, his physique can be infinitely enhanced. At this moment, his strength exceeds 10,000 pounds, and when unleashed, this figure could multiply several times over. Regarding intelligence, his ability to retain information and his extensive knowledge are merely foundational capabilities acquired through numerous enhancements to his mind, showcasing its formidable nature. Li Dao diligently perused the unparalleled spear technique in his hands. In his mind, a small figure began to take shape, wielding a heavy spear and mimicking the movements dictated by Li Dao's reading, growing increasingly dynamic with each passing moment. After the duration of a burning incense stick, he turned to the final page of the technique, having committed the entire text to memory. He then seated himself cross-legged in front of the cart, closed his eyes, and commenced meditation, while the figure in his mind continued to practice the movements of the unparalleled spear technique he had just absorbed. Again and again, the passage of time remained elusive. Suddenly, Li Dao opened his eyes. He turned over to the back of the carriage and, with a swift motion, retrieved the 200-pound dragon pattern halberd from the chest with a single hand. He made his way to the center of the spacious backyard, closed his eyes, and began to practice the newly acquired dual halberd technique, guided by the figure in his mind. The hefty halberd felt weightless in his grasp, slicing through the air with fluidity. Perhaps due to Li Dao's immense strength, each movement resonated with a deep, resonant thud. As time elapsed, the pace of the halberd's dance quickened. The tip of the halberd skimmed the ground, leaving an inexplicable long mark, although it never actually made contact. After several minutes, Li Dao gradually ceased his motions. Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed the chaotic scene in the backyard, now marred by countless scratches. Even a few meters away, on the wall, there was a faint mark, yet he had felt no impact during his practice of the dual halberd technique. With a swift motion, Li Dao swung the dragon pattern halberd once more, this time with his eyes wide open. He witnessed an invisible edge manifesting at the tip of the halberd. Vital energy, Li Dao murmured to himself. The records of the dual halberd technique mentioned vital energy, a phenomenon born from the fusion of power and skill. It was fierce and domineering. The greater the strength, the more potent the vital energy, possessing destructive capabilities surpassing that of true qi. As vital energy could not be cultivated in the traditional sense, it could only be harnessed through pure strength and meticulous technique, which rendered it accessible to only a select few. Once one has cultivated the dual spear technique to the point of manifesting the essence of qi, it signifies that the technique has reached a minor completion. Is this truly minor completion? Li Dao once again underestimated his innate talent for martial arts cultivation. It is worth noting that his ancestor, after a lifetime of diligent practice, only achieved minor completion of the dual spear technique, never grasping the greater mastery before passing away. Yet, he himself had accomplished this in less than half an hour. Of course, his version of the dual spear technique was merely at the threshold of minor completion and did not rival the ancestor's technique, which was infinitely close to greater mastery. Nevertheless, it was still an impressive feat gazing at the increasingly familiar dragon pattern spear in his hand. Li Dao returned it to the box. It was not that he lacked the desire to advance the dual spear technique further. Rather, the instructional texts indicated that to attain greater mastery, mere rote practice would prove futile. Continuous combat on the battlefield, honing his skills against adversaries, was essential. Setting aside the dragon pattern spear, he casually placed the manual of the dual spear technique back as well, and then his gaze fell upon the remaining 2 texts. He quickly disregarded the tiger dominance method, as it was a cultivation technique for cultivating true qi, utterly useless to him, a person devoid of meridians. Viewing it would only bring sorrow. Thus, he picked up the volume entitled Pagoda Warfare Manual. Settling back into the carriage, Li Dao began to peruse the Pagoda Warfare Manual. A few minutes later, he discerned that this was indeed a military strategy manual. However, unlike the traditional military strategy texts widely circulated, this was a unique heirloom of the Li family. In the ancient military treatise, known as Futu military strategy, there exists a training methodology for a troop type referred to as the Iron Futu, accompanied by various formations suited to their prowess. Li Dao recalls that his father had once shared tales regarding the Iron Futu. It is said that the reason his ancestors were granted the esteemed title of first-class marquis was due to the numerous contributions made by the Iron Futu under the command of the Great Qian's founding emperor during their conquests. According to his father, the family patriarch had joined the Great Qian's ranks rather late in the campaign. Otherwise, had it not been for the remarkable achievements of the Iron Futu, the Li family would have certainly been elevated to nobility, perhaps even to a dukedom. Regrettably, the Iron Futu gradually faded into obscurity due to the challenges in training and the subsequent generations of the Li family lacking individuals who could surpass their predecessors. Reflecting on this, Li Dao swiftly perused the training methods of the Iron Futu and instantly comprehended the reasons behind the perceived difficulties. The initial requirements for recruits were exceedingly stringent, demanding a height of no less than 8 feet, roughly equivalent to 185 meters in modern terms. Furthermore, these individuals were expected to possess robust physiques. These criteria merely constituted the entry-level standards. The true essence of Iron Futu training unfolded thereafter. In summary, as Li Dao observed the comprehensive regimen, he discerned that the Iron Futu bore striking resemblance to the special forces of the modern era. Consider this. In a scenario where one side comprises ordinary soldiers while the other is composed entirely of special forces, the latter would undoubtedly dominate. According to the Futu military strategy, the Iron Futu is capable of confronting foes numbering tenfold their own. The ancient treatise on military strategy, the Sutra of the Pagoda, posits that should the commander possess sufficient strength, even the mightiest iron pagoda could confront foes numbering 100-fold. This assertion, made under conditions of equal prowess, would have earned scorn from Li Dao in a previous life, as he would have deemed such claims fraudulent. However, this epoch is one marked by the existence of cultivation practices, rendering everything distinctly different. Particularly, within the Sutra of the Pagoda, he encountered numerous concepts that eluded his comprehension. For instance, it elucidates that the training of the Iron Pagoda necessitates first consolidating the military might of the pagoda, subsequently transmuting this might into military prestige through relentless combat. There are also notions of military souls and the like, adding to the complexity of the matter. After dedicating several minutes to memorizing the entirety of the sutra, Li Dao retained it solely in memory, as many of its elements were foreign to him, requiring gradual assimilation. At that moment, the voice of Jiao Air resonated from the front courtyard. "Young master, it is time for dinner." "Understood," he replied, placing the sutra back into its case before stepping out into the rear courtyard. Not long after the meal, Jiao Air, cradling a small mouse, known as Yuan Bao, sought him out. "Young master, when shall we depart?" she inquired. "Depart?" Li Dao was taken aback. "Do you wish to leave this place prematurely?" No. Jiao Air hastily waved her hands, then whispered, "I merely thought the sisters here seemed quite pitiable, and I was considering whether we ought to stay a few more days to accompany them." "Is that so?" Li Dao mused with a gentle smile. "We are not in haste, so staying a few extra days would be agreeable." "Really?" With a joyful smile, Jiao exclaimed, "Young master, you are truly wonderful." "Was I not good before?" he inquired. "You were good, but you are even better now." "Such a flatterer. Go and play," he teased. Hee hee. I am off to have fun with Yuan Bao. Observing Zhou's retreating figure, Li Dao chuckled and shook his head, his gaze shifting towards the other women in the courtyard, diligently engaged in their tasks. He was acutely aware that even if Zhou had not broached the subject, he would not hasten his departure. He understood clearly that the women of Taoyuan village had recently endured a tragic ordeal, rendering their emotions unstable. The reason they were able to maintain composure now was due to the sense of security he had provided. Thus, it would be prudent to remain a few more days, allowing the women to gradually come to terms with their reality before he took his leave. Furthermore, having escaped from the death row camp and journeyed directly to the imperial capital, he had been on the road for half a month. It was indeed an opportune moment for him to rest. Chapter 43. Granting the women the means to thrive, leisurely moments always seem to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Li Dao and Zhou had spent 10 days in Taoyuan town. During this time, with Li Dao's assistance, the remaining women successfully laid all the villagers to rest. As the days unfolded, their initial panic gradually gave way to a semblance of recovery. This resilience is characteristic of people in this era. Thus, temporary hardships could not utterly vanquish them. On the 10th night of their stay, a bonfire blazed in a courtyard of Taoyuan village. At that moment, all the women set aside their tasks and gathered around the flickering flames. Li Dao sat to one side, softly recounting his tale. Thus, through the unwavering efforts of countless individuals, the foreign tribe surrendered, and the crimson totem was planted upon every inch of that nation's soil, ushering all into a new era of life. He lifted the cup of tea that had been poured for him and took a sip, then gently concluded, "Well, the story ends here." Observing the crowd, who seemed lost in contemplation, he inquired, "Is there anyone who did not understand? I can clarify." As soon as he spoke, a woman raised her hand. Li Dao glanced over, a light smile gracing his lips. "Lucia, do you have a question?" After more than 10 days of interaction, he had memorized the names and appearances of everyone present, becoming well acquainted with them all. Lucia, her cheeks flushed with shyness, mustered her courage and asked, "Is it true that a woman can hold up half the sky, as you mentioned in your story?" At this, the other women perked up, having heard that line in the tale, but never taking it seriously, viewing it as mere fiction. After all, their understanding of the world had always been that of being subservient to the times. Often, calamities and misfortunes were attributed to women, used to criticize them. Yet, now that someone had posed the question, they yearned for an answer, especially one coming from their benefactor. Hearing her, Li Dao regarded the group and nodded, saying, "If women can embody the spirit you all possess, then what I have said is indeed true." The emphasis on women like them arises from the fact that some women genuinely struggle to stand tall, even facing difficulties in maintaining a proper posture. Upon hearing Li Dao's affirmative response, the eyes of all the women present sparkled with newfound hope. With the absence of a pillar in their homes, they had been at a loss, and as their sorrow waned, confusion lingered in their hearts. The entire village was devoid of men, leaving them to ponder how they would manage. However, upon hearing the adage that women could bear half the sky, they suddenly felt capable of shouldering the burdens that their men had left behind. Observing the quietly murmuring women, Li Dao nodded slightly, sensing that his words had resonated, which allowed him to prepare for his departure with peace of mind. "Benefactor, are you about to leave?" A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Li Dao was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze toward the source to find a woman with a scarred face standing and looking at him. It was the very woman he had once assisted in fetching water. If memory served, her name was Lu Xiu'er. Her voice was loud enough for the others to hear, and a flicker of panic crossed their eyes. Although they had anticipated this moment, the sudden realization that their benefactor was leaving was hard for them to accept. "Yes, we must also take our leave." Li Dao did not deny it. Some truths are too apparent for the astute, like the perceptive Lu Xiu'er before him. "Benefactor, are you truly going? Please stay a little longer." "Benefactor, I implore you not to leave. Can you not stay? We cannot bear to part with you." In the crowd, someone quickly raised their voice in protest. Before Li Dao could utter a word, Lu Xiu'er suddenly spoke with a stern tone, demanding silence. "Our benefactor has his own matters to attend to, which are beyond your influence." He has saved our lives and avenged us. Do you wish to repay his kindness with such unreasonable disturbances? Can you truly live with yourselves? After Lu Xiaoer's impassioned words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, as shame washed over their faces, and some women even began to weep. Observing Lu Xiaoer, Li Dao could not help but admire her. Faced with the threat of the northern cavalry, she had resolutely chosen to disfigure herself to preserve her integrity, and she could intuit his impending departure while managing to quell the unrest among the other women single-handedly. In a modern context, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable woman. With no one daring to oppose her, Lu Xiaoer turned to Li Dao and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him. Benefactor, though we may not be well educated, we understand that a life-saving grace cannot be repaid. We only lament our inability to return the favor at this moment. If there comes a time when we sisters can be of assistance to you, we implore you to remember us. This gratitude shall be eternal. Upon witnessing this, the other women promptly knelt in unison. This gratitude shall be eternal. Subsequently, a chorus of women began to bow deeply. Young master. On the side, Xiaoer could not contain her voice at this scene. Li Dao shook his head, reassuring her it's all right, because he understood that this was the only thing these women could do. To refuse would be tantamount to humiliating them. After a few breaths, Li Dao felt it was nearly enough and gently reminded, all right, that will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoer immediately ceased her actions, and the others followed suit. Suddenly, a light chuckle escaped Li Dao's lips. No more watching. Everyone should first wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Hearing this, the women exchanged glances and noticed that all their foreheads were smudged with dark marks. Suddenly, a burst of laughter shattered the silence, as if a switch had been flipped. All could not help but laugh, simultaneously dispelling the gloom that had accumulated in their hearts over the past days. Moments later, as the laughter gradually subsided, Li Dao clapped his hands and said, all right, everyone, let us refrain from laughing for the time being. Upon hearing the public words of their benefactor, all the women composed their expressions. Casting a glance at them, Li Dao spoke, having spent 10 days together, we have forged a bond. Before I take my leave, allow me to present you with a gift. In an instant, curious expressions adorned the faces of the women. Li Dao beckoned, and beside him, Xiaoer brought forth a package. Lu Xiaoer. Yes, benefactor. Step forward. Lu Xiaoer rose and approached Li Dao, bowing respectfully. Benefactor, this is for you all. Li Dao placed the package into her hands. Benefactor, what is contained within this? You shall discover it for yourself. Is that permissible? Certainly, once bestowed, it belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoer cautiously unwrapped the package. What met her eyes were 3 books. Upon recognizing these tomes, her pupils widened in astonishment, and she quickly exclaimed, Benefactor, this is far too precious. Precious? Li Dao replied, shaking his head. These items hold no value in my possession. But, Lu Xiaoer began, only to be interrupted. There are no buts, Li Dao asserted, cutting her off. Do you not wish to grasp your fate in your own hands? Or would you prefer to witness that earlier scene unfold again in Taoyuan village? Consider those behind you. How will they safeguard themselves? Each word struck Lu Xiaoer's heart like a dagger, gradually awakening her mind. Li Dao, as if caressing a fine wine, gently patted the top of her head. Moreover, there is a very practical question at hand. How do you plan to assist me with such ordinary capabilities? It is only through gaining strength that you can truly offer gratitude, or is your vow merely empty words? Absolutely not. Lu Xiaoer hastily shook her head, then fell into a sudden silence. She gazed down at the package in her hands, containing 3 books, Huang Riju, Ji Feng Dao, F.A., and Yuan Yang, He Ji Zhen. Among them, Huang Riju was a treasure Li Dao had obtained from a northern barbarian leader, while Ji Feng Dao, F.A., was derived from his adaptations of the Gale Blade technique, making it suitable for novices. Lastly, Yuan Yang, He Ji Zhen was sourced from the Sutra of Warfare. It is a straightforward combined formation that requires only a few participants, making it particularly suitable for the women of Taoyuan village. The rationale behind providing them with such resources lies in the wisdom of the saying, it is better to teach a person to fish than to give them fish. Rather than worrying about their vulnerability, it is far more beneficial to empower them to grow stronger. They need not possess extraordinary strength. Even if each of them merely grasps the fundamentals of the Huangriju, becoming innate martial artists, they would not have been so easily overrun by the northern barbarians. Furthermore, should a few among them excel in their training, there remains the possibility of triumphing against those same northern cavalry in the future. Noticing Lu Xiaoer's silence, Li Dao refrained from speaking. The tension in her tightly clenched fists revealed her fervent desire for this opportunity to seize her own destiny. After a brief moment, Lu Xiaoer finally relaxed. As she lifted her gaze once more, Li Dao perceived a spark of determination in her eyes, though he could not discern its exact nature. He understood that she had accepted the challenge. "Thank you, benefactor," Lu Xiaoer expressed, uncertain of what else to convey, merely repeating the phrase she often uttered. However, this time, her tone resonated with a fervent zeal. Li Dao did not dwell on it. Her clarity of thought was all that mattered. The following morning, outside Taoyuan village, Li Dao gently led the cart along the ancient path, with Lu Xiaoer and a group of others trailing behind. They gazed at Li Dao with deep reluctance, yet felt unable to voice their sentiments. Li Dao hopped onto the cart and turned to the group, softly saying, "This is far enough. You may return now." Upon hearing these words, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately bowing in unison and uttering, "Farewell, benefactor." Li Dao offered a faint smile, expressing his hope to meet them again in the future, urging them to take care. With a crack of the whip, the carriage began to move along the ancient path, slowly advancing into the distance, leaving behind figures gazing longingly after it. After a considerable time had passed, as the carriage completely vanished from sight, the onlookers gradually regained their composure, the melancholy on their faces unmistakable. Nearby, Lu Xiaoer observed the expressions of the crowd and, stepping forward, suddenly spoke. "I have but one question for you all. Do you wish to repay the kindness of our benefactor?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded in unison, "Yes. How could we not? I was once engulfed in despair. Had it not been for our benefactor, I truly do not know how I would have found the courage to go on. I was nearly slain by the northern barbarians. Without our benefactor, I would not have survived. I almost lost my honor. It was our benefactor who saved us." Seeing their fervor, Lu Xiaoer nodded and declared, "Since you all wish to repay our benefactor's kindness, let's embark on a single endeavor from this day forth. We must grow stronger. For it is only through strength that we can become valuable individuals. Only by becoming stronger can we live with dignity. Our benefactor stated that women can hold up half the sky, but I urge you to reflect. Can you truly achieve this?" Upon hearing these words, the group felt a twinge of self-doubt. What had sounded uplifting yesterday now felt burdensome in the light of day, as they stared at the seemingly endless tasks before them, prompting them to question their own capabilities. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Lu Xiaoer, just tell us what we should do." A flicker of determination ignited in Lu Xiaoer's eyes as she replied, "Cultivation." "Cultivation?" A look of bewilderment spread across many faces. The purpose of this endeavor remained elusive to them. Recognizing their confusion, Lu Xiaoer candidly explained, "You need not overthink this. All you must understand is that to become a person of worth, someone who can be of service to our benefactor, you simply need to follow my lead." The crowd exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Lu Xiaoer, you are the village beauty, the most stunning of us all. We will heed your words." "Lu Xiaoer, I once held reservations about you, but considering the scar on your face, I shall follow you. I shall follow you too. So shall I." As she observed the crowd's enthusiastic agreement, Lu Xiaoer inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of newfound responsibilities settle upon her fragile shoulders. Yet, recalling her previous tribulations, she quickly rallied her spirit, silently vowing, "Benefactor, we shall meet again." Chapter 44. Cloudrise City, the Great Qian Dynasty. With its imperial capital situated in the central region of Zhongzhou, delineated 6 provinces surrounding it. Among these, Yunzhou lay to the far north, bordering the northern barbarians. 3 days later, at last they had arrived. Li Dao sat within the carriage, gazing into the distance, where a magnificent city gate emerged emblazoned with the words Cloud Rise City. Has the young master arrived? Zhuer peered out of the carriage, her gaze fixed on the distant city gate, an expression of curiosity etched upon her face. For this was her inaugural journey to a place utterly unfamiliar. Ah, we have arrived. Li Dao urged the horse-drawn carriage forward, soon coming to a halt outside the city gate. There, 2 rows of soldiers meticulously scrutinized the information of the passing travelers. When it was Li Dao's turn, the carriage came to a stop. A young gatekeeper approached and inquired, "How many are you?" 2, Li Dao replied. "Please have the passengers exit the carriage. I need to verify their identities. Zhuer, step out, please." Moments later, Li Dao and Zhuer stood side by side, while the gatekeeper examined their identification tokens with keen interest. After a few minutes, the gatekeeper inquired, "What brings you to Yunqi City?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao smiled subtly and replied, "To enlist." Enlist? The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback, his eyes appraising the individuals before him. After a brief pause, he asked, "You wish to enlist?" "Why?" Li Dao responded, "Naturally, to achieve merit and establish a name for myself." The gatekeeper remarked, "In this vast world, there are numerous places to enlist. Why choose Yunqi City?" Li Dao retorted, "I harbor a disdain for the northern barbarians." The gatekeeper raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed. Li Dao shrugged. "Is there something amiss with my answer?" "No issues there." The gatekeeper continued, "It is merely a pity that someone of your appearance would choose to become a soldier." Li Dao lightly remarked that there was nothing to lament. No matter how attractive one may be, a century hence, they would merely become a pile of desiccated bones. However, if one could serve in the military and achieve noteworthy accomplishments, leaving behind a legacy, then their existence in this world would not be in vain. Upon hearing these words, the gate guard could not help but exclaim, "Well said. It seems you have some education." He returned the token and advised, "If you truly wish to enlist, there will be a recruitment in Yunqi City 3 days hence. You might as well give it a try." Li Dao, Basald, inquired, "Is there a need to try out for military service?" In his understanding, during ancient times, if there were soldiers needed, they simply recruited anyone fit for duty. And in extreme situations, conscription was even enforced. Why then, he pondered, was there a need for a trial in this instance? The gate guard chuckled and explained, "That pertains to the ordinary army, which welcomes anyone as long as they are physically sound and of good lineage. However, the recruitment in 3 days is quite different." Intrigued, Li Dao asked, "What makes it different?" The guard beamed with pride and replied, "Because the commander overseeing the recruitment is our own General Xinchong, the Duke of Beijing from Yunzhou. Who in Yunzhou does not know that serving under the Duke guarantees one is among the finest soldiers, with compensation that ranks among the best in Qian? Moreover, it is a matter of honor. In Yunzhou, if you wish to marry, simply stating that you are a soldier under the Duke ensures you will have no trouble finding a spouse." The Duke of Beijing? Li Dao mentally sifted through his recollections and quickly found information regarding Duke Xinchong, who hailed from the illustrious Shun family, a prominent lineage since the founding of Qian, with ancestors who were esteemed first-class nobles. However, the Shun family ultimately faced a decline due to their ill-fated allegiance during a certain imperial succession in the Great Qian Dynasty. Once the new emperor ascended the throne, he systematically diminished the family S title, nearly expelling them from the ranks of the nobility. Yet, in the generation of Li Dao's father, the Shun family produced a remarkable talent, endowed with extraordinary martial prowess and well-versed in military strategy. He fought valiantly in the army and earned the esteemed title of second-class Marquis of the North. Prior to his misfortune, rumors circulated in the imperial capital that the Marquis was on the verge of a promotion to first class. Some even speculated that this generation of the Shun family might reclaim the honor of a duke. In summary, from the perspective of life experiences, this Marquis of the North could be deemed the protagonist of his own saga, a figure of considerable stature throughout the Great Qian Dynasty. Noticing Li Dao's lack of response, the gatekeeper candidly remarked, "Believe me, you won't regret heeding my words. In 3 days, there will be a recruitment at the northern gate of Yunqi City. Make sure you remember this. If you miss this opportunity, you may not know when the next will arise." Coming back to his senses, Li Dao nodded appreciatively, thanking his brother for the reminder. The gatekeeper chuckled. "What kind of reminder is this? Even if I hadn't mentioned it, You would soon learn upon entering the city. Li Dao insisted, though that may be true, I still owe you my gratitude. The gatekeeper laughed heartily. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then when you become a great general, consider promoting me. My request is modest. Just relocate me to the city wall. Standing guard down here is rather taxing. With that, he amused himself with his own jest, aware that not everyone could aspire to the rank of a general. Though the individual before him appeared pleasing to the eye, his demeanor betrayed him as merely a scion of wealth. Based on previous encounters, Li Dao surmised that among such privileged youths, it was already commendable for one to endure the rigors of military training. Upon hearing this, Li Dao offered a subtle smile, contemplating the possibility should the opportunity arise. The sentry, in high spirits, responded, I shall await your return, but do not keep me waiting too long. Li Dao reassured him, rest assured, it shall not be for an extended period. Subsequently, the sentry conducted a cursory inspection of the carriage before granting passage, reminding him not to forget. Li Dao raised his hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he had taken note. Soon, the two arrived within the bustling confines of Yunqi City. As they stepped through the city gates, a cacophony of vendors' calls enveloped Li Dao. Not far from the entrance, a myriad of merchants peddled their wares, while dozens, if not hundreds, of carts laden with goods lined streets. Young master, why is this place so lively? Jiao inquired, her head peeking out to survey the scene. Li Dao chuckled softly. Do you know why the city is called Yunqi? Jiao shook her head in ignorance. Yunqi City is the very cradle of Yinzhou. Before the establishment of Yinzhou, a founding general of the Great Qian Dynasty expanded its territories from this very city, ultimately leading to the creation of Yinzhou. Thus, it is named Yunqi City, the starting point of Yinzhou. Li Dao observed the merchants and continued, beyond Yunqi City lies Fufeng Pass, one of the 7 renowned passes of the Great Qian, which leads to various regions north of the Great Qian. Fufeng Pass is a crucial military stronghold, where ordinary individuals are not permitted to linger. Consequently, the merchants from the northern territories find refuge solely in Yunqi City. Over time, this area has blossomed into a bustling commercial hub along the frontier. The town of Yumen, where I once traveled, could also be considered a trade town. However, its proximity to the border renders it less secure. Thus, most prefer to remain in Yunqi City. As long as Fufeng Pass remains unbreached, Yunqi City poses no danger. The Great Qian has existed for over 2 centuries, and since the construction of Fufeng Pass, it has never been conquered. Hence, many merchants establish Yunqi City as their base of operations, choosing to reside here. I see, exclaimed the young master. Suddenly, Jiao pondered, young master, you previously mentioned your desire to enlist in the military. What will happen to me if you do? Will you abandon me? Jiao clutched the golden ingot with a look of distress. Li Dao glanced over. If you do not release your grip, you shall take the ingot with you. Take it with me? Jiao instinctively looked down, only to realize she had tightened her hold around the ingot's neck, which was now gasping for breath with its tongue lolling out. Ah, I'm so sorry, Yuanbao. I completely forgot about you. Jiao quickly loosened her grip and placed it on the wooden planks of the cart. Yuanbao lay there, taking deep breaths, taking quite some time to recover. As the young girl cautiously raised her hand to approach once more, Yuanbao darted away, seeking refuge behind Li Dao, her small eyes betraying a hint of fear. Li Dao gently patted Yuanbao's head in a soothing gesture and remarked, your young master has never claimed he would abandon you. If I truly intended to leave you behind, I would not have come to Yunqi City. In truth, Li Dao had already contemplated his future path during his journey to the imperial capital, and that path was to enlist in the military. His decision stemmed from 3 primary reasons. Firstly, the title of Yuan Bo was an inheritance passed down from his father, but it had now been stripped away. Should there exist a netherworld, the loss of his title would likely subject him to relentless inquiries from his ancestors should he find himself there one day. Although he was a reborn individual, one might expect him to regard the inhabitants of this world as mere natives and consider himself superior. However, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary orphan, devoid of any true experience of familial bonds beyond a numbing existence. In this life, however, he was blessed with a tender mother who cherished him, a father who, while strict, was not devoid of concern, and a clever, endearing sister. Compared to his past existence, he felt more alive and deeply connected in this life. If he were to express it, his previous life resembled nothing more than a dream, one tedious and uninspiring. In stark contrast, he found it increasingly difficult to sever ties with this life, especially since he was presently living it. It was precisely due to these emotional connections that he felt a profound anger towards the plight of the people in Taoyuan village. The reason lies in his seamless integration into this era, where he has fully immersed himself. Thus, the foremost motivation for his enlistment is to reclaim the Li family title. Otherwise, he would dishonor his father and the ancestors of the Li lineage. The second reason is intricately connected to the resurgence of his memories. Firstly, it pertains to the machinations of the prime minister's residence and certain nobility in the imperial capital who take delight in undermining the Yuan Bo residents. While he comprehends that such behavior is a common human tendency, he is acutely aware of the principle of reciprocity in human interactions. By joining the military and reclaiming his title, he aims to return to the capital and methodically address these grievances. Additionally, there exists another motivation: the aspiration to one day stand before the illustrious emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, revealing his true identity and observing his reaction. Of course, such a disclosure would only occur when he possesses the power to dictate his own fate. He would never act recklessly before he has matured sufficiently. His extraordinary intellect ensures that he does not succumb to despair. Lastly, the third and most significant reason is his personal growth. The functionalities of his system are destined to guide him along a path fraught with challenges. His rapid progression to his current state is largely attributable to the experiences he garnered during his time in the death row camp. Hence, the battlefield is the most fitting arena for him. In truth, had he not taken Jiwa with him, his initial choice upon leaving the capital would likely have been to seek out Wei Yun, who understands his capabilities and could facilitate his swift advancement. However, with Jiwa in tow, he must also consider her well-being. Thus, he has opted to journey to Yunqi City, where he can ensure her safety while he enlists with a military unit in the vicinity. Although the initial progress may not have been as swift without Wei Yun's assistance, it turned out to be quite comparable for him. In fact, in a certain sense, Yunqi City might be more suitable for him. After all, if the day ever comes when the Great Qian faces war against the northern barbarians, Fufeng Pass, being the closest to Yunqi City, would undoubtedly become the primary target for the northern barbarians, thus the so-called main battlefield. If Changgu Town, situated at the border, is suitable for guerrilla warfare against the northern barbarians, then this main battlefield is truly a meat grinder, a veritable slaughterhouse where hundreds, even thousands, are thrown in, merely to burst forth in blood. Just the thought of such a scene ignites a fervor within Li Dao's heart. To him, this meat grinder is not only devoid of danger, but rather resembles a realm where he thrives. With this in mind, he silently apologizes to Wei Yun in his heart. At this very moment, at a location beyond the borders of Yinzhou, Wei Yun, having organized his formidable camp, prepared to relocate with his subordinates. Recently, the formidable camp had suffered significant losses, and he needed to return to the rear to replenish its ranks. Ashu, as Wei Yun rode his horse, he suddenly sneezed. Observing this, Lu Ning couldn't help but jest, "Great Commander, as a congenital warrior, can you still fall ill?" Wei Yun rubbed his nose and retorted, "What of being a congenital warrior? I am still human." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned back to say, "It has been over a month. That fellow, Jiu Wu Erqi, has likely already reached the imperial capital." Lu Ning calculated for a moment and nodded. Indeed, by the timeline, even allowing for delays, that would be about right. As Wei Yun contemplated the arrival of Li Dao, a look of eager anticipation graced his countenance, pondering when that fellow might make his appearance. Should he choose to join us, the combat capabilities of the Wei camp would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. Lu Ning, standing nearby, could not resist delivering a dose of skepticism, questioning whether Wei Yun feared that the individual might not come and instead ally himself with another. Wei Yun scoffed lightly, asserting that with his new household registration, the connections he once had would be rendered utterly ineffective. Apart from us, where else could he possibly go? Lu Neng, the commander. Your confidence is admirable, he remarked. Wei Yun's gaze drifted towards the horizon, and he murmured to himself, hoping that the fellow would return swiftly, as the situation here had begun to grow somewhat restless. Chapter 45. Purchasing a home and enlisting upon entering Yunqi City. Li Dao's first order of business was to secure accommodations for Jiu'er Adnin. Subsequently, he took some items from the residence of Duke On Yuan to the pawn shop to exchange for a modest sum of silver. With a portion of the funds, he requested the pawn shop owner to assist in locating a suitable dwelling within Yunqi City. The process unfolded with remarkable swiftness and efficiency. Merely half a day later, under the guidance of one of the pawn shop owner's subordinates, he arrived at the exterior of a residence. The attendant enthusiastically gestured towards the house, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, this is precisely the property our proprietor mentioned. It undoubtedly meets your requirements." Li Dao stood at the entrance, surveying the two-courtyard layout, which was ample enough for both him and Jiu'er. He turned to the attendant, inquiring whether the living environment here was indeed secure, as Yunqi City was not comparable to the imperial capital. Beneath the imperial city, particularly within the secure confines of the On Yuan Marquisate where he resides, one can rest assured of safety. Proximity to the palace ensures that soldiers patrol openly each night, while the secretive Jin Yi lurk in the shadows. Thus, common thieves and criminals dare not approach this area. However, the outside world presents a different scenario, especially in Yunqi City, where the populace hails from diverse regions. The atmosphere is a melange of characters, with most travelers merely pausing briefly before continuing their journey. Consequently, the variety of individuals here raises significant concerns regarding safety. For Li Dao himself, it matters little. A mere petty thief would find himself as vulnerable as a lamb in a den of tigers. However, since Li Dao intends to enlist in the army, and considering that he would likely be residing alone for an extended period, the issue of security becomes paramount. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper confidently assured, "Rest easy, for aside from the military camp, there is no place in Yunqi City more secure than this. In fact, in a certain sense, it is also the most perilous locale within the city." Li Dao, taken aback, inquired about the reasoning behind such a statement. The innkeeper chuckled and explained, "Do you know the nature of the residents here? Although most appear to be common folk, they share a common trait. The men in their households are predominantly soldiers." He gestured towards the opposite door, saying, "Take the family residing across from you, for instance. Though they may seem easy to bully, no one dares to provoke them, as their male members serve under the command of the Jinyuan general." The shared experience of having men in similar roles fosters a strong sense of unity among the surrounding community. Daring to cause a commotion here, none possess such audacity. At this point, the innkeeper lowered his voice and whispered, "I have even heard that our esteemed Lord Yunqi City has once suffered here, berated mercilessly by a certain matron, rendered speechless." Upon hearing this, Li Dao comprehended. This place resembled the military quarters of a bygone era. Given this, the safety was undoubtedly assured. Moreover, with most of the men enlisted and seldom returning home, the area predominantly housed women, ensuring that Jiu'er would not find herself bored. Thus, he decisively chose this residence. The innkeeper praised, "You truly have an eye for quality, esteemed guest." In response, Li Dao casually tossed a small piece of silver, requesting prompt completion of the formalities. Upon receiving the silver, the innkeeper cheerfully assured, "Not a trouble at all. I guarantee you shall be settled in today." Half an hour later, under the innkeeper's efficient handling, the property deed was successfully transferred to Li Dao, a reward for your promptness. Noticing the innkeeper's swiftness, Li Dao generously offered another piece of silver. The innkeeper swiftly accepted the coin with a smile, saying, "Your words are most gracious. It is but my duty. Should you require assistance in Yunqi City in the future, simply seek me out, and I shall ensure everything is managed impeccably." Li Dao nodded, agreeing. As a newcomer, having a local's assistance would certainly ease various matters. "Now, if you will excuse me, I shall take my leave." Before long, Li Dao emerged from the inn with Jiu'er, leading her to the newly acquired residence. Gently stroking the head of Jiu'er, I whispered, "From now on, this will be our new home." "New home?" Jiwer gazed at the house before her with curiosity and anticipation. It was considerably smaller than the previous one, and her thoughts drifted to the moments when she had secretly glanced at the young master. A smaller home was preferable. It allowed her to be closer to him in every endeavor. Remembering the words of Butler Li, her cheeks flushed and a sense of secret delight blossomed within her. Unaware of the family's affairs, Li Dao said, "Jiwer, go inside and take a look. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will arrange it. Rest assured." "Young master, I will take care of everything," Jiwer replied with unwavering confidence. During their time at the Yuan Marquis's residence, she had managed a portion of the household affairs while the rest was overseen by Butler Li. This task was exceedingly simple for her. 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, Li Dao witnessed Jiwer's remarkable aptitude for managing the household. In a mere 3 days, she organized the entire house with meticulous clarity. From a single flower to decorative trinkets, and even the furniture, she had everything perfectly arranged. He merely needed to run errands each day. Furthermore, to ensure Jiwer would have assistance in the future, Li Dao took her to visit the neighboring residents. Initially, when the neighbors learned that Li Dao and Jiwer were newcomers, they regarded the two strangers with a certain wariness. However, upon discovering Li Dao's intention to enlist in the military, their demeanor softened considerably. With Jiwer's innate charm and sociability, it wasn't long before they became well acquainted. In summary, everything progressed smoothly. On the morning of the 4th day, after completing his simple morning routine, Li Dao stepped out of his room and called out to the adjacent one, "Jiwer, I am heading out now. Young master, please wait a moment." Came the sound of hurried footsteps from the next room, as Jiwer quickly emerged. Upon seeing Li Dao impeccably dressed, she pouted, "Young master, why didn't you wait for me? I could have assisted you with your grooming. I am quite capable of managing on my own, and besides, you work tirelessly throughout the day. It is unnecessary." Li Dao replied, "I am not tired. It brings me joy to serve you, young master," Jiwer insisted. Hearing this, Li Dao could not help but smile and suggested, "How about this? You could select a few maidservants to assist you, allowing you some leisure to care for me." "Absolutely not." Yue instinctively protested loudly. However, she soon realized her tone was inappropriate and, blushing, she quickly added, "It is not that Jiwer disagrees with you finding new maidservants, but since we have just arrived and everything is still unfamiliar, it would be better to wait for a while." "Is that so?" Li Dao inquired. Yes. Yue nodded vigorously. Li Dao smiled gently. "Very well. We shall postpone it for some time." At this, Jiwer instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt her reaction was somewhat excessive, and she quickly glanced up, only to meet her young master's ambiguous smile, causing her cheeks to flush. She could not help but murmur to herself, "It's not easy to have this time alone with the young master. I certainly won't assist in finding maidservants. If anyone is to be found, let the young master seek them himself. With his discerning eye, it will not be an easy task." Li Dao glanced at the time and felt it was nearly right. "All right, I shall take my leave now. You stay well at home." "Yes, young master. Remember to return early for dinner," came the reply. "Understood." Pushing open the door, Li Dao stepped into the alley. He walked briskly until he reached a crossroads, where he noticed 4 or 5 ladies chatting outside a house. Upon seeing them, Li Dao took a deep breath, summoning the courage to continue forward. His footsteps soon captured the attention of the women. Upon recognizing him, their faces brightened. "Isn't this the new lad, Li? Out for a stroll?" one of the ladies remarked. "Yes, I heard that Town Commander Yuan is recruiting today, so I'm going to give it a try," Li Dao replied. Another lady, filled with excitement, chimed in, "You must give it your all. If you become one of Town Commander Yuan's soldiers, the benefits will be splendid." Then, one lady, with a proud expression, added, "Indeed, my son serves under Town Commander Yuan and holds a position where he oversees 5 subordinates." Turning to Li Dao, she continued, "Li, if you manage to join the ranks, I shall have my troublesome son look out for you in the barracks." "Thank you, Liu Daning," Li Dao responded gratefully. "I'm a bit pressed for time, so I must take my leave now." With that, he did not linger for even a moment, vanishing into the alley in the blink of an eye, as if a great flood or beast were at his heels. This sudden departure left the ladies momentarily stunned. It took them a moment to regain their composure. One elderly lady could not help but mutter, "That young Li runs exceptionally fast. I had intended to introduce him to my second uncle's granddaughter." Your second uncle's granddaughter? The one weighing 300 pounds? If you ask me, it's best to forget it. Young Li would probably be frightened to death upon seeing her. Don't think I'm unaware. You say this in hopes of introducing your own daughter to young Li. With your daughter's appearance, even ghosts would shake their heads. You dare utter another word about the Sun family. Oh, you gossiping hag. Do you intend to silence me? You brazen woman. It seems your audacity has grown after a few days of absence. Just wait until I decide to expose your little secrets. Soon after, the alley was filled with a cacophony of insults and the sounds of scuffle. In no time, neighbors emerged, drawn by the commotion, none of whom intervened. They appeared to be accustomed to such altercations, with some even bringing out chairs, ready to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, having escaped the gaze of the elderly ladies, Taoist Li let out a sigh of relief. The people here were not ill-natured, but their enthusiasm for him was overwhelming. Particularly after they learned of his single status and that Jiu'er was merely his maid, he found himself incessantly waylaid by these ladies, each eager to introduce him to potential partners. He would rather face 1,000,000 soldiers than endure the incessant chatter of those women. As he walked along the main street, his heart gradually settled. Next, he intended to explore the northern part of Yunqi City. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Li arrived in the northern district. In stark contrast to the bustling southern area, the north was noticeably less vibrant, primarily due to the numerous military camps stationed here, which were strictly regulated zones. As Li Dao approached the northern city gate, he noticed the absence of women among the bustling crowd, which had transformed entirely into men. Soon, he stumbled upon a lengthy queue near the gate. On one side of the line, he spotted a wooden board inscribed with 3 prominent characters, "Recruitment Office." It appeared he had found the right place. Surveying his surroundings, he observed that everyone was converging towards this line. Under normal circumstances, the allure of joining the army would not attract such a multitude, unless perhaps due to the influence of the northern town marquis. Thus, he joined the throng, positioning himself within the queue. Amidst the crowd, Li Dao stood out conspicuously, primarily due to his striking visage. It was likely that those around him were curious as to why such a handsome individual would choose a military life. The line inched forward progressively. After what felt like an eternity, activity stirred to the front. He noticed a series of barricades separating the outside world from a nearby encampment. Within a narrow gap between the barricades, several soldiers maintained order, while another individual recorded the identity of each person in a ledger. Next, name and domicile. The officer inquired. Li. That will suffice. Next. Before long, it was Li Dao's turn. Next you. However, the recorder paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Dao's face, but swiftly regained composure. Name and domicile. Reporting to you, my name is Li Dao, and my domicile is of reputable standing. The household registration system of the Great Qian Dynasty mirrored that of ancient times in his previous life, divided into 5 distinct categories: noble, respectable, merchant, slave, and finally, the lowly. The first 3 correspond to the classes of scholars, farmers, and merchants, while the slave class is dependent on the former 3. The most dreadful aspect is that the lowly class is hereditary. Once one belongs to this category, their descendants will remain so for generations, with no possibility of change. Often referring to criminals, Li Dao once held the esteemed status of a noble, but after enduring the trials of a death row camp, he has managed to regain a household registration, and retaining a respectable status is already a considerable fortune. To enlist in the military, only those from the scholar, farmer, and merchant classes qualify. The latter 2 classes do not possess such eligibility. All right, step inside. Next, the recorder announced as he inscribed Li Dao's name in the register. Thank you, my lord, Li Dao replied, bypassing several soldiers maintaining order, and followed the footsteps of the individual before him into the military camp. Soon, an entire contingent came into view. Those previously registered had gathered together, accompanied by several men clad in officer uniforms. As Li Dao stepped into the ranks, he heard a voice proclaim, 50 individuals are sufficient. All of you will follow me now. If anyone lags behind, consider themselves eliminated from the assessment. An officer stepped forward, delivering his command, and without hesitation, turned and strode deeper into the camp. Observing that the group remained motionless and stunned, another officer from the ranks called out, "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to be eliminated?" Prompted by this, the lined-up individuals promptly followed suit, with Li Dao among them. He also noted that those arriving later continued to queue in the same manner. It appeared that every 50 individuals constituted a batch, subsequently undergoing military assessment. Under the guidance of the officer, Li Dao and his entourage of 50 swiftly arrived at a tent. Beside the tent stood a sign bearing a prominently displayed character, medicine. The officer halted at the entrance, turning to address the group. "Is there anyone among you 50 who possesses any physical defects? If so, step forward and leave, lest you waste everyone's time." After a brief silence, observing that all remained quiet, the officer nodded. "If no one has issues, then so be it. There are others waiting outside. I shall enter and take a look." With that, he left the bewildered crowd behind and entered the tent. Chapter 46. Blood and Qi like a dragon. Shocking the veteran physician, inhaling the faint aroma of medicine that lingered in the air and glancing at the large sign, combined with the officer's words. Li Dao quickly comprehended the purpose of their visit. He had not anticipated that joining the military in ancient times would require a physical examination. This inadvertently reminded him of the medical inspection procedures from his past life, causing him to unconsciously tighten his gluteal muscles. If faced with such a situation, would he still be able to serve? Before long, the group heard commotion emanating from within the tent. A cohort of individuals, dressed similarly to them, emerged from the tent, exactly 50 in number, mirroring their own purpose of enlisting. Li Dao's gaze swiftly scanned the 50 faces. Moments later, he exhaled in relief. None exhibited any unusual expressions, nor did they walk in any peculiar manner, suggesting there were no specific examination protocols to worry about. Following the emergence of the 50, 2 officers subsequently stepped out. "I wager to see who has more individuals pass the assessment," one remarked. "What shall we wager?" replied the other. "A feast of 10 meals at Qianshan Tower. Such a grand affair. I simply ask, will you partake in this wager? Who fears whom?" Ishalubet. After their conversation, another officer led his team away, seemingly heading to the next inspection site. The officer guiding Li Dao and his companions glanced back at them, stating, "You have all heard. I wager with my friend. I wish to inform you in advance that should I emerge victorious, I shall take it upon myself to ensure your well-being, striving to place you in favorable positions. However, if I should lose, rest assured I will still attend to your needs, albeit not in the manner you might desire." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone, save for Li Dao, shifted drastically. Even before enlisting, they found themselves the subject of someone's intentions. Li Dao, however, found this unsurprising. After all, it seemed a tradition for seasoned soldiers to assert their dominance over newcomers. Under the officer's direction, Li Dao and his group entered the tent. Inside, the scent of medicinal herbs intensified. A venerable elder, clad in military armor, sat cross-legged on a mat, a table before him. "Elder Zheng, I apologize for the trouble," the officer said, his demeanor respectful. The elder raised a hand. "Please wait to the side." "Yes," the officer complied, sitting quietly, cautious not to offend the elder. Elder Zheng tapped a white cloth laid upon the table, addressing the group. "Who shall be the first? Sit opposite and place your hand here." The first individual in line swiftly approached, settling cross-legged opposite and placing his hand upon the table. Elder Zheng then placed his hand over the man's wrist, commencing the pulse examination. Before long, one could hear the words spoken, indicating that the body was largely unscathed, merely afflicted by minor ailments. Upon hearing this, the man's expression brightened momentarily, yet his joy proved to be premature. As he caught wind of the subsequent remarks, his countenance fell instantaneously. He was informed of insufficient kidney energy, a hint of yin deficiency, and a slight fatigue in his liver qi. Retracting his hand without a shred of hesitation, old Zheng addressed the man opposite him with an unyielding demeanor, remarking that his indulgence in carnal pleasures had been excessive and that moderation was essential for the youth. The man, blushing yet obstinate, retorted that he felt perfectly well, particularly in that regard. Old Zheng remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he stated, "You engaged in conjugal relations 3 times last night. Your legs must still be trembling." "How do you know?" the man instinctively exclaimed, only to have his face flush crimson. Observing the gleeful expressions of those around him, he hastily rose and sought refuge among the crowd. When the second individual found himself in a similar predicament, his complexion shifted noticeably. Yet, the desire to enlist was paramount. He could only hope that the elder before him would show leniency. As the others came to terms with their situation, their mirth evaporated, replaced by silent prayers. Nearby, an officer witnessed this scene with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, recalling his own departure from this very place. Reality, it seems, is often harsh, perhaps due to the early marriages prevalent in ancient times. Coupled with the youthful inability of many men to exercise restraint, it resulted in a scenario where 9 out of 10 men were found wanting in vitality, with the 10th being even more so. After old Zheng's revelations, it became abundantly clear that no man could withstand such scrutiny. If only one individual bore the burden of this issue, it might have been a jest. However, when everyone encounters a problem, it ceases to be a jest and instead becomes a commonplace occurrence. Upon the utterance of the word insipid by the venerable elder Zheng regarding the 49th individual, all eyes converged upon the solitary figure of Li Dao. Meanwhile, upon observing Li Dao's appearance, murmurs of discussion arose within the tent. "Goodness, this gentleman is truly handsome. Is it not a waste for him to serve in the military? How splendid it would be for him to pursue a life as a courtesan, earning money while enjoying himself. With such looks, he stands out as the most unremarkable among those present." Who would disagree? Without a doubt, this fellow is indeed insipid. Were I to possess such charm, I could easily attract 10 partners a day, with ladies vying to shower me with attention. Li Dao, undeterred by the chatter surrounding him, sat cross-legged and placed his arm before Elder Zheng. Upon recognizing Li Dao's visage, Elder Zheng momentarily froze, not due to his looks, but rather because, as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he excelled in the art of observation, known as Wang. Even without taking the pulse, he could discern the individual's remarkable health. Nevertheless, the established process must still be adhered to. Habitually, he pressed 2 fingers onto Li Dao's wrist. In the next instant, he was struck dumb. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Elder Zheng. Why does this individual possess such a terrifying pulse? The vitality surged like a tumultuous flood, and the robustness of his sinews and meridians was beyond mere comparison. It was more fitting to liken his vitality to that of a dragon. Having served as a military physician for over 50 years, having attended to no fewer than 80,000 individuals, he had encountered many gifted souls. Yet none could compare to the one before him, or rather, there was simply no basis for comparison, especially when he pressed his fingers against the opponent's pulse. He found it somewhat difficult to maintain his grip, as the pulse throbbed with remarkable vigor, eluding his attempts to constrain it. Meanwhile, many bystanders awaited in silence, anticipating that Elder Zheng would utter something astonishing, eager to witness the unfolding scene. However, after a prolonged interval, there was no reaction. Could it be that this individual was so depleted that even Elder Zheng was rendered speechless? Some harbored such malicious speculations within. Finally, after more than a minute had elapsed, Elder Zheng reluctantly released his hold, for he found this pulse pattern utterly fascinating, a true rarity. As Elder Zheng remained silent, someone beside him could no longer contain himself and implored, "Elder Zheng, want you share your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Elder Zheng cast a glance at the crowd surrounding him. Having lived for so many years, he was well aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. He replied in a calm tone, "This young man possesses remarkable health. He is a promising individual." The crowd was taken aback. This was not the revelation they sought. They yearned to hear about the state of his kidneys, liver, and lungs. Yet, Elder Zheng had already seated himself to make his assessment, indifferent to their expectations. At that moment, someone could not help but whisper, "How could such a pretty boy possibly be in good health? Is this old man deceiving us?" Unbeknownst to them, an officer had approached and delivered a swift kick to the speaker's rear. "You, of all people, dare to question Elder Zheng?" Afterward, he turned to the others and declared, "All right, you all may leave now." The officer bowed to Elder Zheng and stated, "Elder Zheng, we will take our leave." "Very well," came a reply. Old Zheng responded softly without raising his head, but suddenly recalled the young man from earlier. He lifted his gaze and remarked, "Pay attention to that last young fellow." The officer, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something wrong with him?" Zheng did not provide a direct answer, but cryptically advised, "Just keep an eye on him. It won't do you any harm." The officer scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. However, since old Zheng had said as much, he made a mental note of it. Outside the tent, a group of individuals congregated, yet one person stood out awkwardly among them, Li Dao. His distinction arose from his robust health, which rendered the remaining 49 somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, the officer emerged and instinctively glanced at Li Dao. After observing for a while, he concluded that aside from his handsome appearance, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Regaining his composure, he turned to the group and instructed, "From now on, be mindful of your words. Refrain from speaking indiscriminately in front of anyone." Fortunately, old Zheng was not angered. Otherwise, you would face dire consequences. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone asked, "Brother, who exactly is this old Zheng?" The officer scoffed, "Who is he? He is someone you should all be eager to please and dare not offend." He continued, "You need only to understand this. 80% of the military doctors in the entire Yuzhou military camp are his disciples. Furthermore, over half of the high-ranking officials in Yuzhou's military owe their lives to old Zheng, including our esteemed General Shan, the Marquis of Jinyuan. To speak candidly, in the military camp, one may offend anyone and still find a way to survive, even if they provoke individuals of high rank such as generals. However, if anyone were to cross paths with the esteemed Elder Zheng, I can assure you with utmost certainty that they should prepare for their demise." Upon hearing these words, the crowd grasped the formidable influence of the elderly figure they had encountered earlier. Though merely a humble healer with a modest position, the latent power he wielded was indeed terrifying. Li Dao inwardly mused that, regardless of the era, physicians have always held a position of great esteem, particularly within the military. One could never ascertain the multitude of allies that stood behind them. This train of thought inevitably led him to reflect upon the enigmatic old ghost, whose medical prowess was equally profound, yet seemed to be accompanied by a penchant for offending others. It had been over a month since he last considered their circumstances. Yet with such a cunning individual as Old Ghost among them, he presumed there would be no issues. After all, if Old Ghost could irk so many yet persist to a remarkable age of over 100 years, it was evident he possessed numerous means of self-preservation. Subsequently, under the guidance of the officer, the group arrived at another location, a vast square teeming with individuals. The majority of the attendees were clad in attire akin to their own, simple and unadorned, suggesting that they too were here to enlist and undertake assessments. At the center of the square stood several platforms, each occupied by a few officers presiding over the proceedings. Periodically, aspiring recruits would ascend the stage, while those already present would descend. The officer halted outside the square and turned back, stating, "What follows is the final assessment, which will evaluate your physical fitness as well as your individual talents. If you aspire to serve under the esteemed Lord Shun in Jinyuan, being merely ordinary will undoubtedly lead to your elimination. You must either meet the physical standards or possess a specialized skill suited for military life. Should you lack both, you may as well turn back now to spare yourselves the embarrassment of failing, which would reflect poorly on me." Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances. Yet not a single individual chose to depart. It was evident that those who had gathered here were imbued with a certain level of confidence. Some cast furtive glances toward Li Dao, pondering that among the 50 of them, he appeared the most likely candidate for elimination due to his peculiar demeanor. With a face reminiscent of a delicate youth, they surmised that his physical capabilities must be lacking. They had entirely dismissed the earlier words of the elderly Zheng, still convinced that he had misjudged their potential. After a brief pause, as no one stepped forward, the officer nodded. However, this merely indicated their confidence. The true measure of their abilities would necessitate a rigorous evaluation. The officer surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on a sparsely populated arena. Since you all believe in your capabilities, we shall now commence the formal assessment. First, we will conduct a mandatory physical fitness test. On the battlefield, no matter your skills, physical endurance is paramount. A robust physique significantly enhances your chances of survival amidst the chaos of combat. Now, follow me. Chapter 47. The Strength Test under the guidance of the officer. Li Dao and his companions swiftly arrived at the platform. As they approached, the specifics of the arena became apparent. In the center of the platform lay an array of stone blocks, varying in size. It seemed that the military camp employed this method to assess an individual's physical prowess. Simultaneously, two officers occupied the stage. One, a refined gentleman holding a scroll and brush, meticulously recording the scores of various participants. The other, a towering and formidable figure tasked with ensuring the safety of those lifting weights, preventing any reckless individuals from injuring themselves by attempting excessive weights. The officer leading Li Dao's group ascended the platform and whispered something to the recording officer, who nodded in acknowledgement upon glancing at Li Dao and his companions. Shortly thereafter, the leading officer descended from the platform and addressed the group, stating, "All right, this batch has been assessed. The next group will follow. I hope you all perform admirably." At this proclamation, the once confident group suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over them. This reaction was only natural. While certain activities may be enjoyable in a casual context, the gravity of an official evaluation invariably induces anxiety. Observing the considerable line still waiting ahead, the officer continued, "I understand that you may feel apprehensive. Therefore, if you find yourself bored, feel free to stand by the platform and relax your minds." Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed, eagerly gathering around the edge of the platform. Curious about the testing taking place, Li Dao joined them. As they reached the platform's edge, they witnessed an individual undergoing the assessment. The individual seized a massive stone weight, exerting every ounce of strength to lift it. His face turned crimson, veins bulging in his arms and forehead, clearly displaying the immense pressure he was under. Nearby, an officer tasked with overseeing the proceedings stood composed, yet Li Dao noticed that despite the officer's seemingly casual demeanor, he was ever ready to intervene if necessary. After 5 seconds, the individual relinquished the stone weight, which thudded heavily against the platform. Turning to the recorder, he awaited a nod of approval, and upon receiving it, he exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile illuminating his face, indicating he had succeeded. As he prepared to descend from the stage, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Continue to challenge the next one. Yes, pursue the next challenge. You have already qualified. The better your performance, the more favorable your military assignment will be, so go on." The spectators fervently encouraged him. A flicker of determination sparked in the man's eyes. Having already succeeded, he thought, why not get another try? He raised his hand towards the recorder and inquired, "May I continue to challenge?" The recorder replied candidly, "You have succeeded. You may proceed to the next stone weight. If you succeed again, your results will still be counted. If you wish to challenge, then continue." Nodding in agreement, the man approached the third stone weight. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, he inhaled deeply and placed his hands upon the weight. "Lift," he commanded, pulling with all his might, and the stone weight was raised. However, as he attempted to hoist it above his head, he realized he had overestimated his capabilities. His footing faltered, and he, along with the stone weight, tumbled backward. Soon, a large hand extended from the side to assist in grasping the stone weight, thereby saving the man from peril. "Thank you," he exclaimed as he steadied himself and hurriedly addressed the officer nearby. "It's nothing. Just be more careful next time," replied the officer, who effortlessly lifted the stone weight and returned it to its original position, demonstrating a notable ease compared to the man. Feeling embarrassed for his inability to lift the stone weight, the man sheepishly stepped down. Before long, another individual ascended the platform to commence the test. Below, Li Dao gleaned some insights into the weightlifting assessment from the discussions of those around him. On the stage, there were 5 stone weights: 150 pounds, 200 pounds, 250 pounds, 300 pounds, and finally, 500 pounds. Successfully lifting the first stone weight was deemed sufficient for qualification. though it would only secure a position as a common soldier in the most ordinary regiment. The further one progressed, the better the rewards, with the possibility of joining the elite battalion under the command of General Sun Zhong of the North Town. Notably, the last stone weight of 500 pounds, if lifted by anyone, would virtually guarantee assignment to the finest military camp replete with the best benefits. Of course, the prerequisite for this feat was pure physical strength, prohibiting the use of true energy. In this realm, a typical adult male could manage to lift 100 pounds, while being able to lift 150 pounds was a rarity among ordinary folk. This illustrates the formidable challenge of becoming a soldier under General Sun Zhong. Furthermore, the requirement to lift with both arms fully extended overhead added an additional layer of difficulty. Nevertheless, for Li Dao, this was merely a procedural formality as he observed person after person taking the stage. It became evident that the majority of those capable of participating possessed a physical prowess surpassing that of the average individual. Among every 10 participants, more than half succeeded in lifting the first stone burden. However, when it came to the second, only 1 or 2 out of 10 could manage it. The third burden proved even more elusive, with perhaps one individual attempting to lift it among dozens. As for the fourth, it remained untried to this day, and the fifth burden was little more than a mere ornament, languishing in place. While Li Dao was deep in contemplation, a sudden uproar of cheers reached his ears. He directed his gaze towards the arena and witnessed a robust man triumphantly lifting the fourth stone burden, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. With a resounding thud, the stone fell to the ground 5 seconds later, and the muscular man, disregarding his exhausted limbs, turned to the recorder with an expression of hopeful anticipation. The recorder chuckled lightly and congratulated him, declaring his challenge a success and his performance satisfactory. The robust man beamed with joy, and the onlookers erupted into applause. Why not attempt the fifth stone burden? Someone shouted from the audience. Instantly, a chorus of voices urged the muscular man to give the fifth burden a try. He glanced at his weary arms, smiled ruefully, and shook his head, acknowledging, "I am well aware of my limitations. Even in my prime, I could not hope to succeed." With that, he descended from the stage. Once off the platform, a throng of admirers surrounded him, showering him with compliments and congratulations. Although he began as an ordinary soldier upon entering the military camp with his fourth stone burden, it was evident that robust individuals like him were far more likely to achieve merit and rise through the ranks, naturally drawing many sycophants toward him. Subsequently, one by one, individuals ascended the platform for testing. When it was finally the turn of Li Dao's team, they lined up at the side of the stage. Previously, they had cheered on others with enthusiasm, but now, upon facing their own turn, they fell into an instant silence. Under the urging of the recorder, the first individual, known as Shinsu, stepped onto the stage. Perhaps feeling a bit anxious, he stood momentarily at a loss. He wanted to challenge that stone burden and selected himself. The recorder, standing by, prompted him. "Ah, yes." Regaining his composure, Shinsu pointed at the first stone burden and stated, "I choose this one." A chorus of hisses erupted from the crowd. Shinsu, possessing self-awareness, disregarded their jeers. He approached the first stone burden, took a deep breath, and grasped it. "Lift it." With a surge of determination, Shinsu hoisted the stone burden overhead, successfully raising it with a burst of energy. He only needed to hold it for 5 seconds. The spectators below, witnessing this feat, believed he was assured of success. However, as he neared the 4th second, Shinsu's expression suddenly changed. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, the stone burden slipping from his grasp. Observing this, the recorder declared bluntly, "Challenge failed. Next contestant." Shinsu's face turned pale in an instant. Each person was granted only one opportunity, and it was clear he had missed his chance. With a resigned demeanor, he trudged toward the arena below, muttering, "Damn it. This is all that greedy woman's fault from last night." Ideally, when the first member of a team succeeds in a challenge, it greatly boosts the morale of the subsequent participants. However, a failure casts a heavier burden on the remaining team members. One by one, the members of Li Dao's team ascended the platform. Yet, as time progressed, it became apparent that this team was somewhat lacking in quality. In contrast to other teams, where 7 or 8 out of 10 members managed to succeed in their challenges, Li Dao's team could muster only 4 or 5, a significant disparity indeed. The observing commanding officer could not help but scowl at the sight. At that moment, another officer approached, the very one with whom he had wagered. "Huh, you're surely doomed now. My team not only boasts a higher success rate, but has also produced a formidable individual capable of lifting the 4th stone burden." The officer chuckled heartily. The commanding officer's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "Humph, my team has yet to complete their trials. While I may be at a numerical disadvantage, what if one of ours is able to lift the 5th stone burden?" Seeing the persistence in front of him, the other officer candidly replied, "Do you truly believe lifting the 5th stone burden is so simple? Let me make this clear. If one of your team can lift the 5th stone burden, I will not only concede the bet, but will also treat you to double. But if none can, then you shall treat me to double." The expression on the commanding officer's face darkened further. This fellow was insatiably greedy, insisting on squeezing out another 10 meals despite already having received 10. However, having spoken those words, he could not now backtrack without losing face. After a moment's hesitation, the commanding officer gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall take your bet." Another officer, witnessing this, expressed his astonishment. "You truly dare to wager?" The commanding officer scoffed. "I've faced far graver dangers on the battlefield. What is there to fear? Merely 20 meals. One could easily obtain that by collecting a few more trophies." "You can keep up your bravado," came the retort. "I am not merely being brave. I left home today with a twitch in my left eye, which is an omen of good fortune. That is nothing more than self-deception. Then let me deceive myself. What can you do about it?" Meanwhile, Li Dao's team was taking turns on the stage. As each participant's performance fell short of expectations, the spectators below grew increasingly disinterested. Soon, the individual before Li Dao stepped onto the platform. A few minutes later, the challenge ended in failure. Next came a call. Another challenge was lost, and not far off. The commanding officer in charge of Li Dao's group wore a grim expression. This was yet another failure. Observing this scene, another officer laughed heartily. "I told you there was only one left. You don't expect him to lift the 5th stone burden, do you? While in terms of appearance, your subordinate may be unparalleled, in terms of strength, you might as well save your breath. In comparison to the individual who previously faced defeat in the challenge." Li Dao appeared somewhat diminutive, exuding an air of innocence when juxtaposed with the majority of those surrounding the arena. Aside from his height, he seemed harmless in every other regard. The commanding officer leading the group found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to silence. Under the watchful eyes of many, Li Dao gradually ascended the stage. Given that numerous participants had not fared particularly well, no one dared to utter any derogatory remarks. The spectators below, upon witnessing the individual taking the stage, felt a wave of tedium wash over them, for it was evident that he intended to challenge the 1st stone weight, likely destined for failure. The recorder glanced at Li Dao, then lowered his head to prepare for documentation while gesturing towards the 1st stone weight, urging him to attempt the lift. "Can I choose another?" Li Dao inquired. The recorder lifted his head, astonishment etched on his face. "Do you not wish to challenge the 1st stone weight? You do realize that you have but one chance to attempt this challenge. Should you fail, there shall be no second opportunity." Many in the audience had overheard Li Dao's words, prompting a wave of amusement among them. Some could not contain their laughter, exclaiming, "Let him challenge if he wishes. We want to see it too. When did the military camp become a place for such frivolous characters? If you cannot succeed, perhaps you should descend and return home for a more nurturing meal. Kid, even my 13-year-old niece from my 3rd uncle's family is sturdier than you. Come down and stop wasting everyone's time." Regardless of the setting, there are always those who elevate themselves by belittling others, particularly in a military environment where strength is paramount. Li Dao, unaffected by the cacophony of jeers below, resolutely stated, "I understand, yet I remain steadfast in my decision." The recorder, realizing persuasion was futile, refrained from further words, remaining merely a scribe in this endeavor. "Then you may proceed," he remarked, casting a glance towards the officer assigned to provide protection, signaling that a task awaited and he should not linger idly. The protective officer nodded and approached the second stone weight. However, Li Dao's steps did not halt at the second stone. He continued onward. This unexpected action left all present in a state of bewilderment. They shared a singular thought. What was he attempting? Was the second stone not challenging enough? Or did he intend to confront the third directly? Did he not feel any embarrassment? Yet, upon reaching the third stone, they noted that he still did not pause. Ultimately, he even bypassed the fourth stone, proceeding directly to the fifth stone, the heaviest of them all, weighing an impressive 500 pounds. "Are you truly challenging this stone?" questioned the previously silent officer, unable to contain his astonishment. "Is it not permissible?" "It is, but," the officer candidly expressed, "if it were the fourth stone, I might protect you. However, with the fifth stone, I can only ensure you do not sustain grievous injuries." He hesitated momentarily before adding, "Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to lift it in the first place." Chapter 48. The fifth stone weight, a missed opportunity for training lift it? Li Dao shook his head with a smile, choosing not to respond as he approached the fifth stone weight. The onlookers below grasped the unfolding situation with clarity. How dare he challenge the fifth stone burden? Since the testing commenced today, not a single individual has attempted to take on the fifth stone burden, leaving the stage unoccupied except for the first contender. In that moment, all eyes were poised to witness a spectacle of failure. However, Li Dao's subsequent actions took them by surprise. On the stage, instead of bending down to grasp the stone burden, Li Dao positioned one foot beneath the central wooden beam. "Young man, what are you doing?" Before the officer responsible for safeguarding could finish his sentence, Li Dao executed a swift maneuver with his foot. In the blink of an eye, the stone burden was lifted amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, soaring into the air. As the stone burden ascended, due to inertia, it began its descent. Simultaneously, an unexpected hand emerged from the side, grasping the wooden beam at its center. With an upward force applied to the beam, the heavy stones on either side began to exert pressure downwards, producing a creaking sound that caused the beam to bend into an arc, as if it might splinter at any moment. Yet it held firm. Once stabilized, Li Dao effortlessly pulled the stone burden upwards with one hand. In mere moments, the 500-pound weight